What's up, everybody? Happy Friday. Junkies back with you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. In Richmond, we appreciate you listening to us on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. In 2026, we're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. With Main Street Bank, you can put their team in your office. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender. We thank you for tuning in this Friday morning, June 5th, 2026. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Johnny Cake Sawville.
Hello, happy Friday to everybody.
Happy Friday to you, and Jason Bishop's here.
Yes, what's up? What's up?
EB will be back on Monday. Yeah, Friday is finally here. I believe on Wednesday, Roger, the engineer, in an attempt to engage in small talk, said, "Are you ready for Friday?" It was Wednesday.
Hey, people look forward to Fridays. What are you going to do? It's just a common thing. There's a lot of that in this office, and I'm sure in other offices around.
He says that on Monday. He says, "Well, are you ready for Friday yet?"
He's way ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
That Roger.
Hey, we do have a new Friday tradition on the show. We should mention this front and center. Incentivize the listeners to stay tuned. Every Friday at 7:45, we give listeners a chance to win $500 courtesy of NBC and Peacock.
Pretty good.
Put your baseball caps on because it's MLB trivia.
Yes.
So we will have some trivia coming up at 7:45. Your chance to win $500.
Excellent.
Yep, that's a good, nice little prize for the weekend.
I'd like to win $500 on a Friday. That'd be a nice way to head into the weekend.
So, how was yesterday, boys? Getting a little hot.
Yesterday
was solid.
Did you
but
take your power nap because you were tired from the night before?
Of course, I had to schedule.
I knew
that
you
in.
would,
I mean,
yeah.
that had to be part of the Thursday afternoon. Good, crisp. I think 60 to 70-minute nap. Solid.
Nice
and refreshed.
I would have liked to have taken a nap, but I had a conference call scheduled in the middle of what would have been my nap window.
Conference call with
A realtor.
Okay, that sounds incredibly boring.
Need somebody to buy my old house
Okay.
that I've half owned for all these years.
Okay, well that's a pretty important sale.
So
And
you talk about price and contingencies and
Yeah.
all these different things when an offer comes in.
inspections. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Is that the one that's down in Fredericksburg?
No, the house that I used to live in pre-divorce.
Oh, I thought it was the other one that your wife, your sister-in-law was in.
No, I already sold that one.
Oh, you sold that.
JP's a real estate baron over here,
okay.
mogul.
I mean, my brother and I also own a house in Crofton.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, you
But
own
that's
all
all
kinds-
passed down from my mom.
yeah.
You own all kinds
My
of
mom
animals.
and dad.
You all kinds.
I keep it simple with one property, one, just one. I try to keep the overhead as low as possible.
But the hard part for me was I am single dad right now.
Yeah.
Because my wife is in New York for that High Rocks competition with her friend. And by the way, as of last night,
Yeah,
they're in first place.
Oh wow,
that is great.
that's awesome. Is there?
And I think they are.
prize money.
I actually asked her; she didn't know.
mean,
Now
if
they
you-
don't expect to finish in the top three.
Yeah,
I do know in the overall, there's pretty big prize money.
very nice.
Like in the overall, you could win 40 grand.
wow,
Now I think in the
Nice payoff.
overall, men and women, all age groups, they were in 93rd, which is pretty good.
Sounds
because
solid.
there's thousands of entrants.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Their age group.
Yeah,
She's
there's
going to be
a-
upset that I say her age group, but I actually tweeted out or put it on Instagram. Copy is 45 to 49.
yeah.
Okay, all right.
So in that age group, they are first, but it's a deal where it's timed and there's still more people racing today.
I told you when I went over there this past weekend, I saw all that. It was nuts how many people
Yeah.
were there. There's tons of people at the what's it called, the High Rocks.
No, High Rocks is the name of the competition.
Yeah, that's what it is.
The location is whatever pier or
Hudson Yards. Yeah, it's
Hudson
right there.
Yards. Yeah.
Yep, it's right there.
Yeah. So congratulations, my wife. She'll be back, but when she's solo and I just got to take care of carpool, followed by swim, followed by soccer.
Yeah, you got
It's
a
a
lot.
lot because
You got a lot
usually
going on.
by Thursday, Monday and Tuesday, I do a lot of it, if not all of it. But by Thursday, usually she can pinch hit on some of those drives
Yep.
based on her schedule. But when she's not there, I got to do it all.
You got to do it all. You got to be Mr. Dad. Got to hook it up, right? Cakes.
And
Absolutely.
for private school, I don't know if they do this in other schools. She's always told me it's a nightmare. They have to wear a uniform every day. So that's kind of a relief. But at her school, they have something called tag days. And on tag days, you can wear whatever you want.
So we had tag days back in the day. You don't remember tag days?
I don't.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm sorry.
we didn't wear uniforms in
Yeah, that's
high
true.
school.
We had tag
Yeah.
days.
So you guys had tag days where you didn't have to wear the blazers?
Yes.
I just don't.
Or-
Why are they called tag days?
I don't know if it stands for something or I don't know. I don't know that for a fact.
Well, for girls,
but I
and
remember tag days.
I don't think it's the same for every girl, but I've heard that a lot of girls, it's a nightmare.
mm-hmm.
She pulled out. I was putting away dishes after swim and soccer practice,
Mm-hmm.
and I was cleaning downstairs. And when I came upstairs, there were 7 outfits for her to look at,
Uh-huh.
and she had pulled down 2 things from her mom's closet that fell down and just created this huge mess.
Yeah, she had clothes
I
everywhere.
was
Clothes everywhere.
everywhere.
Clothes everywhere.
So
Oh,
it was
I remember
just-
those days with my younger daughter. She was a lot like that too.
So the uniform, I wish I might lobby to, but if you're telling me it's a Catholic school thing and has been going on for years, it would be tough. Because I might lobby to the school, please eliminate these stupid tag days.
Yeah. Well, my oldest daughter's currently driving up to New York right now because she's going up there with some friends to hang out for the weekend. She left her house in Arlington at 4:30.
So will she stay with her sister?
She won't stay there. They have a hotel in the city, but she'll go over there and hang out with her for probably tonight or tomorrow night.
Girls' weekend in the city.
Girls' weekend in the city is going to be hot as balls.
Will she stay until Monday to go to the Knicks game?
I doubt that.
Did you see what the price now is for the lowest ticket price?
Last I checked, it was like at least $6K. It may have skyrocketed.
I saw
since
this
then.
morning.
So those are nosebleeds, top row,
Yes,
6K.
$6K to get in the building.
To get in the building right now, it's going to cost you minimum $8,200.
Wow. So,
Yeah.
so I mean, it's gone up over $2K in a day.
That's nuts.
Well,
Well,
the demand is outrageous.
the place, well, I'm sure, of course. It's New York. It's the Knicks. Haven't won since 73.
I draw the line.
Haven't been to the finals since
I draw a
99.
hard line for a ticket for anything at $1,500.
$1,500 your ceiling. That makes sense. I mean, $1,500 is a lot of money to go to one sporting event.
It's a
lot of-
ton.
that's a lot of coin.
It's a ton.
I think when I was
Exactly.
when I was considering going to Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final in Vegas, where the Caps ultimately clinched on Vegas ice, I think the tickets were going for $350, $400 per.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like in retrospect, it wasn't a ton of money.
Yeah.
Should have gone. I still regret not going to that game.
Right.
Now,
That
you might
was
have paid
stupid.
close to $1,500 in that you'd probably get 2 tickets.
Yeah, I'd get
you weren't
2.
going solo.
Yeah, I'd have to
and
get-
your flight.
Yeah, I would have to get flights, hotels. I mean, it would have been a 5 or 6K expedition.
Yeah, the only reason I say $1,500 is because I paid close to that for UFC, and that's
Yeah.
basically because my friend Eric Cord me. I gave him a budget of
Yeah,
$800, and he's like, "Yeah, I went a little bit over."
right. Hey,
What are you going to do? He bought the tickets
Look,
already.
He didn't
Am I
put a
gonna just
hard,
whore him?
He didn't put a hard cap on it, so I guess he did what he had to do.
I did not put a hard cap.
He made that expenditure.
Well, we can watch game 2 tonight, Knicks Spurs in San Antonio, and not have to worry about getting up tomorrow morning. So that'll be fun.
I'm
I'll be
excited.
able to watch the whole game.
I do think that the Spurs will handle their business.
Yeah, we'll see.
What are the odds of the Knicks going up 2-0?
I don't know. I mean, but
They already won their game.
I mean, they've won 12 straight.
When you go on the road, you just try and gain home court advantage.
I know. And
There's a
Spurs.
trend too that the teams that have won on the road in the NBA Finals in Game 1 the last 3 times, which dates back like 15 or 20 years, they've all lost the series.
Okay. Well, they've won 12 straight. So,
But if they win Game 2,
I'm not betting against them.
I'd pretty much call it over.
Yeah, I would too. If they win game 2 tonight, they're probably going to win it in 5.
Should mention coming up on the show later today, beyond the $500 giveaway at 7:45, Ben Standig's going to join us, NFL and Commanders reporter, has the Last Man Standing Substack. So we will get his take on where the Commanders stand after their second round of OTAs, getting closer and closer to the regular season. We're within 100 days, Cakes.
Very good. Love that.
So we'll
Love
talk to
that.
Ben. Got that $500 giveaway at 7:45. If you want to get in touch with us throughout the show, you can always hit us up at 1-800-636-1067, or you can tweet us at Junks Radio. Be right back. Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. Let's open up the Junkies sports page, Bish Bucks, brought to you by Open Road.
That's right. It's time to raise your standards. Open Road Distilling Company is now at Virginia ABC stores, exclusively in Northern Virginia. They are in Southern Virginia as well. Whether it's the bold spice of Eagle Eye Rye, the smooth depth of Independence Bourbon, or the rich, ready-to-pour Maple Old Fashioned. It's whiskey done right. I guess you guys talked about the bottle that Open Road sent out to Eric's cousin Rhonda.
I did see that, yes.
We did not talk about it.
Oh, you didn't talk about it?
It made its way out there.
Yeah.
Thank you to Open Road for sending that. I'm sure she appreciates the gift.
Sent her the Open Road Independence Bourbon and a T-shirt.
Excellent.
Wow.
She's been drinking that on the porch. She's
got to
having
be
a good
over
old
the moon.
time.
You think it's empty by now?
It's probably.
I mean, it was there last week. It was a pretty sizable bottle. I'm going to say there's still at least half to a quarter of it left.
By the way,
that's just a guess.
The T-shirt was a double XL.
Was it?
And I think it'll fit.
Oh, I don't know. I've never seen Cousin Rhonda. I've only heard stories.
That's what I was told.
Yeah.
I saw her when we were very young.
Yeah.
I believe she visited at least once Bowie growing up.
Okay, I wouldn't remember that.
But I don't really remember it.
Yeah.
I mean, she was probably 12.
Yeah,
Yeah, Matt.
Rhonda is kind of a big girl name.
yeah.
Yeah. Rhonda, help me, Rhonda.
Honestly, I don't think I've ever encountered another Rhonda. But
Ron Rousey?
Yeah, there you
I
go.
mean, in person or
Yeah.
in my sphere. I just don't think I've heard of one or seen one.
Was Help Me, Rhonda a big girl?
When we were kids?
I don't know.
No.
You can call the Beach Boys.
Talking
up and
about
ask them.
EB's Rhonda?
No, I'm talking about the girl Rhonda, the Beach Boys are
Yeah.
talking about.
That I don't know.
Could be helping her out of the sofa.
Right, true.
Could be.
All right, game 2 tonight. We were talking about Knicks Spurs. It's probably about an 8:40 tip in San Antonio. The number is a little higher than game 1. The Spurs were about 4.5-point favorites in game 1. They're 6.5-point favorites tonight. Minus 225 on
I
the
might
money.
have to take. I mean, if you're going to give me the Knicks catching 6.5 points, as hot as they've been of late, I feel like that's. I mean, again, I'm a big mush, almost to the level of Mike Marmush, but it seems like a lot of points to give the Knicks.
Seems like it based on what happened in game 1.
Yeah,
but
I think the Spurs might stomp them
But
tonight.
they were down 14 at
I'll
one
make a
point.
side bet
Okay.
with you.
What's the side bet?
He'll give you 6.5.
I'll take the Spurs laying 6.5.
Okay, I'll take the Knicks plus the number.
All right, put it
Let's
in the
bet
book.
for 6.5.
$6.50.
Hey, we're really
All right, there you
really
go.
going to test the Knicks win streak if Cakes is betting on them.
Yeah, right.
I just feel like that's a copious amount of points, and I'm happy to take it.
It is, but this is a must-win, pretty much a must-win.
Yeah,
for the
they're a
Spurs.
desperate team. They're on their home court. They lost game 1. They trailed in the previous series too. Wemby in particular is getting a little criticism for the way he played in game 1.
Mm-hmm.
I think they stomp him. I just went to Kalshi.
Yeah.
The Knicks
What's
are trading
Kalshi
at
saying?
33%. So
Okay. Well, we'll see.
if you go on Kalshi, $100 nets you 304.
I mean, they have won 12 straight in the postseason, but 13 is, to keep winning in the postseason, it's difficult to do, especially on the road. But
But
we'll
if they do pull it off, that's pretty much a wrap.
by the way, we were talking about that dumb fan that came out on the court in game 1.
Yeah,
I don't know how old he is.
he looked young. He looked like he was 18,
He looked
20.
young, but he's been banned from every NBA arena for life.
I mean, that's
And also, someone else that was sitting with him was also banned for life. I don't know. I don't know what he did. I thought it was just the one guy who ran on the court.
a pretty big ban. I mean, if he's 20 years old, if he lives to say 85, that's a 65-year ban.
Well, that's
mean,
how do they enforce it? Because
Facial recognition.
right, but when he gets older, he's not going to look like he's 18.
I don't
But
know.
also, how many arenas actually use facial recognition when
I
you
don't know.
walk in?
No idea.
I don't know how that works. Matt,
To me, it's a
any idea
theoretical
how that
ban.
works, where they can ban a guy from 18 till the rest of his life?
Well, I'm sure he could. There's ways to sneak in, but they have
Yeah.
facial recognition. They have the ticketing information, everything like that.
Yeah, but he could get a ticket from somebody else.
They'll get them. People are banned all the time. They can't go.
Yeah.
They'll figure them out.
I guess I'm sure they do.
I'm sure he could sneak in for a little bit.
I'm sure they got a
Something like
great
that.
security
But
system.
I think they're trespass orders. So if
Yeah.
he is found to be on one,
Go to jail.
He'll go to jail.
Straight to jail with him.
All for those attention dollars,
Yep.
and he didn't even get a good selfie.
AD grab was big.
But you're right. Wemby leaned in and smiled. Mitchell Robinson just kind of was clueless as to what was going on.
Well, it's also kind of alarming when you're out there that you got security ringing the floor, and you don't expect a fan incursion in the middle of the game.
Yeah.
Like it's off-putting. It's kind of scary. You don't know if a fan has a weapon.
They
Like,
didn't
you
seem
have
too
no idea.
stressed about that
Any-
little munchkin.
Any idea what the other guy did?
I don't know.
Because there was another fan that was
Maybe he's getting punished because he facilitated it,
maybe, yeah,
or distracted a security guard, or
maybe.
had a hand in
It
it.
doesn't say in the story exactly what he did, but he was also banned.
Did you see B-Dubs take an L yesterday?
No,
Because
what
of-
happened?
Because of the fan who ran on the court. Buffalo Wild Wings tweeted, "Internet, help us find the banned fan. He can watch the rest of the finals at B-Dubs on us."
I did see that they offered that. Are they just getting dragged for offering
Oh,
him?
completely dragged.
just
Everyone's
crushing
calling them
them.
unserious. You're rewarding this type of behavior.
Yeah.
What the guy did was idiotic, illegal, and could have hurt somebody.
No,
And-
again, AD grab by B-Dubs. They just wanted to get their name out there, and they did.
B-Dubs.
You can't win them all because they got bottomless appetizers right now for like $10. That's kind of silly. So
For the budget conscious, that's a big deal.
Mike's gonna have Mike Marr is gonna have a huge happy hour tonight / into the evening.
Okay.
Because he's got a bunch of guys coming to his house. I don't think they're staying at the house.
Yeah.
But they're coming over for happy hour.
yeah, one of my roommates went to Penn State and he's born and raised in Pittsburgh, so all of his like hometown friends are coming in for the weekend.
Yeah.
Yep.
It should be wild.
There's 7 to 10, right? Is there
Yeah,
a
I think
bunch of
there's
guys?
I think there's 8 of them, and then there's a dog.
Oh, they're bringing a dog.
But we have a dog at our house, so
What kind of dog is spending the weekend with you? Do you
I
know?
have no clue.
You know
the dog that
breed?
we have though is a Beagle Pitbull mix.
Ah, okay. Very
So.
good. I hope he's ready for a roommate over the weekend.
Yeah.
Hey, Matt Cahill, I know you pay attention to the French Open. I've been paying attention as well. Men's side, it's not very sexy because you got the semifinals starting in about 2 hours. It's going to be Mensik against Zverev in the first semifinal. Arnoldi and Gaboli in the second, which will start around 1 o'clock, 1:30. You've got the 2 seed, you've got a 26 seed, you've got a 10 seed, and an unseeded. But the story I think is awesome is on the women's side, because on the women's side, the championship is the championship tomorrow? Yeah, championship tomorrow. Maria Andreeva will play. She's the 8th seed. She's a Russian teenager. She's a great player. She's going to play a qualifier, Maja Cholowinska, who's Polish. She's 24. She almost quit tennis a couple years ago because she just couldn't win any matches. She basically was playing on the minor league tour, the ITF. She's a qualifier. She had to win 3 qualifying matches just to get to the main draw.
That's pretty insane.
It's unheard of.
It's unbelievable.
pretty crazy.
She was ranked 114 in the world. Now she's in the French Open final.
right.
She has been on the tour for a while, or she's like older, has been trying to make it.
Yeah.
In 10 years playing tennis, professional tennis, she's made $800,000.
Right.
Right.
Okay?
And if she
Now,
wins,
cut that out. Tennis players have to pay for their own travel.
Yeah.
Right, right.
Coaches, hotels. She's broke. She
she's
has
operating
$0.
at a loss.
Yeah.
And now she's in the French Open final.
And
It's an
that's-
unbelievable.
That is a great story.
I think she's gotten to 1.6 mil to get
Yes.
for the
Now
final.
she's made 1.6 million this tournament.
Right. And if she wins, she gets 3.2, I believe.
Yes.
I mean, that's just a massive. You got to root for her.
Yeah, she's clearly the person that everybody,
I mean,
that's, not related
Qualifier?
to. Yeah, that's a great story.
Yeah.
By the way, I
Definitely pulling for her.
I have my own big money riding on the French
Oh,
Open
you
this
do?
morning. Yeah, because I put a $5 bet on Mensik to win the French when he was a 300 to 1 shot at the beginning of the tournament.
Oh, wow.
And he's in the final. He's in the
in the
semifinals.
semifinals.
That is
So
a big sweat.
if he goes to if he wins, and he's a big underdog today. He's plus 300
Yeah.
against Zverev, but it pays out 1,500.
You going to hedge a little bit? Hedge.
Nah, you can't really hedge right now.
Okay.
I mean, you could, but
Wish you luck
I
on
don't-
that.
I could cash out.
Hope it hits. What's the cash out?
$166 or something.
All right.
Right now.
5 into what? You turn $5 into 166.
It's nice, but I
You're going
That's
for the
not
big.
bad.
You're going for the big score. Going for the golden ring.
like big scores.
I understand.
All right. So we'll root for him. That's the first match, correct?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's-
8:30.
All
Are
right.
you and Drab out on lotteries?
You haven't talked about that much.
I'm mostly out at this point. Unless it's a huge jackpot, I'm telling you, like them raising the prices of lottery tickets has pretty much squashed my casual buying of lottery tickets. I'm almost all the way out.
Yeah, but I'm not. I've never been out, but they're not. Unless it's like 700 billion now,
Yeah,
it's tough for me, or millions.
Yeah.
I should say. It's tough for me to pay attention.
I'm kind of with you. Like I drove by, I saw the light up sign. I think the one was for 250, the other was like 370, and I just looked at it like,
Yeah, it's nothing.
it's not spurring me to make a purchase.
Oh, okay.
Meanwhile, if you won $500 at 7:45 on the Junkies, you'd be fired up.
Oh, I'm pumped. I'd love it.
And we are doing MLB trivia 7:45. Your chance to win $500.
Yeah, so bone up on your MLB trivia. Get ready.
Speaking of millions, Virginia Tech got a $20 million donation, anonymous donation, about 2 months ago.
That was
Man, I
very
didn't know you went that deep.
Very benevolent of you.
Yeah, right. Believe me, I donated over 6 years.
Sure.
But they just got a $75 million donation on top of that. So they've got $95 million coming in. The majority of that's going to athletics. It's anonymous. Who knows who's donating? It's from some family that had a bunch of people go to Tech.
Right.
But that's massive. That's something that Brent Pry never got in his 4 years at Virginia
Yeah,
Tech.
he's salty about that.
He didn't get $95 million.
No.
But he's still on the staff.
Still on the staff.
He's the
Still
D
getting
coordinator,
paid.
which is a weird bit. He got fired as head coach.
Never happens.
Stayed on the staff and is the D coordinator.
But it's James Franklin is pulling in all kinds of money with donations.
And his first recruiting class was pretty good, right?
Damn good. Yeah. It was probably a top 20 class.
I mean, not to one up the Virginia Tech donation because it was amazing. I also saw that Jimmy Hasselman, his wife, gave $130 million to the University of Tennessee
Yep. That ain't
as
bad.
a gift. $130 million.
Well, how much is Jimmy Haslam worth?
Well, he's got to be worth multi-billions. If you're giving a gift of $130 million, I mean, I don't know his net worth. I'm pretty sure I know how he made his money. He owns a bunch of those giant truck stops that are all over the Southeast. Pilot Travel Centers, I believe.
I don't know what that
Pilot
is.
Flying J Travel Centers. I think that's how he made his fortune. So I'm guessing he's an NFL owner. He has to be a multi-billionaire.
But remember that Virginia Tech, who historically had backed off giving a lot of money to their athletic programs.
Yeah.
They just thought that the name could win.
Right.
Name and the talent. But they agreed to spend $228 million over the next 4 years. This is one reason, probably the main reason James Franklin took the job.
Right.
So $228 million that the school is going to pay towards athletics over the next 4 years. Now you double that up with the $95 million
Yep.
that they're going to get from donations. Man, that's big for them.
That's great.
And the majority of that will, of course, go to football.
Jimmy Haslam also owns the Columbus Crew
Okay.
and a stake in the Milwaukee Bucks. His oldest brother was the former governor of Tennessee
Okay.
and owner of the Nashville Predators.
Okay. So pretty
And his
plugged-in
former
family.
roommate at the University of Tennessee became a U.S. senator.
Yeah.
Pretty connected dude.
So 2 games in the NHL Stanley Cup Finals have, I believe, added up to about 16 goals. I think there was 9 in the first, and last night was 4-3 overtime. Carolina gets a win, must win, because they lost game 1. So now it's 1-1 going to Vegas. They won it in overtime 4-3.
And Vegas got out to a 2-goal lead, kind of like Carolina did in the first game, and then they squandered it. There was a controversial non-goal. I don't know when exactly that happened, but yeah, 3+ minutes into overtime, Seth Jarvis pots the game winner to tie it.
Did you see the guy for the Golden Knights get hit in the face by the puck?
I did not
Brutal
see that.
slap shot to the
Oh,
face
did
at
not see it.
87 miles an hour.
Wow.
Yeah, and he got off the ice so quick and went right to the locker room.
Yeah.
I put the video of it on our Instagram page. Give us a follow there at Sports Junkies Radio. We've said this before. I watched a little of the post-game analysis last night. TJ Oshie's excellent. He was on
he's
with
great.
Van Pelt.
Yeah. He's a stud.
He's very good.
Absolute stud. He'll work in
That's his future.
broadcasting as long as he wants to. He basically can write his own ticket from
Correct.
the looks of it.
And Mike Marr will be watching Game 3 tomorrow night because
Yes, he will.
he's all into the Stanley Cup Finals.
I mean, if he was really into it, he'd hop on a flight and go to Vegas for the game. But I don't know if he's that into it. But he does have all his Yinzer friends coming in from Pittsburgh over the weekend, so he's got to entertain them.
So Nats, of course, off last night. They're out in Arizona, so they'll play tonight at 9:40. So if you're watching the Game 2 of the NBA Finals, you can throw on the Nats at 9:40. It's going to be Foster Griffin pitching for the Nats against Merrill Kelly. Kelly's 5-3 with a 5 ERA. Griffin is 6-2 with a 3.8 ERA.
We didn't talk about
but of
this
course
yesterday.
They were swept by the Marlins, so they need a win.
We didn't talk about this yesterday. So Major League Baseball, the last couple of years, Shohei Ohtani's won the MVP. I think he has 3 MVPs. You have to look year by year. By the way, Aaron Judge is going to miss significant time for the Yankees. If you looked at MVP favorites, it's always Judge in the AL and Shohei Ohtani in the NL. Those are the favorites, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Shohei Ohtani's got a shot at the Cy Young.
Yeah.
You know how great that is that you've already been the first guy to ever have a 50-50 season, 50 home runs and 50 stolen bases.
Yep.
All right?
Yeah, he's special.
That's freaking amazing.
He's awesome. Yeah.
And like,
He's having an unbelievable
if he
year.
was just an okay pitcher, it would be a great story. But he might be the best pitcher.
Might be the best player and best pitcher. Best offensive player and the best pitcher. You'll never see that again, ever.
You will put him in the Hall of Fame right now.
Sure, I would. But there's a lot of guys in the National League that are having great years. Sanchez for the Phils having a great year. His ERA is 1.46. He's got 7 wins. I've talked about Mizorowski from Milwaukee, leads the majors in strikeouts. He's got, I believe he's got 6 wins. He pitches tonight, ERA 1.65. But you're right, Ohtani's just having an unbelievable year. ERA under 1, and won his last start. So you've got the Nats playing tonight against Arizona. Aaron Judge going to be out significant amount of time, probably at minimum 2 months. He's got a rib fracture.
That's
Fracture.
painful. Can't swing out of your shoes with a rib fracture.
Not good.
It's got to be tough.
Not going to be. He's not going to be back for a while. He's got 17 home runs, and that's going to be a huge miss for the Yankees. The Yankees did win last night, 2-1. Memorial Tournament, Mr. Matt Myers. I've got Wyndham Clark in one of my pools.
Oh,
And he was balling yesterday. I believe he's tied for the lead.
first round lead.
Yeah,
5.
J.J. Spawn, Wyndham Clark, Tommy Fleetwood, and Ryan Gerard, all 5 under. And, of course, this is a signature event out there in Muirfield Village.
Is this the last signature of the year?
No,
or one of the last.
I
ones?
believe Travelers is the last one. So you got 2 more, this one and then Travelers. But
What's
that
happening
means
with Liv this weekend?
Liv is in Spain.
They're in Spain.
Yep. They're in Spain, and then they go to England, and then they come to the United States for their last 3 events. They play in Indianapolis, Detroit, and New York.
Jason, did you see the exchange between Scotty and Ted Scott, his caddy, after he dumped it in the water on 15?
I was watching that. Yeah, explain. That was
So
riveting.
I guess he either got the wind or the distance wrong, and Scotty was berating him the entire hole.
Yep.
It was awesome audio. He was the caddy. I think Ted Scott knew he was in the wrong and started walking away, and so Scotty just kept yelling at him, and even in the drop zone, he was yelling at him, saying like, "I hit the most perfect shot in the world. How'd it go there? Something went wrong. Are you sure it was wind off the left? Are you sure the distance was wrong? Did you take account for the wind or downhill?" I've never seen Scotty like that before.
Yeah,
it was wild.
He was very pissed.
And it was interesting too.
Any chance you have
you're a golf nut.
the audio?
I can try and find it at the last minute.
And this is a warm up for the U.S. Open, which is next week.
U.S. Open is Father's Day weekend, so
Father's Day
2
weekend.
weekends. Yeah, 2 weeks. Yeah, but that was interesting. There was another hole that he didn't know what club to hit, and he ended up looking at the trees. He was getting ready to swing and hit the ball on his approach, and backed off. He looked at the trees again, and the camera showed the trees whipping around. So the wind was definitely a factor for Scheffler and the rest of the guys out there. But that was riveting to watch. Scheffler doesn't mess around.
He's an intense dude.
Yeah. I know a lot of people think he's just boring because he doesn't show a lot of emotion, but he gets pissed, and he did yesterday. But round 2 starting in about an hour out there at Muirfield Village. And props to the University of Texas. They win the Women's College World Series in softball. Back-to-backers. They beat Texas Tech last night.
And that's not the team with Jason Williams' kid.
That's Texas Tech.
Tech is.
Gotcha.
That I do know.
Correct.
It's the one nugget I know about women's softball.
Absolutely flushed a 7-iron, and we get the wind wrong, and I'm in the water. don't think you understand how frustrating that is. Like, that was a good shot. It really was. Flushed it, right the line.
Yeah,
Ted got the win, told him the wrong win,
Yeah.
and then he hit an amazing shot,
Right.
and he's going to get penalized for it.
yeah.
But you never see him act
Well,
like that.
No, you never do. But maybe the wind was blowing that way and it gusted the opposite way. Once the ball was in the air, who knows?
Or if he's like me, you have to play in the fact that you never hit it right.
Yeah, don't hit it right in the wind. is
Play
a-
for the miss,
wind's a-
JP?
The wind's
Yeah,
a
you play for the
non-factor.
miss.
Usually I
Like,
hit
what
it
are
to
the
the right,
odds?
so let me aim more
What are the
left.
odds that I hit this thing pure?
Yeah.
I'm not going to hit it 180. It's probably going to be 165.
I mean, if Ted Scott's out there and he tells, Scotty asks Ted about the wind,
Right.
and Ted says, all right, well, it's gusting from the right to left. I mean, Scotty Scheffler can look at the trees.
Yeah.
He can feel the wind.
Hey, I've been pissed at a caddy before. I get it.
Yeah, well, he was definitely pissed.
I was when I was playing Pebble. The caddy said it was like a 185 shot, and he goes, "This plays long. It's the par 3 on the back. I think it's like 13, Jason."
Yep.
And then he says you should probably hit like a 200 club. And I was like, "Are you sure about that?" Shocker! I hit it over the green by 15 yards.
Yeah. Well,
Flew the green.
was your
Chop some money off that tip.
was your caddy old? There's a lot of old caddies out there.
Butt
Pebble.
old.
Yeah.
Butt old.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
The guys are on they're on the back nine. They're on the last few holes of the
No,
back
there's a few oldies at Pebble.
Remember
They've been
coming-
out there forever, but their brain doesn't fire.
Remember, coming up at 7:45, your chance to win $500 with MLB trivia. But next, a misstep from a Spur. So at least the 4 junkies don't have TikTok.
We do not.
We're all too old. But our kids have
We
TikTok.
missed the TikTok window.
And the younger generation has TikTok.
Yes.
It's
It's a big deal.
super prevalent.
Yeah.
My daughter makes a living primarily off of TikTok.
Right.
The Hungry Foodie, if you want to give her a follow.
There you go. Get that out there.
Foodie, Foodie.
I think that's generally how you spell foodie. Yeah.
She just did a video trying every burger at Burger King
Ooh.
and then
Okay.
rating them.
All right. Good.
They had burgers on the board that I wasn't aware of.
Yeah, true.
So you can check that out. But NBA players that are coming up, like Dylan Harper, they have TikTok. And Jason always says he stays away from social media because he doesn't want to get into trouble. Well, did you hear what happened with Dylan Harper?
Did not.
So apparently there was a video on TikTok making fun of De'Aaron Fox
Okay.
because De'Aaron Fox in game 1 had a putrid game.
Yeah. He was bad. 3 for 13.
And I don't know what you call it on TikTok. Maybe one of the boys behind the glass can explain it to me. But essentially, they did a retweet, and Dylan Harper hit it.
Yeah. What do you guys call? What do you call it? Just a
Just a repost, yeah.
A repost?
Yeah, you can do that on Instagram or
right.
TikTok.
Did
So
you-
it shows up on his feed.
And what was
We'll
the
say Dylan Harper reposted this.
what exactly was the original video about?
It was a video mocking his teammate, De'Aaron
De'Aaron
Fox.
Fox. Just how bad he played.
Yes.
Yeah. He
I
did.
think it compared him to a previous terrible shooting performance. Maybe it was James Harden.
Mm-hmm.
Which James Harden in the playoffs, that's like a Joan.
Well-
That's not a great look.
No. Well, Dylan Harper might want to start over De'Aaron Fox. Maybe that's why he reposted it
That could be part of it.
instead of coming off the bench. And you know what? Maybe the Spurs should do that. Maybe Mitch Johnson should start Harper over Fox tonight.
We'll definitely play him in the fourth quarter more
Yeah.
than some of the guys that were playing because he didn't play much down the stretch of that game.
But
for
that's
some
certainly not a
reason.
good look, Cakesy.
No, it's not.
I mean, that's your teammate.
You don't want to be calling out your teammates in public on a social media platform.
Why would he do that? Unless he
generally
meant
a
to
bad,
do it.
generally a bad look.
Just wasn't thinking.
Maybe he just didn't think about the repercussions. I don't know. It's kind of a weird bit.
Does it be common sense?
That could
From
be
my
part of it.
understanding, he took it down very quickly
Yep.
to the point that they were not able to grab a screenshot of it, but people were aware of it.
Right.
So he could, if he's confronted about this, say, "Oh, I mistakenly hit it." I don't know the button you hit on TikTok. I know on Instagram you would hit a heart if
Yeah.
you like something.
It's definitely possible on TikTok and Instagram to accidentally repost stuff. Sometimes I just look at my feed. I'm like, what the hell is that?
Right.
Why is that on my profile? I didn't repost
But
that.
you accidentally
And
reposted it.
It hasn't happened where it's like a chick on a G-string. And I'm
Right.
like, thank God I haven't
Yeah.
done that yet. And it's like some benign
Right. That could happen.
Sebastian Salazar.
Yeah. Right. Talking about the World Cup.
Yeah. I'm like, but yeah, it can happen.
Do you think that's what happened with
No,
Dylan Harper?
I just think he probably wasn't thinking or whatever. He meant to like it, or I don't think he thought it through.
Yeah.
Maybe thought it was funny.
Yeah.
So,
I don't
hey,
know
they-
how
they
that
And
could
works.
maybe they can
dumb,
bust
whatever.
balls like, dude, you shot so bad. You're getting
Yeah, they
compared
could be
to
they
James
could be
Harden.
boys, and that could be just the boys joning on each other.
Yeah.
That's possible. Like if Drab's making fun of me, I know he doesn't really mean it. Same way with when I make fun of him. 90% of the time.
Yeah, you leave that 10% wiggle room.
Yeah,
I
don't
think
it's
that's a
great.
possibility.
It's definitely a possibility that is, but then why whatever the button is that you hit on TikTok, then why reverse it? You know what I mean? Like own it.
Maybe
If
he
you're
didn't.
just
Maybe
busting
he didn't
balls-
realize. Maybe he didn't realize it would be taken out of context. Not out of context, but he didn't think people would make a big deal of it. That's a
Well, they
it's a
are.
possibility.
Yeah.
There's also this possibility. He's a young kid. I think he's 20.
He's 20 years old.
Oh,
He's not even
definitely-
21 years old. De'Aaron Fox is a vet,
Yeah.
although De'Aaron Fox isn't 30.
No, it's probably 28.
Right. He probably thinks he should be starting. He's the number 2 pick in the draft. He's been playing really well in the playoffs. He probably thinks he should be playing, and maybe there's a little bitterness, and he's clicking on it like, man, I can't believe they didn't play me down the stretch.
Man, that could be part of it. But like Matt's saying, maybe he's just kind of joking around. He thinks it's funny and accidentally reposted it. And he went, whoops, what did I do? I just effed up.
Not a great look for him heading
it's
into
not.
game 2 tonight.
But they'll forget all about that tonight at 8:40 when the opening tip, because that's what's important, not the TikTok video.
It's crazy how reactive the NBA media is. So the Spurs came in as the favorite. They won the last 2 games, including Game 7 in Oklahoma City in the Western Conference Finals. Then they played the Knicks. Wemby's getting all this discussion about being the best player in the world. Is he the face of the NBA? And then he has a bad game in Game 1, and people are like, he's not ready. They're too young.
Ready to jump off the bandwagon.
Well, he can prove it tonight, and I think he'll play much better. He's not going to go 27 minutes without a bucket tonight.
Now, he was getting free throws in the last game.
He was getting free throws, true.
I think the Knicks to hang within 6.
He got to the line 13 times, but he was 6 for 21 from the floor. He's
juicy bet cake, $6.50.
It is. That's a pretty big bet on this show. Standard bet is that minimum bet is now $2. So we're tripling the minimum bet.
I kind of like going with the bets now, whatever the number is,
Yeah,
right?
like-
Wasn't there a $33 bet yesterday?
Yes, I need 33 total touchdowns from Jaden Daniels in 2026, and I win $33 off of you.
No. You need 34. The total is 33 and a
Oh,
half.
it's 32 and a half. Did we settle on 33 and a half?
I believe we settled on 33 and a half.
Okay, I need 34 total touchdowns.
Yeah, you need 34.
And I was dumb enough to not include an injury caveat.
Yeah.
Which was probably kind of dumb, but sometimes you make dumb bets.
Well, I
when
wasn't
you're-
going to place the bet if you got an injury caveat.
Yeah. So here we are.
Matt, wasn't it 33 and a half total touchdowns? I don't think it was 32 and a half.
I got to look. I'm pretty sure it was 33 and a half.
Okay.
Yeah,
So I need 34 total touchdowns.
Yes.
I mean, that's, by my math, that's 28 passing touchdowns and 6 rushing touchdowns. I feel like that's very doable.
33 and a half.
33 and a half.
Or 30 passing touchdowns and 4 rushing touchdowns. I feel like I could get there.
Well, we can do the math,
A
but
bunch of different
doing it
ways.
on the field is a lot more difficult than doing it
I
in
understand.
your
How
head.
confident are you that he's going to play more than 14 games?
I'm pretty confident.
Okay.
I put it at about 80% confident. That's pretty good confidence.
That is.
80%.
I would go below that.
Not 100, but it's 80 is pretty good.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. Remember, coming up at 7:45, your chance to win $500 here on the Junkies.
Celebrate Father's Day this year at Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. You can get Dad dialed in with Ping Scottsdale Tech Putters. The new mallets introduced IQ alignment technology. Each model improves your focus to sink more putts. If you need more ideas this Father's Day, they've got gift cards in any amount, and they've got their online gift guide at worldwidegolf.com. Trusted by golfers since 1982, home to the legendary 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there.
Seth Jarvis scored the game-winning power play goal in overtime as the Hurricanes beat the Vegas Golden Knights 4-3 in Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final to tie up the series. Jarvis's heroics came just 4 minutes into overtime after a thrilling third period that included 4 goals being scored and another getting called off because of goaltender interference. Carolina became the first team since 1994 to win a Cup final game while trailing by multiple goals in the final 10 minutes. Texas is the national champion again, finishing off number 11 Texas Tech to claim back-to-back Women's College World Series titles. And more news around the diamond. New York Yankees outfielder Aaron Judge has been diagnosed with a stress fracture of the first rib on his right side and is expected to miss significant time. He'll get imaging done again in 4 to 6 weeks. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond, where you can listen to MP on the mic after us. Our boy Awad. I owe Awad. He asked me to come on to talk NBA yesterday, but I had that conference call. I wasn't able to do it.
You owe him an appearance?
Owe him an appearance.
Okay, good.
But of course, you can listen to us on 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. This is not a good trend. It's the time of year that we'll be heading out to the beach.
Yep. Sure.
You go to Key Island later this year. You'll
That'll
be
be
at
in
the
August.
beach.
Yep.
Headline: Modest Swimwear is having a moment.
Modest swimwear. Okay.
Yeah, instead of the bikinis and seeing more, modesty is making a comeback.
Oh, it's all about covering
high
up
neck
now?
swimsuits, tankinis, long sleeve tops.
Long sleeve tops.
Boo.
Yeah. That's weird.
I can't remember the last time I was last time I was on a beach was down in North Carolina last year.
Did you not venture up to the beach in Dewey, when we were there? I know the weather wasn't great, obviously.
The weather was terrible.
Weather sucked.
The only thing I did was when I was leaving that Saturday morning, because it was very windy, I just went up to the top where the beach started.
Yeah.
I just want to see the waves.
Sure.
And
Still need to look out at the ocean.
And there was a guy
10
out there.
seconds.
There was a guy out there with 3 dogs, and dogs were jumping in and out of the water. It was great. But that's that was the only time I did. You actually took a walk on the beach, didn't you?
I mean, for 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, just to escape the room with Rom, who had taken over my room. It was some respite and solace.
What I would say, back to the thing about bikinis, just as a trend, I remember a couple years ago was the first time I started seeing it and became normal. Just the amount of cheeks you see nowadays that you used to not see.
Exposure.
Yes. It's the normal bathing suit now where you see like a lot of cheek. And you used to not see that. I thought that was a good trend, but apparently modesty making a comeback.
Yeah.
Hey, there's a survey that came out that said 51% of U.S. adults are financially illiterate. Failed to answer a series of basic personal finance questions in a survey done.
Do you have said questions?
I don't have the 8 questions.
Okay. People are just bad with their money. They're bad with their personal financial picture is the gist of it.
That's the gist.
Yeah.
Well, luckily,
Do you consider yourself financially literate? I guess so.
I mean,
You check your finances all the time.
I mean, does that mean I'm financially literate? I have someone who manages my money.
Right.
That person is financially literate.
Yeah.
So that's who I rely on.
I think for the most
If I had to do it all myself, I mean, I would just probably put. I don't know. I'd be okay.
I think for the
wouldn't
most
be great.
part we are financial. We would qualify as literate as opposed to illiterate when it comes to finances. I think I could pass the test. I would hope I could pass it.
I mean, most people don't save enough money.
Yeah.
That's really what it comes down to.
Right.
Well, because they probably can't.
Or they do the things that I know the guy from Shark Tank has been railing on kids who spend $28 for a lunch.
Yeah, Kevin O'Leary. He's not a big fan of you having a fancy $30 lunch if you're making like 60 or 70 grand.
Look, I've
cuts into your.
But most
your bottom
kids are
line.
lazy. My son just began an internship.
Yeah.
And right off the bat, I don't know how much he's making. Okay. He's working 24 hours a week. It's not
Okay.
even like a ton. Now he's probably going to have a second job too. But right off the bat, he's spending to park. He's spending on Metro. And then I asked him for his first day. It's like, where'd you go to lunch? He went to Raising Cane's.
Okay. So that's 15. At least I'm gonna guess $15 at least.
I don't know exactly, but
Yeah.
you know, you put it all together, 2 Metro trips. So he's driving, driving, parking, then taking the Metro to DC, Metro back.
Yep. Raising Cane's.
I mean, that's probably $30 right there that he's spending minimum,
I
right?
think at least
$30 a day to work.
he's got to start bagging it a few days. Bring his own lunch.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
But I've talked about my oldest daughter and how she spends a ton of money. Not a ton, but
Yeah.
I think she overspends on late night food for Uber Eats, stuff like that, instead of just coming home and making something. Right? I think I always grill her about that.
Yep.
I did tell her start maxing out your 401k.
That's the most.
She did that
important thing.
from day one.
You do the forced saving.
Yep.
You start it early. You do the compounding interest over the years. It's the best thing you can do. It's
Correct.
the best thing you can get your kids into, like getting into that habit of saving.
And I force her to save money, a portion of her paychecks, just put it away
Yep.
and save it. All right, it's just a measly savings account. It's not making a ton, but at least she's got that to fall back on. So, I mean, I try and help her out. My younger daughter's probably a little bit better with money than my older, but I mean, what can you do? I mean, a 24-year-old girl, I mean, they don't know how to save money.
Yeah.
It's the last thing they think about.
All right, so here are some of the questions. Maybe I'll just ask you guys
All
and
right.
see who
Okay.
who knows ball here. They released the eight of the questions that were on this test that a lot of people have failed.
All right.
And
Yep.
it's multiple choice. So Cakes, I'll ask you this one.
All right.
Jose owns $1,000 on a loan that has an interest rate of 20% a year, compounded annually.
Oh.
If he makes no payments on the loan at this interest rate, how many years will it take for the amount he owes to double?
Ooh.
Oh, I'm gonna.
All right,
I can't
It's
do this
multiple
sort of
choice.
math.
Well, you need to know this.
Okay.
All right.
My brain
All right,
is
what are
already
the cho-
seizing
what
up.
are- what are the
He owes
choices?
$1,000, 20% compounded annually.
How much? 20%?
Yeah,
All right.
he's
Okay.
made no payments.
Yeah.
A, less than 5 years. B, 5 to 10 years. C, more than 10 years. D, don't know.
Can I answer?
Now, this is for Cakes.
Well, I don't know the answer,
I mean,
but
I'm,
I think
I'm not
I
going to
know.
run. I can't run that
Can we-
math in my
can
head,
we
but
all
I'm going to
answer?
guess I'm going to guess C is the answer.
I think it's A.
I think I'm going to say less than 5 years.
Less than 5 years. A. Cakes, come on.
I'm financially illiterate.
Well, we ask you for financial advice all the time.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't ask me about like how long it's going to take
Well,
to
just think
pay a
about
loan
it.
off.
What's
Well,
the
it's
interest?
basic
What's the interest in
math.
year one?
Hold on, 20%
Yeah.
in year one. 20%.
What, 20% of $1,000?
$200.
Okay, so $200.
Yeah.
$200
Yeah.
for one is 1 year, and it's
Yeah.
compounded. So
Yeah,
All right, what's the next
So
question?
then it would be 20% of 1,200.
yeah. I'm just bad with math.
The interest that's already tagged on
Yeah.
is
Right.
compounding.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why it's less than 5 years. Come on.
Okay,
Cakes.
I missed that one. Big miss. I thought I was financially illiterate.
I'm glad you
Apparently,
found the questions.
I'm illiterate.
Well, maybe. That's just one.
Yeah, give us another question where I don't have to run the computation in my head.
Okay. Let me find one here.
Yeah.
Catherine is a single 25-year-old worker who is in good health. What type of insurance coverage is she most likely to need in the near term?
See, this I'm going to smash out of the park. I don't even need the multiple choice. She needs term life insurance. She doesn't need whole life insurance. I'm guessing those
Are those
two
the-
of your
I
options.
thought he said health insurance.
I didn't say life.
Oh,
She's 25. She's in good health. What type of insurance coverage is she most likely to need?
oh,
All right, what are the-
insurance. I thought he said life.
What are the
insurance.
what are the,
Are there choices?
Yeah, I need
The
the
choices
down.
are life insurance,
Oh, okay.
disability insurance,
Okay.
No.
long-term care insurance. D, don't know.
Can you read the options
Life
again?
insurance.
Life insurance,
Well-
disability, or long-term care.
I want the
I would
disability.
say,
I'm gonna
I would
go.
say long-term care.
I'm gonna say disability in case she's like in an accident and can't work. I'm gonna guess is the answer.
All right, Cakes. Nice bounce back. You
It's
are correct.
disability?
Yeah.
Disability.
I'm 2 for 2.
Excellent.
I never got disability.
Well, what I haven't gotten, which I get so many
I did
ads,
life.
Yeah.
I have not gotten pet insurance yet. And Cakes talked about the nightmare
I mean-
of rolling with the pet insurance late.
I mean-
and I got to tell you, I saw my dog with a little bit of a limp recently.
it
and
scared you.
It got scared. he got normal after
me
a
just
while.
say this.
I was like, is his gait a little off?
In the wake of Winnie's ACL repair surgery,
Right.
which cost around this amount.
$5,000.
Okay, maybe a little bit north of that.
$5,000.
I've never been happier to pay. I think it's $49 every 2 weeks out of my paycheck for pet insurance.
Yeah, I get
Never been happier to pay that amount.
our
Just
dog.
so I don't get that big fat bill in my future.
I don't know. I think our dog's close to 2 years old.
Yeah.
So it's a relatively young dog. So I am rolling the dice a little bit.
Understood.
But I think, our guy, his wife is the vet.
Yeah, Bikey Bots' wife, yes.
And she was kind of almost on the fence about pet insurance.
Okay. I mean, you do it.
It's a dice roll.
It's your life.
But believe
You
me,
do
after you talked about your nightmare,
Yeah.
and I saw that dog recently with a little bit of a limp.
Might want to look into it.
Now I think maybe he stepped on something because
Yeah.
he was fine later, but I was like, whoa.
All right, Drab, give us another question. I'm feeling it now that I've got one correct.
All right. I mean, some of these are layups.
Okay.
It'd be impossible to fail this test, I think.
But 51% of the country
there's-
did.
I mean, but there's a lot of dumb people out there. Which of the following appears to be inappropriate investment advice for a respective individual?
Okay.
A stock index fund to a 30-year-old worker saving for retirement. B, a bond fund to a 60-year-old worker for some of her retirement savings.
Okay, that tracks. That sounds okay.
C, a stock fund that invests in a small startup business to a 75-year-old retiree.
Well, it's clearly C. It just jumps off the page at you. I mean, that's so easy.
Cakes, if you got that wrong, you can never look at our Vanguards ever
I'm
again.
totally with you.
The Vanguard.
I already looked at my Vanguard today.
Oh, you already went on Vanguard today?
I mean, the market.
The market was up big yesterday.
market was up like 800 points yesterday.
Yeah. I try not to look at it after a down day on the market. I just don't want to see the bad news.
I'm so different than you guys because I might look at it twice a year.
Oh, I look at it twice a day.
Yeah, I look at
sometimes.
it. I look at it every single day.
How often do Matt and Matt look at it?
I don't know.
My 401k?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Once every 2 or 3 months.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, see, I'm
Quarterly-
similar to
you're
Drab.
a quarterly
yeah,
guy.
handful of times a year.
Okay.
All right. Handful of
And
times.
you look at it every day, if not multiple times a day.
Every single day.
But you don't trade every day on it.
No.
No, you just
just-
want to see what's in there.
I just
and
like to see. I like to see what's doing.
if it went
I
up.
like to
if it
look
went
at-
up 20,000.
I like to click on investments. Then I like to click on transactions and confirmations. then I like to look at how
Cakes
many.
like to look at his pie chart.
I
Yeah.
like to look at the pie chart. This is true. It's
I don't
very
even
true.
know if I know my passwords to get on.
Oh, mine's. I'm good to go. I'm straight with that.
I can't tell you how bitter my financial advisor gets when the market's down
Yeah.
and I text him almost like
Jeez,
I'm
he must be a
blaming.
nightmare
Yeah,
client.
you're
Oh, I'm
blaming.
sure I am.
You're blaming your.
Well, I'm not
advisor.
blaming him. I'm just saying
Like, you believe what the market did today?
the market's killing
Yeah, the
me.
market's destroying.
And he'll
me.
say, "Bro, you're up 6%,
Right.
Or, whatever the percentage is."
Hey,
Yeah.
I think your financial advisor is more excited for you to retire than you.
He
Give me one
probably
more-
is.
Give me one more
He
question,
probably
Drab.
is.
I want to feel semi-smart when it comes to the finances.
You're 2 for 3.
Yeah, I stumbled on the first one. It
It was a math question.
feel like
it
that
was a
was
word
It's
problem.
an unfair math word problem question.
Which statement about investing is correct? Investing in a stock of a single company is typically safer than investing in a mutual fund that
That's
holds.
definitely incorrect.
That's good.
I
Mutual
know
fund.
that's incorrect.
Yeah.
So we're
Investing
looking
in a
for
mutual,
correct?
yes, investing in a mutual fund that holds shares in many companies in multiple industries is safer than investing in a single stock of a company.
That's so
Yes.
correct.
Yes.
I
It's
know,
the
that's
most-
what-
You're
Scotty
spreading
failed his
it
test.
out.
It's the
You're
most
spreading it out,
correct
yeah.
statement I've ever heard.
All right.
Yep.
Lottery A pays a prize of $200,
Oh, now you got my attention.
and the chance of winning is 5%.
Uh-oh, now I'm out. Percentages. Go ahead.
Lottery A pays a prize of $200.
Yeah.
And the chance of winning is 5%.
Yeah.
All right.
Lottery B pays a prize of $90,000 and the chance of winning is 0.01%.
Oh,
What expected winnings
I'm out
are
on the
greater?
percentages.
Lottery A or Lottery B?
What expected
they're
winnings are
equal.
greater?
Yeah, which one is the better investment?
Clearly,
What
the
is-
first one.
It sounds
The
so
one where you have
outrageous.
a 5% chance of winning is a better investment than a 0.01%.
Yeah, but the
of
second
hitting
one is
90K.
$90,000.
And
Okay.
What's
0.01%.
of 90,000
I don't
versus
know.
5% of
You're
200?
trying to find the expected value
Yeah.
of these.
I think you'd rather have the $10 than the $9, if my math is correct.
Is that right?
I don't
Answer-
know. He's
answer,
gotta
please.
answer. I think
I'm waiting for him to take a breath. Lottery A's expected value is
It's
$10.
Yep.
Lottery B's expected value is $9.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so
it still looks dumbfounded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
no, I had the right answer.
You know,
You did have the right
he
answer.
might be math illiterate.
You did. You did have the right answer,
the right
but I
answer,
don't think
but-
you did the math.
No, you know what I did? Tingle play. I looked at it and I
He did a
said,
tingle.
I
Right,
said,
you just said
the
5.
5% of the 200 seemed better than the 0.01% of the 90. And I was
Hey, we might
correct.
need to do just a
job.
plain old math test.
A math test, I would fail spectacularly.
I mean, look. I doubted myself for a second, but I was like, $10 is more than $9.
Hey, doesn't matter how I got there. I got the right answer.
Hey, I think Cakes can do multiplication tables and everything,
I can do that.
but he can't do word math problems.
Processing the processing of a word problem freaks him out.
You don't understand how terrified 13-year-old Flakes was when he would look at a word math problem, like
Yeah.
in middle
Right.
school or like early high school.
Like one of the, like if
terrifying.
Jack had three
I can't do those.
like
See, he
bags
taps
of apples
He
and
taps out.
each
Yeah.
bag has like 2 apples in them,
Yeah.
but Cindy comes and takes
Yeah,
No.
that's
Out.
off. He can't do that.
Too much.
But trains coming from blah blah blah,
Yeah,
blah
my
at
brain
X
does not
miles
work.
an hour. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just my brain doesn't work in that way.
Yeah. You know what I can do? I can do Spurs are minus 225 tonight. What does that pay you on $100?
You should have seen Cakes' face when Drab's reading the question. He looked like a deer in headlights.
The only percentages I understand are when I look at my 401k and I see if it's up or down a certain percentage. Then I can kind of make it work.
This is why I have a financial advisor.
It's a great reason to have one.
Yep.
There's no doubt
But
about
I
it.
think Valdez is right, man. If you're sending texts every time the market goes down to your financial
Oh,
advisor,
if you talk to him, he would say I'm a disaster.
I mean, I might send 1 or 2 a year to my guy Ed. But it's almost always if something in my portfolio is like pops.
Yeah.
It's not when something like goes down because I'm used to things going down. Like I'm just
me see.
you just roll with the punches.
what I would
now
love,
he's also a good friend of mine
Yeah.
too. He's not just my financial advisor, so he kind of expects it.
I would love though somebody to come in that did financial analysis
Yeah.
of our spending. Like look at your credit card and go, these are your life leaks. Because I know I've got a bunch. Most of mine is just spending on food.
Yeah.
But if they said and just made a budget for you that you would have to stick to.
Yeah. Oh, that probably be great. You probably save hundreds, if not thousands, of dollars a month.
Don't you have a financial guy?
Yeah, but I'm saying, do you have a financial person that looks? You do it yourself for your family.
No,
that
no,
would
no,
just
no.
look at credit card statements and look and say,
No, but your financial
they'd be
financial guy could do that for you.
I mean, some of it is just small, but I get so many like 99 cents charges
Yeah,
for like
you're probably just
my
burning
kids
money.
got Roblox 99 cents per
Is
month.
Jason keeps saying you're financial. Does everyone have a financial guy? I don't
No.
have a financial guy.
Most people don't.
No, I just assumed that they did, but
I got a
guess
guy.
not. Yeah,
I can't afford to have someone skim off the top or pay a flat fee to have them
they don't
go
pay-
through my
I've
finances.
got a good arrangement.
Yeah,
I mean, I have a great arrangement.
And the truth is, that is a profession which will probably die out from AI.
Well, my son hopes that isn't the case because
Sure, that's what he's gonna do.
That's the business he's going into.
I've got a buddy and I don't know exactly. Now he started a couple companies. He was living across the street from Feinstein. He's done very well in life, but he has a company, and I'm paraphrasing, that basically you would put in all of your finances, and then AI figures out your best game plan, so that you're not having to pay a financial advisor. I mean,
That's
you pay
fine.
them.
You know what? I'm not going to put all my financial info into Claude. Okay, Claude is finished. He's not getting my
Even if it's proven to have better results.
You know what? You know who I rely on? Ed. Ed greater than sign Claude. It's just this is the way I roll.
I rely on Eric.
Not Eric Bickle.
No.
He's not your financial advisor.
Hey, why haven't you guys?
What was the answer, by the way, going back to the first one, to his math, when he went with C, when it was less than 5 years?
Yeah.
Did he bet over 10 years?
No, I bet the 5 to 10 year span.
You bet 5
I
to
think.
10.
Okay.
Yeah.
You weren't that far off. It was less than 5, right?
I think it was
Yeah.
like less than 1. Or
No,
less
less
I,
than
I think it was 2.
one.
I think it was 2 to 4.
Yeah, I
but-
don't know.
All right, you know what? My mind's scrambled. I can't think about it anymore.
My brain is broken. 100%.
All right, coming up next, we're 2 weeks into OTAs. We'll get into what the defense should consider doing moving forward. Is there somebody that maybe is expendable on the Washington Commanders? We'll tackle that next here on the Junkies. Every Friday, we're giving listeners a chance to win $500. I would say cash, but I'm not certain. But it's $500. I don't know if they're peeling off hundreds, but you're going to win $500.
Not sure.
Courtesy of NBC and Peacock with MLB trivia. So that is coming up in less than 20 minutes. Some speculation on heavy.com about who the Commanders should consider trading. He was a first-round draft pick. This from heavy.com. They believe the Commanders should trade Daron Payne. They write, in recent years, Payne has been a decent interior defender, but not a game changer in the pass rush or against the run. Since his 2022 Pro Bowl year, he's averaged about 4 sacks per season with a missed tackle rate above 10%. And behind him is Johnny Newton, who last year had 5 sacks and 11 pressures while on the field for just 38% of the snaps. He's entering the final year of his deal. I believe it was like a $90 million deal.
Yep, 4 years, $90 million.
So he's making a lot of money. Should the Commanders trade Daron Payne? Try to move him.
He also says about Payne, he's declined of late, playing 3 straight seasons with an overall PFF grade below 61.5. So he's playing below the level of the contract he's getting paid. And look, I'm guessing Adam Peters does not have designs on extending Daron Payne. If he wanted to, he would have done that already because he's heading into the last season of his contract.
Yeah.
So if he's not in your future plans and you have another team that will give you assets for Daron Payne, I'm all about trading him.
If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067. My only question would be, is Johnny Newton a good enough starter?
Yeah, I mean, do you have confidence in Newton?
And you rotate these guys. These big defensive linemen, they're not out there every play.
Right.
I could see Payne being dealt before the deadline in October, but
how much depth they have in the interior defensive line?
Well, it kind of depends.
Maybe you
have
shift it
Kinlaw.
like Dietrich Wise. Maybe he kicks inside if you were to deal Daron Payne.
Yeah, he would. Yeah, you're right. But remember, they went out and got Settle. All right, so they got Settle, and then they signed the guy from the Giants too, Davidson.
Okay,
DJ Davidson.
They got Johnny Newton. Obviously, got Daron. I mean, I don't know. I mean, is Daron better than Newton?
I think you probably need the depth.
But I could see Payne being one of those
Kinlaw,
guys dealt at the deadline.
It kind of depends on the scheme Durante Jones is going to use because Kinlaw sometimes lines up on the outside.
Right. I just think you have movable pieces there if you were to deal Daron Payne. And I just feel like if he's not in your future plans, and this isn't Daron Payne specific, any player that is not in your future plans, if you can get something of value for them, you should before they just walk out the door and sign with somebody else. Now, I know sometimes you'll get compensatory picks when veterans leave, and I'm not sure what they would get in return for Payne if he just walks after this season. But I feel like if you can trade him and you can get something of value, I'm almost always going to be in that camp.
So you're okay with trading him before the season starts?
Absolutely. If Adam Peters finds a good deal and finds a suitor that wants to take him on.
I don't think he was terrible last year. Now the defense overall was terrible.
I mean, he was part of a defense that was, I think, 31st in EPA last year.
Yeah.
Per play allowed.
But they went out and got help. So it won't be all on the interior guys.
I'm not blaming it all on Daron Payne, but I'm just saying if you finish 30th or worst in defense, I almost have no problem getting rid of anybody that was a principal on that defense to try to improve your team.
So in terms of
Johnny
interior
Newton was on
defensive
that
players,
team.
They've got Payne, they've got Kinlaw. You mentioned Tim Settle. They brought in DJ Davidson, and then you got Johnny Newton. And then if you go beyond that, I mean, I'm not that familiar with Shy Tuttle on the depth chart.
Don't know who he is, but they also have Daron Payne number 1 on the depth chart.
True.
For a reason.
Doesn't it also just jump out to you that he had the massive season when he was playing for a contract.
True.
He had that year we had 11 and a half sacks, 25 QB pressures, 64 tackles, 18 tackles for loss.
Yeah.
And then his play dropped off in the following 3 seasons.
Now he's playing for another contract.
Yeah, it just reeks of played for a huge contract, got huge contract, then did not live up to the contract in the following 3 seasons.
Okay, well, if he's playing for another contract,
And
maybe he has a big year.
Maybe they're banking on that bump
Yeah.
this year that they're just like, well, we'll just take him on his last year of his deal. We're not going to give him more money, but if he gives us 7 or 8 sacks, bumps that number up, is a more impactful player, gets a $25+ million deal from another team, they'll just cash in that last year of his deal and then walk afterwards.
He's clearly talented.
Yeah.
First round pick.
Yeah.
I don't know if the defense, with all of his struggles, can afford to let talent walk out the door.
It's just a matter of what sort of offers are, if there are offers. I mean, maybe there's just no market for Daron Payne. I don't know. But if I'm Adam Peters, I would be exploring it. I'd be at least thinking about moving him.
Is he 28?
28 years old.
He's
Didn't
28.
Newton get a bunch of his sacks in one game?
I think he got 3 sacks. I want to say it was on Christmas Day, in the Christmas Day game. Don't quote me on it, but I think it was in the Cowboys game. He had 3 sacks. All right, let's go to the phones. 800-636-1067. As a Commanders fan, would you be okay with them dealing Daron Payne away for draft picks and or players? Let's go to Eric. He's calling from Richmond. What's up, Eric?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
What's up, Eric?
Good. So I'd be totally for getting rid of Daron Payne, but no one's going to give you anything for him. So, I mean, he's going to make $28 million, and you already talked about his PFF grade. However, if they let him play this year and let him walk next year, they'll get a compensatory pick, maybe a third rounder for him. So, I mean, I think that's what the team is planning on doing.
Oh, so they'll get a third rounder. Okay. Yeah. Well,
Your compensatory.
Yeah, well, there's a compensatory pick. It depends on how much he plays, but assume that he plays like he did last year. I think that would equate to a third round, but who knows that math?
Your compensatory pick is based off of your AAV and what you signed for in the following year.
Okay.
So if Daron Payne balls out on a expiring deal, like some people say is, since he's playing for a contract,
and he signs a big contract.
and he signs a big contract, then you would be awarded a third pick. But let's say if he plays mediocre and just kind of gets a run-of-the-mill contract next season, maybe less than what he is getting now.
Then you get a 5th or 6th.
Yeah, 5th, 6th, or
Right.
7th round compensatory pick. So you're kind of gambling on his play this
Sure.
season if you're going to go the compensatory route.
And I don't think there are going to be teams calling up Adam Peters saying, hey, we'd love Daron Payne. We'll give you a second-round pick. I mean, nobody in their right mind is going to part with that sort of draft pick for Daron Payne at 28.
Well, do you want to see?
He turns 29 this upcoming season.
Johnny Newton definitely has to step it up. I mean, he was a second-round pick, and,
Right.
and they took him. They were shocked that he was available in the second round.
Yeah.
They talked about that. So he's got to step it up too, right? I mean,
Absolutely.
He's got to play better.
Yeah, I mean, like, the only way you deal away Payne is if you expect Johnny Newton to take that next step forward and to be a guy that can give you, hopefully, Payne-like production at a much cheaper price. Still playing on his rookie deal.
I was surprised when they decided to let Jonathan Allen go as opposed to Daron Payne.
Right.
I thought they would have kept him, but they didn't. They decided to deal Jonathan, and I don't know. I think Daron Payne, I think he'll have a pretty good year this year, specifically because he knows next year he's got no contract.
Yep. Let's go to
Plus, his value could be higher by the trade deadline if he's playing well. In
That's
first-
right.
That's true. He could elevate his value.
And also, I know it's unlikely, but for like a second round pick or maybe even a third round pick, but if the team and Adam agree to eat a majority of the deal,
Right.
since the team is so under the cap, there could be a team that's kind of going for it, who's cap strapped and is willing to give up a third or second next year if you're willing to take on the contract.
Maybe. Possibly. All right, let's go to Eric. He's calling in from New York. Eric, thanks for listening in New York. We appreciate that. What's up?
Hey, I'm all for keeping him. We got the new coordinator. We got some pretty decent linebackers. I think that takes the pressure off of him. And the dude is consistent. He doesn't miss games. He's not missing games with these stupid injuries, and I think $28 million might look like a bargain at the end of this year, and he's going to get a new contract.
You need
I
depth.
think a lot of people are sleeping on him.
Well, they brought
we need the depth.
Yeah, and they brought in guys for that exact reason. They
So-
brought in Settle. They brought in Davidson.
So Johnny Newton's on the field for, I think it was 38%.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what's Deron Payne? Is he 62%? Does he fill it out to make it 100? But these guys, especially those big dudes that weigh 340, 350 pounds, I don't know exactly what Deron Payne weighs.
I'm going to guess
a little
he's
less
like
than that.
305, 310.
But those guys, they're not on the field
He's
for 100%
listed at
of snaps.
320.
Oh, 320. Okay. He's
He's a big boy.
Big fella.
Right. You need depth there because they're in and out of the game.
Yeah, so I mean, you might see him dealt at the deadline, but he's not going to be dealt before the season starts.
No.
I did put this up as our Junkies poll of the day, brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. This summer, grab a Surfside, your go-to canned cocktail made with real vodka, only 100 calories, and 0 bubbles. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. Would you trade Deron Payne, defensive tackle for the Washington Commanders in the final year of his contract, to give Johnny Newton more of a shot to play, or would you hold on to him? You can vote yes or no at Junks Radio. Coming up next, your chance to win $500 with MLB Trivia. If you want to partake, 1-800-636-1067. Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. We'll get back to the Commanders coming up at 8:45. Ben Standig's going to join us. He's got the Last Man Standing Substack. Great insider who covers the Commanders and the NFL. So we can get his take on Deron Payne and more. You can vote on our Junkies poll of the day at Junks Radio. But every Friday at this time, we give listeners a chance to win $500 courtesy of NBC and Peacock with MLB Trivia. All you have to do is answer an MLB question correct.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
Yep, that's it.
We ask a question, you answer it, you win the prize.
It's that simple.
All right, Cakes, you're in charge of the phones. Who's up?
All right, let's lead off with Antoine in Capitol Heights.
All right, Antoine.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Hey, what's up,
Antoine, you're only going to have 2 seconds to answer this question.
Good
all
luck.
right?
All right.
What pitcher just had a 50 2/3 innings pitched scoreless streak snapped?
Christopher Sanchez.
Wow. We got a winner just like that.
Nice
Congratulations.
Nice
You
job.
just won $500 to get your game on with Sunday Night Baseball on NBC. That is this Sunday at 8. The San Francisco Giants visit the Chicago Cubs. Sunday Night Baseball only on NBC4 and streaming on Peacock.
Look at Antoine just crushing it.
No, that's really impressive. I mean, if you're a baseball fan, you're going to know that, but and he obviously is. But Sanchez, and this was kind of crazy. He went the entire month of May without allowing a run.
Mm-hmm.
5 starts, didn't allow 1 run.
Sick.
40 innings. It's unbelievable. There's some ballers in the National League for that Cy Young Award.
How close was he to? I remember growing up. I mean, I guess we were in college when Oral Hershiser had a ridiculously long streak. Did he pass Hershiser?
I thought that was that in the 60s? Was that 63?
No, Oral Hershiser was like.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the amount of innings,
yeah.
not the year, because I think that was probably like 1988 or so.
Yeah, but I thought it was in the 60s, but I could be wrong.
No, Oral Hershiser was rooting for him to break it because I saw that story the other day. Even though Oral said that all his family was rooting against Sanchez.
Yeah,
but
so how many innings was it?
59 innings.
59.
Yeah, he did not break Hershiser.
So it was close. So
But
it was
the
1988.
It is the longest by a left-hander ever. Sanchez is.
Yeah.
All right, he's got the southpaw record.
That was impressive. So Antoine, nice job.
Yeah, we actually
$500 with his pocket.
behind the scenes. Valdez had prepped a couple questions. Then Jason and I came up with a few because Jason was like, "This is too easy." The hot corner is a nickname for this position.
Well, and then I realized that Matt came up with it, and he got bitter at me.
He was fine.
Yeah. No, I mean the other questions are fine.
It's a fine line always for trivia.
I know.
Because anytime we
I
have
know.
questions, like if that guy missed it, then the odds are if we'd stuck with that question, the next couple guys miss it, then it's like, oh, that was too hard. And then when you come up with something too easy, you get grilled. It's
Yeah.
hard to come up with
It's
a
tough-
sweet spot
it's tough
question.
to thread
Well,
the needle.
we wouldn't ask the same question. But here's the problem. All of the questions are kind of in the same vein, so that no one can get mad if they say, "Well, Antoine got a harder question or got an easier question than I did that I missed on."
Right.
Well,
Look, this is a very big prize. We don't want to have
Yes.
people getting upset, calling the station and complaining.
We do also have another cool prize. We have 2 tickets to see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan, the Double Trouble Tour. So let's punch up our next contestant, and we can use some of Valdez's questions. I think that this first one is not going to be answered correctly.
All right, let's go to Kyle in Edgewater.
Hey, Kyle.
What's up?
Kyle, we're going to hook you up with the concert tickets. If you can, and you're only going to have a couple seconds to answer this, name all 5 teams in the NL East.
No idea.
Really? Do you know?
No idea.
Do you know one?
No, I was waiting for the.
All right, thanks,
Well,
Kyle.
he wouldn't have
Nice
answered
try.
Chris Sanchez right either.
I wanted to ask him, why are you doing MLB trivia then?
Yeah, because
Well, just because we have the questions.
'Cause
You want
they
me to
know
ask
there's-
a different question?
they know there's a
No,
freebie up
no,
for
because I'm going to
grabs.
save those for next week.
Yeah.
We're burning
We
through
can
them.
I can come up with questions every week. It's not that difficult.
All right, you know what? Fine. You can come up with all the questions.
Yep.
That's fine.
All right, let's go to.
Bitterness on a Friday.
You want to go to Steve? Steve is up next. Steve, you're on with the Junks. Good morning.
Morning, guys.
Hey,
up?
Steve. We're sticking with MLB trivia. This former national leads Major League Baseball with 23 home runs right now? Can you name
That'd
that?
be Schwarber, Kyle
Schwarber, correct. Congratulations. You've won 2 tickets to see Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan, Double Trouble Tour 2026. That's Thursday, August 20th at Nationals Park. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. We had some pretty good baseball listeners right there.
By the way, Matt, we were talking about the Ella Langley Morgan Wallen concert coming to Baltimore, M&T Bank.
I would just call it the Morgan Wallen concert.
Okay, but I like Ella.
Yeah,
love Ella. My buddy sent me 2 tickets.
Oh, you're going?
Wow, look at
Freebies? Or do you have to pay him?
He was generous.
That means freebie.
He was generous.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's July.
You do roll with rich friends.
I believe it's July 18th.
It's a nice
So I'm going to the Friday one.
You're going to the Friday? Yeah. I believe it's the 18th.
Are you staying for Morgan Wallen, or are you leaving like after Ella Langley?
I'll probably stay.
Are you staying the night in the city?
I probably will. Yeah.
Book that hotel room. Book it.
Who are you going with?
Probably bring my wife. She likes country. She likes.
Have
Morgan
you ever seen Morgan in concert?
Nope, never.
It's going to be pretty sick.
Have you?
Yeah, I have. I saw him at FedEx.
Oh, really?
Or
Yeah.
Northwest
Yeah.
Federal, whatever.
Northwest Federal
Stadium.
Northwest Stadium.
Yeah. Sponsored by Northwest Federal Credit Union, I believe.
Yeah, I believe it's July 18th.
He puts on a awesome show.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Where are your seats? Are you in like a suite, or are you
No,
upper deck, lower bowl?
definitely lower. Hold on a second. Section 110.
Do you know how expensive the tickets were that he's hooking you with?
I do not.
Let me guess.
Just hooking you up.
Not cheap.
Section 110, row 20. Does that sound right, Matt?
Sounds good.
Yeah, I think I'm in like 145 or something like that.
Yeah. So
Sounds good. Kyle Schwarber was the answer. He's got 23 home runs. Remember when the Phillies, it was both the Phillies and Mets were getting chastised for the early season starts. And the Phillies actually fired their manager.
yes,
Don Mattingly took over as the manager.
correct.
I think it's an interim title
Yep.
because they were saying that they were going to find somebody long term.
They've played much better. Yes,
They're currently a wild card team.
I know they played much better. They're 4 games over 500.
Well, I guess they're tied. There's like 3 teams tied for the wild card. The Nationals have dropped 2.5 back.
Yeah.
As they lost 3 in a row.
Yeah, Nats are out in Arizona this weekend, then they go to San Francisco. But at one point, the Phillies were 8-18, so they were 10 games under 500. But then they made the change, and the player woke the players up too. It wasn't all Thompson's fault, and but they've been on a roll.
Yeah, Mike
right.
Rizzo always talked about back of the baseball card when you have Trey Turner, and these are all ex-Nats,
Yep.
Bryce Harper, and you have Kyle Schwarber. You're probably going to have a pretty good offense.
Yep.
It's probably going to come around.
You're going to score a lot of runs.
It's probably going to come around for you.
By the way, baseball side note, I thought it was pretty impressive to see that Bob Carpenter, the longtime TV guy for the Nats, he, I guess, fulfilled his quest to visit all 50 of the United States.
And the last one was?
The last 2 were, well, it seems fitting, South and North Dakota.
Oh, right.
I guess.
When did he do that?
I mean, he just put a picture up
So
like
it was-
12 hours ago.
So not too long ago. All right.
Yeah.
Good for him.
That's impressive. Getting to all 50 states.
Boots on the ground in the 50 states.
Boots on the ground at
So
all
not
50.
flying over states.
Yeah, not.
I don't
yeah.
know that I've had
You-
more
you
than
can't-
10 boots on the
you
ground
can't-
states.
You can't count flying over
Yeah.
states.
No.
You can't count
Hold
that.
up, hold
No
up.
chance you can count that. You've been in more than 10 states, Ricky.
100%.
I would think. You probably have been in close to half, if I had to guess. Now,
Half?
I don't know that. I said close to half at some point.
Boots on the ground. One, yeah.
I mean, I'm not close to 50, but I think I've probably been to 20. I'm going to put it 15 to 20.
Yeah, I would take the under on 20.
Okay.
And a lot of it is junkies trips. So I'd have to think about like Super Bowl states and then all the East Coast states, I guess.
I mean, you've probably been to 25. You just don't even know. You're just not even thinking about it.
Yeah, but you can pretty much wipe out. All right, I have been to Hawaii, but wipe
Yeah.
out Alaska, wipe out the Pacific Northwest,
Yeah.
wipe out the Dakotas, the
you've been-
Montanas, wipe out Kansas.
Mm-hmm.
Have I been in Kansas? Been to Missouri for St. Louis.
Oh, I can count both because I definitely went to KC, Missouri, and we did a brief like drive over the bridge into Kansas, and then right back. So I've been in Kansas. That
Been
counts.
to Michigan for CK's wedding, and I think maybe one Super Bowl. We were in Detroit.
I think I've been to 31.
You just counted them up.
I was just going down the list. I think I've been to 31 of the 50.
It's not bad. It's pretty good.
It's pretty good, right?
It's more than half.
Yeah, you can follow Carp's path. You
Yeah.
got 19 more to go.
Yeah, there's probably at least 12 of the 19 that I'll never go to.
I'm pretty sure you won't.
I mean, I'm sorry, there's no chance I'm going to Alaska.
I just don't think you're ever going to
There's
be
just
there.
no chance I'm ever going to Alaska.
Never going to be in Juneau, Alaska.
Coming up at 8:45, we'll get back into the Commanders of Ben Standig here on The Fan. The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. How about rolling with Cristiano Ronaldo and Portugal? They're trading at 9.4%. That means $100. A $100 trade is going to pay out $1,064 if they win soccer's biggest prize. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. What does that mean? That means there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app. And don't forget to use the code JP. You'll get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. You must be 18 or over. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
The Carolina Hurricanes won an overtime thriller 4-3, evening up the Stanley Cup final at 1 game apiece. After trailing 2-0 in the third period, the Hurricanes stormed back and stunned the Vegas Golden Knights in what amounted to a must-win game. Seth Jarvis snapped out of his funk. He ended up scoring the game winner for Carolina with a power play goal in overtime. And it wouldn't be a Dallas Cowboys offseason without a key star player's absence during the offseason program because of a contract dispute. In 2024, it was CeeDee Lamb. Last year, Micah Parsons. And now the lack of a new multi-year contract could certainly be one of the factors in George Pickens' absence thus far at Dallas's organized team activities. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. Celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Spish Cakes and JP. EB will return on Monday. He's been in Chicago for his annual golf trip with some of his crew.
Mm-hmm.
Goes out there. NBA Finals.
Goes out there every year, seems like.
Yep. Game 2 is tonight.
Yep.
Between the Spurs and the Knicks. Knicks up 1-0. Game 2 is in San Antonio before they return to New York. Game 3 will be on Monday at Madison Square Garden. And, of course, when you watch the Knicks on TV, they've got their super fans led by Spike Lee. We've joked about Fat Joe being there of late.
Yep.
We don't know if Michael Rappaport, who we had on the show a couple times ago, will
Timothy
go.
Chalamet courtside.
Chalamet is there a lot of times with Kylie Jenner. And Ben Stiller has emerged as one of the most prominent Knicks fans. And some pictures of Ben Stiller have surprised people.
Because
he's got bulging biceps.
He looks jacked.
Yeah. Looks good for 60.
If you haven't seen it, I posted a picture at Junks Radio. Yeah, is he jacked?
I mean,
it's a good picture.
I mean, his bicep looks pretty big.
He doesn't have much fat, that's for sure. I don't know how big that bicep is. I mean, it's impressive because it looks like he's got good lean muscle.
Yeah, I mean, he's a small guy. But
Yeah,
he
is
looks like he's
5'4", 5'5". He's not very tall.
He's not. He can't
He's
be
that short.
I would
he's
say
pretty short.
I would say 5'7" at the tallest.
I hope he's a few inches shorter than me. After
You got to look at
I'm
that.
just putting him at like
All
Dan
right,
Snyder
I
type
see
height.
listed at 5'6".
Okay.
There you go. But yeah, it's a good picture.
As a fellow shortish king, I feel like if you're 5'5",
You're taking yourself out of short king.
I mean,
You're
I guess-
closer to normal.
Yeah, like
I'm basically we're same height. I might have a quarter of an inch.
I
on
feel
you.
like if you're a dude and you're 5'5" or shorter,
Yeah.
then you're like a real short king.
Yeah.
I feel like JP's height and my height, 5'7", 5'8", like
What's average
short-ish?
for a male? 5'11", 5'10"?
5'10".
I think it's
5'10's average.
yeah. I feel like you're 5'5", like you're almost like. I mean, that's really short to me.
Yeah.
Now, I'm short, but I'm not 5'5" short.
I've got two buddies. They're neighbors, but they're friends who are both about 5'4", 5'5".
Okay.
Do you respect them? Because you tend to disrespect short people.
No, I don't disrespect them. They're my boys. I like them, but there's two shortest guys in the county.
Do you have to reach things for them on high shelves when you're over at their house?
I've never
like
had-
if they have a bottle of liquor up high, you have to grab it for them.
Yeah, I think I've
You
done
have to
that.
help them out?
I think I've done that a couple times. But
I mean, it does
but
suck. Like this doesn't happen a lot, but
look, it's just genetics.
like 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was at Harris Teeter, and there was something on the top shelf, all the way in the back of the top shelf. And
You're on your tippy toes.
I was tippy toes, extending my long Kevin Durant-like arms, and couldn't reach it. I had to do it was kind of shameful. I had to step on the shelf below to get myself up. And
I hope no one was watching.
I hope people were watching.
I don't know if I scanned the aisle to see if people were watching or not, but I was like, this is
It's
kind of embarrassing. Yeah, I had a little mental.
I would have loved it if you knocked over other boxes while you were
I know,
doing it.
if I
created a
created
scene.
some massive scene and spilled like an entire display in the aisle.
I'll say this: looking at Ben Stiller, though, it's somewhat inspirational to try and be in that shape. We're 5 years away from 60. I guess actually, Jason, you're 56 now. 4 years away.
I'm 56, bro.
Cakes and I turn 56 later this year, so
Yes.
we're 4 or 5 years away from that. It's
depressing.
60, he's in damn good shape.
It's in great
Like,
shape.
The arm, if you just look at the bicep picture, that's impressive. But what it also tells me is he's lean. And if you look at all these other pictures,
Well, he's also
wearing a t-shirt.
He's also a wealthy celebrity who probably has a personal trainer come and train him, I would guess, multiple times per week to get him in that sort of shape.
But there are a lot of celebrities who aren't in that kind of shape.
Understood. No, he's clearly doing something right.
Like, don't poo-poo it.
I'm not poo-pooing it at all.
You kind of are. You said, well, he probably has a trainer. Still got to do the work.
Yeah, but he probably has a trainer that a lot of other 60-year-olds might not be able to afford, like a personal trainer training them 2 or 3 times a week or however many times he goes to a trainer. I'm just guessing. I'm speculating.
But it's still impressive, even if he's got the trainer.
He's in remarkable shape for a 60-year-old man.
Yeah.
He's in great shape.
Now, what did Timothy Chalamet say? Obviously, another huge Knicks fan, about the toll it's taking on his body. Is it the knees?
Well, I got to believe the mental toll, right? Now, he's having fun, but if you're...
No, I just see a picture of him
Yeah,
with
he's got ice
bags on his knees.
It's a pretty funny pic.
Matt, did you see that? You see that picture?
Yeah. He's just doing a bit, saying like the finals are grueling and exhausting and a roller coaster. And so what do people do after games? They ice down because
he's icing up at the knees. How old is Timothy Chalamet? Is he 27, 28?
Not sure how old he is. I'm going to put in late 20s, I would guess.
Yeah. Well, you'll see both of those guys. I think Stiller was definitely there game one. Chalamet was there too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you'll see those guys again tonight.
I heard Marty Supreme was nubs. I don't know about Valdez. Have you seen it?
I've seen Marty Supreme.
Heard it's nubs.
Did you like it?
He's 30, by the way.
It's entertaining.
Okay.
And
the characters are, you don't root for any of the characters.
Yeah. I like ping pong too. I just don't know if I'm going to give it 2+ hours of my time. And
By
I
the
have
way,
plenty of time.
It's good acting.
When Drab and I went to Rom's over the
Yeah.
weekend with our daughters, and they all got together to play because Rom has a daughter. He has the ping pong table, pool table, foosball table, air hockey table. He's got everything set up, right? It looks like he's going to add a golf sim.
Oh, really? Because that's clearly he wants to lure EB over to his house. He feels like that might be the final.
You think that's it?
Yeah.
Well, why else would he get a golf
I
simulator?
think he just doesn't know what to do with his money, and he's just.
Why else would he put a golf
He's
sim in his
just-
basement?
He's just adding things
Yeah.
that he's never going to
He's
use.
the ultimate consumer. He's just going to have every bell and whistle available in his home.
I mean, is there a chance that Bickle would go over there if he had a golf sim? Even if he had the golf sim?
Unlikely.
I don't think he would.
Unlikely, but it raises the possibility.
Oh, so the next step after the golf sim is the permanent poker table.
Yeah, but look, if I'm going to go to a poker table, I'll just go to MGM National Harbor. I don't need to go to Rom's.
But you guys used to have
Rom's
home
house.
games.
Yeah, those ended a long time ago.
Those have kind of gone.
Right, what if he had a home
gone
game?
by the wayside?
Wasn't he? You guys used to kind of let him into the home
The
game.
most annoying. This will shock nobody. The most annoying person ever to play in our home games was Rom.
Right. He would go all in blind all the time, wouldn't
Now he would sweeten up the pot all the time because he doesn't care about money. Like he would just get his money in. Doesn't matter. He chase flush draws, straight draws with no real draw in his hole cards. Didn't
Right.
care.
So he was donating money
donating money
to be part of the fellowship of the boys.
Yes, doesn't that seem
Wanted to be one of the fellas.
doesn't that seem on brand for him?
Didn't Bickle kick him out of his house one time?
Yes.
I think he kicked him out of his house.
Maybe multiple times.
I think somebody else like got into a wrestling match with him at one of the poker games because he's such a disaster.
So
That's a guy who, when he's 60, will not look anything like. Well, if he makes it to 60, he will not look like Ben Stiller.
No. If he hosted a home game, would you go?
If Rom hosted a home poker game,
Yeah. Because you're addicted to poker.
I do like poker a lot.
I know you go to MGM whenever you want, but this will be
mean,
smaller.
Answer's yes. He had Rom sleep in his room.
I think
in
he
Dewey.
probably
I'd
would.
probably consider it.
Yeah, I think you would.
I don't know. I have a weird.
Rom would come to Dewey even if you didn't give him your room.
Yeah.
You just said he's got this money. He could easily have gotten his own room.
Of course he could.
So it's something that both you guys like. You like rooming together.
Drab T-shirt. Make sure next year when we book our Dewey hotel, I get a room with one bed. One bed, because then that's the perfect excuse to be like,
Well, he'll
yeah,
sleep
I-
on the floor. He'll say he'll
I
sleep on
have
the floor.
one bed. You get there's no Rom for you in my room. I just can't. I can't have you as a Rom mate.
Cakes, just give me a pillow. I'll sleep on the floor.
No, I'm just. I can't. After this most recent experience, I've learned my lesson.
Yeah.
Lesson learned.
But as for Chalamet icing his knee and
Yeah.
doing the bit,
Yeah.
what you can do, and we learned this to do it, you can lose your voice. You go to a game, you're screaming every game.
Oh, 100%. That's definitely happening to Timothy Chalamet. His voice probably shot. I mean, he's rooting on his favorite team. He's flying all over the place to follow them between New York and now San Antonio.
What is that tilting sound?
I don't know. I guess
Sorry, I guess my
It's his
ring
phone.
was on.
J-
Sorry.
JP's got some notification ding on his
Ding,
phone.
ding, ding, ding. But game 2 tonight, you'll see all these stars. But I'm kind of with JP. I think the Spurs come back, play really well. I think Wemby plays really well tonight, and they even up the series.
He sized with my $6.50.
Hey, if that happens, I'll ship you $6.50 on Venmo.
I get my Subway meal of the day. I think it's going for $6.
Matt, and Mike, will you be watching game 2 in its fullest tonight?
Of course.
Yep.
Nothing else to do tonight. I
What-
mean, this is perfect Friday night television.
Yep. Tip off will be about what, 8:40?
Probably 8:40. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get over about 11, it will be perfect.
Yeah.
We'll have to see if ABC has expanded their halftime desk. So Chuck Barkley's and Shaq's legs aren't poking out.
Yeah, it was a short desk, so you could see the legs, the right
I'm gonna
leg and the
guess
left
that
leg of
they've
the two guys.
They've upgraded the desk.
That's always their desk. That's always been their desk.
So you can always see their legs sticking out?
I've seen Charles Barkley's legs a million times before.
Really?
Jake's just fascinated on it, but that's or
I
fixated
guess.
on it. But I don't think they're going to be changing the desk.
Maybe not.
That was a BCTV staple, too, because we had that weird desk.
Okay.
And I believe Jason Schwartz would be peeking out.
Comping
That is true.
You're comping BCTV, a $0 operation, to ABC, which is owned by Disney, which is one of the biggest companies on the planet.
I actually think it's pretty cool that inside the NBA, they've never been able to do the finals because it was always not on TNT.
Right.
It was always on ABC, ESPN, whatever. Yeah, I know. I can tell by your face you're not moved at
I just
all.
thought-
You don't care about watching Shaq
I don't
and
consume.
Barkley.
I don't
and-
consume pregame or halftime nonsense.
How much of the game will you watch tonight?
I'll watch at least the first half if I can stay awake.
Yeah.
Well, then why wouldn't you watch halftime? You change the channel?
I would
You change the channel at halftime?
Honestly, at halftime, I'll probably go on YouTube and watch old WSM.
That's what he does.
It's what I do every night.
He's
I'm a
addicted
creature of
to it.
habit.
And he'll check his stupid 401k.
Well, I don't have to, JP, because I've already done it. But the market does open in an hour and 15 minutes. So then I can just see what's happening in real time. This is my life. This is what I do.
Good for you.
Oh, by the way, the other thing I do, and No Cakes does as well, but he looks at the market futures.
100%.
So he'll look at the numbers before the market opens.
Let me look right now.
It's mixed.
See what the old futures are saying for today.
NASDAQ is going to open up getting hammered a little bit.
Yeah.
But, it doesn't matter what it opens at. It matters what it closes at.
We're all
the key.
different. You guys like to check daily. It reminds me of my dad in his later years when he was in a wheelchair and when he was home, he would sit on this one chair and he would have CNBC on all day. And I used to argue with him. I was like, are you a day trader? Like, what is the point of this? I don't get it.
Those people are interested.
I'm watching every day. You're a long-term investor.
NASDAQ futures down big.
I know.
Down big.
That's all right.
That's not great. It's okay. Buying opportunity, JP.
You struggled in math earlier. I think I would probably struggle to name stocks on the NASDAQ versus Dow. Would the Alphabet be NASDAQ?
It's a good question. I think Alphabet's so big, they've probably moved to the Dow at this point. But I don't know that for certain. Don't quote me on that. It's probably part of the Dow 30. But I could be wrong.
Anyway,
I've been
Ben
wrong
Stiller
before.
looks fantastic.
Hey, we can call
You
my
see
man
his
Eric.
picture.
He'll tell you.
At Junks Radio. Remember, we got Ben Standig. We'll get into the Commanders coming up at 8:45 here on the Junkies. The Washington Nationals had a bit of a stumble at home against the Miami Marlins. They had gotten to 2 games above 500. Maybe we jinxed them because we had a poll of the day at Junks Radio about, are you buying in? I have to look and see what the numbers were about buying in. But kind of figured, well, they're home. They're playing the Marlins. The Marlins stink. They should be able to keep this roll going. Instead, the Marlins swept them.
Yep.
So now
It's kind of surprising.
Now they've got Arizona next, and we're trying to see if the Nationals get back on track, or is this going to be kind of the more likely outcome over the next 100 games?
I don't know why
where
you
they've
would
regressed.
Just automatically assume just because they're a team that's hovering around 500, they would just be able to toy around with the Marlins because they were a few games below them in the standings. I just feel like that's maybe a little overconfidence in the Nats.
Maybe, but
Yeah,
the Marlins think you would think they wouldn't get swept.
Yeah, I would.
And they had Kate Cavalli on the mound in the first game.
Yep.
And Cavalli left the game with the lead. The bullpen just blew it. And then they haven't generated runs like they had been. Wondering how concerned you are about the Nationals. 1-800-636-1067. So if you look at the starting pitching like coming up this weekend, you got Foster Griffin. I think Griffin's been a pleasant surprise, right? He's got a 3.76 ERA.
Yeah, absolutely.
Littell's at a 5 ERA, not great. Actually has a winning record.
It's
But
come
he's
down
he's
a lot.
pitched a lot better.
Yeah.
And then Cavalli, I guess, is going to be on the mound on Sunday. He's the ace. His ERA is at 3.62. You want to stem the tide. You want to get the offense going again. I looked at where they are in runs scored. They still remain number one.
They're still 2 up on the Braves, I believe. Runs scored, unless there's another team out there.
Yeah, they're number one in Major League Baseball. The Dodgers are 1 run behind them.
All right, 1 run. All right.
So, I mean, it's close, but top
it's still-
5 teams in runs.
Still impressive.
Nats, Dodgers, Braves, Pirates, Yankees.
Yeah. It was a bad series, and like you said, you didn't expect them to get swept. Look, anybody can lose a series to anybody. Doesn't matter who you're playing. It's Major League Baseball. But the Marlins were not a good road team coming into that series. They were 8-19. So getting swept at home, for some reason, the Nats just aren't playing well at home. I think it's better that they're actually going on the road to try and snap this. D-backs are good at home, too. They're 20-12 at home, and they're going to face a couple good pitchers. Merrill Kelly tonight, his numbers aren't overwhelming, but he can be really good. And that's who they face tonight. They're going to face Soroka, I believe, on Sunday. He's having a good year. They're going to face Rodriguez tomorrow. He's having a pretty good year. So the Diamondbacks team ERA is right around middle of the pack, but they're really good at home, and they've got some bats. So this will be a
Nats
big
been better
series.
on the road.
Correct.
You look at the offense for the Nats. To me, it's kind of a surprise. Like I never imagined the Nationals would have one of the best offenses. And we talked about where they are in runs. Number 1, they are number 2 in doubles. If you go to home runs, they're in the top 10. If you go to stolen bases, they are 6th. They've got 58 stolen bases.
Nasim Nunez with 22.
Yeah, and he only hits like 199. I'd have to look at the updated numbers. Nunez not good hitter.
That's 191 at this point.
Okay, so he's dropped to 191 because I think the last time I checked, he was at like 199. That's the problem with playing him. But if he gets on base, it's almost a double.
Yeah.
So we talked to Grant Paulson about this earlier this week. What I like about the Nationals is this approach where they know they don't have big payroll. They know they don't have, many superstars. I would argue that James Wood is tickling superstardom, and C.J. Abrams not far behind, at least offensively. Although I heard Grant give a stat about C.J. Abrams. So there was, I don't remember the letters, but there's some sort of analytic where they have the ranking of the players percentage-wise, and C.J. Abrams offensively was at 98%.
Okay.
Wow.
Pretty damn good.
Love to be in that territory.
Defensively, he was 2%.
Yeah.
So as good as he is on
combine
offense,
those, you get 100%.
right? But out of 200, is that good?
It's not.
So as good as he is offensively, on defense, he's that much of a liability.
I think he's played a little bit better over the last couple of weeks defensively. I think we asked Paul Taboni that too.
But what I like is that their approach with Taboni, Butera and everything they're doing behind the scenes with analytics is they're winning on the margin. So they will have, situations where you have, what do you call it? Not not the starter, the guy that comes in that pitches an inning, the opener.
Yeah.
The opener. So they'll run out openers.
Sure.
And they do seem to be maximizing what they do, but the fear is that they're going to end up kind of where they were in the last couple of years because they just don't have enough talent on the field.
Now, they might do that this weekend as well. You're just looking at the scheduled starters. Zach Littell is going tomorrow, but they could open for him. Sometimes they do. They won't open for Cavalli, and they're not going to open tonight, but you never know. So they don't necessarily announce that until maybe the day of. So, but let's just assume that they stick with those guys. They're better on the road. You expect James Wood to kind of heat up again. Abrams has been awesome offensively all year. Lyle's been really good. Jacob Young has been pretty good, especially from his power numbers. Garcia has been really good. So they got bats. They could score runs, and I think that they'll wake up a little bit this weekend. And then they go to San Francisco early part of next week.
Tell Baseball Cakes why the need for an opener for Littell? Does he historically struggle in the first or second innings of games?
No, a lot of times it
just matchup based.
It's matchup based. Like if you, let's say you're facing a lineup that is lefty, lefty, lefty.
Yeah.
And you would have a right-handed pitcher out there. Sometimes you open with a southpaw.
Yeah.
Because that's going to be a better chance against the lefty, lefty, lefty to start.
Yeah.
And then you bring in the righty in the second inning.
And then sometimes
or vice versa.
They may just look at the opener for an inning, but if he's pitching really well, he'll go too. So, but again, we won't know that until tomorrow. But let's just assume Littell starts. But I think they'll wake up a little bit this weekend. I do.
1-800-636-1067. If you're a Nats fan, you're concerned after this recent sweep against the Marlins that this might be the more likely outcome, that the start of the season, hovering around 500, 60 games in, being 2 games above 500, I believe they were at 31 and 29, that was more of a mirage and not the real Washington Nationals.
I don't know why you'd be concerned about a team that nobody had any real expectations for, that was overachieving, that all of a sudden loses 3 games in a row. I just don't think it's – I feel like people are ready to press the panic button on a team that nobody expected anything from when the season started. And it's been a nice surprise that they've been overachieving.
So you're just saying don't care and punt?
No, I just feel like people think almost like the sky is falling after losing 3 games to a in-division team. It happens.
It happens all the time.
Teams go on 3, 5, 7, 10 game losing streaks all the time.
Sure, it's happened to the Cubs.
Yes. It's happened to the Cubs.
Just don't if they get swept in back-to-back series, then maybe you start having some real legitimate concerns. Yeah. But
remember, before they got swept by,
there's an overreaction.
Before they lost the series to the Marlins, they hadn't lost a series until way back until they played the Milwaukee Brewers.
Yeah, they've been running.
That was the last one they had lost.
They've been running hot.
And they'd been playing some pretty damn good teams.
Yeah, and now they've hit a little bit of a speed bump. It's going to be okay.
Yeah.
It's going to be all right.
Yeah, but expectations change. I mean, the Rays are one of the best teams in the American League, and preseason they were down there with the Nationals to be one of the worst teams in baseball. Now they're one of the best. If they fall off, just when you play better, and baseball is one of those sports where you can be preseason not have high expectations, and next thing you know, you're in a wild card race. So I don't think the sky is falling, but I think we should be buying in and getting excited about this team. And if they fall off and collapse, then we can be bummed out about it.
Yeah.
We can say that things fell apart.
Yeah, of course, you want to see them continue to hover around 500. But even the Rays have lost 3 in a row, and they've lost 8 of 10.
Yeah, it
happens. It's baseball.
Losing 3 in a row is one thing.
You can't panic to get.
But it's the context, right, Cakes? Is that they were kind of playing above their head, and you're wondering, is that sustainable? That's why we did have the poll. I'm looking back. 3 days ago, our poll of the day was, are you buying into the Nationals?
Yeah.
That's when they were 31 and 29, before they get swept by the Marlins. 61% said yes. Sounds like you would have been a no. Were you buying in at 31 and 29?
I just ultimately feel like this is a team, if it wins, say it wins 75 to 78 games, that's a great season for this team.
Oh, hell yeah.
Nobody expected them to be in that sort of range.
Their win total was 65
and a half. I feel like
that's
kind of where they're going to land.
So where would
ultimately.
you have answered 3 days ago? You weren't buying in. that they were an above 500 team, that they were
Probably
a
would've
team
answered no.
competing for a wild
Yeah,
card.
probably would have answered no, that they're overachieving and they're probably going to come back to the pack a little bit.
See,
And
I
you might be
think
seeing a little bit of that.
I think they can compete. Like you lose 3 games, it's hard to say they should have won the game that Cade Cavalli pitched against the Marlins, but he only had allowed 1 earned run in 5 innings. Gave up a hit to start the 6th inning. They take him out, and the bullpen just failed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The bullpen, but their bullpen's not great.
Yeah, I mean,
The bullpen-
that's going to keep repeating
If the
itself.
bullpen has to come in with a 1 or 2 run lead in the 6th inning, you get concerned.
Right.
You really do.
Yeah.
Defensively, they're playing better over the last couple of weeks, but overall, they're near the bottom in the league in terms of errors and fielding percentage. So
I don't think you just punt that mentality cakes and say they can't compete, because they can compete. I get it. There were still 100 games to go in the season, but they could still compete for a wild card potentially. They're not far off.
I think within a month and a half to 2 months, they're not going to be within 2 or 3 games of the wild card. I just feel like there's going to be a
So you think the
I think there's gonna
opening
be a
to the season was an anomaly?
Well, I think there's going to be a gradual erosion, and they're just going to fall out of the race.
I hope you're wrong.
I hope I'm wrong too.
But just based on the total defense and the bullpen, unless they went out and got a couple guys or guys start pitching better, I would probably agree with you.
Right.
But man, the years that James Wood and C.J. Abrams are having offensively is it's really impressive. And I don't know where they're going to be in the All-Star voting, but they're having really, really good years.
I should go throw a vote their way if the voting is open. I have to go to MLB.com.
I mean, James Wood, I don't know what's he on pace for. 40 bombs?
He's got to be around there.
C.J. Abrams is on pace for probably low 30s, maybe mid 30s, with 16 and 12 right now. So, but the bats will eventually wake up again,
Right.
and hopefully it's this weekend. Hopefully it starts tonight.
That'd be great.
But the D-backs are tough. They are. They're tough, especially at home.
On the homepage of MLB.com right now, there's a montage of 8 players. James Wood right in the middle for the All-Star ballot.
Well, I saw they had 2 guys in, I think it was Players of the Month, and it was K-Bear Ruiz, and I believe it was Abrams, not Wood.
Right.
Ruiz started off terrible. He's an interesting guy. That Ruiz, watching the announcers, or maybe I was listening to Charlie and Dave, they were talking about, and maybe Timoni's even talked about it, that I think actually it was Ryan Zimmerman. So Zimmerman, does some broadcasting.
He sits down.
And Zimmerman was there, and they're having a conversation about Ruiz, and they realized that Ruiz was hitting too many like kind of soft outs, and they'd rather him just swing hard all the time.
Yeah.
They're like, just swing hard all the time. We know you don't walk. K-Bear Ruiz has, I think, 2 walks this season.
He had one in
3. He's walked 3 times in 121 plate appearances.
Yeah, he walked. So, he walked 1 time in the month of May, but he hit 380.
Right, and he's hitting 273 for the year. He's got 5 home runs. So that's the things when I say they're winning on the margins. They're doing things like Jacob Young last year had 2 home runs the entire season, and they're looking at launch angles and they're looking at all these things and they're tweaking guys' swings. Things that maybe like our eyes don't see.
Yeah.
But they're tweaking things on the margins that are helping them win.
Yeah, like the Curtis Meads numbers are a perfect example of that. I mean, they picked him up, I think it was like late March, and he already has, I believe, 8 dingers.
Yes.
When he had like 5 in like 200 plus plate appearances prior to coming to the Nats.
Yes.
So the hitting coaches and that staff, they've clearly locked into something, and they're tailoring whatever homework they're giving these guys and drills they want these guys to do, and the extra investments in the technology. With that machine, it's a Traject Arc machine that shows them the pitches that they're going to see from the actual pitcher.
Yeah, clearly what they're doing.
It's helping.
Clearly, what they're doing in terms of helping those guys focus more on the analytics.
Yeah.
is helping this team hit. It is. It's something that they couldn't do last year. I'm sure there's a lot of reasons for that. But they are fun to watch, and hopefully the bats wake up this weekend. But they are fun to watch, and the fact that they're leading the league in runs scored is pretty damn impressive. And I think Nats fans are happy about it. I mean, I'm sure most of the Nats fans that are listening didn't expect them to be one game under 500, 63 games into the season. I know I didn't.
Have you texted your boy Rizzo recently since he joined us on our Dewey Beach show?
Just one time, just thanking him for doing it.
Yeah.
We didn't talk baseball.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these guys are his guys.
I know.
They're finally coming around.
And he
and
talked
winning some
about that
games.
when we talked to him on last Friday.
Coming up next, Ben Standig joins us. Insider covers the Commanders here on the Junkies.
Welcome back to the show. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan, Team 980, 910 The Fan in Richmond. Thank you for watching on the Monumental Sports Network. We'll be joined shortly by Ben Standig. I believe he's on the line right now. So let's head out to the Rude Guest Hotline. You can check out his Last Man Standing Substack. He's been covering the OTAs out at Ashburn. Ben, thanks for joining us, man. We appreciate the time.
Always a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
What's it like being out there at OTAs? Like, how seriously do you take it? Should we be taking it seriously?
Not from the way that we all talk about it, right? I mean, it's important. The teams think it's important. It's a lot of working on fundamentals, installing the new systems, getting used to each other on the field, all these kinds of things. But in terms of the grand sweeping statements, are they going to make the playoffs? Is so-and-so making a big leap? Who's going to start, et cetera? I think those things are, it's a bit much to read into too much into it. But, I do think there's important things. And I think also one aspect is the vibes. I mean, if you're not feeling positive about your situation as a team at this point of the year, you have real problems. But at the same point, you can tell when sort of the enthusiasm is a little bit is real versus a little bit fake. And I do feel like last year, obviously with the Terry McLaurin situation, you could feel some tension in the air the whole time. This time, everybody, it does feel genuine. They do feel like a group that is excited to be there and working together. So I think that part is feels tangible. Other aspects, not so much.
Yeah, it does feel like there's big time buy-in, as you touched on with Terry McLaurin. And I was surprised that Laramie Tunsil made an appearance because usually his reputation is that he's a guy that's not going to be at the OTAs. He's there.
All right, so real honesty here. So that they had the first practice at inside the bubble, and I walk in the bubble, and my first thought is, okay, I'm going to take attendance, and who else is not here besides Tunsil? He's not, so he's here.
Yeah.
So I'm looking around, and I did not see him initially. I did look, but I didn't see him. So I walked up to somebody in PR and said, hey, I just want to double check Tunsil's not here, blah, blah, blah. Is anybody else not here? And they're like, no, he's right there. I'm like, what? And I turn around and he was on the corner of the field with some of the other linemen. I was like, oh, this is stunning. Like I said, I really assumed he wouldn't be there. Now, he wasn't there yesterday or on Tuesday. I had heard that, while he made that first appearance, he would be going a little back and forth between, wherever else he trains or what else he's doing. But yeah, the fact that he did show up the first time, I do think it counts for something. I mean, this is a guy who doesn't need this aspect from a training perspective, but yeah, I mean, last year was a mess for this whole group, and I think for him to be there says something about the buy-in that these guys do have right now.
What's the vibe tempo-wise and the look of the offense last year versus this year? So last year, you're coming off NFC Championship, and you did mention Terry's not there, but I'm just kind of comparing the OTA vibes last year versus this year. You had Cliff Kingsbury's second year, and now this year is David Blau's offense. We get it that nobody's hitting, but how different is it? Is it different?
Yeah, I think things do look a little bit different. I mean, at a very basic level, and we talked to Josh Connerly on Tuesday, and he was like, yeah, this is the first time I've been in a huddle for him since grade school, because at Oregon they didn't do it either. The idea of being in a huddle is new and different seems just so bizarre, because it's obviously one of the basic aspects of football that we all grew up with. So that part alone is different. And just watching, even when it's just quarterbacks throwing against air to some of the receivers, just some of the routes that they're running, feels like there's more crossers, more, guys lining up in different spots when they are playing together. So, I mean, it does feel tangibly different. And I think that's in part just because what Cliff was doing was so unique, relatively speaking. I mean, nobody was running that much shotgun, that much no huddle, even close to what they were doing. So this is more conventional, which by itself feels weird, and yet even though it's much more normal than what you'd be seeing all around the league.
Ben, we've been talking about the wide receiver room a lot, okay, for obvious reasons, especially comparing it to last year. Just give me your thoughts on the wide receiver room now, because you cover the team, you see it, you're out there OTAs. Do you think that they're pretty happy with the depth chart especially adding Antonio Williams, or do you think that they're still looking to add to that room, whether it's Diggs or Ayuk or whoever? Because, McLaurin is going to be healthy. Everyone's high on Williams. I'm pretty high on De'Ami Brown. I'm not sure about the McCaffreys and the Lanes. I don't know how much better they're going to get, but I know that they're hoping they will. But how do you feel about the room?
Yeah, look, obviously in like a fantasy football sense, it doesn't feel particularly great after Terry McLaurin. There's nobody that right now you're going, wow, that person obviously is going to get X amount of catches or start, consistently opposite Terry or be a go-to guy. It's hard to look at the room and think that's the case. Obviously, Antonio Williams is the wild card. They drafted him in the third round, high hopes, but we haven't seen him yet.
Yeah.
I think what I'm trying to do for myself is to recalibrate how I am looking at this in a couple of ways. And basically, I keep going back to the movie Moneyball when Brad Pitt's explaining to the scouts that they're not trying to replace Jason Giambi directly. They're trying to recreate him in the aggregate by taking guys who can do different things. I kind of feel like that's what's the deal here. De'Ami Brown is the deep threat. That's something they did not have last year. Traylon Burks with his good size and vertical, he is the high ball, maybe a red zone target or just a guy who can, make the plays in air. Van Jefferson, we'll see if he's able to stick on the team, but he's kind of he can do a little bit of everything, sort of I don't want to say poor man Terry McLaurin, but kind of sort of in that general range. And then you have, Jalen Lane with speed, McCaffrey, they may come out of the slot. So I think the key is for me right now, it's less that, they don't have that obvious guy, that T. Higgins type opposite Terry McLaurin, but they do have a lot of guys who, if used in the right way, can be effective. And we saw this in 2024. I mean, it's kind of weird. The rooms that year and this year feel pretty similar, especially with now De'Ami Brown being back, and we saw how Jaden Daniels worked with that group. I'm not arguing that they couldn't use more, and I suspect in truth serum they would feel the same, but I like the pieces that they have. They do seem to match, whereas like last year, it just felt like they just had random parts, and once the injury started hitting, they had nobody who could get deep, and they just didn't have the right pieces. I think this year, at least, it feels that they have the right pieces, but don't let me see what happens if Terry gets hurt, because then I backtrack everything I just said.
Ben, you posted a podcast about 11 hours ago at Ben Standing about the Commanders that have the most tangible upside and how their growth could help the Commanders bounce back. You were discussing with Mark Bullock. Burks was one of those guys. Josh Connolly is also one of those guys. Talk about the way he looks specifically. I know he shedded some weight, still around the same weight, but more lean muscle. Looks like he's putting in a lot of work during the offseason. Who are some of those other guys that you were mentioning there that could have an impact?
Yeah, well, and I wrote about Connolly today also on the Substack. And I think, I always think about the team from the perspective of who's going to make the roster, what's the starting lineup going to be, and realistically, every time I do that, it's looking at it from a half glass half empty scenario, right? What don't they have? Like we were just talking about the receivers. So I'm trying to look at it okay, well, what if things go right this year? Who are some of the guys that have realistic upside that they could reach that would make a big difference? Connolly, to me, is maybe the most obvious one, based on the way he finished last year, the first-round pick. He clearly took the offseason seriously with his work. And, for me, and I think for others as well, there's no position other than quarterback, or there's no group more important than the offensive line. It just shapes everything, makes it all easier. So that would be huge if he's able to truly make those strides. I mean, I think like Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, again, starting running back, it feels like, seems that may be obvious. But let's remember, he basically did not play on passing downs last year, right?
Right.
If he's able to come in there and show he can be a viable pass protector for Jaden Daniels, and catch, be a threat as a receiver, now all of a sudden his reps go up, right? And he becomes a dual threat. That would open up a lot of opportunities for him and this offense.
Hey,
and
Ben,
you look at Yeah,
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off there. I'm just kind of surprised at some of the national writers who are kind of down on this team, and just when we're talking about win totals. We talked about one yesterday, and he was under the 7.5. I think it's recency. I think it's reaction to how bad they were last year, but there are reasons for that. They're just much better, at least on paper. They're much better. And I think they'll be over the 7.5 win total. I think I projected around 9, maybe even higher. But I'm just surprised at some of the negativity around the NFL that think that this team is not going to be very good. I think they added enough pieces where they could be very good.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say this when it comes to sort of national media or people who talk about whatever the team is. It doesn't have to just be the Commanders. It could be any team in the NFL from anywhere. The national people have a thought in their head because it's the group think, and they don't really dive deep into what is actually happening on the ground. And oftentimes, it's complete nonsense. I find when it comes to these types of evaluations, not everybody, but often the case. And I think you're right here. Now, the problem is, we don't really have proof of concept, right? Because the two coordinators are new, and Blau has never done this. I mean, he's barely been a coach, let alone a coordinator, right? So how do we know that it's going to be different? The defense was horrendous last year. We can look at it and say, well, they brought in Oweh, they brought in Chason, they brought in Sonny Styles, et cetera. Clearly, they're more athletic, and that's great, which is true. But what does it mean in terms of playing? We don't know yet. But like to the previous topic about the upside, I can point to so many guys on that defensive front. Oweh got a ton of money and he's a good player, but he only had 7.5 sacks last year, but he improved a lot after the trade to the Chargers. Are we going to get Daron Payne contract year Daron Payne this year? Mm-hmm. We saw what happened the last time he went into the last year of his deal. Can you imagine if he's that guy? What if Sonny Styles is able to come in and be, an athletic freak who's able to command the huddle, which sounds like he's been doing so far in these OTAs. There's a lot of guys where the upside is that was the thing last year, right? That with an older roster, there was no upside. There was no ceiling. They were there. It was just a matter of execution. Now it's a lot more unknown, but that unknown also leads into saying, well, they don't look very good because you don't know. So, I think there's a reason to be optimistic. But again, the two new coordinators in particular, we have to see how it plays out. I can't just assume that it's going to work, even though there's a lot of optimism that it will.
Yeah.
Check out Ben's Substack, Last Man Standing. Thanks, Ben.
Thanks for the time, buddy.
Always a pleasure, guys. See ya.
Yep. Have a good weekend.
Have a good weekend, man.
Coming up next, we'll open up the entertainment page here on the Junkies.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? In Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final, the Vegas Golden Knights stormed back with a big comeback to defeat the Carolina Hurricanes in Raleigh, North Carolina. On Thursday, it was Carolina's turn, with the Canes getting a 4-3 win in overtime. Carolina scored 3 goals in 5 minutes during a thrilling third-period comeback to even up this series. Vegas Golden Knights defenseman Braden McNabb left the game after taking a puck to the face in the first period. He ended up leaving the arena altogether, going to the hospital for further evaluation, and no update has been given on his condition yet. And over in Major League Baseball, Aaron Judge is out for the foreseeable future with the Yankees. The team announced that he has been diagnosed with a stress fracture in the first rib on his right side. He will reportedly be examined again in 4 to 6 weeks, but they're hoping he will return at some point this season. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. Celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026. It's all presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. You can visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Johnny Cake Sawville and Jason Bishop, getting ready for the weekend and getting ready for the World Cup, which is coming up shortly. We said we were going to do the entertainment page, but let's actually dive into the World Cup odds. And should we be throwing out a grasper? I know that Drab is the king of the long shots. What are the current odds, Cakesy?
Well, right now for the United States to win the World Cup, the odds are plus 6,000. Pretty
Some long odds.
60 to 1. So pretty long odds for the U.S. to take down the World Cup.
I'm guessing the favorite is either Spain or England.
I think England's the third. I think it's Spain and France.
Spain and France. All right.
So
Are we going to do the draft pool for next week?
Sure. Let's do it.
Drafting the countries?
When's the first game?
There's a few games on June 11th.
I know the first game's, I believe, in Mexico City, correct?
I don't know where they are.
I think it's next Thursday, Cakes.
Okay. So it's next week.
Less than a week away.
All right. So the U.S. 60 to 1 to take down the World Cup. Now, to compare that to NFL teams' chances of winning the Super Bowl this upcoming season, Steelers and Vikings are both 50 to 1 shots to win the Super Bowl. The Commanders and Colts, who play each other in London, I believe that's week 5, are both 65 to 1 shots. So the US
So the Commanders, who
basically-
were in the Final Four 2 seasons ago with
Right.
Jaden Daniels and should get a healthy Jaden Daniels back, they're a longer shot than the Americans in the
Yes.
World Cup. And I don't know that the Americans, correct me if I'm wrong, they've never won more than 1 game in the World Cup once you get past
Once you get into
the opening round.
Yeah.
I know it's different now. There are more teams.
More teams now, yeah.
But
But apparently they're the overwhelming favorite to win their group.
Hey, Pulisic scored his last game. He had a slump of, I think, like 5 months he hadn't scored in the international games.
It's quite a drought.
Yeah.
Well, Mensick is tied with Zverev. I know Matt Cahill has a bunch of money on Mensick to win the French Open. I think he put a small wager on him that'll pay a big dollar amount.
Nice payout.
I think I'm more likely to bet on those football teams than I am the American soccer team. I don't have much faith in, here's the deal. I'm not some sort of U.S. men's national team savant. I know very little. But they change the manager every 4 years. Never seems to work out. I don't know the name of this. What's the name of the current manager? We couldn't even pronounce his last name. And they haven't been playing good football, good soccer of late.
Can't call it football in this country. Come on, what are we doing? In this country, soccer.
Is it Pochettino?
I think that's correct.
Is it Mauricio Pochettino?
So
is that him?
Plus 6,000.
Yes.
I would more likely bet on the Vikings to win the Super Bowl with Kyler Murray or J.J. McCarthy, just because they still. Here's the thing about the NFL versus the World Cup. The U.S. has never broken through.
Mm-hmm.
All right? They've never done it.
Right.
Whereas in the NFL, you see teams that have losing records make it all the way to the Super Bowl. We saw that with the Patriots, right? They had a losing record the year before. Mike Vrabel gets hired, and all of a sudden they make it all the way to the Super Bowl. The year before, the Commanders were that team that made it all the way to the NFC Championship. They didn't make it all the way to the Super Bowl. So to me, that Vikings play would be intriguing to me because your boy, Kevin O'Connell, has a history of success. And even last season, with all the upheaval at quarterback, didn't they finish above 500?
They were 9-8.
Yeah, they were 9.
They were 9-8. So I could see the Vikings. Now the Steelers, like if we go one by one on those four teams. So I give the Vikings a greater chance than the Americans in the World Cup. Do you agree with me on that?
I mean,
maybe
I think
slightly, and the odds reflect that. But I mean, I can't trust a Kyler Murray-led team to get to the Super Bowl. It doesn't matter that he has a change of scenery and he's working with a quarterback whisperer. I just don't believe in him. If I had to place a $100 wager on any of these four teams, I might put it on the Commanders. If Jaden Daniels could get back close to what he did as a rookie and the defense is improved, of the four teams that are listed here, if Jaden Daniels plays like he did in 2024, I would give the Commanders the best chance of reaching the Super Bowl out of these four teams.
There's always going to be a
Personally.
surprise. Every year there's a surprise.
Can't bet
Last year,
on the Colts. I mean, with Daniel Jones coming back from an Achilles, I can't bet on them.
But I mean, what I'm saying is, every year there's kind of a surprise. I mean, all right, when Philadelphia played Kansas City, I guess people expected those two teams to get to the Super Bowl. But last year, no one expected the Patriots to get there, right? So there's always a surprise. I don't think the U.S. has a chance at all.
Yeah, I don't either.
I mean, I wouldn't.
I would bet all four of those NFL teams over
I would
the
take all the
Americans in
NFL
World Cup.
teams. I wouldn't put $1 on the U.S. to win the World Cup.
And I think you're snoozing on.
And I don't know anything
a couple
about
of those
soccer.
teams, like the Steelers and the Vikings, were both above 500 last year.
Yes. Vikings were 9-8. Steelers, obviously,
I have a hard
were too.
time believing that the Steelers are going to navigate their way out of that division into a Super Bowl berth with Aaron Rodgers at 43. Is he 42 or 43?
Yep.
Find that hard to believe.
They were 10-7. The Steelers
Yeah, I
were
mean,
10-7 a year ago.
10-7.
There are plenty of teams that are 10-7 that don't win Super Bowls. Or don't have chances to win Super Bowls.
But you're saying you would throw a little cash on the Commanders.
If I had to pick one of these four teams,
right.
There might be a little bit of bias here because this is a team that is in our backyard and we cover them the most. But
can you see the Americans? Okay.
Yeah.
Whereas we see NFL teams surprise us and make it all the way to the Super Bowl. Can you see the Americans make it to the World Cup final?
No.
No, I couldn't.
I mean, I can see them making it out of their group because 3 out of 4 teams make it out of their group. They've made it easier to get out.
They're a huge favorite to get out of the group.
Right.
And then maybe they win one game, which would be a great accomplishment. And then they're going to play one of the big boys, one of the European
they're going to
teams.
draw like Portugal or England or Germany.
Or maybe they get, I haven't looked at the draw, but they get a perennial power like Argentina or Brazil, and you're going to give them no shot.
And then it's sayonara.
But getting back to Washington, I was kind of asking Standard about it and how I was surprised that some of the national media is really down on this team. And I think it's just based on what they saw last year. I will say that he makes good points about the two coordinators because the two coordinators are rookie coordinators.
Unknown.
We have no idea what their game plan is going to be and how they're going to adjust if the offenses or defenses aren't playing well, especially the offense with David Blau. But I just think based on what they have added, I just think that they're going to be better than people think.
Right, but the national media in particular.
The national media doesn't think that.
And I think look, they could be right. They look at the division, right? Look at the Eagles. Yep. Eagles were the first team to go back-to-back, win the division in years and years.
Yeah.
Because every year there was a new division winner until the last couple of years with the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
Last year was a down year. They were 11-6 still. And sure, they trade A.J. Brown, but they've got Howie Roseman. They make all these moves, got other receivers in there. people believe probably that Saquon Barkley is going to have a bounce back. People are high on the Cowboys with the talent, especially on offense, but they did kind of like the Commanders address the defense, draft. They made a bunch of moves. And then people believe the Giants are going to get better because of Harbaugh. His track record of success in Baltimore, they believe he's going to transfer over to the Giants.
It's a tough
Giants
division.
had
I agree.
injuries.
I agree.
Depends on whether Neighbors gets back at the beginning of the season, but they'll get Malik Neighbors back. They get Cam Scatteraboo back. Jackson Dart, who had injuries, will be in his second year. So there's just probably more optimism on the three other teams from a national perspective than Washington.
Yeah, and I just think that Standig is right when some of these national media writers don't really dive deep into what the roster looks like and how it can change from last year.
Does anybody think, though, that the American soccer team can make a run? I guess, Drab, you're the closest to a soccer fan here.
Be very, very difficult.
I don't know anything about the team.
I am intrigued by a possible knockout stage matchup right after the group stage. If the United States finishes second in their group, and this country finishes second in their group, which has Belgium, Egypt, and New Zealand, United States in Arlington, Texas, on July 3rd, will play Iran.
Oh, really?
That will be juicy. You were talking about rivalries.
Yeah,
and Iran, they decided not to train in America. They were going to train in America, and they moved their training to Mexico, right?
Yeah, they're in Mexico.
Yeah. But are we
That
thinking
would be
that?
huge.
Are we thinking the Americans are likely to finish second in their group, or don't a lot of people think they can win their group?
No, they're plus 125 to win their group.
Yeah.
So very easily could finish second in the group.
Yeah.
But the expectations are they're going to win the group.
They are slightly the highest odds to win their group.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Like someone else is plus 170 or something.
Well, so I think there's 2 games next Thursday.
Thursday's Mexico, South Africa opens in Mexico City. And then Korea versus Czech Republic. That is in Guadalajara.
I'm pumped. The last time there was a World Cup, I think it was the last time, maybe it was 8 years ago, we were doing appearances for World Cup games.
I think you're right.
Now, that's a business thing. I don't know how these things get set up. Do we have no appearances for World Cup games? Because they're kind of fun.
None that I've heard of. I think the last time we did a World Cup appearance, it was at the Bracket Room.
Yes.
And I'm pretty sure that place is not, I'm sure it's under a different name at this point in Arlington.
Believe we were doing the chant. Remember the chant? Something like, I believe we can win, or something like that.
It's so old
We dusting
school
that
now.
off this year?
I don't think so. I think that's passe.
Well, clearly in this discussion, nobody believes they can win. I'd rather take all the NFL teams.
I'm sure if JP, if you wanted to get together and watch the matches, I'm sure we can. But I don't think it's at 11 a.m. I don't think
No,
they're playing
U.S.
11.
versus Paraguay is at 9 o'clock on June 12th.
Yeah.
9 p.m.
Perfect for an appearance.
From SoFi. Hopefully we give the boots to Paraguay. I think I could find Paraguay on a map, but I would definitely... It might be dicey.
I mean, I'd be in the ballpark because I would be able to knock out Chile.
It's like
I'd knock out Brazil.
It's like central-ish South America, but I'm not... I might struggle with it.
So USA is basically even money to beat Paraguay next Friday. The total's 2.5. If you go over, it's plus 145.
So it's a Friday night, 9 o'clock?
It's a Friday night,
It's an
9 o'clock.
appearance. Even Jason could stay out at a Friday at 9 o'clock.
Sure.
We'll have to talk about that.
Yeah. We'll discuss.
But the total at 2.5 at plus 145, they're just not expecting a lot of goals there. Is that because of the U.S. or is that because of Paraguay?
I'm just going to guess almost all of the totals are going to be like 2.5.
It's because it's soccer.
3.5.
No, I understand that, but I'm just talking about the odds in general.
By the way, there have been a lot of goals in the NHL, right?
There's been 16 in 2 games.
So Mike Marr, behind the scenes, really wants to lobby us to watch Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final.
I've actually never been more disappointed than you guys in my entire life. I mean, I'm not upset. I'm just disappointed. These first 2 games of the NHL Stanley Cup have been incredible. Back and forth. Game 1, Carolina scores in 20 seconds, goes up 2-0. Golden Knights come storming back. And then last night, complete inverse happened of that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what do you guys do? You guys are just asleep at the wheel. You guys, sorry, Timothy Chalamet and Ben Stiller aren't at these games because we're throwing bodies around. We're not trying to put a basket in a net.
Well, the honest answer is because basket and net.
Who's your favorite Golden Knight?
Probably Mark Stone.
Ooh,
Stoner.
Look at this guy. You know
Stoner.
his names.
Yeah, I mean he's a complete savage.
I mean, you should say Nick Dowd because he's a former Cap that got traded to the Golden Knights. But it's you could have your own.
Are you
favorite.
pulling for the Knights?
Probably Carolina, even though I know they're like the Capitals' kryptonite. But
they're
Look at Cakes' face.
I mean, they're a Capitals division rival. I know,
but
this angers me when people that claim they're Capitals fans would have the audacity to root for the Carolina Hurricanes.
Are you a Brindamore guy?
Well, no, the Golden Knights, they just had too much success. I mean, they've been around for 9 years, and they've already won a Stanley Cup, went to a Stanley Cup and lost. It's just too much success too fast, whereas the Hurricanes haven't won in 2 decades.
Well, let me ask you this, Kicks.
I don't care how long it's been since they've won a Stanley
Cup. What if Nick Dowd was traded to Carolina? Would you be rooting for Nick Dowd to win?
No.
Okay.
No,
So
he landed with a Western Conference team
So
that
you're
I have
okay.
no affiliation with or animosity towards. I have, as a Caps fan, you should have animosity towards the Carolina Hurricanes. You should hate their guts. Not on the Pittsburgh Penguins level, but it's like one tick below.
So it's probably
Yeah, it
Penguins. Would you say that the Rangers are up there?
I think in recent years now the rivalry has grown with Carolina.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree.
So yeah, they are public enemy for this guy, this Caps fan, public enemy number 2, Carolina Hurricanes.
To answer Mike's question, he's disappointed that we haven't been watching it. Well, it's because we're not hockey fans. We're Caps fans, but we're not NHL fans.
Yeah, but this is for all the marbles. This isn't
I understand that. But still, I can't watch a Carolina Hurricane. Now, maybe I'd watch a little bit tomorrow because it's on the weekend.
Do you watch everything that's for all the marbles?
Oh, yeah. I watch World Series, majors and golf on Sunday, or even the Memorial I'll watch on
Did you
Sunday.
watch softball last night?
No,
for all the marbles.
Now that it's
of course he
drawn
didn't
even,
watch that.
I will watch the rest of the way, and I will root vociferously against Carolina.
Well, JP, that's actually
every turn.
a thing that is a little tilting. Is you guys care and know more about, and no offense, softball than you do hockey.
I'll be
that was EB because
I'll
of
raise my hand.
his newfound love of Jason Williams.
I couldn't care less about watching softball. Like, I will never watch softball.
Cakes walked out of the room the other day, and they were showing softball highlights, or maybe there was a repeat of the game. He said, "I will never watch that the rest of my life." That's what he said.
It's just it doesn't hold my attention.
It doesn't interest him.
It doesn't do anything for
So
me.
EB didn't sell you with his whole Jason Williams' daughter.
He's got his Jason Williams fascination. That's fine. It's just I couldn't care less about softball. I respect their talent. They're great players. It's just
You
not
have no
something
interest.
that I'm ever gonna pay one iota of attention to.
For you, Mike Marr, I'll pop it on. But I told you I actually watched post game last night. So I was running around and I got home late and I had the game on kind of in the background. And the next thing I know, I'm watching Scott Van Pelt late night with TJ Oshie talking about the goal or no goal.
More importantly, Mike Marr, do you consider yourself a Washington Capitals fan?
Of course.
Yes or no? You do?
Okay.
You
So
consider
that's why
yourself a
he's
Capitals fan?
He's going to be
Then
pissed.
you need to make a
He's gonna be
pledge
pissed.
to root for the Golden Knights to win the Stanley Cup and not to root for the dirty, horrible Carolina Hurricanes.
Well, my fandom resides in what I bet on that night.
Yeah,
So I'm
it's kind of soulless.
it's kind of the way I feel.
It's not that dissimilar from what you do with fantasy football.
No, that's just completely different. I'm talking about if you're a Caps fan, you cannot root for a division rival to win the Stanley Cup.
There's some good storylines because
It's actually embarrassing.
in game 1, Seth Jarvis, one of the best players for the Hurricanes, played
Yeah.
like trash, and he didn't take advantage of his opportunities when he was close to the net. The coach grilled him to the media after game 1 and was like, basically this guy folded. He didn't step up to the moment. Game 2 last night scored the game winner in overtime, one-timer. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it
I mean,
doesn't-
in the first 10 minutes, just turn on the first 10 minutes tomorrow when the game starts, and you will watch the rest of it because it is electric. The crowd is into it. The players
I
are.
will say that watching the highlights, mostly it's highlights for me, but the energy in Carolina is unbelievable. It's probably the same way in Vegas too,
Yeah.
but there's so much energy down there in whatever their arena is called down there.
It's
in
Lenovo
Raleigh.
Center.
Doesn't look like he sold
Yeah.
you cakes.
Yeah,
Look at his face.
I
He's just
still
bitter
want
than
my-
No,
I
he's
still
rooting
want-
for Nick Dowd.
I still
get
want
it.
Mike Marr to throw his weight behind the Golden Knights. So he kind of sidestepped the issue.
They've had too much success. He said they've had too much success.
Yeah.
3 runs to the
I
Stanley
don't
Cup
like
in
that he's
9
rooting
years.
for Carolina. There might be a rift now between me and Mike Marr.
Hey, we got to put our differences aside because in 3 or 4 weeks we're going to be at MGM, playing some poker together.
That is very true.
Against each other. not playing
But
together.
Cakes-
Not
That's
tag
true. We
team.
can't do that.
Cakes, I
Yeah.
will say I will be a Golden Knights fan tomorrow night because I will bet on them.
Appreciate that.
1-800-636-1067
But I was
is
a
the number.
Carolina fan last night.
We're the Junkies coming right back.
Look, we all know legends aren't made overnight. The best athletes, they train, they prepare, they plan for their success. And when they hang up their cleats, their legacy continues on. What about your legacy? Trajan Wealth specializes in retirement strategies and wealth management. Their fiduciary advisors can help you develop a plan to weather the ups and downs of the market. Don't leave your future to chance. Call Trajan Wealth today. Here's the number: 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN1, or check them out online at trajanwealth.com. Because your legacy isn't just about what you earn, it's about what you leave behind. Call Trajan Wealth, 1-855-TRAJAN1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN1, or check them out online, trajanwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
So you got Game 2 NBA Finals tonight in San Antonio. Pretty much a must-win for the Spurs. Wemby didn't have a great game in Game 1. I wanted to bring up something I saw on social media to you guys, and we can play the game. Of course, yesterday, the boys put us on to 82-0. I had to tap out. I did it for another 10, 15 minutes here at the station after the show. And then when I got home, I was taking care of business, sitting on the throne, and I played it a couple more rounds, and I got a 79-3.
Oh, nice.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, but it wasn't 82-0.
I had a
and I was just like, I got to tap
I
out.
played 3 rounds here. I kept getting worse, and then I forgot about it.
Oh, yeah.
And I'll probably never
It's
play
good.
it again.
It's fine because it's over now.
It's over. It was a 1 day.
One
thing.
day, maybe if you haven't seen it, you can still do it.
It's a 1 day fad.
But I saw someone reverse engineered and basically came up with like
the cheat code,
the player, like the
cheat
group
code,
of players,
like Wilt
that you need.
Chamberlain, and
It's not. Yeah, it's not just one player, but basically like the various combinations that you need.
Yes.
So one person
somebody ruined it.
Yeah, it's ruined.
Yeah.
There's an Excel spreadsheet out there that, and if you've seen it, you already know like if you do this, you got to do that.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a flow chart.
I mean, you start to figure it out. Like I started to figure, like I think I got to 79-3. I mean, some of it's luck of the draw. I started to figure out. It's like, okay, I can't go with this center because I need block shots. And you got to have rebounds, got to have assists.
I just usually went with whatever team it landed on. Just went with the
top
scorer.
guy. Nah,
I went with the top scorer.
You have to have a little strategy.
No,
but anyway,
there's a flow chart out there. Someone on the internet ruined it. It was fun, and now
it's done.
Yeah, it had about a day and a half run, 2 day run.
Yeah.
So what I saw is something, I guess, akin to that, and it's a guy. I don't know his name. He's a social media guy who always does these lists.
Okay.
And oftentimes they are NBA lists. And he has a guy who is kind of his partner, and they go back and forth. And he's like, can you name the top 10 guys under 25 in the NBA? And the reason I bring this up is I looked at their list, and both of them had the same number 1.
Okay.
All right. Like if you could start your NBA team, player under 25, who do you think's the number 1 guy?
Wemby.
Wemby's got to be number 1.
Wemby's the no-brainer,
Yeah.
right? And so they were different on some of the guys.
Oh,
but
really?
do you know one of the guys they had at number 4 was your guy, AJ DeBonsa.
Oh, really?
So if you had
He
to
is my
stack,
guy.
I'm just
I
curious.
was just
If
thinking
you had
about
to
guys
stack-
who were already on rosters.
No, they
so.
were including guys that are coming up.
Yeah.
So if you had to stack the top players under 25, and this is why Wizards fans should be excited about this.
Yeah.
Now the other guy didn't have DeBonsa so high, but like Anthony Edwards is under 25.
Yep.
So you'd probably like if you had to start. It's potential that DeBonsa would be better, but you would probably say I'm going to take the bird in hand. You know what Anthony Edwards
Sure,
is?
of course. He's a
Cade
superstar.
Cunningham was another one.
Yeah.
He's 24.
But then, like you start looking at the list, would you rather have? So you would still rather have those 3 guys: Wemby, Anthony Edwards, and Cade Cunningham ahead of AJ DeBonsa. All right,
right.
But then you go to guys like
This is under age 20.
under 25.
Okay, under 25.
Then you go to guys. This guy's already made an All-Star team. Believe he was second team or second place in Defensive Player of the Year. Now his PR took a hit because of the last series. Chet Holmgren.
Okay.
So you're asking would I rather have DeBonsa or Holmgren?
DeBonta Peterson, whoever you want, or Chet Holmgren.
I'm taking DeBonsa.
I have an irrational love for DeBonsa, so I would take him over Holmgren.
Was
Holmgren's more
Peterson
established.
also on that list?
Yeah, he was lower.
Okay.
You know, it was 2 guys coming up with different lists. They didn't have they both had Wemby number 1, then they had differences pretty much the rest of the way. But the one guy had AJ DeBonsa high up. So
was
top
Tyrese
players,
was Maxey on that? Tyrese Maxey?
I don't think Maxey. Take a look at his age. I don't think he was there.
I thought he was younger than 25. I could be wrong.
I'm
He's
not
25 right now.
Oh, okay.
So it was under 25, I
doesn't count.
believe.
Banchero?
Banchero was lower on the list for one of the guys. I don't even think he made it.
Okay.
Because I think one of the guys had the top, what we believe are the top 4 picks.
Okay, so Boozer would
of
be on
this
it. Yeah.
NBA draft. Included Boozer, included Caleb Wilson, and included DeBonsa and Peterson.
Okay.
So Drab, I'm curious because Drab, you're a Gonzaga guy and you're a Chet Holmgren guy, and if you look big picture, Chet Holmgren has been a success in the NBA. All right, he can score, he can knock down threes, really good defensive player. Took a hit in the series against the Spurs, especially Game 7, where he gives you 4 points, 4 rebounds. If the Wizards, Drabby, if the Wizards could trade that number 2 pick for Chet Holmgren, what would you do?
We mean the number 1 pick?
Number 1 pick?
Yeah, I mean the number 1 pick.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No,
Chet Holmgren was
I
the number
would
2.
not do that. I like Chet, but Chet I wouldn't pick in the top 3 in this draft. He went number 2 in his draft. He's been a success, 3rd-team All-NBA, amazing defensive player, probably the 2nd best defensive player in the NBA right now. But with Sarr, I mean, I would love Chet on the Wizards, but I'm not giving up.
Yeah, you can't give up
one
the
of these
number 1
top 3
pick.
guys for him.
There's,
I think those guys
there's
have
one guy you give, maybe 2 guys you give up the number 1 pick for. Wemby, Ant. That's it.
So you wouldn't do it for Cade Cunningham?
No.
He was the number 1 pick.
Nope. I do
You realize his team was the 1 seed.
I know. I do it for 2 guys. Wemby, Ant. End of list.
Oh, I would give up the number 1 pick for Brunson. And probably
At his age?
and SGA too.
At his age, nope. Not
I think
doing
if
it.
you
I would.
expand it beyond 25, there's a bunch of guys you
Yeah.
would.
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about
You wouldn't
just
trade,
guys on that
you would
list.
trade that 1 pick for Joker.
No.
Of course, you also wouldn't have traded Gilbert
How
Arenas
old
for
is
Kobe
Joker?
Bryant.
How old's Joker?
I don't care. He's still got another 5 years in him.
I care about age. I care about having guys for a long runway.
I'll take a guy who I believe in the last 5 years has either finished 1st or 2nd in
That's
MVP
fine.
every year.
You can have him when he starts breaking down at 31 and 32.
Joker's
And my guy's
pro-
still young and spry.
I gotta think
I'm going to
Joe-
laugh at you.
Joker's over 30.
Yeah,
I'm not
I
sure
can't.
how.
I can't do that. No, thank you. Thanks,
But that's not
no
going to happen.
thanks.
But that tells you how big this pick is.
Oh, it's massive
If
for the franchise.
Guys who are in high school, NBA guys are ranking ahead of, not to say that this is a great player, but like a Scotty Barnes. He's
Right.
been a good NBA player. Made an all-star team. Under 25.
But even if you have a guy like DeBonsa or Peterson, there's no guarantee. We just don't know that they're going to be as good, even close to as good as this guys you've already mentioned.
Right. Did you see the video of, when we had Will Dawkins on the show, we asked him, what were you doing when you won the number 1 pick? Because we knew he didn't go to.
He said he was playing basketball.
He said he was playing basketball. Have you seen the video of the guys that the Wizards have now put out, like little docu-series, and there's video of the guys hooping, and then
Them
the
finding it
intern or whoever it is says, "We know. Do you want to hear who got number 1?" And some of the guys are like, "Yeah," and go one, and they get all butt sized, and they're hugging each other.
Right.
It's a cool scene.
By the way, that's a baller indoor hoop setup.
Yes, it is.
that they have there. Where is that?
Cityscape.
Is that in New York City or where?
I don't know. It's a good question.
I mean, that's a nice indoor gym.
Scenic,
setup
right?
That they've got.
Looks like
yeah.
it's almost like a rooftop or
Yeah,
something.
it's baller. It's very nice.
Well, you got another 15 days. Well, no, sorry. 18 days. Right? 18 days before we find out who Will Dawkins selects.
But that's pretty crazy. So Cakes, and I'm probably not that far off from you. Might just be one spot that you would value this number 1 pick with only Wemby and Ant in terms of under 25 players ahead of him.
Those are the guys that I would trade it for. That's where the list ends.
But you are locked in on AJ.
I think the Wizards are too, but I definitely am.
Who's, for you personally, who's the most disappointing guy if they drafted?
Boozer.
What about Caleb Wilson? You don't think that's even in the equation?
I think Boozer.
I mean, I've made my stance known on anybody outside of the top 2 or 3. That they're not even in consideration.
Just play the game. So if they draft Darren Peterson, how do you feel?
You'll feel good about that.
I guess I'll feel good, but
You're hesitant.
There'll be a little bit of disappointment because I'm locked in on DeBonsa. I just feel like he's been the pick all along. Whatever any sort of rumors you're hearing about Boozer or Peterson, I think are a smokescreen. I think when Adam Silver steps to the stage on June 23rd, you're going to hear AJ DeBonsa's name read out for the Wizards.
I would agree with that.
I think he's going to be the
I
pick.
do think I think Boozer will be a very good player. I'm not sure how I'm going to compare the two going forward, but I think he's going to be whoever gets him is going to get a damn good player.
Yeah.
How do you feel if they drafted Caleb Wilson? They believe Caleb Wilson is the next Kevin Garnett.
If that happens,
I've seen him compared to Kevin Garnett.
then it needs to be at number 3 or number 4. You need to trade down because I don't feel like he's going to
But
be.
what do you care if you
number-
get the player? If you get the player you
No.
wanted,
I want the best player, and I also want value in return. Because nobody's talking about Caleb Wilson going number 1
I think
overall.
Wizards fans
Nobody.
would be right. I think Wizards fan would be very disappointed. Not saying he's not going to be a good player.
Yeah.
But if they took Caleb Wilson over DeBonce or Peterson,
it's going to be an interesting next couple of weeks because we're going to have the World Cup.
It's going to be fun.
It's going to be happening. NBA Finals, Stanley Cup. We're all in on the Stanley Cup. Mike Marsh sold us on that. So be in on that. And then you're going to have the NBA draft.
that's a big night, my friend. Big one.
And if you're telling me only if they could add, Ant, now he hasn't broken through, but I believe Ant has been to at least 2 Western Conference Finals.
Mm-hmm.
And Wemby in his 3rd year is in the NBA Finals.
Yeah. 2
So
certified
if you're going to have a
studs.
player like that, and then Cade led his team to the 1 seed, now he's been around a little bit longer, and it took a while to get there. But if you have that type of impact, that would be pretty damn sick.
Yep. That'd be fun. Fun to be a Wizards fan.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. We're the Junkies. Coming right back. It's playing the Working for the Weekend music.
It's a great ditty by Loverboy. I don't think it isn't.
Wasn't Loverboy your first concert? Was that your first
Of
concert?
course it was, JP. Loverboy with the Hooters as the opening act at the Capitol Center, 1986. I think it was in February, if my memory serves correct.
Hooters, the opening act.
Yes. Yeah, of course. I mean, Loverboy was an established 80s act that had a ton of hits throughout the 80s.
Man, how old are those guys?
They've got to be in their
Mid-
late
60s?
60s at this point, I would guess.
So we were talking
Mike Reno. Is Mike Reno the lead singer?
Reno or Reno, I'm not
Reno,
sure. Yeah.
71.
Canadian
They
guys.
are Canadian.
Yep.
Correct.
So we were talking about what the Wizards might do. It's only a couple more weeks, and we will finally know if they go with DeBonsa or Peterson. But Valdez let me know during the break that Chris Miles, who used to be with NBA TV, I used to do a lot of stuff with him, covering the Wizards on what is now Monumental Sports. He was on with Kevin Sheehan, and he covers Summer League hoops.
Yep.
Covers a lot of high school hoops.
Yes.
Here's what he says about what he would do. It's not necessarily what the Wizards are going to do, and his kind of take on DeBonsa, Peterson, and the prospects.
Okay.
I think they need to draft Darren Peterson. Darren Peterson.
Yeah.
Look, I don't have the answer about the cramping stuff, but I'm telling you right now, I don't know if you know by what I also do for the NBA. I call the EYBL games, and I call Peach Jam and the championships, right? So I see these kids when they're, for instance, right now, the guy that knows Marcus Spears, you'll know him in 2 years, talk to his dad, 4 times a summer, right, about his kid and his development. I can send you the interview, all right? What I'm saying is I see them at that level. I watch them grow, and Darren Peterson is the most talented. He just is. A.J. DeBonsa is worth a number 1 pick, but he is just at the end of games, he doesn't have that thing. Defensively, he doesn't have that thing. I don't know what's up with the cramping stuff, but if that's figured out, Darren Peterson 10 times over. Cam Boozer is the other guy that impacts winning. Those are the 2 guys that I would love to see either one in the Wizards uniform.
Wow, so he's got 2 guys over my guy, A.J. DeBonsa. Now,
but he does say DeBonsa's worth the number 1 pick.
Yeah.
Isn't that what he said?
Yes, he did say that.
He clearly favors Boozer
All right, so-
and
okay.
Peterson over DeBonsa.
All right, but it sounds to me like any one of the, all right, he might have a list.
Yeah, but in his opinion, if you gave him the option 10 times,
he's taking Peterson. I get
10
it.
times out of 10.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
No,
really pounding the table for him.
He loves
is.
them.
And
He
he's
loves them.
seen them.
Yeah.
See, you are in an AJ corner, and I get it.
Yeah.
And you haven't even really watched him play.
I've never been in a gym even closely remote to any of these players. So, of course, he's more qualified to talk about it than I am.
And it doesn't even sway you.
Doesn't sway me because I think Will Dawkins and company are locked in on A.J. DeBonsa.
But you actually have no idea.
No, I
Oh,
know.
of course.
It's called
That's
a
just his
tingle,
opinion.
JP.
That's
It's
his-
called a tingle from down here. That's where I get
He
it.
can still
I am
have an
fascinated
He can
by
still
that.
have an opinion.
Yeah, of course.
It's his opinion.
And he
You
can be
can't
proven
criticize
right.
him.
He
Doesn't
may
mean it's
be
right.
proven right.
I mean, it's not like DeBonsa is projected to go number 15.
No, and
He's projected to go 1, maybe 2.
And in that previous discussion, the 2 NBA guys who were going at it back and forth on top 10 under 25,
Yeah.
the one guy had DeBonsa 4. Okay, so he had Wemby, Ant, and Cade ahead of him, but he had AJ. Just boom, he's known as AJ.
Yeah.
AJ. He didn't have Darren Peterson.
Yeah.
So it's not outrageous what Cake's saying. It's actually what most people think.
Look, everybody's
But
dug
there
in.
are some people who watch him
Yeah.
and have watched him, like Jonathan Givney. So I'd put Chris Miles in the Jonathan Givney. Jonathan Givney, I think, is
Yep.
Draft Express,
Yep.
who we've had on the show several times. And he said, very similar. He said, I've seen these guys play against each other 9 or 10 times. So mostly high school.
Yep.
Some, and then the one game in college. And he said, there's never been a time when he walked off the court and went home and thought that A.J. DeBonsa was the better player.
Okay, look, if Will Dawkins comes to that conclusion too and feels like Peterson is the best guy, then I want him to draft Peterson.
Well, what if it
I want
comes
him
down to
pick
this?
Who he feels is the guy that can help lead the Wizards deep in the playoffs and ultimately to an NBA title.
Well,
Whoever
Chris-
that person is, please draft that guy.
Chris Miles used the word talented. So I'm going to give you a scenario. What if they know Darren Peterson is more talented,
Yep.
but because of the creatine, the head stuff,
Yeah.
AJ DeBonsa is more of a sure thing. So his upside may not be as high as Darren Peterson. Do you want to go with the guy with the biggest upside or the sure thing?
I think if you're the Wizards and you've been as bad as you've been for so long and irrelevant as you've been for decades, you have to go with the sure thing. You can't just bet on one guy's ceiling if there are any sort of red flags that you feel like it would be a detriment to take him.
Yeah.
I think you have to take the sure thing. And in this draft, it seems like the sure thing is DeBonsa.
What if DeBonsa...
I respect Chris Miles' opinion of all these players, but Chris Miles thinks Peterson's the number one guy.
Yeah.
Well, there are a ton of other guys who think DeBonsa's the number one guy.
Right.
It's not like 9 out of 10 of these guys who are draft experts think Peterson's the number one.
And some do like Boozer.
Some do like Boozer. You're right. It's probably split down the middle.
I'm being brutally honest here. I don't really care what Chris Miles thinks. I don't care what Jonathan Givney thinks. I care what Will Dawkins and his group of advisors thinks.
Yeah.
That's all. That's the only opinion that I care about.
Okay.
If they feel like, God forbid,
But you keep thinking that they think it's AJ.
If they walk up to the podium and they say Cam Boozer's name is on there, I'm going to hold my nose.
I know.
And I'm going to trust Will Dawkins is making the right call for the organization.
In fact, when we had Will Dawkins on the
Doesn't mean I
show,
love it.
when he had Will Dawkins
I
on the
love you,
show,
Cakes. I've never met someone so loyal and have their flag planted so hard in the ground.
and the funny thing is, when
riding
Will
die,
Dawkins was on the show, and he said consistent about Cam Boozer, Cakes actually thought it was a slur, and then he used the same word for AJ DeBonsa.
I will always go to that was subterfuge by Will Dawkins, and he's playing a metagame on us.
You know
That's
what
all
this
I'm
is?
gonna-
It's classic.
I want anything but AJ right now, just to see Cakes' reaction.
No, it's classic box. That's all it is.
Yeah.
It's Cakes box.
You're right.
Is that he landed on his guy and he's a rock and refuses to pivot if there's any kind of a change in the wind.
Like, what if it was the most respected mind in basketball right now? A lot of people say is Sam Presti, okay, who runs OKC. So what if Sam Presti, for some reason it wouldn't happen, Sam Presti said, I've watched all these guys since they're 13 or 14.
And he loves
I would
Darren
trade
Peterson.
SGA for Darren Peterson.
Yeah.
He's the best prospect I've seen since LeBron James.
All right.
Would you still be on AJ
He
DeBonsa?
probably wouldn't.
You would.
Yes, and you know what else I would? I'd be on Will Dawkins' side. Whoever Will Dawkins.
But you don't know who Will Dawkins' side
I
is on.
don't. I'm praying. Will, please pick AJ DeBonsa. Just hook me. Just, please do this for me. Do it for your guy.
All right, we got to get out of here. For Bish, Cakes, I'm JP. Have a great weekend. Be Mitch and Finley up next here on The Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by the Rollins and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Vegas had a 2-0 lead in the third period and controlled the game. The Golden Knights were 31-0-3 overall this season when leading after 2 periods. But Carolina rallied with 3 goals to take the lead and eventually won in overtime on a power play goal by Seth Jarvis. The Hurricanes became the first team since 1944 to win a Stanley Cup final game after trailing by multiple goals in the final 10 minutes of regulation. And Vegas could have won the game too, but a goal was called back due to goalie interference. They challenged it, but the no goal call stood and Carolina evened this series up. And not only did Vegas lose the game, but they also lost defenseman Brayden McNabb early in the contest. He was forced to leave the game in the first period after taking a puck to the face. It was announced that he headed to a local hospital to get checked out. No update given on his condition post-game. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Despair. They score! Seth Jarvis quiets the critics and ignites the crowd. I said these gentlemen would really answer a question if they could come through here. Jarvis, the one-timer. It beats Carter Hart.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, west. You're listening to B-Mitch and Finley. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm good, bro. How about yourself?
I am good. You heard some highlights there. Just a classic Stanley Cup final game last night.
Yeah, I got up and that's all I saw popping up. Crazy game. I was like, okay, then. What happened?
I know the Canes won in OT. I think there was a big-time challenge late in that game. But I think it was it 2-0 or 3-0, and then Carolina scored 3 times in the third period to tie it up.
Damn.
And then won it in overtime. So I've had a lot going on. I didn't get to watch all of it, but it was I saw the end, and it was pretty damn epic.
That is the thing about you get up 2-0, 3-0 in hockey.
This is what they always say, 2-0 is the most dangerous lead, right?
You bet your ass they're coming.
For sure.
They are coming.
We also got game 2, Knicks Spurs tonight, which I think will be super exciting.
I'll get a chance to watch it with my son-in-law, who's a Knicks fan.
Yeah, so what? You're driving down to Carolina for a bike race? Bike ride.
Yeah.
Sorry. What are you doing now? Like where and how long?
It's a Major Taylor ride. Major Taylor was this African-American rider who rode in the 40s, 50s, who was making $1 million riding a bicycle then. He was a world champion.
Damn.
And there are a lot of different groups all over the country, but the North Carolina group is doing their stuff this weekend. The Major Taylor, the MTCI.
How'd you get connected with the North Carolina group of this?
Deshaun told me about it, and I talked to some of my buddies. So
so are you doing it with him too?
Doing with him?
Okay.
And get a chance to just hang out, see the grandkids and stuff like that, and it's gonna be a good one.
Is Monica going too? Is it just
No?
Because I know you guys like rented a house.
Nah.
I mean this with all of the proper respect.
Mm-hmm.
Who is like the best bike rider on the planet now?
Pogacar is one of them.
Is it like Tour de France dudes?
Tour
or
de
is it
France
different?
guys, but then you got the guys from Tour de France. Then you got the crit guys. Like Tour de France guys, they are out this world. But the crit racing, I just said,
What is crit?
Criteriums, where they do. So like they had the race in Clarendon. I told Ryan to meet me there. He didn't come. He forgot. Young old man. So they had a criterium. It's like the route of the race is 0.62 miles, and they do 100 laps. So they did that 62.3, whatever it was, in right at 2 hours.
Wow. Okay.
And they ride as fast in the first lap, in the last lap, as they do in the first lap.
I'm going to tell you the truth.
They're different, dog.
I just looked up. I don't even know if this is correct. I'm looking at pro cycling racing.
Mm-hmm.
Who'd you say, Pogacar?
I said Pogacar.
Okay. He's number 1.
So he's like a Tour de France guy.
Where's he from? Serbia? That flag looks like?
Bruh, this dude go up hills like 10. 8%, 10% grade hills, he go up them hills 20 miles per hour like they're nothing.
So this is a very global game here.
Hell yeah.
Pogacar at 1, Jonas Vingegaard at 2. I don't think I'm nailing these pronunciations.
You are not.
Remco Evenepoel. He looks like he's from Belgium.
He's a bad dude.
So I think we got Serbia. I believe that is Norway, then Belgium.
Yeah, when you look at the Tour de France, they're from everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not France, though. Isaac Del Toro. I got that one. I think he's from Mexico. Felix Gall. I have no idea what flag that is. Red stripe on top and bottom with a white in the middle. Anybody? Crete, perhaps? Arnaud Delis. Our first Frenchman, Paul Magnier, checks in. Not an American anywhere on this joint.
Hey, they used to be, but not now.
Brandon McNulty clocking in at 31 is top American rank, I think. Unless I'm missing something. But shout out to all those young men working hard on the bicycles. We have a busy day today. Coming up in about 20 minutes, Zach Harper is going to join us from The Athletic, preview the game tonight, and obviously talk NBA draft, Washington Wizards. I'm really excited. At 11:30, Kenny Blakeney is the head coach of the Howard men's basketball team. He's going to join us in studio. We're going to talk to Coach about the finals, obviously. We're going to talk to him about the Wiz, obviously. And I want to pick his brain about, like, building the Howard program into something that is far greater than it was 5-10 years ago. Mm-hmm. And then adding John Wall to the program. Like, there's real momentum for that Howard basketball team.
Yeah.
It's pretty exciting. Then we're going to do Ask B Mitch Anything a little later on in the program. It's funny because we were talking to JP Flame as the show was ending, and just like we kind of get this fatigue having these Brandon Ayuk discussions.
Yeah.
Which you and I have long said. But I had a friend text me this morning, and I want to be clear that this is not a friend that's in the football business.
Okay.
But it's a very successful businessman. This is somebody that, like, makes a lot of money and kind of always has an interesting perspective on things.
Mm-hmm.
And so yesterday, you and I talked about the news of the arrest warrant out for Brandon Ayuk from Santa Clara County, where the 49ers practice facility is, because of the incredibly stupid and dangerous video he posted going 100 by the stadium in a 40-mile-an-hour zone. Yeah. And let's be crystal clear. When I say I think Ayuk still has a chance to play here or somewhere, I recognize how dumb and dangerous the driving was. Like, I recognize that.
Totally.
The NFL has different rules for different people.
We've seen things that were far more dangerous happen, and people still play.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, people, like, if you could play, they figure it out.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe you get suspended, maybe pretend there's a fine, whatever that may be. And as we talked through it, so the actual arrest warrant was issued back in February.
Yeah.
News of that broke Wednesday, I believe. Wednesday evening, because it's California, right? And we kind of surmised two theories. One, grandstanding politician up for election, let's make a spectacle, go after a high-profile athlete, show we're tough on, we mean business, right? We see that all the time.
Yeah.
That's a reasonable theory.
Totally.
Two, the Niners are clearly locked in a very nasty battle with this dude. We know that NFL teams have relationships with their local law enforcement all over the country. And
their local media people.
Right. So now this came from Schefter, but Schefter got relationships with everybody. Like, it wouldn't be that hard for the Niners to get that out. However, I think those are two reasonable theories. Friend of mine, very successful, thinks about things differently, said, what if the Commanders got that story out? What if the Commanders want this, they want him released by San Fran because it seems like eventually that's going to happen. Why don't we pour a little fuel on this fire just to get him out of there, and then we can finally sign him?
I don't see that happening.
It's a reasonable thought.
It sounds like a reasonable thought, but I don't see that happening at all. I don't see that making anything better. I'm just saying, if I want the guy, I don't see me going to say that about, because let's be real. As we stated, what happened is dangerous. But it's nothing compared to other stuff that happened and people got signed in the NFL.
Totally.
So I don't see them going that route.
I don't think it's likely.
Yeah.
But somebody tipped off Schefter. And what is the gain for the Niners if it was them? They already hate the guy. What difference does it make if there's an arrest warrant out now?
Yeah, hate it, make it look bad, make his life miserable, make him feel like I got to do something to get out of here. Because they can't let him go. If he, as long as he stays away, what can they do?
Dude, as long as he stays away, they can just keep him in perpetuity.
Yeah.
And
But if he shows up, they got to let him go, which they want to do.
The person that has to do something here is him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He's just got to come to work.
So if I start doing stuff to make him do something, then we can let him go and move on and do what we need to do. But if he stays away, we have to keep holding on to this dude.
I don't think that story gets him back in the building. Hell, I don't really know how arrest warrants work, but if there's an arrest warrant and he comes to practice, doesn't he get picked up? Like
you would think,
wouldn't they know he's at practice?
Listen, I have gotten off a bus. I've walked in a hotel and seen people getting served and getting arrested. If they were really trying to arrest him, you think they couldn't have done it by now?
Maybe he hasn't been back in that county. Can't you not? I mean, it's also speeding ticket. Like you can't be sending the U.S. Marshals after somebody for a speeding ticket.
No, I understand that, but I'm sure he's been back home.
Where is home? Where's he? Is he from South Carolina or something?
I'm just saying home in California. Because now let's be real. If they had been pursuing him and couldn't find him, this story wouldn't have taken this long to come back and hit the forefront again. You see what I'm saying? If they are trying to get him, find him, catch him, they would have been talking about this a little bit sooner.
I agree with that. So apparently, Brandon Ayuk's from Reno, Nevada.
Didn't know that.
That makes two of us. Reno's north.
It's a weird place.
I've only been there en route to Tahoe. I've never really spent any time in Reno.
I've spent time in Reno. I've been in some of those hotels are old. And you talk about smoky.
Oh, I bet.
Oh, bro. Like Reno and Vegas is like night and day.
Oh,
bro.
Woo. I thought it was interesting because there are plenty of people, like real NFL people, that continue to believe Washington is the eventual landing spot for Brandon Ayuk. And then this story comes out this week, and you just wonder the why, right? Now, it could be something as simple as just somebody.
That cycle started again.
To me, it definitely gets the cycle starting again. I don't know. Different teams have different off-season schedules. The Niners mini camp is probably within the next 2 weeks. So everybody understands OTAs are all voluntary. Mini camp is mandatory. So that kind of changes things. Here's something that's interesting. I want to be sure this is correct. Yeah. So the 49ers had near perfect attendance for OTAs. Obviously, Ayuk wasn't there.
Yeah.
So technically, it ain't perfect. So in turn, Shanahan canceled all of minicamp.
Why?
Because everybody was there for OTAs. That's
odd.
That's odd. Generally, minicamp is 3 days, and the coaches reward the players by canceling the third day.
Mm-hmm.
That happens pretty regularly.
Yeah.
I remember there was a player off record, but pretty famously, we were talking with him after the first day of minicamp and said something about Thursday. He's like, man, my flight's already booked. We ain't having practice on Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
some teams shouldn't be canceling that third day after you watch them play throughout the year.
Sure. Canceling all of it, though?
That's weird.
Dude, they were supposed to have minicamp next week, only scheduled for 2 days, and it's all gone. Said the Niners had their entire roster in the building minus Brandon Ayuk.
Okay. So we don't need. So in that case, we don't need to do training camp. I mean, mini camp. We need to just take time off now, take a step back.
Weird.
Or are they trying to avoid these questions in minicamp?
I don't know.
Because OTAs are
voluntary,
and OTAs are handled a different way with the media people too. They don't want to answer a lot of questions.
OTAs, they get to kind of set who's going to speak. Minicamp, I think they get to do that too. Training camp is when it becomes like a real free for all. I don't know, man. That is interesting though. Like canceling all of minicamp is an odd choice.
Yeah,
I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of minicamp, you and I were at training camp every day last summer, and I think we both thought it was too light. It was not enough hitting. Practices were short.
The intensity just wasn't there.
It was not there.
And that needs to be that issue.
Dan Quinn has talked about learning from mistakes from last year, right? And that's important.
Yeah.
Do you think you try to set that tone in minicamp? Commanders have one more week of OTAs, then minicamp after that.
I don't know if you even, I think the tone should have been set the first day of OTAs, where it's not the fact of hitting, and I want people to understand that. I'm not trying to get people to go back to the barbaric days. But the way at which you do stuff, the speed, the intensity needs to be elevated. I said they have to be ready, hit the ground running when the first game starts. You don't wait until the first game to start doing that. You have to practice that. And I think the intention and intensity needs to be at a higher level. And I believe it will be. Because I think that first day we heard Dan mention something. He mentioned something about hitting the ground running and elevating the level. They got to do that.
Got to. Because it was noticeable. Like, I almost wonder if fans noticed it because they had enough fan days where people are there. Like, it.
I would guess
it didn't have
the
juice.
Fan days and the people that they were not there to watch the intensity. They were there to
get autographs.
Yeah, a lot. Bruh, you and I are there, and we hear what they cheer about and what they, and how they are. It's a point where, and this is not a knock, but this is what I noticed, and I noticed this some when I played. There are some people, no matter what you do, they're just happy.
Can we make a plea?
I like to be held accountable.
Can we make a plea to fans at training camp?
What's that?
Do not cheer for quarterback runs.
Yeah.
No matter what happens, folks, no matter what happens, Jaden Daniels is an elite athlete. But if you are sitting there in the Ashburn sun and you see Jaden Daniels run, that is not what's designed for that play. And it's not at all effective of what will be displayed on the field because they can't get hit.
Yeah.
God bless him. The old Richmond days, RG3 running an 80-yard QB draw and fans going ballistic was some of the dumbest stuff I'd ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
Like, sometimes you see it in 7-on-7.
Listen,
what are we doing here?
Like when we talk about
play is dead.
When we're talking about holding people accountable, and I say this, and this is what I've always felt. This is where you become a part of it, fans. When something is done that's supposed to be done, don't cheer. When something is done that's outstanding, cheer. Don't be happy just because the guy looked at you. Make sure that they get to the level they need to be at. As a player, that's what I wanted. I don't need the lies. Just like today, if your friends are telling you how great you are and you know you're not, get rid of their asses. Go find a new set that's going to tell you the truth about yourself. It'll make you a better person.
We need a tough training camp.
That's why Jeff loves me and you. We always tell him about it.
We hold Jeff's ass accountable. Stallion, too. We kind of let White Brian slide.
No, we don't.
Here's what we're going to do.
White Brian need to go home and jog.
Yeah, dude, he runs miles. I don't know. That gut just keeps growing.
He ain't running.
When we come back, Zach Harper from The Athletic previewing tonight's Knicks-Spurs Game 2 of the NBA Finals.
This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. The Golden Knights seemed to have had the game all wrapped up with less than a period to go. But what followed was some craziness in the third period. You had a Carolina comeback, a failed coach's challenge that led to the Canes' go-ahead goal, a late equalizer by Vegas, and then in overtime you had the game-winning, series-tying tally by Carolina's Seth Jarvis. And FIFA has canceled World Cup tickets issued to about 60 fans who mistakenly got them for free because of a website error. According to FIFA, those tickets remain reserved, but the fans have been, quote, invited to complete the payment in the correct amount. Kind of feels unfair that FIFA should have just eaten the cost of those, but that might be why the Attorneys General of New York and New Jersey are investigating for possible violations of consumer protection laws. Donate your unrented vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. They can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
You mentioned Finley, brought to you by Rude. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't rude, it ain't right, sir. This is about to get hot. I think we're getting our first real blast of hot this weekend. Better make sure your air conditioner's working, man. I had 2 friends whose AC broke. But right now, we're excited. Going to jump right to the Rude guest hotline. Welcome in Zach Harper from The Athletic. Zach, what's up, man? Thanks for making time for us.
How you guys doing?
Doing good, man.
Dude, we're fired up for ball night, man. Game 1 was excellent. I was really blown away by the guts the Knicks showed. Down 14 midway through the third quarter, and they just flipped everything upside down. What stood out to you most from Game 1?
I mean, I think obviously Jalen Brunson in the fourth quarter was ridiculous, right? And he really, I know people are going to push back at this because, it's too early, they haven't won anything, whatever. He's one of the best clutch scorers we've seen. Mm-hmm. Like, he really is. Like, he just finds ways to get to the angles he needs to, get to the spots he needs to. So, obviously, JB was fantastic, but it's this Knicks defense, especially in clutch situations. I was looking at the numbers yesterday, and their offense is like pretty good in the clutch during this postseason. Their defense is like Detroit Pistons of the 2000s level locked out. Like, they just shut off the water completely. And, this is a young Spurs team. They're still trying to figure things out, even though they've had incredible success. But that defense in the clutch by New York was just unbelievable. And it's something they've done all season. It's something they've done throughout this entire postseason. And I know it's been like, they played the Hawks, they played the Sixers, they played the Cavs, they haven't played anybody. Well, they played the Spurs, and they did it to them too.
And when you watch that game, I think, like you talk about Jalen Brunson down the stretch, they had a body on Wemby the whole time. They didn't allow him to just sit there. They made him have to fight over the top and do different things. And if they do that, and him trying to play extra minutes, that's going to work against, I think, the Spurs.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because the Spurs were so careful with their guys all year. Wemby only averaged 29 minutes a game. A bunch of guys like under 30 minutes a game. And the idea is, we want their legs to be fresh when they're playing heavier minutes in the postseason, which is a great strategy. The thing is, and I think you're seeing this with especially the younger guys trying to figure out how to manage that energy, is you may have fresh legs for it, but are you conditioned for it? Because those are two very different things. And I think we've seen a couple of times in this postseason that conditioning for the Spurs, maybe not being completely used to playing 40 minutes in a high leverage game like this. So I'm with you. I think, they're going to have to figure out ways to, I would say, like, attack quicker. They like a faster pace than what the Knicks like. So I think that's a big thing of controlling the pace of the game, which is tough to do in an NBA Finals matchup because things usually slow down. But if they can get to, Wemby coming off a screen and, getting the ball and taking 2 dribbles into a shot instead of 3-4 dribbles to try to find maybe a better shot, I think those quicker strikes will help the Spurs manage that stuff.
Talking with Zach Harper here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow Zach at Talk Hoops. Read all his work in The Athletic. What's interesting with the Spurs trying to get going more is I think it will help Wemby. He looked gassed by the end of that game. But I don't know I almost think you might have to slow Castle down a hair. Like, he seemed like, I love his basketball game because it's so borderline reckless. Like, he's just so fast and aggressive. But, like, I don't know how maybe you get him to calm down a little. Like, maybe take a CBD pill before the game or something. Like, relax.
Yeah, you maybe like some kind of Zen music in the locker room right before, like you would create like a spa scenario. Yeah, I'm with you. Like, I love his pace of play in the open court. Him getting down and running after a rebound, I want to see that all night long because that's when he's at his best. When they get into the half court, they were miserable in the half court in game one. I want to say they scored like 85 points per 100 possessions in the half court, which is just, that's not even tanking levels of inefficient on offense. Like that's something even lower. But when he gets in the half court, he's someone where he does want to go full speed, and you can't necessarily do that against this Knicks defense. One, their hands are so good. Josh Hart digging in, Mikal Bridges digging in, OG Anunoby digging in, all in help. They're going to get deflections, but also, you kind of have to. You get into the paint, you got to know where you're going with it. Are you pulling up for a jumper? Are you getting to the basket the whole time? Are you looking for the kick out to the corner? And I think he's just rushed through a lot of those things. So he'll slow it down at some point. He'll get up to the speed of this finals game tonight. But I'm with you. Like, I want to see him go full bore in the transition opportunities. Half court, you got to slow it down just a little bit.
Mm-hmm. The game against Oklahoma City, I noticed that Castle and Vassell, those guys, when they started to play, and they're emotional guys. Yeah. They didn't get much pushback against OKC. Against the Knicks, those guys have the same mindset as they do. And I watched Castle in one game. I told JP, I said, listen, he lost it. When they started to do the same things he was doing, he couldn't handle it. And I believe that his mental psyche is going to be, it can either push them over the top or make them crumble.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw that, they got away with it in game one against Oklahoma City because of that double overtime game, but, he had 11 turnovers in that game. He had 9 turnovers in the next game, and then he calmed it down, right? And part of that was De'Aaron Fox getting back into the rotation with his ankle injury, and that just takes some of that responsibility, some of that pressure off of Castle to create. He can pick his spots a little bit better. Fox was so bad in game one against the Knicks, though. I think he was like 3 of 13, and he took some good shots. It's just those shots don't get in. Guys start pressing. Yeah, like you start pressing in those situations, and now everyone, it's like, ooh, Fox has missed 3-4 in a row. I got to go get a bucket, right? And I think the young guys, it's a little more panic than it is urgency, and they need to figure out that line between panic and urgency.
So, Zach, I want to kind of switch to the NBA draft here, but what do you think happens tonight? What do you think happens in the series?
I think the Spurs even it up tonight. Like they've responded well after losses pretty much the last 4 months, right? They haven't lost too many games, 2 games in a row. And I think Wemby, he had a stinker in game one. He always comes back with a good game. So I think they even it up. I picked the Knicks in 6 before the series. I still feel pretty good about that, but I mean, this Spurs team's legit. So I'm going to take the coward's way out and say anything could happen.
Dude, I think you're right, though. We're in media business and you're supposed to have a take. I don't know what's going to happen in this series. I know I'm
it's not great. It's not great analysis. People are like, all right, so what do you think? I was like, I don't know, man. It's going to be great.
Tell them we have opinions just like they do. Just because we work in the industry don't mean we know. Because they damn sure don't tell us nothing.
Right.
No, you can look at my record. I barely know anything.
The same stuff we tell y'all is what they tell us. It's not like they tell us something we holding it.
Right. Talking with Zach Harper here from The Athletic, NBA Insider. Make sure you give him a follow at Talk Hoops. So transitioning, obviously the NBA Finals are the biggest thing in sports right now, but in Washington, there's so much focus around the number 1 pick. You kind of have the presumptive number 1 pick feels like AJ DeBonsa, but we've had more and more of these analytical dudes come on the show with us and tell us why it should be Cam Boozer. Where do you feel like number 1's going?
No offense to Cam. I think Cam Boozer is going to be a really, really good NBA player. I can't believe it's between AJ DeBonsa and Cam Boozer. It should be between AJ DeBonsa and Darren Peterson.
Right.
To me, it's DeBonsa. I think AJ is the best prospect. 6'9", he can score, he can defend, he can do a little bit of everything, and he still has so much room to grow, obviously, because he's so young. But his skill set, you can see, like, ooh, that handle will improve going to his left. That handle will improve pulling up with a jumper to his right. Oh, he'll be able to learn how to, like, take an extra dribble, get into the paint, dunk that, right? Like, he is, to me, just, like, that's the prototypical number one pick you want for a guy that isn't, like, necessarily ready to be great right now, but will be that within like 2 years. So to me, Demance is a guy, but if you're going to kick another guy around, it's Peterson. Now, yeah, the injury stuff and the coming out of games, the not playing games, like I have a lot of questions about that from his year at Kansas. I also just, look, the NBA is way different than college, even with the NIL now. So I don't hold too much of that. That might have been bad advice he was getting. Whatever that was, I talked to certain, experts, people who watch these guys in high school, and I'm like, hey, DeBance is a guy, and the Peterson people are always like, I don't know, Darren Peterson was giving it to him in high school, and that's hard to ignore. So I do think there is a conversation for it, but to me, DeBance has got to be the number one, especially for this Wizards team.
Do you think I'm a lifelong Wizards Bullets fan? Like, I remember rooting for Tom Gugliotta as a kid, right? Like,
Goog.
Like, I've lived this, and it's not often been fun, but whatever. This is where we're at. How far away from competing are they? Like, do you think there's a world this season where the Wiz, Davis actually plays for him, Trae Young plays, Jabanza, like they do have some good young talent. How far away is this thing?
I mean, if these guys play next year and play a decent amount of games, like that should be a playoff team. Wow. Like that could be the 6th seed. That could be at least a play-in tournament and get into the playoffs. But like I'd like this young core a lot. They needed veterans to kind of help things flesh out. You bring in Trae Young, you bring in Anthony Davis. They both have their problems, but they're both also like all NBA, all-star players. And so if they give those guys 60+ games, there shouldn't be an excuse. Like, yes, you still have to iron out a lot of the youth with this roster. I'm a big Coulibaly guy. I'm a big Bub Carrington guy. I love Keyshawn George. Like Alex Sarr, I thought took a very encouraging leap in year 2. There's a lot to like here, but it is still very young. I think we can get a little tricked by looking at this Thunder team, the Spurs team, and being, young guys can win. That's not the norm. Like that's very atypical, and so it takes more than just talent. But you maybe add 1 or 2 more veterans to this roster. Yeah, they should be in the playoffs if they have those 2 guys leading them.
You think Davis plays here?
That's a great question. I don't know. I heard some things, after, and it's all hearsay, but I heard some things, right after the trade of like, they may be trying to reroute him. I was like, they're not going to reroute him. That's crazy. And then it was like, Chris Haynes reported that, he wasn't going to play the rest of the season with the hand injury or whatever it was. And some people around the Wizards were like, "Oh no, he'll play." And I was like, "I don't know." Chris Haynes is pretty plugged into this stuff. I don't think and if guy's not playing the rest of the season, it makes me wonder: is he trying to find a way out? But at least right now he's on the team, and I think he said some of the good things you want to hear.
I didn't even see him dress out, so he didn't play.
Right. I think he's legally an employee. I don't know if he's on the team. He's legally an employee.
He got paid. He didn't play. He got paid, though.
Yeah.
like Jumping Together said back in the day, pay me, don't play me.
I think the absolute best definition of the Anthony Davis Washington Wizards scenario right now, he's legally an employee.
He's legally an employee, man. He's collecting checks. He's on the, he's in the whole system.
Yo,
I agree.
Zach, this was great, dude.
Appreciate
Maybe we can circle back draft week if you got time.
Hey, anytime, guys.
All right,
man. Appreciate
Thanks so much, dude.
Appreciate it.
All right. Zach Harper from The Athletic. Give him a follow at Talk Hoops. Anthony Davis, legally an employee.
Yeah.
11:30, Kenny Blakeney, Howard coach, will join us in studio. So, B, have you heard of this internet sensation 82-0?
No.
So it's some website where you try to design a basketball team that goes 82-0. And it gives you a team and a decade.
Okay.
Junks may have been talking about this when I was driving the girls to school. It's like the hot thing on the internet right now. So I just did it, and I got pummeled. I got the worst possible picks. Brian, you're a little bit older than me. Who would you pick from the Milwaukee Bucks in the 60s?
Don't have a clue.
Yeah, dude. I had no idea. Now, apparently there's a football one. Is 20-0, right? So, how do we set this up? All right, we're going to try to play this, B. Can we go 20-0? We're going to play. You ready?
Okay.
All right. I think it's probably just skill positions. So we got the Chargers from 2016 to 2020. I think we take... You want Herbert or Rivers? I mean, we got good quarterback options here.
I'm taking Rivers. At least he was able to take him farther.
Or, dude, we could take Antonio Gates. That's a Hall of Fame tight end.
Yeah.
I don't know that we're going to get a quarterback this good, but that's a Hall of Fame tight end.
It's only going to give you the stats from that era. So it won't give you Antonio Gates in his prime.
Oh.
Okay.
Herbert got drafted in what, 19?
Give us Rivers.
You're getting the tail end of Rivers, though. You're not getting the...
I don't care.
Rivers.
I mean, if
Herbert's rookie year...
If all we doing is...
Herbert's rookie year, he set a touchdown.
Okay, but let me break this down for
You also hate Herbert.
No, not that I hate Herbert. I'm going to just break this whole game down for you. You picking people based off their stats, and then it's going to tell you what your record is?
Yeah.
That's the dumbest thing in the damn world. So everybody that's losing your mind over this game, you're dumbasses. Because football, you have to play the damn football game, right?
This is an internet game.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. People lose their mind over stupidity. Just because I put stats against stats don't mean a damn thing. There are people that are the best that get their ass whipped on a certain day. Because that other guy had a I'm no quit attitude. I won't be playing that game.
So you want Rivers?
Let's go to a real topic. I listen. I know we do a lot of stuff, and I know they tell us to talk about this, talk about that. But you know what I have to believe? Not a rating in the world will be made off of us talking about this dumbass game. So let's talk about something that makes sense.
I could have you be mad about this game for hours, and it would entertain me.
Nah. I mean, if all we gonna do is pick the name and stats,
yeah,
and then the
game. Know what you'll really love about
game is gonna tell us if you won or lost.
You also there's no lineman picked. Like so you go quarterback, running back, receiver, tight end, 2 flexes, an edge rusher, a D tackle.
So
we
playing 7-on-7 online.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I love this game. Ooh, wow. Wow. You know what I told you out there? I said, JP, we're not only here to educate people, we're here to entertain them too.
Yeah.
I mean, entertain. We're not only here to entertain, we're here to educate them. I think we're going to make the world stupid with this game. That's what I believe.
I mean, the boys in there have been playing the NBA one all morning.
Look at the 3 people who playing it. Frick, Frack, and Frick and Frack was playing it, and Frickster Frack, he didn't play.
So you don't want to pick a Bills running back from 99 to 05?
No. Look, first of all, when the Bills win the Super Bowl, then I might pick them.
Been a while.
See, that game still give me Bills. You can't win if you pick the Bills because they don't win.
The Bills still make you mad, I think, from talking S that week of Super Bowl week.
No, they don't make me mad. It's just that I love how people can put this team so great and they never got there.
Definitely hate Josh Allen. Maybe not Herbert.
I don't hate him. I just think that he gets too much credit for not accomplishing. He gets the credit like he's won the Super Bowl.
True.
He hasn't.
True.
And a lot of times the fact that they didn't win was his fault.
He's had bad games and big moments. I think.
Fumbling coming out the end zone. Ooh, that's like Tony Romo. We still knock Tony Romo for being a fumble artist. Josh Allen, we give him a pass.
Fair. I think the Bills are a really interesting case because everybody is freaked out about the Commanders' weapons. The Bills are hardly loaded, I would say.
No.
And
you get
they put Allen in that he has to do everything category that I think was problematic for James.
And he's going to keep trying it. And I'm going to tell you like this.
He's been very durable, though.
He's been durable, but you know who else was durable? Ben Roethlisberger was durable until he wasn't. If you keep getting hit, I don't care how big you are, you constantly getting chiseled down. When you see somebody trying to take an axe and try to cut one of these big trees, you go, man, he ain't going to ever knock that damn tree down. All of a sudden, he keeps hitting. Somebody else coming hitting. Then all of a sudden you say, oh, man, it's starting to topple now. The big boys will hurt too. They just take a little longer to start hurting.
I mean, for me, the Josh Allen comp, I get the Roethlisberger one. I think it's more Cam Newton because those guys had designed quarterback runs.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Same thing.
Exactly. The same thing happened with
we
Cam.
thought he was invincible.
He thought he was.
Tell he wasn't.
He still thinks he is.
Tell he wasn't.
Allen, over the last 3 seasons, hasn't missed a game in the last 3, has missed 1 game in the last 5. Almost 115 carries per season.
Yeah.
And some of those are little sneaks, push, whatever, but like, that adds up. Now, he's been lethal in the red zone. Dude, he has 29. He has 40 rushing touchdowns over the last 3 years. And that's on top of the passing.
Love it.
Yeah.
But with all that talent, and he's been there all the time, he's been accessible, they should win more, right? If you have one of your best quarterbacks ever, and he's very durable, they should win.
I mean, they've won at least 11 games for the last 6 years.
All right, so we always say the quarterback makes people better and the quarterback gets you over the top. He is of that level, right? He's that caliber, right? Okay.
I think
so. Should you not judge him more harsh than we judge some of the weaker quarterbacks? We judge weaker quarterbacks more harsh than we do him.
I think Allen and Lamar are approaching to be this generation's like Barkley and Ewing. Like they were great. They were great players. Yeah. There just happened to be another dude that was the dude. And the Chiefs were that dude. And then you almost wonder if we're on to this next era. Like that Seahawks team, this Rams team.
You just but the thing of it, bro, I look at football so different. If I am a quarterback of Josh Allen's capabilities, and I know Pat Mahomes on the other side of the ball, when I finish this series here where we about to go get these points, he will not have a second on the clock. I'm not giving it back to him with some seconds on the clock, as he's done.
I think 13 seconds, man.
If I don't care. If I am the quarterback, I will make sure you have none on that damn clock.
It's B. Mitch and Finley. Kenny Blakeney, Howard men's basketball coach, will join us at 11:30.
This sports update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. The Vegas Golden Knights sustained 2 major losses last night. The team not only blew Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final, giving up 3 goals in the third period to set up an overtime loss for the Carolina Hurricanes, but they also lost defenseman Brayden McNabb early on in the contest. McNabb was forced to leave the game in the first period after taking a puck to the face. The defenseman got in the way of a shot on goal, with the puck hitting him directly in the visor. McNabb was eventually able to skate off the ice under his own power, but he was bleeding. Later in the broadcast, it was announced that he was headed to a local hospital to get checked out. Post-game, there were no updates given on his condition. Prince George's County grads, your tuition at PGCC could be completely covered. The PGCC Promise Scholarship pays for tuition and fees. No debt, real support. Don't let money stop you. Visit pgcc.edu/go/promise scholarship and see if you qualify. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
When I walk in the club, all eyes on me.
Damn right. It is
All drinks are free.
a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Everybody enjoy it responsibly. Scotty's Vodka is DMV made, and Scotty's Vodka is expanding.
Yeah.
We got a note from Laura about Scotty's expanding into 50 additional Virginia ABC stores.
Hell yeah.
And they're participating. This seems like an event, Brian, that you and I should be a part of.
They're one of
regularly.
the best, man, in the country.
Yo, the Virginia ABC Board's Spirits Palooza, June 4th through the 6th. Send us to Richmond for the Spirit Palooza. That seems right up. I'm wearing a Spirit hat.
Tomorrow the 6th, Jay.
So it started yesterday, I guess.
So if we're not there yet, we ain't going, Jay.
We're talking about 2027 Spirit Palooza. They were Scotty's was recognized as a 2026 Beverage Dynamics Spirits Rising Star after posting more than 53% growth. So,
hell yeah.
Congrats to our friends at Scotty's Vodka, expanding all over. They're big on the Eastern Shore of Maryland.
Yeah,
I don't know
yeah.
if you've seen it out
Yeah.
there on your bike rides and such. But it is a Scotty's
Nah,
Vodka
I
Red
don't
Bull
see
Friday.
it when I'm on my bike ride, JP.
Once you get off.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. So I wanted to congrats to Scotty, man. Seriously, we know
Yeah,
those
congrats,
guys.
Scotty, man.
I saw he had a fun. Their social media is really good. He had a funny post on social. That we're happy for them. Seriously,
Yeah, totally.
Them,
totally.
the College Co guys, like it's cool. We get to work with good people. My guy Matt at Classes by Design.
Yeah.
Certainly Paul Henry. I'm not trying to exclude anybody. John Leahy, whoever else.
Yeah.
The folks at Crop.
Rude
boy. Shout out to Jimbo and the family.
Yeah.
The question is relatively simple. It's a simple question. I think the answer is far more complicated. You have said before for Jaden for this season, he needs to not try to be Superman.
No, I'm not necessarily saying about him not trying to be. I'm just saying that the team has to put the group around him where he doesn't feel he has to be. Because what I feel is people with extreme skill sets and abilities like he has, it's a natural tendency to say, you look around and you say, okay, I have to do more. And once that guy feels like that, he is going to try to do anything he can to help that team win. And a lot of times that ends up being the guy putting himself in harm's way. You want to be able to have the proper people around him where his confidence level says, I can help him out. I remember David Culley, the way David helped me out in college. In college, every time I dropped back, you know what I felt? I can get a damn first down. He said, let somebody else get that play. Let somebody else take that hit. And I began to understand what he was talking about. Jaden has to get to that point where that person that as the receiver, as the running back, the tight end, he has the same level of confidence in them that he has in him, in himself. And dump it off and just expect them to get the play. Dump it off, expect them to. Then all of a sudden,
I was really encouraged at OTAs because I saw him
Yeah.
connect with Luke on one of those plays.
when you're in a crucial situation, Like, it's 12 seconds on the clock. That score is needed to win this game. I don't care if you leave the ground at the 5-yard line. Do what you got to do to get in that damn end zone.
Right.
But the other moments, we need you to be able to go back in the huddle and lead the way again. That's all we need.
I agree.
Yeah.
I totally agree. And I think, let's say it's just a standard good season, not an all-pro level season, but just whatever you think that player's standard good season is. And that also includes a healthy season.
Yeah.
To me, a healthy NFL season is like 15 games played.
Yeah.
If guys miss a game or two, man, it's a brutal grind. So
yeah.
You play 15, that's a good, healthy season. What player or players do you think it's most important for Jaden to have the kind of season where this team matters in January? What player or players do you think are required to have that good, healthy season to get Jaden to that point?
I think this new vamp, and this is going to confuse you and probably other people. The revamped defensive line, they need to play. They need to play better. You know why? Because if they could put pressure on another team's quarterback, you give our secondary chances. And if they can give them chances, we get the ball back more often. And I would love to go into any season with Jaden Daniels getting extra possessions of the football.
Sure.
Now you have help. Like we discussed over the last few weeks, we've been discussing the hitting of the Nats. And you started saying the pitching was getting better.
Right.
When you have confidence that you don't have to be perfect, you can play a high level of any sport. So if that D-line gets better where they are now making people stop, giving the ball where I am not going into a game thinking we have to score 36. We have to score 30. We have to score 35. If we can get 24, we can win this game. Different ball game then.
Certainly.
Now we flip to the side where he plays.
Sure.
Terry, Tunsil, running game.
Terry and Tunsil were the two I was going to say.
And the running game.
Yeah.
Because that running game is going to make Terry more lethal. And if they're running the football, then now what we loved about Jaden in for year one, when he could drop back, hand it off the team, and start throwing it, now he has space to use his athletic ability.
I think I'm with you. I think all of that is well said. I think Tunsil, if you look at his last 4 seasons, played all 17 twice. Last year, I don't know this. I have a feeling if they were playing relevant football in late January, Laramie might have missed a game with that injury. I don't think he gets shut down like he did. I think if they were going to the playoffs, I think Tunsil's playing, frankly.
When he got that extension, that lets you know he could have played.
Right. Yeah, if there was an injury concern.
They didn't see it as a real injury if they gave him that extension.
Right. I think Tunsil, I kind of equate, I think the offensive line, at least as we view it with Tunsil, Paul, Allegretti, Cosme, Connerly, I think that's a plus unit, right? I
agree.
I think that's probably a top 10 offensive line. I think you could argue as a position group, O-line might be the best they have on the roster.
They were as good as you needed them to be last year.
But you need, if you lose Tunsil, then maybe you have to go to Coleman. Like, you need a good, healthy season out of Tunsil.
Yeah.
I think the wide receiver room, I am not as concerned as a lot of people are. I'm not necessarily I'm certainly not banging the Brandon Ayuk drum. I could understand a Steph Diggs move, but I also I'm really interested in the current group. I think Antonio Williams could be a good player. Diami has looked good. Now, we've seen Diami look good in the summer to not produce much in the season. Maybe Luke gets it together. Maybe Jalen Lane's routes have gotten better. Maybe his hands are a little bit better. Van Jefferson is fast, dude.
He's fast.
That dude is fast.
But the thing I look at with Diami is this. When we last saw Diami play on this football team, we saw him making plays in the playoffs. You know what I mean? And he left. He went down there to Jacksonville, and I don't know if he ever got to do what he was capable of or not. But he didn't play as well. just like we like to see somebody do see one thing bad, we always just stick to it. How about thinking that he and Jaden get back together, they can rekindle what they had? Right now, everybody think from 6 years ago, Jaden and IU can rekindle what they had 6 years ago when they wasn't really anywhere close to what they are now.
Diami's numbers are crazy because his career high in receiving yards was in 24. He had over 300 receiving yards that season. He had 30 catches for 308 with a touchdown.
Yeah.
Career high is 300 yards over 17 games played. Largely has been healthy. Missed a couple games here and there, but largely has been healthy. Obviously has vertical speed. That playoff run, in 3 games, he had 14 catches for 229 yards and a touchdown.
Yeah.
Like,
he's capable of doing that. Has to be healthy and get opportunity. Is he at a point now where a coach designed and say, hey, let's get him involved more? You know what I mean?
I don't know. Like, was that lightning in a bottle, or was that something you can recreate? Because they didn't have it Jaden and Diami weren't connecting like that during the regular season.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's every once in a while. Have you watched seasons where nothing is working, and all of a sudden something just hits. And what happens when that hits is the confidence level of the receiver goes up and the confidence level of the quarterback in the receiver goes up. I remember the pass that he threw in Detroit. When he threw the ball, I'm like, where the hell is that ball going? And the way that ball dropped in, the way it was coming down, it came down like a punt, straight out the air, and you're running away from it. It's a hell of a damn catch.
Hell of a catch.
Hell of a catch. Hell of a throw off the bat, but a hell of a catch. And I just think
that Detroit game was fun.
If I'm those two, if I'm Diami going to sleep at night, I'm trying to think of what happened in that playoffs. And every day I go out to practice, I'm trying to match what I was doing in the playoff for that to hit for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when I say when I was here playing in preseason and all, I played so where I got to a level where I knew if we started the game, I can play 4 quarters at that speed. The same thing happens if you go out there and you practice the way you saw yourself playing to try to make sure you can rekindle that and get that going again.
I pulled up that divisional round win in Detroit. Jaden was 22 of 31 for 299 and 2 touchdowns through the air, 122.9 QB rating. He ran for another 51 on the ground.
Yeah.
B-Rob, 15 of 77 with 2 touchdowns in that game. We kind of forget about B-Rob in that game. Eckler was really good in that game. He had 6 catches for 47 yards. He had 6 carries for 47 yards. Another 4 catches for 41 yards. He had a 35-yard run and a 24-yard catch. Then you go down to the receivers. Diami went 6 for 98 in that game with the 42-yard catch you mentioned. We haven't even mentioned Terry, who was 4 of 87 with the touchdown. Remember that little bubble that he just housed?
Yeah.
I mean, the mood in that stadium was just incredible.
Yeah, I was talking so much trash to those fans out there, boy. Oof.
Dude, the way
I could have gone to jail for trash talk.
The way the Lions came out and just went right down the field and scored, and it was 7-0. And that arena, that stadium is loud.
Oh, they're loud.
Loud.
Yeah.
And then Washington comes back, only gets a field goal. It's 7-3. And it starts to feel like Detroit could run away with this thing. I think Goff had a pick on that next drive. I think that's how they got the ball back. He had the fumble. And then the Commanders rattled off 3 straight touchdowns to push the lead there. And the Commanders' drives were all lengthy. They had an 11-play touchdown drive, a 15-play touchdown drive in the third quarter. They had an 8-play touchdown drive in the fourth quarter. That was fun, man. That was a fun game to be at, to watch, and to be in that locker room after. I mean, you experienced that as a player, like you experienced that as a different level.
Man, even being a person who wasn't playing in those games, I would say for me and Santa, man, that run felt like we were on the field, man. And like for me, like when I hear people talk about how Jaden is with the virtual reality and stuff like that, that virtual reality thing speeds up at a point and it gets him comfortable doing things when he gets on the field.
Yeah.
It's the same thing as when you believe in yourself and going into practice and you practice that way. So, like, I understand that practice is not a game speed. But if you get as close as you can to game speed and you do that in practice, when you step on the football field, it's no doubt that you could do what the hell you want to do. But if you go through the motions in practice and make it easy in practice, you have to find another level in the game. Don't find it. Bring it with you.
I know Ben Johnson is celebrated for his offensive genius, and a lot of it is warranted. But I will never understand in a game where you were turning it over. They had Detroit had 5 turnovers in that game.
Mm-hmm.
Help me with the math on this, because I think it's pretty damn close to 10 yards a carry. The Commanders ran the ball 42 times for 182 yards and 3 touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
Now, maybe that's a little skewed because Jaden also ran 15 times, and I doubt all of that was designed, right? But even if you back out Jaden's 15, that's, 27 carries in that game just to running backs? The Lions in that game, you and I sat there and watched it.
Yeah.
The Lions could get anything they wanted running the ball. Jahmyr Gibbs could get anything he wanted.
Yeah.
They ran the ball only 23 times for 201 yards.
Yeah.
That's almost 10 yards a carry.
But see, that is when...
And they were never out of it. Like, you never had to get away from the run. The biggest lead was a 10-point lead. By late in the game, sure, but I think they should have... I think that Gibbs should have had more carry. If I'm a Detroit fan and I look back on that, and I know that
I'll never let live that down.
Gibbs only had 14 carries in that game for 105 yards.
Yeah, but the thing of it is, Ben Johnson thought the game was about him and not about the players. And that is a point where you see guys get into games and stuff, and then they start trying to do their thing. That's what he tried to do, his thing.
Doesn't help when your quarterback throws 3 picks.
Listen, hey, if my quarterback threw 1 pick or 2 picks, guess what I'm going to stop doing? Throwing the damn ball. I'm getting 10 yards a carry. 10 yards of pass reception is outstanding in a football game. If I'm getting 10 every carry, you know what I'm doing? Chalking up the yards. I go down, I score. You got less time. Why would I come back and throw an interception, give you the ball back? He should have ran that ball 40 times that game. And that is why I still question Ben Johnson. Because is he good enough to stay focused on what's happening as a team, or does he focus on how do I make myself look good?
That game was a wild ride, man.
Yeah.
That Detroit defense was so banged up. They couldn't have. You could have played quarterback that night, I think.
Jaden
was
no,
fantastic.
No. Don't be downplay me. I played quarterback. I was good at that.
I'm saying, but that night you were 52 years old or whatever.
I think I could have thrown a couple of them.
that scene in there when Durant walked in there, Durant and Magic dapping up Jaden.
Yes.
Gosh, just electric stuff.
Special.
All right, we are very excited. I believe they're here. We have Howard men's basketball coach Kenny Blakeney joining us in studio next. Don't go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. Victor Wembanyama accepted responsibility for his role in San Antonio's first Game 1 loss in the NBA Finals in franchise history, but said he wasn't worried in the slightest about the rest of the series. Minutes after the Knicks defeated San Antonio 105-95 on Wednesday to take a 1-0 lead in the NBA Finals, Wemby, who committed postseason career highs in turnovers and missed shots, agreed with his head coach that he needs to establish more of a presence inside to achieve team success. He'll get a chance to do that tonight. 8:30 p.m. is Game 2. And Yankees outfielder Aaron Judge has been diagnosed with a stress fracture of the first rib on his right side, but he is expected to return this season, though he'll miss significant time. Good news, though, is that they actually sent him to a specialist of thoracic outlet syndrome, so it's better than they had thought. Donate your unrented vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. They can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We are very excited to welcome in Mr. Kenny Blakeney, the men's basketball coach at Howard. Coach, how you doing? Thanks for making time for us, man.
What's up, JP, B. Mitch? Glad
Gentlemen.
to be here.
Oh, dude.
Really, you should say Bishop's teammate. in
That's
high
true.
School, you know,
We were just talking.
and also, you know, EB.
Yeah.
Baseball teammate.
So, Coach Blakeney went to DeMatha with Jason Bishop and Eric Bickle from the Junks. You give us the high school scouting report on those two.
Well, I mean, with Jace, it was, Bish, he 6'7", 2 guard, would be really, really good in this day and time right now as an analytic 3-point shooter.
Yeah. All right.
I mean, pace and space, not too much pace on his space, but he could really, really fill it up.
All right.
And it was really fun to play with him. And then Bickle, I was saying we played baseball together, but Bickle was involved in so many different things around campus. The one thing that you could always bet on with him is that you could hear him before you would see him.
So he chose the right profession.
100%.
So it's funny talking about your time at DeMatha. And obviously, you're coaching now at Howard and doing a hell of a job. I want to get into all of these things. But think about the dudes you played for. Morgan Wooten and then Coach K at Duke. I mean, that's two absolute titans of basketball coaching. What did you learn? Think about that 8-year cycle of the type of coaching you got.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. I just so lucky and fortunate that I had a chance to sit in their classroom. Both of them are educators. They do it the right way. Their base is very fundamentally sound, and they're incredible teachers, incredible communicators. So for me to have a chance to be a part of their program in a small part at each place was just so magical for me. I always say I'm a little bit like the Black Forrest Gump. I just found myself in rooms that I probably shouldn't have been in.
I think when you look at those two guys, they are known as guys that like things done a certain way. And every time I hear people talking about sports today, oh, you can't do that today. I think you can. I think if you're consistent with players, they're going to follow what you do. But if you wishy-washy, they're going to try to run over you. Do you think the way that they were still will work today?
100%.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. I think, the one thing that resonates is that good players want to be coached.
Yeah.
And they want to be told the truth. And so if those two things are true, then both of those guys would have incredible success today.
Yeah.
So you were at Duke on those teams, the 91-92 teams that went back-to-back national championships, beat Michigan in a game that is an absolute classic and all of these things, right? Beat UNLV, like these crazy accomplishments. But that Duke team was a lightning rod back then and kind of still is. Like, remember the Jalen Rose documentary, the Fab Five documentary, the way they talked about Leitner? Like, when you were on those teams, could you recognize in the moment how big and like kind of polarizing, especially a player like Leitner was?
Absolutely, 100%. No, everywhere we moved, it was different. Like being on campus, people would randomly, come up to you and ask for autographs. People would knock on your door at your dorm or your apartment for you to sign or take pictures, whatever those things are. Going to the mall, it was different. When we traveled, Remember one game we're playing Notre Dame at Notre Dame. We finished the game up, and there were so many people waiting for Bobby Hurley after the game that we literally had to put him in the equipment trunk and get him out to the bus, sneak him out, because we'd have been there for probably 30, 40 minutes. It was, with Leitner and Hurley and Hill and, all of those guys. It was sort of like being, like
the Bulls.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
I believe it, man. I mean, those teams, the level of play where Grant Hill at that time probably wasn't the best player on that team. Like Leitner in college was the dude, man.
No doubt.
What was it like the Kentucky game? I mean, that famous Coach K tells him after you make the free throws or whatever. Like, what was it like watching that unfold as a part of that team?
It was the most intense, probably, couple of hours that I've ever spent on a basketball court. Like, you could feel the competition. You could feel the intenseness. Like, you got a Rick Pitino-led team versus Coach K for a chance to go to the Final Four in the Spectrum. A lot of history in that gym with Dr. J, Moses Malone. The time that us growing up, we were all fans of those teams, right? And to be playing on that court and in such a special game, it was literally, I don't remember what the, back and forth was, but there were so many lead changes in that game. Pretty much every possession was a lead change. And to have the superstars like a Mashburn, Grant Hill, Christian Leitner, Bobby Hurley, their guys were phenomenal that game. It was a point where, I think Sean Woods threw up a floater off the board. I thought we were done. And then next play came up. It was the Hill pass to Leitner and the dream shake to a fadeaway jump shot, for money. So it was surreal, to be honest.
Coach, I'm a stick. Like, I always believe in the way, like the approach, the way you practice, so you can get into a game and you don't have to try to look for something because it's what you do. And I hear about all those names you all had on those basketball teams. How were the practices? Were they so intense when you got into, like, I know in our Super Bowl year, the football games were easy compared to what our practice was.
100%. No, great story. Brian Davis, Bladensburg High, right here in Capitol Heights. When I was getting recruited, he said, "Look, it'd be a shame if you don't come here because we're going to win a national championship." Wow. So that was after losing, to UNLV the year before by 34.
Wow.
It was already,
in their minds.
Absolutely, absolutely, and I wanted to be a part of that. I came from a program that was a winning program, and I wanted to continue to win. I wanted to win championships. I didn't care what the sacrifice was. I was about winning championships. So going there, the practices were insanely intense and competitive because those guys wouldn't let up. You hear the great stories about Christian Leitner and how demanding he was, and Brian Davis and Grant Hill and Thomas Hill. And like, it would be days when the first team wouldn't let the second team score.
Wow.
And then they would let us know.
We're the best.
No doubt.
But it's just like, I hear so much stuff about how people, they want things to be easy. But I know in those situations where it's one or two guys who are hard asses.
Absolutely.
Okay? And people may look at, they wouldn't. No, but those guys are the ones that people love because they got you over the hump. They made you work a little harder than you wanted to do and showed you a way that you got to get it done to win consistently.
100%. No, we were pushed and challenged every day. And it was so intense where, I was roommates with Bobby Hurley. There would be days when I'm checking him as the second string point guard that it was so physical, so competitive, we'd almost come to blows. And then we'd get in the car, wouldn't talk to one another, get to the apartment, wouldn't talk to one another. And then a couple of hours later, it's like, all right, where you want to go to dinner? Right? But that's how competitive it was each and every day. The practices were way harder than the games.
I pulled up the box score from that famous Duke-Kentucky game. Mashburn went for 28 and 10. Sean Woods had 21. Dale Brown off the bench gave him 18. There's some stunning numbers in here. Bobby Hurley went for 22 and 10 assists. Leitner dropped 31 in that game. Grant Hill was coming off the bench?
Just came off an injury.
Okay, all right. I was like, Grant Hill was the sixth man on that team. How loaded are you? Wow. Just the history of that is incredible. But like, fast forward to now, you have built this Howard program into a force. I've said this repeatedly. You guys gave Michigan the best game they had in the tournament. Like, and you were outmanned from a physical standpoint that was the closest anybody played Michigan all game. And when you took over Howard, man, you guys weren't winning much. And you built it up, took a couple of years, but now you got, 3 tournament appearances in the last 4 years. What made you want to take on the Howard job, which was a total rebuild when you took it? And how have you approached to build it into a consistent tournament team?
Yeah, no, it's it was one of those jobs that didn't have much history for the 30 years prior of me taking it over. Howard was ranked, I think, 352nd in the country for a 30-year period out of maybe 365 teams at the time.
Damn.
So that's a huge reason why I wanted the job. It was a place that hadn't had much success, but with the brand and the name recognition and the incredible accomplishments of the alums, it was a place that you could really use that brand and the academics to build and develop the basketball program. So I thought it was a no-brainer. I knew living here in D.C., and so many people here in D.C. always have the thoughts about Howard and it being a place that doesn't care about athletics.
Mm-hmm.
But working at Harvard for Coach Tommy Amaker, when he took the job over, I saw Tommy kind of build it, in a way where academics were a focus, the brand was a focus, to really take that thing and ignite it in a way that the basketball team could come and really take over in the Ivy League. And he's done a phenomenal job there. So I used the blueprint of that, a lot of what Coach K has done at Duke, what Mike Bray's done at Notre Dame, what Coach Wooten's done at DeMatha. It was like making the gumbo, man, and then putting it together and just kind of letting it cook and simmer a little bit. And it took some years, right? And I know my first year, we are 4-29, but I looked at that year almost like how some NBA teams look at it. We had to tank.
Yeah,
we
tear it down.
Well, we really had to, because the culture before wasn't one that was aligned with my beliefs and my thoughts. So we had to kind of find guys that would buy in, and that was the big thing. And so I started 2 walk-ons that were in the programs for 4 years, but they never got a chance. But those guys would run through a wall for me and kind of set the tone for what the program is for today.
Well, and I almost wonder the COVID season hits and everything gets canceled and stuff. Like, I almost wonder how much further along the program would be if you didn't lose that second year. But when you get to what ended up being the second year, you flipped it. I mean, you had a winning record, winning record in conference. What started to click? I know I'm a Maryland guy, I'll confess. The way Gary Williams talks about Walt Williams, staying with him and the program. Was there a player like that you got that played for you that hit another level that kind of changed things for you?
Well, we got a couple DeMatha guys. Elijah Hawkins, DeMatha High. Mm-hmm. He played for us for several seasons and then finished up at Texas Tech. Big time point guard right here from Northeast DC. We got Steve Settle Jr. or the third, who was an incredible player for us. He was a 6'11", damn near 7 foot, 2 guard.
Wow.
That never played at DeMatha.
Wow.
Did not play. And Mike Jones, who was my teammate, who's now the coach at Old Dominion, was the head coach at DeMatha at the time, gave me a call and said, hey, I have these guys. I think they can really help you. And I didn't even hesitate, took them sight unseen right then and there. And those 2 DeMatha guys were a big push for me. We had really good recruiting class with Jordan Wood out of San Antonio, who was like a 6'10" perimeter player. And we got lucky on a couple of fifth-year guys that came from the Ivy League at Columbia University. Randy Brumont, 6'7", kind of undersized center, and Ty Bibbs, a kid out of Chicago. But those guys I had a relationship with when I was at Columbia for a year, and just really knew me, and they all bought into winning, the winning culture, and was the cornerstone of our program going forward.
That's the question I was about to ask you. You see programs starting to change and they're very successful. They have these cornerstones. What were yours?
Yeah, that was it. Those guys, they were there for the COVID year. It was their first year. And the big 3 in terms of Elijah, Jordan, and Steve Settle. And that was a very challenging year. And anybody that was going through life at that time understands how challenging that was.
Totally. Coach, I want to talk about how challenging recruiting is now, how much it's changed. Let's do that when we return. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Howard men's basketball coach Kenny Blakeney joining us live in studio. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan, joined in studio by Howard men's basketball coach Kenny Blakeney. And it was just a very cool moment in here during the commercial break. We were just, three dudes sitting in here kind of BSing, talking sports. And Coach Blakeney goes to B. Mitch, hey, man, I just want to say I was a huge fan watching you grow up. So did you grow up a big Skins fan?
Season tickets and the whole bit.
Wow.
Yeah, at RFK.
Yeah.
So let's make that
The
clear.
real
yeah,
stuff.
let's make that clear.
Are you still locked in, Jaden?
No.
Okay.
I jumped off that bandwagon, man. I was one of those fans that, like, when the Skins lost on Sunday, my week is messed up until like Wednesday or Thursday.
Yeah.
Like it just the emotions that I would, and I'm like, I'm too old, man, to go week in and week out, especially with how the team, was kind of going with the old ownership.
Sure.
I just stepped off because I'm emotionally, man, I just couldn't take it.
We should get you out to a game. It's a very different, good
different now.
experience now. And I think they'd be happy to host you and see, it might get easier for you in a couple of years when they're playing down the street again, too.
100%.
Because you told me you're a Washington Spirit season ticket holder, and I think you live Navy Yard. I mean, you could just walk to games at Rowdy Howdy.
Every week.
That's awesome.
No, we love it. We love it. We walk the games. It's my daughter plays soccer. She's 9, and for us, it's one of those family kind of outings that we just really enjoy.
That's so cool.
Huge Spirits fans. So.
I had to get him connected with Maya.
Yeah, I said because he commented on my hat. And I was
my
like,
daughter does stuff with licensing and marketing over there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's how we get into that.
They've done a kick job.
They
with
have done a great job.
Yeah,
with
the gear is
Yeah.
very
The gear is
good.
sick.
So I have a 10 and a 7-year-old daughter, and it's such a great family experience. I do want to ask you though. So you're coaching at Howard. You guys, I don't know, but I can't imagine you have the financial resources that Duke or Ohio State or whatever. But in this NIL era now and transfer portal era, how difficult is recruiting? Has it always been difficult? Now it's just different. Like, I feel like the public doesn't really understand what you try to go through to get kids and then to keep kids.
Yeah, well, it's so different. When before NIL, you would get to know a kid for several years. I mean, you got recruited, and I'm pretty sure there were staffs that recruited you for several years when you were going through your recruitment. So we would start recruiting a kid as, a sophomore or junior and get to know him, get to know the principal, get to know the family. Like everybody kind of in that assembly line of relationships with that young man, we would get to know. Today, it is the recruiting calendar for us is a little bit different because we feel like we don't know our team until April. March ends, you have your exit meetings, and the first question I like to ask is, are you going into the portal?
Mm-hmm.
Like, we need to know this information as soon as possible so we know, like, we can retain your scholarship.
When does the portal open?
Well, the portal opens after the Final Four.
Okay.
But people can make up their mind at any point in time to jump in. And, with the business now, there's agents that are allowed in the business. Agents are contacting our student athletes and student athletes across the country all year long.
Wow.
Dude, I know a lot of football agents, NFL agents, and they have all expanded into college football. And they're like, it's a feeding frenzy.
100%.
When you look at the things, NIL, I mean, I think it was needed. I think it should be there.
You wish you still had eligibility.
Hell yeah. I'm trying. I was searching yesterday. But the transfer portal, that I think needs to be a little bit. I don't believe that a school should put that much emphasis in a person, and then that person leaves, and then next year leaves again. I just think we're not teaching kids something by every year you could jump somewhere else, and coaches shouldn't be able to do it either. If the players can't do it, coaches shouldn't be able to do it. What you think something should be done to kind of fix that situation?
There's no doubt about it. I mean, from our perspective, it just kind of, we had one of our coaches in the meeting was talking about a young man that we thought could be a terrific player, but down the line. Mm-hmm. So it's almost like, do we take this player, develop him for a year or so for someone else?
Yeah.
Because that's kind of the rhythm of what happens now with today in the transfer portal. I think that with this new era, I love NIL. Right. I'm for it. I wish players get paid. I wish I got paid when I was in college.
Right.
But I think what should happen is there should be a one-time transfer situation where you were free to transfer one time.
Mm-hmm.
After that, I think what should happen is
you're stuck.
Well, either you sit out a year
if you want to transfer
again, or give 20% of your NIL money up and back to the school that you're transferring from. So I think there needs to be some type of stipulation within the structure of what we have, right? Because right now there's not. And the same thing with coaches. I mean, if I was to leave my job, I have to pay a buyout.
Yeah.
So there's something there that kind of keeps me, in line along with wanting to be at my job.
I think that would help it out. It's just like right now, you go to a school, they sign a 3-year NIL deal, they gone. And then they act like, oh, well, you gave me the money. No, I gave you a 3-year deal. I paid you money for 3 years. You need to give me two of that back. And the guys I don't think they really take care of it like that.
No, 100%.
Yeah.
Coach, there's a bunch of things I wanted to ask you about. Running out of time. John Wall joining your program. What's his role, and how excited are you to have John in the fold?
I was texting with him right before I came on air.
Tell him he's welcome in studio too.
Absolutely. We saw his picture out in the hallway, so we were really stoked about that. John is our president of basketball operations, and he is with us with everything we do, from NIL strategy to roster management to, strategizing about what style we have to play this year. It has been really cool to have John on our staff and be a part of our Howard program. He spoke to our board of trustees yesterday. He is so engaged that, it's like I'm looking at his engagement with what he's doing with our program, and I'm like, it's not just one of those things where it's like, okay, we have this figurehead and we're just using his name. Like, he is really, really into what we're doing at Howard basketball.
He's such a hoops junkie too.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you know Mark Stern runs Capital Hoops. But
Yes.
I grew up with Mark, and he'll text me when John just shows up for a DeMatha Summer League game.
Yeah.
Like, not like for Instagram or, you know what I mean? Like, he's just there to watch hoops because that's just who he is. All right, I got a couple quick hitters.
Like John.
So I wanted to ask the John question. Who do you think the Wiz should take at 1?
AJ.
Undoubtedly.
100%.
Not Boozer.
I think Boozer's going to be a baby Jokic. I think he's going to be that good. I really do. I think he's a little undersized, but I think he is as skilled and as fundamentally sound with and efficient as any player in the draft.
But why DeMatha then?
I think he's just so dynamic. Doesn't shoot it great yet, but his field goal percentage from the two is above 50 or right at 50. His 3-point field goal percentage is right at 33 right now, but his free throw percentage is really good. So he has a touch about him that I think when you get in the NBA and that's all you're doing is basketball, that field goal percentage from the 3-point line will really, really get a lot better.
AJ's a pick, B. All right, number 3 quick hitter. Spurs, Knicks. Who's winning?
Knicks.
Tonight or in totality?
In totality. I don't think it's going to be even close, honestly.
Totality is what matters, JB.
Certainly.
You get to wear something like this the rest of your life.
Not even close. You're saying like Knicks in 5?
I think so. I really do. I mean, it may get to 6, but just watching the game the other day, I thought the Knicks should have won by probably like 15 to 20.
They didn't play that well,
and they
won
didn't
by
play
10.
that well. They did not play that well.
Brunson didn't play well till the end.
No. I really do think that they're head and shoulders above the Spurs.
Wow. All right. Who is the face of the NBA? This is a hot debate.
It's not. I think for me, it's not even close. It's Wemby.
Oh, another.
It might be Brunson after the series. It may be Brunson after the series.
So 3 of us are in the Wemby camp. Jeff is a noted Wemby hater, and B is evolving. Is that fair?
I say eventually he will be, but I think you got to do a little more because if they don't win it this year, you'd be the face without a trophy. That's a problem to me.
No, absolutely. But I think they're in a space right now that they're probably they shouldn't be in if it wasn't for him. Like they're a year too early.
Yeah.
Last of the quick hitters. I'm guessing I know how a basketball coach is going to answer this. Do you want the field expanded for March Madness again?
I really don't care as long as we're in it.
I love it. I know you guys have the golf tournament coming up in August at Woodmont. Any other way that folks that want to get behind the Howard basketball team can kind of show their support?
No, absolutely. We have the golf event coming up at Woodmont August 24th. We're doing a meet and greet kind of like social at Morton's on Connecticut Avenue, June 23rd.
Oh, that's the draft night party.
Night party, which is going to be dope. Yep, that's going to be really cool. But, Howard Men's Basketball, we're on Instagram, we're on Twitter, and our, social page is there, right there. But also, it's hubison.com, I think.
Awesome. Coach, this was so much
Appreciate
fun,
you,
man.
Coach.
We'll have to do it again.
Thank you, guys. This
Thank
is
you
awesome.
very much. That is Howard men's basketball coach Kenny Blakeney joining us in studio. We got Ask B Mitch Anything coming up in an hour.
This Sports Update is brought to you by Melwood. Braden McNabb will travel home with the team ahead of Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Finals on Saturday. The Golden Knights defenseman was forced to leave the game in the first period after taking a puck to the face. He got in the way of a shot on goal when the puck hit him directly in the visor. And Serena Williams' return to tennis won't just be limited to the HSBC Championships. She's also committed to playing in the 2026 Berlin Open, which will take place shortly after the HSBC Championships end. She'll also take part in doubles matches at the 2026 Berlin Open, but her partner for the event has not been announced yet. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. They can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop MidCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Awesome visit with Howard men's basketball coach Kenny Blakeney. If you missed any of that, make sure you jump on the Odyssey app or on YouTube, wherever you get the content. That was a really fun, cool interview. And I think it's funny, man. Like, we've talked about Saban and Coach K. Like, I think a lot of these coaches that were like the true titans of their time, once the NIL and the transfer portal hit, they were like, I'm good. I'm out of here. But I think for younger coaches, this just where
it's
they
a part
are.
of it, but I just think it comes to a point where you have to learn how to adjust a little bit on the fly. And listen, the questions I was asking him about the leadership aspect and being strict, being stern, that still works. I know people like to say, "Oh, young kids are different today." Yeah, if you keep changing, keep allowing them to do little things, they're gonna get used to that. But if you start off from day one being a certain way, they will adjust to that as well.
So I wanted to get into some football here. Ben Standig on his Substack wrote an article. Actually wrote an article on my Substack last night. So check it out at JP Finley, I think. I should probably know what it is, huh?
You should know what it is. We're gonna promote it though.
It's funny because I haven't tried to learn a new social media thing in a while, but this is Substack's a very unique product. Like it's interesting. I'm interested in it. It's at JP Finley DC, and what I wrote about was just that. How can I phrase this? The Commanders' leadership is being very intentional about making clear that the media is not reporting formations. They don't want any information getting out about the offense or the defense. And they're monitoring it.
And it's always been there in a sense.
Right.
They're just like right now they're making sure.
Right, exactly.
Because I'm putting something brand new out there. I don't need you tipping nobody off.
Totally. But as we talk,
trying to give the content to people first.
As we talk to more and more people, Terry McLaurin's a really insightful guy, and he spoke at OTAs this week. And David Blau's an insightful fellow. And they're not tipping their hand about formations and stuff, but we are really starting to learn more and more about what the offense is going to look like. And we probably had a decent idea with a lot of it, right? Like motion, multiple formations, getting Jaden under center. And I think the one thing that was really interesting that McLaurin said that I wrote about was Terry talked about, all routes. You talk about the route tree 1 through 9, and then you can run a lot of variations off of 1 through 9, right? But it stems from the route tree, right? And what Terry said is the thing with the route tree is everything starts from the same stem. Everybody's getting off the line of scrimmage, and everything can look identical for a step or two, right?
Totally.
And he said one of the biggest problems was that in the prior offense, we didn't use the whole tree. So the stem's the same, but then if you're really only running certain routes, the defense has a leg up on that.
Yeah, they know based off of the depth, you can't run the other stuff. You don't ever run it.
And the stats support it. I may have mentioned this earlier in the week. Josh Norris, our friend from Underdog Fantasy, this number is astounding to me, and I get that the overall routes were down because he missed time. 37% of Terry McLaurin's targets last year were hitches.
Mm-hmm.
With a dude with the contested catch ability he has and the vertical ability he has, that is asinine.
It is, but that
the horizontal
you
raid,
know,
man.
You know what? But like Jay, we talk a lot about that self-preservation. We talk about people with the mindsets. You know what is very high on the hitch routes? The completion ratio.
Right.
And the people that run around discussing those things are normally the people that call those plays. It's like, but the reason that they did it with Terry, they knew how good he can do after the ball's in his hand.
Right.
My question is, why not get that 10 yards down the field, 15 yards down the field? And if he has the great ability to catch it when being contested, give him more chances. Because you know what he might do? He might come down, the other dude may fall, and then he can run again. He doesn't have to always be the hardest, because Gary would do that. Gary would take a hitch and go.
So I think So Terry talked about being able to run the full route tree out of the same stem and the advantages that presents. And I think we're going to see that this fall.
Mm-hmm.
I also got to talk to Josh Connerly. Maybe I said this to you. If you want to read it, it's at JP Finley DC. And I asked Connerly, like, what do you guys think you did well last year? He's like, well, we ran outside zone well. We just didn't run it enough.
Yeah.
And if you look at the numbers, it can be a little misleading because they were 4th in the NFL in rushing yards. They were 9th in rushing attempts. They averaged 4.7 per carry. But a lot of the attempts are driven by Jaden and Marcus running.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, because that all just counts in the same bucket. You need more intentional run plays to your backs.
Totally.
And I think we'll see that too.
Because intentional run plays to your back, as I discussed about the play action pass, slows down the defense. And when the defense slows down just for a moment, that space is open behind the linebackers. And even you get the safety looking in the backfield, now they can't get over the top on a lot of routes.
So as we look at this season, I want to open the phone lines up. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Ben Standing contends that second-year right tackle Josh Connerly is one of the most important players this year for the Commanders.
Mm-hmm.
And it's because he had an incredibly difficult start to the season, right? Mm-hmm. You had that Giants offensive line. Then you had Micah Parsons, who was kind of eating everybody up. Then Max Crosby came to town. But Connerly really settled in the back half of the season.
Yeah.
And to go a year where he didn't miss a snap as a rookie offensive lineman, that is a serious achievement.
Hell yeah.
Do you think, though, of that offensive line, like can a right tackle be that level of difference maker?
I think he can be, because the thing of it is, like, we always worry about the backside of a quarterback. Somebody in their face is a problem too, right?
Yeah.
And also, when you're at your left side is normally your protection from your passes. A lot of runs are initiated on the other side. If he's better at that, you got a anchor on the left, and then you can still run the ball effectively on the right. That could make a hell of a difference for your offense.
Who would you say? And this is a question for the phones. Non-Jaden, non-Terry. Like, who are the most important players this fall for this team to get back to the playoffs? Because I think you could almost make the argument. I think this receiver room, current constitution.
You going offense or defense, Jess? Anybody?
It can be anybody. But I think.
I'm going to give you another question. I'll give you another answer that might screw you up. Who the hell playing center? And how well would they be? Because we saw last year, it was kind of up and down thing. The snaps were all over the place. The hesitation was there. If that position is more solidified, because when we start talking about importance on the team, we always talk about quarterback, left tackle, cornerback, pass rusher. The person who touched the ball all the time is the center, right?
Every play.
And the center is the person who sets the strength and also initiates all in the middle. If that guy is solidified and is consistent and very good all the time, the whole offense is going to work better. I feel the center position is going to be something there.
You think Allegretti gets it done?
I have a lot of faith in Allegretti.
I do too, honestly. Yeah. I've said it. I think you could argue that the offensive line is the best position group on this team, frankly. For me, especially on the offensive side of the ball, I think you need Chig Okonkwo to be really good.
Mm-hmm.
I think you need him to be explosive and athletic. And, I get that some fans got frustrated that Zach Ertz couldn't get you extra yards after the catch. But
He was open.
Dude, he was open. Jaden trusted him. Mm-hmm. Third downs, red zone. That dude, his burst off the line of scrimmage. Listen, his athleticism wasn't the same as it was in Philly when they won a Super Bowl. But his burst off the line of scrimmage was still there.
Yeah.
He had that veteran knack to getting off the line where we talk about can receivers get off press. Tight ends are fighting linebackers and D linemen to get off. It's a different setup entirely.
I truly believe that if Chig does the things we expect, or we expect him to do, he'll take some of that angst off of who the wide receiver number 2 is.
Totally.
Because
that's what happened in 24.
I believe totally he's going to be a better athlete 90% of the time than anybody's checking him. When those linebackers and safeties are checking him, he's going to be a better athlete than them. And he should whip them.
Let's check in with Shane. Shane, non-Jaden, non-Terry division. Who needs to have a monster year for the Commanders to get back in the playoffs?
Deron Payne's big sorry ass. It's got to be Deron Payne. Can we finally get something out of him before the 1 year he got his bag and he's been absent since then? How about you start with Deron Payne? And if not, we got to figure out what we're going to do with his big ass and get him out of here. Just call it what it is. It's got to be Deron Payne. Without Jonathan Allen, right beside him, he's got to step up. And right guard, you can say right guard, Big Sam, he got hurt, but he's got to have a monster year too. Got to have a monster year. But it's got to be Deron Payne.
Shane wants
paid like it.
Monster years from the big guys. All right, man. Thanks for the call. I will say,
go next.
The last time Deron really went off, the 22 season, he had 11.5 sacks that year. His career high elsewhere is 5. That was a contract year. And you know what Deron's in this year? Last year of his deal. So
contract year.
I don't know that those two things directly correspond, but there are plenty that would suggest they do. I think for me on the defensive side of the ball, you need a more consistent year from Mikey. The pros with Samerstill, or he's a ball hawk. But he said it himself. Last year was not the ball he wants to show. And you got new defensive coordinator. His background is coaching DBs. I think all the DBs need to be better, but I would look at Mikey and say, Mikey and Quan maybe. Those two dudes have to be better. Because
they have to be better, but you know what? Something that could directly help them is the pass rush.
100%.
I mean, I know we look at that position, those positions, because they're left out on their own. When a quarterback can pat the ball, his step.
Totally agree.
You're not going to have a very good season as a defensive back. They have to get better up front for those guys to be better out back in the back.
I agree with that. Let's go to RJ and Laurel. RJ, who needs a monster year to get the Commanders back in the playoffs?
I was going to kind of go with B-Mitch as far as the line, just that interior line, especially Coleman and Carly, just to really justify the picks and just really strengthen that line with continuity. You hope they would rise to the opportunity and protect Jaden, because we want him to be a drop-back play-action passer, right? So I think that interior line is key. But outside of that, this kid Trey Amos, I mean, we got to stop a receiver. We don't for sure know if we have 2 cornerbacks. We need at least one. I think if he isn't who we think he is, and he doesn't turn into at least a 1A style corner, maybe not the top in the league, we're just gonna have a long year stopping anybody.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Amos is an interesting one because he was playing really well before the injury, and
yeah.
Are you a little surprised he's not back out there yet?
No. You know that's how they do over there. They make sure people get time.
It's June. It's May.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine that was a broken bone in early November. That sound about right? Like week 11-ish?
Did he break bone or he messed up the knee?
No, broke his fibula. Which one's fibula? The front one?
In the leg.
It's definitely in the leg. Let's hit up our guy Mark in Landover Hills. Mark, who's got to have a monster year?
Fellas, it's like B. Mitch said in the beginning, one more time. It's got to be the trenches guys, both sides of the line, but especially the defensive line, like B said. It's got to happen, man. We got to have it. When the hands get in the dirt and the brutality begins, man, we got to have it, guys. And then that'll unleash that fellow we got from Ohio State that, man, I've been with since day one. I told you guys, man, I think he's game as a rooster, B. I really do. And, hey, man, it'll open it up for Amos.
Appreciate the call,
I'm telling
brother.
you guys.
Thanks, Mark. Good to hear from you, buddy.
Hey, have a good weekend, guys. Take care of the girls. I'll see you. Take care, man.
Mark out there celebrating Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, I think. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Who's your most important Commanders player outside of Jaden Daniels for them to make it to the playoffs? If you're allowed to say Terry, I think it's Terry because I think that receiver group can get it done as long as Terry stays healthy. I think they've raised the floor, but last year Terry goes down. I mean, that
things went awry.
Yeah, dude. And you need 15 games out of Terry for sure. We're going to take your calls when we return. Who's the Commanders player that needs a big season for them to get back to playoff football? It's B. Mitch and Finley. Had an awesome experience this week. The folks from Closets by Design came out, redid my wife's closet, redid our coat closet next to the living room. And if you live in a smaller, older house, man, redoing your closets is absolutely the best way to maximize some space. It doesn't break the bank like putting on a big addition or something, but it changes things. I knew it was going to work when I went out to the warehouse and I met Matt, saw the facility, saw how they handcraft all the closets they put together. And then when the designer came out, met with my wife, it was a game changer, man. We've really enjoyed it. My wife is so happy with the new closet. But Closet by Design can do a lot of things. Offices, mudrooms, laundry rooms, pantries. They can build you an entertainment center. Really, going to their facility and seeing all the different things they can build out was astounding. You should hit them up. Go to closetsbydesign.com or call 800-BY-DESIGN to schedule your free in-home consultation today. That's closetsbydesign.com.
This sports update is brought to you by the Pentagon Memorial Fund and the 184 Tribute Golf Classic on June 15th. The New York Knicks' playoff success didn't cool down amid a long wait time between games as they jumped out to a 1-0 lead in the NBA Finals over the San Antonio Spurs. Game 1 was close. It was a back-and-forth affair that saw the Knicks pull away late with Jalen Brunson scoring 30 points in a 105-95 New York win. Neither team shot particularly great from the field, especially in the third quarter, and the Spurs need more from Victor Wembanyama as he shot just 6 of 21 from the field. He took full ownership of that, though, and said that he has no worries about the rest of the series. Tip-off for Game 2 in San Antonio set for 8:30 p.m. tonight. Join the Pentagon Memorial Fund for the inaugural 184 Tribute Golf Classic at TPC Potomac on June 15th. Proceeds support the future 9/11 Pentagon Memorial Visitor Education Center. Learn more and register today at pentagonmemorial.org. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
It's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Hope everybody's driving around this fair city, enjoying themselves. Beautiful weather. Weekend is coming. Don't you forget, Rude is the official show sponsor of B-Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at Rude.com. And if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
The question for the phones right now.
Yeah.
Non-Jaden Daniels division, who needs to step up and have a big season? Like I'm saying, potential Pro Bowl season for this team to get back to the playoffs. I'm going to start with my man Vinny in Seat Pleasant. What's up, Vin?
What up, V?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all feeling today?
Good,
All
man.
right, so I'm feeling good about what I'm about to say. Even though my guy's a rookie, I know that the most important piece, other than Jaden and Terry, has to be Sonny. He is the one who's going to
Styles,
orchestrate the defense. He's definitely going to be the one to orchestrate the defense to help us sustain some stops, get the ball back quickly. And he's going to have a Pro Bowl season, some tackles and, make some pass breakups and things of that nature as well, for us to excel. He's going to be the one who leads the coverage and, just to motivate them guys on the back end to step up and the front end. You know what I'm saying? If the front end didn't do well, he can wreak havoc. So, I got to go with my man, Sonny. I'm a big Sonny man, and I can't wait to see my man in action. And guys, man, when we going to do these bold predictions, man? Because I got another prediction for y'all, too.
All right,
they're coming.
Okay, just let me know when we got it. But I'm calling at y'all, brothers. Thank y'all, man. Take it easy.
You, Vinny.
I think like a lot of times when they say a rookie, people get a little, why you put the pressure? But Sonny, we've heard how fast, how athletic he is. What has become one of the biggest things in pro football? Tight ends. Underneath running backs, pass catching running backs. If he can become much better than they've been at that makes a hell of a difference on their defense. Last year in Green Bay, the dude had 107 yards receiving, tight end. We see tight ends make play after play. If he can nullify some of that helps out the defense tremendously.
Dude, the adding speed to their linebacking core should change a lot. And I think Sonny Styles, to me, I don't know if you agree with this, B. I think that his dad played in the league will have him. Listen, once you're on the field, none of the off-field stuff matters. But coming into the league, understanding from the way it works, because life in the NFL is different. Totally. And like a lot of guys have to make that adjustment. Mm-hmm. And I feel like Styles walks in with a leg up towards that.
He may have a better understanding because he lives with somebody that did it and can help him out. And I think his dad being a guy who played is just like when you walk into the league and they try to tell you to lean on some of these veterans. He's been leaning on a veteran all his life, right?
Yep. Let's hit these phones. My guy Tommy is in Olney. What's up, Tom?
Hey guys, thanks so much for taking my call. Love the show. JP, huge fan of Beltway football.
Thanks, bud.
Anyways, yeah, I agree with you, B. Mitch. I think the center, Nick Allegretti, assuming, right now he's the day one starter, Jaden's going to be under center more, which I love. What's the quickest path to the quarterback is right at the A-gap. So I think, Allegretti, if he can play well, we know the rest of the O-line is a strength, especially considering Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, and Quinnen Williams in the division. I think it's going to be really important that Allegretti steps up and plays well, and I think he can. He's won a couple Super Bowls with Kansas City, and so he's definitely been on the block. So, yeah, I'm excited to see what he can do, with this new-look offense.
Great
call, guys.
Thanks, brother.
What's up, man?
Appreciate you. Allegretti, man, he's got to go. You got to be ready to rock. I got Dewey is in Arlington. Dewey, who's the player that's got to step up?
Hey, D. Mitch. Hey, Finley. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, dude. Thanks,
Finley. By the way, I'm the AJ lookalike you met in Madrid.
Oh, okay. That's what's up. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Anyways, I can't believe this player hasn't been mentioned yet, but I think it's Oweh, without a doubt, has to have the type of season we paid him to have.
Yeah.
And if he does, then that makes all three levels of the defense better, right? Like the rest of the D-line will be better. Sonny Styles will have a better season. I think Mikey Sanistro would have a better season, right? Everything starts in the trenches, and because of how much he got paid, and honestly, I think he had a resurgent season last season. But prior to that, I don't think he was having the types of seasons that we paid him to have with us, right? And so he has to prove that he can play at the level he played last year for us for years to come.
All right. Good call, man. I think you're right about Oweh.
That's a good one there, man.
He got a lot of cash here. In 24, he had 10 sacks for the Ravens in 17 games. Last year, he got traded after a really slow start in Baltimore. Gets traded to the Chargers. He went for 7.5 sacks in 12 games. Obviously, there's more to the game than sacks. We're all aware of that and understand that. That said, this dude is brought here to get to the quarterback. That is your job, sir.
Yeah.
What constitutes a successful season for Oweh? Does it have to be double-digit sacks?
9.5 or higher.
I think, yes, the sacks, but also his ability to set the edge and just control that outside. If he does that, we straight.
I think a healthy Dietrich Wise is going to help set the edge a lot. And Dorrance Armstrong coming back healthy. Now, we haven't seen Dorrance. I think of the guys that have been missing time in camp, Bill, Trey, and D.A., I think Trey will be fine. That's a broken bone. Those heal.
Yep.
The Bill thing you kind of wonder about a bit because we don't have a lot of information. I think they're being very
cautious,
guarded. Yeah, because that's also a kid that didn't have any carries for a year and then had a ton of work in the NFL. He's going to get beat up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think any sort of soft tissue stuff, if it is soft tissue stuff, you just take your time with that. The DA one, I honestly think there's a decent chance he starts maybe even the season on IR. We'll see.
I think he could start
training
when he
camp.
had that injury?
It was the first Dallas game. So we were into October. I want to say week 5-ish. It was right when things started to go really bad. That was the first of those 4 games where they lost by 3 touchdowns or more. Let's go to T in Orlando. What's up, T?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I think B. Mitch is going to probably fill me on this one, but I think the running game is the most important thing. It protects Jaden from getting the extra hits and all the other things. It keeps the defense off the field longer so they can rest and be ready to go out full speed. I think it's the most crucial part of our team to make sure that we get to the playoffs.
I like it, man.
I'm with it.
I think you're onto something there, and I think some of that's on the backs, but I think some of that also needs to be on the game plans. Like I think you have to be more consistent in how you approach the run game. And
100%.
And I think you'll see that. Honestly, it's a good call, T. Thanks, man. Thanks,
All right, man.
You're listening from Orlando, B.
Hey, good stuff.
On the app. Let's go to Jake, Eastern Shore, Maryland, checking in from Easton. What's up, Jake?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, dude. Man. How are you?
Doing great. Got me to it. I mean, the answer is Oweh. I mean, you gave the guy $100 million. He has to be that 10-plus sack guy.
for you this year. If he turns back into the pumpkin he was with the Ravens early in the year last year, it's a complete disaster. But my other one, it's Bill. It's got to be Bill. The offense we're going to be running, it focuses on the run game first, and then opens up play action. He and Rashad White, Fat Man, they got to put that seed of fear into the opposing defenses. So it's mainly the running back room, in my opinion, too.
All right.
Appreciate you, Jake. Good
I
call
like
right there, man.
I like that. I still think passing league, but you know what? The teams that normally win it and are there at the end, guys that can run the football.
Yeah, man. And I think there's a role for Bill, Fat Man, and Rashad.
What did Kenneth
White.
Walker do?
Right.
Ran the ball, right?
Yeah, pretty damn well too.
Mm-hmm.
Alex is in Silver Spring. Who you got, Alex?
Man, hands down, Williams, man, that rookie. Number 14. Because the others, from last year, and, I know some of them don't, we got to be patient, this and that, but we're getting impatient, especially on that spot. So I hope this kid, man, balls out and takes advantage of McLaurin on one side and Hungry Burns on the other side. So I hope he balls out.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean?
I hear you. That's a good one. We did this for Oweh. Thanks for the call, Alex. What constitutes? So I got a question on All Ears the other night where the dude asked, would you go over or under, I think it was 700 yards, which I thought was too high for Antonio Williams. What is a good rookie year for Williams? 550?
45 receptions for about 550 to 600 yards.
That's kind of where I landed.
Yeah.
Now, there's no rule or ordinance.
He can get higher than that.
Yeah,
if he has to.
I mean, he could break out like Terry did if he wants to. He would have our support. We'll see if that happens. Let's go to Brad in Manassas. What's up, Brad?
How are you? I think the answer to the question is Chicken Typo. I think he has to prove that he can fill the void left by Zach Ertz and be Jaden's security blanket.
All right.
I think, dude, Chig has a big opportunity. The key to the security blanket piece that I think is important to point out, like the security blanket comes when the quarterback knows the exact route you're going to run and knows exactly where you'll be 3rd and 4. I know where this dude's going to be.
Yeah.
Like, that might take a little bit of time between Chig and Jaden. Maybe it's happening now, but
yeah,
I think the timing of that tight end position is vital. You know what I mean? Because it's happening a lot closer in and at a much higher speed. I think I won't be shocked if it's a relatively slow start to the year for Chig, and then it like clicks at some point. You agree with that, or do you think it could just hit the ground running?
I think if they go run this stuff with the right pace and crisp in practice, it can hit right off the bat because Zach was a certain level of a possession guy. Chig is a guy who can do way more than just
the Ertz that was here was a possession.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But the one that was here is the one I'm worried about.
Yeah.
Chig now is capable of breaking that open. If he runs precise routes, get the ball in his hands, he's totally different than anything we've seen at tight end for a long time.
Did you hear what Terry said about Chig? I thought this was pretty telling, at least from an athletic profile. Terry said, I damn near did a double take when I saw a dude 85 running around like that. I thought it was Vernon. And
I mean, he can fly.
Dude, from an athletic standpoint, Vernon Davis probably has some of the greatest tight end athletic testing of all time.
Yeah.
That tells you something about a pair of Maryland tight ends getting it done. We got news.
What y'all doing over there on the tight ends, man?
We got news out of Chicago that I think sucks. Nobody go anywhere. Boys vibing on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Quick lunch update. I'm trying to think, what's a one-sided affair? When the Commanders lost to the Seahawks last year?
Yeah.
That was all Seattle. There was no chance. That's basically the lunches Brian and I just ate. Brian, what'd you have for lunch?
Bronzino, lamb chops, green beans.
I had a yogurt, a tuna pouch, which Stallion then told me made him barf last time he ate it, and some peanut butter crackers. Our lunches are the equivalent of a 42-14 football game.
Yeah.
Like I ate. I put something in my belly, but you
probably did more harm than it did help for you, though.
We're going to find out. I really appreciate Stallion telling me that right as I'm finishing the pouch of tuna. Also, when did tuna start getting served in pouches? What happened to cans?
It's been served like that for like 5 years.
All right. Well,
that's your first time getting it.
It's still a good lunch, I gotta say.
It might have been there since 5 years ago, too.
I checked the date on it. The dates were good. So, and there wasn't a date on the yogurt I purchased from the little snack counter.
Ooh, that might get you.
So to ease your mind, they do change that stuff every Tuesday.
White Brian claims yogurt doesn't expire.
It doesn't go bad.
Yeah.
I don't buy that.
I will never trust that.
You know what goes bad? Politicians and NFL owners.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to pretend to know the inner workings of the city of Chicago. It's a big city. They got big city problems.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Illinois. Pritzker? There's like a governor from Illinois that's like very famous right now. Pritzker? Something like that?
I saw that name when I think that's it.
We don't do politics. I'm not here for that. But I know, much like we talked about the Santa Clara County Attorney General, district attorney, whatever it is, I know what politicians like to do. They like to stand at the top of the grandstand. And these politicians, hey, you know what's tough? You know what might get you reelected? We're not building that stadium. We're not giving those billionaires any money.
Yep, and then they leave and go somewhere else, and then, hey, we hadn't fixed that pothole. Or bring extra stuff into the city because you know what? We can't. We don't have the extra money we used to have.
I played 9 holes yesterday with a fella named Matt, who was kind of in the construction business. And he was asking me about the Commanders Stadium deal. And because that's the kind of project, this dude works on big stuff, right? And I said, and I meant this, I think the most important person in the stadium deal process was Mayor Bowser. And I think that for a number of reasons. Obviously, you know, the team has put up a bunch of money. The city's putting up a bunch of money. I get all that. The hardest thing, in my eyes, for a politician to do is see the big picture.
See the big picture and get the hell out the way.
Dude, and let's be honest. Once Donald Trump got elected and then Mayor Bowser had to deal with Trump, he doesn't make that easy for her.
Yeah.
She had to, there were probably a lot of moments where she's like, I could score political points here and take this on, or I could see the big picture of getting this stadium built and focus on that. And I applaud her for seeing the big picture.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know who, what, where is involved in this decision for the Bears to leave Soldier Field, downtown Chicago, and move to freaking Indiana.
Are they going to still be the Chicago Bears? So what's the city in Indiana they moved to? Because
Hammond, Indiana.
It's close. They're not going to change Chicago.
No, it's
like this team here,
dude. So we have watched this happen. I watched this happen over my lifetime.
Yeah,
and
I experienced it. I was on the team.
It was terrible for the fan base.
Yeah,
it's not a good idea. And I get it's a real estate play. I understand the money involved, but like they clearly don't care about the fan experience. I Googled this. I don't know much about Hammond, Indiana. It's about 35 minutes.
I know where Hammond, Louisiana is.
Good.
My family's from there.
It's about 35 minutes southeast of Chicago.
Okay.
My guess is there's one road down there. There's one highway down there. Good luck. Like,
it'll be all right.
We saw them leave RFK,
but
go to Landover.
They've talked about this for some years and threatened to do it for years. So I believe that property is cheaper, much more land. And
I'm sure the state of Indiana is giving them a sweetheart
they're
deal.
probably hooking them up. But sometimes I think people always try to make it a negative around stadiums. The new stadiums that are coming up now, they're not there just for 8, 9, 10 home games. They're building like all the other Tyson's and Reston Town Center and Loudon and all that stuff. They're building town centers around these stadiums now. You have living, you have shopping, all those different types of things. If you don't do it, you lose out. Especially somebody as established as Chicago was with this team. That's going to be a major level of income that's going to be gone now.
This dude, Kevin Warren, I don't know him, never met him, continues to just fail upwards. Like, he was commissioner of the Big Ten, did a really bad job, canceled the COVID season. Then all the coaches threatened to leave the conference because the SEC was playing, so the Big Ten had to play. He was forced out of the Big Ten, somehow lands as the president, the team president, the CEO, rather, of the Bears, and now is going to be the guy behind the move from Chicago to Hammond, Indiana. Good luck, man. Like, from a pure bottom line standpoint, a P&L statement, I get that this is probably the right move for them.
Yeah.
But like, you're gonna exhaust your fan base. And
but see, the thing about it is, this is the team wanted to build a new stadium. I think the fan base will take a new stadium. And if they build it right there, which is, like you said, 25, 35 minutes away, and it's nice, fans will roll there. But they're going to be mad at the people that made the team make the decision to leave out.
Yeah, the politicians involved, whoever is messing this up to the point where the Chicago Bears are about to play in Indiana, good luck. Now, what is a lot more fun than that, Ask B. Mitch Anything, brought to you by Collars & Co. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. It's 1 o'clock on a Friday. It means it's time to ask B. Mitch anything.
This sports update is brought to you by Fully Mechanical. The Chicago Bears took a significant step towards leaving Illinois. The Bears Board of Directors voted to advance their stadium development in Indiana, with the exact site still to be determined. This is the first time that the Bears Board has voted on any stadium site. The Bears' plans to leave the state they've called home since their inception for Indiana comes just days after the end of the Illinois spring legislative session. And over in the NBA, Victor Wembanyama committed postseason career highs in turnovers and missed shots in Game 1 of the NBA Finals. But he just said he's not worried in the slightest about how the Spurs would fare as the series unfolds. He'll get a chance to prove himself again in Game 2, which is tonight at 8:30 p.m. When your HVAC strikes out, call Fully Mechanical, your go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Fully Mechanical is proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCown, The Fan.
One o'clock on a Friday means it's time to Ask B. Mitch Anything. Ask B. Mitch Anything is dressed by Collars & Co., where style meets all-day comfort. Is that another one of those? Is that a Collars t-shirt?
Yep.
Yeah, those are dope, dude.
McDonald's look good.
Yo, I'm on their mailing list, so I got this email. The founder of Collars & Co. is this dude, Justin.
Yeah.
He's the one, if you follow him on Instagram, doing the videos and stuff. He's a
Brown
cool
hair,
dude.
kind of
I'm hoping,
slim.
Yeah, I'm hoping he'll play golf with us this summer. Can
he play?
I don't know. My guy Jordan that works over there can play for sure. But Justin sent this email, like a Father's Day email, talking about his father, and now he has 2 young kids.
Mhm.
And it was just a really touching, personal email. And this I noticed too. Every order over $300 includes a complimentary Cloud Cotton quarter zip.
Yeah.
I have one of those.
Me too.
They are awesome.
They're very good.
And dude, I think they're like $200. So getting a free one of those is a pretty big deal.
For a $300 offer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's
That's
get
better than that 30%, 20% Kenny got.
right.
Yeah.
Let's get into it. It is Ask B. Mitch Anything. We will lead off with Brian in Charlottesville.
What up, B?
Hey guys,
How you doing, man?
happy Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday.
Oh, yeah.
You too, bud. You too.
I'm actually drinking a margarita, but
You have our support.
That's good, man. Hey, toss it back.
yay. So my question is this for Beamish, but I guess both of you, as it's a media question, but I keep ESPN on as my background noise, and Pat McAfee has his daytime show. I'm just wondering, how does he get away with cursing on daytime him and his gang? Like, is it
It's
I've heard
cable,
everything.
dog.
I heard him say everything.
It's cable.
But the F-bomb.
It's cable, and they let you know ahead of time that everything that's said is the opinions and of the host, and they warn you about it up front, but it's cable. Cable is different
So
than
that
regular TV.
disclaimer is what saves them.
Well, it's
for-
cable.
for radio,
It's-
it's different?
Cable saves them.
Yeah. Cable. So, I mean, if you want to get technical with it, broadcast media that is free and available everywhere has different standards than cable media, which you pay to get. So, like the standards that we have on this radio station are all governed by the FCC. The standards at NBC4 where I work, or everything is broadcast. So it's a different ballgame. When it's cable, it's different.
And if you pay attention,
Right.
I use all the words that I'm capable of saying. I don't say the ones I can't say.
Correct. Thanks for the call, Brian. Let's go to Ellis in Uptown. Ellis, what's up, man?
What's going on, fellas? I got a question based on the earlier segment, but my question for B-Mitch is, do you guys think, based on what you guys seen in OTA so far, are we going to be a pass-first team or are we going to be a run-first team?
I think the run is going to be a little bit more emphasized, but I think the pass first or run first is going to come down to what does this defense give you this week?
I think.
Okay, this is going to be
Like if you're looking at
situational.
a straight split, I think they'll probably pass a little more than they run. But I think
maybe
I think the run looks. I think there'll be more play action. Like I think when you watch this team, it'll feel very different in the run pass splits than it has.
So we're still going to lean on Jaden's arm, though. That's going to be the basis. We're starting with Jaden and Terry and working off that.
I mean, every team in the NFL leans on the quarterback's arm. It's kind of the league.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question though, Ellis?
Yep.
So you said this is Ellis from Uptown, DC. Where is Uptown? What would you qualify as Uptown?
Uptown is anywhere north of U Street and south of Silver Spring.
Okay. So like 16th Street going up, Georgia Avenue going up, kind of there?
Georgia Avenue, yes, sir.
Okay.
Georgia Avenue.
Appreciate it, man. B-Mitch, you know, in high school, we used to drive down Georgia Avenue to buy beer when we were 16. Deb from the chat is on the line. Line 4 is hot. What's up, Deb?
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. All right, let me preface my question by telling JP this is about working out. So, Brian, how do you deal with not being able to do what you used to be able to do when working out? I mean, I wasn't never a professional athlete, but like doing my boot camp workouts and things like that, I just can't do stuff that I used to do before, and it kind of messes with me mentally.
Well, I think what you got to realize, like, as we get older, we can't do things exactly like we did. We can still do some semblance of it. And it's about the motion and the movement that you're doing that's getting you the most workout instead of trying to do what you did. If I try to bench press 435 pounds like I did when I was 21 years old today, I might kill myself. So I won't try it. But I'll put 300 on the bar and rep that one and feel good about it because I'm still getting the workout in. But to try to do exactly what you did, don't do that. That will hurt you.
Okay. All right.
Deb, can I recommend Jeff has an aerobics plan?
I would advise you not to get into that plan, Deb, okay?
I know about Jeff and his plan. I'll pass on that one.
Thank you, Deb. Take care. Have a nice weekend. Oh, we got celebrities on the line, B. Big Tony, keep it clean, all right? Big Tony, you're up.
I'm always keeping it clean. What's going on?
You
fellas?
never
Hey,
keep
B.
it clean, dog.
I would hardly agree with that statement.
Hey, B, let me ask you a question, man.
Yeah.
How come every time I go out with a certain Bama hunting, I ain't going to say his name, might work at your station, and we go get something to eat, and the bill's ready, and I'm standing there with all the cash, and he say, oh, I got to get you on Venmo. And then I never see the Venmo about 8 times. Can you answer me that?
Oh, he don't believe in spending money.
Now, hold on.
He don't believe in spending money.
Hold on. Mute Big Tony.
But he don't believe in spending
Mute
money,
Big Tony. Mute Big Tony.
He believe in going about the free 99 route.
Every time we go order food, I order on my own because I know I have electronic payment, and Big Tony has not updated his life to understand there's Venmo, there's Cash App, there's these other things to trade money amongst people. What young people do.
Yeah, but
way back in the day,
if the man
my
has
father
cash,
told me-
Jeff, ain't nothing better than him handing you cash or you handing him cash.
B.
Exactly. Hey, B.
Venmo,
My
you
father
gotta
told me
pay
way back in the
transaction
day,
fees.
always have a 50 with you. Always have a secret 50 in your pocket somewhere in case of an emergency. Break glass. You got a
That's
50.
how-
Jeff just a bum and he cheap. I'm gone.
Damn.
I'm a cash guy, too.
That
I like
escalated
having
rather
cash.
quickly, didn't it?
Speaking of cash, Brian, I believe we had a $100 bet on that Spurs Thunder series.
Okay.
I haven't seen it.
Well, we actually had a $100 bet on who was going to put in the trophy up, but I'm going to bet you send you $100.
All right. You send it to me. I thought you were a man and carry cash.
Hey, no. You deal with Venmo. You deal with
I
Venmo
definitely
and all
deal with
stuff.
Venmo.
So let's be real. So see, JP always trying to throw up stuff. I actually could have been a stickler on the bet how he said
The
it.
bet was Spurs Thunder.
You said
It was the Spurs
You
Thunder
said holding
series.
up a trophy.
It
But
was-
I'm paying it, but I know what you said.
It was Spurs Thunder.
No, that's not what you said. But
Joey-
I'll go back. I'll
Joey-
send you your money.
Joey is in Chinatown on line 3. What's up, Joe?
going on, fellas? I don't know if you guys remember, but I produced the show for Monumental, so I'm looking at you guys right now. I can see you.
Oh, come on, just talk, idiot. We know who you are.
So I had a question. We all have our morning routines. Before the show, I get in, I make my breakfast, I run 15 miles. I do all that before every show.
You lying.
So B, what did you have like any special routine that you would do before every game, or was it just kind of different every time?
Before games, to be honest with you, my thing was notice most people have this hype up music. I never listened to hype music. I used to listen to like R&B or gospel. Something that was slow, that relaxed me. For the next 3-4 hours, I'm gonna be a psychopath. I don't need to be tiring myself out, listening to music, getting all like I see a lot of guys do it all the time. I never was that person. I wanted to relax. And as soon as I step on the football field, I transform into an idiot. Just being real. I talked about everybody in your family. I was trying to get you pissed off, and I wanted you to do something stupid, but I was ready to go and do whatever I needed to do to try to help my team win.
Doug, I can only imagine.
That's relatable. I too act like an idiot all the time.
Yeah.
So.
Well, you just do that because that's who you are.
Thank you, Joe. I can only imagine peak B-Mitch S-talk on a football field. I can only imagine.
Nah, I would always say, hey, man, how you doing? How is your sister, man? How's your girl? Oh, she's a nice person.
I don't think you yelled at the Deion Sanders.
Did you not? She didn't tell you she knew me? Oh boy. And ran off.
Oh.
That just make you have to start.
My God.
I was kind of.
That would drive me
I was
nuts.
elevated at it where I didn't say nothing like drastic and mean. Sure. I would ask a simple question. So, Jay, how's Lauren?
Right.
And you look at me, I'm like, oh, she didn't tell you she knew me? And I run off. So now you are thinking, how in the hell did he know her?
Right.
And when I come back,
Dude's minds immediately go to
she
one thing.
really didn't tell you? And I run off again. But at the end of the game, I'm like, hey, man, I saw your girl's name in the book. But it's just like, I want you, it shows you how simple people are. They immediately get pissed off and they run with it.
Totally.
And I did it every damn game. To some people, twice in 1 year.
Let's go to Black in D.C. What's up, man?
Hey, appreciate y'all answering my call. Hey, B-Mitch, man, this last call's right on time. I was about to ask, who you pissed off to not get in the Hall of Fame, bro? This don't make no sense, right?
I don't know, man. I listen, I talked, but JP will tell you, and Chick will tell you, I talked to every media person there. I never had a problem with them. But I don't know, I must have pissed somebody off along the way. I don't know.
It don't make no sense. And then you got Shador as a Pro Bowler, but B-Mitch ain't no Hall of Famer. We got y'all talking about Russell Wilson, a Hall of Famer, but Eli now, and I'm a Commanders fan, man. Come on, man.
Yeah.
B-Mitch is Hall of Fame, man.
Hell yeah.
All right, man. Appreciate you, man.
Let's go to Tricky in D.C. What's up, Tricky?
B-Mitch and JP, what's up?
Chilling, man. How you doing?
All right, now I'm a grew up long-time Redskins fan, but I don't remember this. B-Mitch, how many option passes did you throw in your career? Any touchdowns?
I threw a touchdown but my touchdowns were actually in Philly. Well,
you threw one in the body bag game.
No, that wasn't an option pass though. I was the actual quarterback.
Right.
It wasn't a touchdown. Yeah. Ricky went out on the half-yard line. Our quarterback sneaked in after that.
Oh, really?
The touchdown I had was a fake pass on a punt to Brian Dawkins.
I have your passing stats. Thank you, Tricky. That's a good question. You want your passing stats?
They were 50%.
7 for 18 with a touchdown and 2 picks.
2 picks?
There's a pick in 93 and a pick in 94.
That was a shuffle pass we did. We did run and shuffle the ball, and it hit somebody's hand, went up, and the dude picked it off. I don't remember the other one, though.
Let's go to Martin in Oregon. Yo, Martin, is this my guy that set up the care package?
That's the one, man.
Hey, thank you again, dude. That was very, very cool, and you had something for everybody.
Martin, I didn't get a care package.
Brown
What's up,
liquor
man?
for B-Mitch. There was stuff Jeff
I
likes.
didn't get the brown liquor.
The brown liquor didn't make it back from Oregon, B. It might not have made it through the second night.
2026 is care package season. I'll start sending them everywhere.
Hell yeah.
All right.
What's your question, brother?
Hey, in honor of the NBA Finals tonight, B-Mitch, do you know who invented basketball?
Naismith.
That is correct.
James
in
Naismith.
1898, he founded,
And it was an actual basket.
It was a peach basket.
Yeah.
Yeah, and my favorite part of the story is he's a Canadian PE teacher, and he founded University of Kansas basketball program in 1898. And Naismith was an avid lacrosse player.
Oh, really?
And he realized that lacrosse required equipment and a lot of skill, so he wanted to create a game with just a ball and simple mechanics that everyone could learn quickly.
There you go. Thanks, dude. Good to hear from you.
You got it. Have a great day.
See you, bud. B, I just saw something interesting that I want to ask you. Derrick Henry's 31 years old. With his size and speed, I mean, he went for 1,600 last year, 1,900 2 years ago. Derrick Henry's only 5,300 yards away from Emmitt Smith's all-time record.
How many?
5,337.
That's a lot of yards, bro.
5 years.
5 years, but that he's the past 31 now. That's about to start declining rather quickly.
My initial thought too.
Yeah.
I just that's closer than I would have thought.
How many years has he played?
He is 10 years in.
Okay. Emmett played 18, and the last 2 or 3 might have been like
right on the Cardinals.
Yeah, doing nothing, much of nothing.
Emmett had one of the greatest offensive lines in history for the first half of his career.
Didn't get hit or moved till later.
Let's go to Tay in D.C. Tay, ask B. Mitch anything.
What's up, guys?
What's up, Delonte?
Mary J.
What's up, bud?
That much. AB, we had a conversation like 2 years ago. We were talking about the running game. Your preference would be running out of single back. How happy are you that seems like we're going to get back to those running ways?
Oh, I'm happy about it. You know, and I know people always talk about the fullback aspect, but being a running back yourself, you get to see a lot, especially if your offensive line is moving it. But like, I played in offenses where the guys was under center, and they were also back. And when you get off to that T position, they know basically that once you decide to run the ball, they know the runs you're gonna be doing. Because if I'm on the right tackle and I take a step left, they more than likely know we're running T6, T70, or running next like a little what's called it, the 40-50 gut route in the same spot, and they can combat that. Or if I go outside, he run the flat route or a crossing route. They know all that. But if you're at that single backfield, they don't know what the hell you're running.
I also like the offset eye with a fullback out there. But yeah, single back it's going to be fun to watch. Let's go to Tony in Clinton. Tony, ask B. Mitch anything.
B. Mitch, I say something. I've been watching the game forever, been watching going all the way back, and I say something at least 15 to 35 times a season.
What's that?
I love special teams. Nothing changes the game around more than special teams and the turnover. And I say to myself all the time, B. Mitch would have returned that. B. Mitch would have returned that. I see these dudes catch fair catches, and I say to myself, what are they back there for other than just to catch the ball, man? Like, they ain't no fearlessness no more. And that's one of my most favorite things about you, man. I don't remember a fair catch from you. You was just reckless and...
I fair caught a lot of them after a while when I got hit a few times, but I learned from Joe Howard Johnson. Joe still is a good friend of mine, how to be able to look at the ball, read where it's going, take my eye off of it, look at the coverage, and come back to the football. I wouldn't recommend it to everybody, especially when you're in Philadelphia or New York, because it's windy as hell. Yeah. You know, but like on the places like you're indoors, the ball ain't gonna move too much, so you do it then. And you give yourself a better chance. Plus, I would tell my guys, if I ever look you directly in the eye, don't stop running. Because the guy can't hit me till I catch the ball. So when he's slow up, just shield him. And then I'll go.
I say to myself, man, it's like guys don't take it seriously that day with the impact that they have. It's like they just can with just fielding the ball. Like if I didn't turn it over.
Have advanced.
No, you're talking about the punt return.
Yeah, the punt return.
I'm just talking about punts. Like kickoffs don't matter. I'm talking about a punt return. A punt returner has to be a psychopath, man. Does it be Mitch, man? And it's like nowadays they just want to catch the ball.
The problem with it is some coaches don't put the emphasis on it or are serious about it, and they put guys back there just to catch the ball.
Sure. We saw that here for a long time. Last one. Ask B. Mitch Anything is dressed by Collars & Co., where styles meets all-day comfort. Right now is the time to check out Collars & Co. with Father's Day, a week away, 2 weeks away? They have great specials for Father's Day. Dwayne is in Long Beach ending us out. What's up, Dwayne?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I appreciate you, B. Mitch. We got to get off the air and get me some one-on-one so we can talk about our Lafayette times. But my question is the Stephon Diggs, the Brandon Ayuk. Bring them both, man. Bring Diggs now so he can get implemented. If we got to wait till Ayuk is dropped by the Niners, we pick him up, give him time to get into the system. We can bring back the fun bunch again. You know, that'll be a fun bunch to see. Those three, Terry, Diggs, and Ayuk. Let's go.
I got you.
Thanks, bud.
I don't know if all that going to happen, though.
Hey, look.
All right, Dwayne, we got to boogie. Thank you, bud. That was rousing. That was fun. Good questions, fun conversations. Nobody go anywhere. We got to talk a little bit about a potential wide receiver trade that maybe isn't on your radar for the Commanders. B. Mitch Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. The Chicago Bears are putting pressure on the state of Illinois after lawmakers failed to pass a stadium funding bill on Monday. With the Illinois Senate now on adjournment, the Bears took another step towards signaling how serious they are about moving to Indiana. They announced this morning that their board of directors voted to advance their stadium development project in Hammond, Indiana. In a statement, the team chairman and president and CEO said that they believe a new stadium in Indiana will, quote, bring Chicagoland together and deliver new opportunities to its residents and its businesses. So they could be the Chicago Bears playing in Indiana. Donate your unrented vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. They can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan, hanging out on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Just saw Danny Rouillet. Those boys are getting ready for their show coming up at 2 o'clock. Make sure you hang out and listen to that. All right. Dan Graziano. I got a question for you guys. Do you know where Dan Graziano went to college?
He a Terp.
Nope.
Georgetown.
Yes. I found that out. I was talking with Graz, maybe the Combine owners meetings. Maybe I didn't realize he's got some DC roots. Dan Graziano is a very good reporter, I would say, and had a column talking about what a trade could look like, various trades around the league, right? And I think it's pretty interesting. We talk so much about Brandon Ayuk, who is under contract with the 49ers, hasn't shown up. Who knows what's going to happen out there? They no longer have mandatory minicamp for him to show up to. But Graziano had a different player in mind for Washington. And it's not Steph Diggs, who's a free agent and able to be signed by anybody. I think Steph's waiting on the bag, and we'll see what that bag looks like. But yesterday in ESPN.com, Graziano had an article about possible trades for just about every team, right? And he talked about Max Crosby, which I still find interesting if Crosby does get moved. But now you've got the question of the knee injury, because that's why Baltimore avoided it all out. There's lots of players around the NFL. Obviously, the Ayuk situation. Of Brandon Ayuk, Dan Graziano wrote, the Ayuk situation has received some coverage this offseason, but is yet to be resolved. Ayuk is scheduled to earn $27 million this season from the Niners. That money was initially guaranteed, but the team voided the guarantees last year. His option bonus, this is Ayuk here. His option bonus kicks in on September 1st. $27 million is salary, whether it's guaranteed or not. The Niners have said, hey, we'll trade him, but I don't think anybody wants to take on that contract for a dude that hasn't played since October of 24. This is interesting. I read now. Never say never, of course. Ayuk is a talented player who's still just 28 and likely could help a team if he's back to full health. You'll hear his name come up in trade talks in the coming months, even if he's more likely to be cut than traded. Most people seem to believe he wants to be in Washington with former college teammate Jaden Daniels. That's all well and good. I also think if he's not going to show up, the Niners could just leave him on the reserve left squad list and just hang him out to dry in perpetuity. The more interesting part of this, and this is not a name we have really discussed. It is an LSU wide receiver, though. Kayshon Boutte from the Patriots. Patriots just traded for A.J. Brown. Boutte was a 6th rounder in the 23 draft. Had decent production over the last 2 seasons, close to 600 yards each year. He did have 6 touchdown catches last year. In 24, he had 43 catches for 589 yards with 3 touchdowns. In 25, he had 33 receptions for 551 yards and 6 touchdowns. Average 16.7 per catch. That's almost 17 yards a catch. That's getting downfield pretty good. Kayshon Boutte, New England Patriots, Dan Graziano writes, Boutte has been productive in a part-time role for the Patriots, catching 9 touchdowns over the past 2 seasons. He just turned 24. The 2023 6th-round pick has 1 year left on his contract at $3.5 million. And the acquisitions of A.J. Brown and Romeo Doubs might just make things too crowded in New England's wide receivers room. The Patriots have received calls on Boutte and likely will continue to do so. As always, unless and until we see a contract extension, we're justified in wondering whether the player is in the team's long-term plans. The Raiders and Commanders stand out as 2 teams that could still use help at wide receiver. Kayshon Boutte, 5'11", 200 pounds. He's not like kind of that big outside receiver that people always talk about, but there's real speed. Like Kayshon Boutte could do some stuff. I'm curious. We'll open the phone lines up on this. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. I'm kind of curious what fans would think about Kayshon Boutte. Now, he was at LSU in 22. Jaden was probably there, right? Yeah, Jaden played in 22. So they were on the LSU Tigers together in 2022. That season, Kayshon, so Jaden started 14 games that year, I want to say. But Garrett Nussmeier was still there, and it wasn't a split, but Nussmeier played some. Malik Neighbors was on that team. I mean, gosh, the receivers have come out of LSU. So the year they played together in college, Boutte went 48 catches for 538 yards and 2 touchdowns. We hear so much about, Jaden and Ayuk, who played together 1 year in Arizona State in 2019. Jaden and Boutte played together in 2022 in Baton Rouge. So there's obviously a connection there. His athleticism score, which Adam Peters tends to care greatly about, is not very strong. 5'11", 195. The combine doesn't blow you away. It was a 4.5. The 10-yard split's decent. The broad jump's decent. The shuttle's decent. But this is, I don't necessarily want to say this is a big impact guy, but it's an NFL caliber wide receiver, young. I'm curious with the Pats. They're not going to extend Kayshon Boutte, right? Like, how much money did they just commit between Doubs and Brown? Kayshon Boutte's not getting extended. What does that cost you? He's a 6th-round pick going into the last year of his deal. So what's the comp for this? 6th? I could find that interesting, but I don't know that he immediately comes in. Where does he land here? It's like another kind of slot guy. You know what I mean? And just looking at the Patriots cap situation, they don't have a ton of space. They have a lot of money going to Milton Williams. Basically, the first year of these deals tend to be pretty team friendly, but A.J. Brown has a guarantee of $29 million this year. Romeo Doubs has a guarantee of, let me pull up Dobbs' deal. Like, they have serious money connected to Doubs and Brown for the next 2 seasons. So I don't think Boutte is part of the long-term plan there. If you're telling me it costs you a 6th, it's kind of interesting. I don't know that I'm going higher than that. Like, is Kayshon Boutte demonstrably better than Dyami Brown? Or I'm just not sure about that. He does have more production. I mean, if he came in right now with the receivers they have on the roster, he would be the 2nd most established guy. Dyami Brown had the hell of the playoff run. We talked about that earlier in the program. But, like, I'm just not entirely convinced Booty's coming off back-to-back, like 550-yard seasons. They might think that's who Antonio Williams is. Like, they're similar size, similar athletic profiles. Like, I just, if you trade for this dude, yes, there's a level of, I guess, like, knowledge or a guarantee of the productivity. I don't know that it really advances things, and maybe you'd rather just have your 6th-round pick next year. I think, for me, if we're going to see, would the Commanders give up draft capital to go get Kayshon Boutte? I'm curious what people say. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Just tell us what your interest level is. I mean, you're not swinging for the fences, but at the same time, it won't cost you that much. But if you trade for a dude right now, like if you use your 6th to trade for him, you then have to give him an extension? Like, understanding the relative small value of a 6th-round pick, at least when you draft somebody in the 6th round, if they're able to make the team and play for you, you have them on the cheap for 4 years. Like, you're getting Boutte at the end of this and probably have to extend him. Not to suggest that this dude's going to be Alec Pierce getting $29 million a year in free agency, but to make this move, to me, would be very indicative of them not trusting the room they have. And I think it's probably premature to make that determination. And I believe them the way they keep talking about they like the wide receiver room they have. And if you just drafted Antonio Williams in the 3rd round as a 5'11", 200-pound, primarily slot guy, I just don't know that you then go trade for Kayshon Boutte. I get why you would maybe draw a line from the Commanders, but I don't really see it happening. Who knows? Could happen. It's the NFL. People are calling each other every day. Like, if you're going to do that, the money has to make sense, and he's due to make a little less than $4 million this year, but it's about, he can't really command an extension, but at the same time, it's like a rental where a 5th or a 6th round pick provides you real value that is quite cheap. All right, when the boys return, we got to make our official predictions. Knicks Spurs, game 2 tonight. It's B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch and Finley on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. I am 13 minutes till the weekend, dog, and I'm ready for it. I hope everybody out there is feeling the same way. Grant and Danny coming your way next. They'll get you all the way home to happy hour on a Friday night. We got nice weather, although it's about to get hot. I saw Doug Kammerer posted something. It's about to get like hot, like heat wave hot. It's 89 degrees right now. The high today is 91, according to my phone. The high tomorrow is 92, according to my phone. 89 on Sunday. Then it breaks a little for Monday and Tuesday. Maybe some rain and such. Eventually, we're going to get into like the DC summer weather pattern where every afternoon it could storm.
I was like,
it's so damn humid.
Maybe it's the Marylander in me, but anything under 95 is not hot to me. I'm out with a tank top on, hat on, and we good.
Dude, you know me. I'm a summer guy. That winter stuff, you can have it. I hate
for the birds.
Dog, give me sunshine, I'm good. I'll be outside. I get nice and tan. I'm very lucky considering my ethnic heritage that I don't burn. I bet Stallion's ass turns bright red.
No. I look at me right now. I'm pretty tan.
But you were just dealing with sunburn earlier this week.
You see, okay. Every white guy knows this. You've got to get burned
early
first.
In the summer. You get a little red, and then it turns nice and tan.
It turns nice and tan, and so that was the first burn of the year. It's probably the last one too. I think I'm good,
dude. I remember as a kid, my family from Scotland would come over. My aunts, my uncles, my cousins. They come in the summer, and it's 95 and 75% humidity. They just did not experience that. Yo, their skin just could not handle DC summers. They'd all turn beat ass red. Like Jeff's DC Defenders hat, red. And what was crazy, they just don't have mosquitoes over there. Mosquitoes would rip them up, dude. Rip them up.
No mosquitoes in Scotland?
I'm sure they exist, but I feel like I've never seen them. Yo, how about this?
Mosquitoes.
Speaking of mosquitoes, salespeople, hook your boy up. My wife, my beautiful wife, just texted me. Do we want to get our yard, our front and backyard, do we want to get our yard sprayed for ticks and mosquitoes? It's $90 a month until October.
I can help you change, like determine your outcome on that. Do you like red meat?
Yeah.
There is a tick going around right now that if it bites you, you could be allergic to red meat for the rest of your life.
Well, that's a problem.
Rose's brother has that.
Yeah.
Has the disease?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it's like a big thing now.
Yep. That's why since I fish and stuff inside of the like in the woods and stuff, I got this stuff called Promethean. You just spray it over your clothes and it just won't. The ticks will just completely avoid you.
I just texted her. Let's do it.
It's called Alpha Gal.
My dad has Lyme disease. It is no joke. Like,
damn,
dude,
ticks are getting to the aquarium.
Ticks are a thing. It is a thing, man. It sucks.
You remember when these skins were making me do the radio show from the parking lot? Remember those days? And I was getting ticks all the time because I was hanging out in the parking lot for 4 hours next to the woods. All right, the Finleys are going to spray. I also, we've been doing a radio show most of the day. We were very, very honored to have Howard men's basketball coach Kenny Blakeney in studio with us for the better part of a half hour. We've had some guests on the phone, lots of great callers. It's been really great. But what everybody doesn't know is that the three boys in the aquarium have been playing 82-0 the entire day. They haven't paid any attention to the show. I can see them, and they've all just been playing 82-0 all day. And I will give White Brian his flowers. White Brian cracked the code, got an 82-0 team. What was the squad?
Yeah, we had a Wizard on there. Russell Westbrook, 2020 Wizards.
Wow.
That's stunning.
Yeah, but statistically, he was averaging a triple-double. I get it.
Yep. And then LeBron in the 2000s. Charles Barkley had to get an Auburn Tiger in there. George McGinnis and Wilt Chamberlain in the 60s.
Jeff was talking to me about something. What? When you had Wilt,
George McGinnis, Charles Barkley, LeBron James, Russell Westbrook.
So I think that's the key in that dumb game is like you need a George McGinnis. Like I think they want you to have to not like because you were all pissed off that you had some team full of superstars that got like 72-10 or whatever.
Yeah, I was like 79-3, I think, at one point today. I had like I had LeBron in the 2000s. I had Steph on that team.
The one time I did it, what was my record? Like 43-38?
Yeah, it was not great.
It gave you a lot.
Yeah. I got the worst draw. All right, let's wrap up Herder here first. Let's make some bets. How'd we do last night, Dub B?
Everybody won except for Beamish.
I love that. Not even here to defend himself. You know what he would do if he was here. Boy, you wrong. You didn't check the right sheet. You always messing up my picks. That's exactly what he would say. All right. We got a basketball game tonight. Nats are back in Arizona. What time's first pitch?
9:40 first pitch tonight.
You'll be blackout before that game's over.
I think so. Yeah. I think that's the plan tonight.
That's a good night though. So the hoop starts at probably 8:30, right? So you could hoop it, throw the baseball on. Here's your 3 TV setup tonight. Hoops, baseball at 9:40, and Golf Channel. I don't know when they start the re-air of Memorial, but Golf Channel has a lot of good options right now because you got the U.S. Open, the Women's U.S. Open going on at Riviera. You've got the Memorial, obviously, going on in Ohio. And I think the Euro Tour this week's pretty good.
College baseball super regionals, too.
Does that start tonight?
Yep.
Who's in? How many teams are in?
So there's 16 teams left, and it's 3-game series to decide the final
1-6
8.
teams left?
1-6, yes.
Let me know when it's 4. It's just, like, it's fun to watch if I'm in a setting where it's on. That's too many teams to keep track of. Do they all get to go to Omaha?
8 go to Omaha. So it's 3-game series between these 16 teams.
I'll check in at Omaha. Is Auburn in?
They are. They're hosting Ole Miss.
Now I know why you care. Is Maryland in?
No.
All right. There you have it. Is UVA in?
No.
All right. Tonight, basketball game. Make picks.
Knicks.
Spurs.
Knicks plus 6.5.
See, that is a juicy Vegas line. They want all the money on New York, which means take the Spurs, people. I'll lay the points. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Zach Harper for joining us. Thank you to Kenny Blakeney for joining us in person. Thank you to everybody that called. Grant and Danny next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond and Porters. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? The Chicago Bears Board of Directors announced that they are going to move forward with their plans to build a stadium in Indiana. Their announcement this morning tips the scales significantly towards Hammond, Indiana, but falls very short of a final decision. Apparently, they're still waiting for Illinois to find a way to give the Bears property tax certainty on the 326-acre plot that they already own, but they're also waiting to hear if whether waiting until the Senate and the House reconvene this fall is going to be too late to wait on a decision. Tonight, 8:30 p.m., Game 2 of the NBA Finals between the Knicks and the Spurs. Spurs looking for a bit more from Victor Wembanyama as he shot just 6 of 21 from the field in Game 1. When you're ready to pop the question, think Mervis Diamond and Porters and Tacori. Mervis offers unbeatable value while Tacori brings handcrafted detail and signature design to every engagement ring from that first sparkle. For the largest selection in D.C., visit Mervis and go to mervisdiamond.com. From the Crop Medcal 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
That was a poorly timed joke, Tobes, because now we got to do the show.
I know. That's kind of tough.
Welcome in, everybody. G&D here on The Fan. No GP, but yes, to Toby, he's hanging out with you. We are here till 6:30. Nats are on the West Coast. Stupid late night Nats, my least favorite bit that there is.
I love it.
You are a night owl, so that's fine. This all if you had your druthers, whatever a unit of druther is, what time would the Nats play every day?
8:30.
Oh my God, 8:30 at night. Like here at home, they played 8:30 for you.
Yeah, it might be a little tougher. I might bump it up a little bit, but enough time for me to get home on days where they're on the road. 8:30, perfect.
For a home game, you'd say 8:30.
7:45, 8.
I'm a 4 o'clock guy. Every day at 4.
I thought you were going to say 11:35 July 4th game.
No, I love that. That's awesome. They do that here at the nation's capital, or they do an early game in Boston, etc. But I love a good early and afternoon baseball game. Now, I understand they wouldn't be as well attended. You got to give people a chance to go to work and go somewhere else. But if I had a single druther, I would use it on that. Good radio program for you. 4 p.m. Give you a chance to win Hardy, the Country Tour at Merriweather. Tickets, we'll do a pair of tickets at 4 p.m. You must. I say this again. You must be listening to win those tickets. We've got a good radio program for you. We'll talk a little Stanley Cup here in a second here, Tubbs. Want to preview the finals for you, talk about some OTAs. We've got a fun hypothetical for you. Matt Moore, the Action Network, will join us at 3 to go over those NBA finals, some sports bucket list stuff in honor of our guy, Bob Carpenter, seeing all 50 states. Let's check this one out. I'm kicking off the last of the bucket list. It's North Dakota. See you later. Boom. So congrats to Bob, kicking butt in retirement. But and some guys that I respect an awful lot, some really smart football people. I know they're fantasy guys, and that bothers some people just inherently, but they study football and football trends, and one guy's made himself an expert on wide receivers, talked about our very own Terry McLaurin. But I want to start here, off the beaten path for a second, Tubbs. I was listening to our guy, Chris Russell, scream and do the bit that he does, where he's like, ratings don't matter, but here are some ratings. Ratings are irrelevant and bad when I don't like them, but here are some ratings that show the thing that I'm trying to say.
This is proving my point.
So I will cite them. But he said this on his radio program on the Deuce. I was actually listening to the podcast. But the first game of these Stanley Cup finals, ratings were up. I think he said around 4.5 million. I don't know year over year how that actually compares. I know it's up and it's better. I know people are excited about the old Stanley Cup finals at this moment. You and I are of similar ilk. When the Capitals season ends, hockey season ends.
Yeah.
For me, I've been very open about that. I am a Capitals fan. I'm not a hockey fan. But just in general, spitballing here, I'm ambushing you with this topic. You still see these numbers that, that's pretty good for hockey. Good for them. They've caught, and I don't begrudge it. I have no issue. But why hasn't it reached basketball, baseball, football? No, forget football. That's its own animal. Number one sport in America, the NFL. Number two is college football. So forget about that. But everything else, it felt like hockey could have had several times to kind of claw its ground, and it's made some improvements in terms of making players more. I think social media certainly helped. You get guys more FaceTime, the characters that are surrounding it, everything from spitting chiclets to I'm supposed to know who Biz is on whatever network cover stuff. So it's not for me. I don't begrudge you, but I'm not that interested. It's too late for me. But why do you think hockey hasn't gotten there yet? And this is a big step.
Yeah, I mean,
ratings.
It feels like for a majority of the sports, with the exception of football, a lot of people grew up playing them. Like basketball, and this is something that a lot of NBA players will begrudgingly say all the time, is you played pickup basketball one time, years and years ago, and you feel like you can talk the game to me, an NBAer, right? Like that's something, but there is something to that, right? You've played the game of basketball. I feel like I understand it. I know what's going on there. A lot of kids grew up playing baseball, even if it was just t-ball or coach pitch or something like that. You played baseball for a little bit. Football, it's just so indoctrinated. Even if you didn't play football, you grew up watching football every Sunday. So that's just a staple. There's not a lot of people that grew up playing hockey. That's why I think you see it so big in Canada, because a lot of people do play hockey, and you see it bigger in parts of the country where people do play hockey, in Boston area, in Minnesota, those sorts of things, where you're seeing it grow around the country a little bit, and you're seeing it grow in this area because of the uptick in the amount of hockey that's being played. But it just feels like people don't understand it as much because they didn't play it, and so therefore they're not going to care as much, because it is something where you turn it on, and if you haven't gotten at least a little bit of a precursor into what is hockey, you're like, well, what the heck is this line? What is offside? Why is it icing? And those sorts of things.
It's not as accessible in that way.
Yeah.
And they've cleaned it up. There used to be, you couldn't have a 2-line pass, which I think was the dumbest rule in sports. And they finally got rid of it. Thank goodness. There's still some things that, again, are a little bit off-putting. It's unclear, the icing rule now, where it's a touch, it's not a touch. Whoever was there but isn't there. And if you were intending to be there, maybe you could be icing. Maybe it's not.
Yeah.
No one knows. They can't clean up goaltender interference seen last night. But I think generally for me growing up, it's now not as much of a problem. Not as much of a problem. It's still it's nowhere near the problem it was. I'm old enough where HD TV was a revelation, my friend. That fuzzy broadcast, you could not see the puck. Guys without helmets on, just sort of generally skating around, and they'd move towards some area where maybe the puck was, maybe it wasn't. But you had no idea. It was not a good television sport. It's much better now. It's improved in that way. But even still, my complaint, my biggest one, is when you watch a highlight of hockey, especially in the postseason, very rarely is it that gorgeous hockey player like you see international hockey, right? And even at the highest levels, just it's so tight, it's so nip and tuck that you're not going to see this. But I'm talking about that 3-on-2, tic-tac-toe, boom, snipe. Great goal. And you go, wow, the skill level's incredible. These guys are awesome. It's basically your Brooks Orpiks of the world flipping a puck towards the net. It pinballs around 9 different dudes. Did it hit a guy's face mask? Did it hit his right hand? Did it hit his skate? Was it on purpose? Let's review it. And that's how goals happen. And it's gritty and it's grimy. And I know the Caps want to Stanley Cup doing that kind of thing. But it's never as exciting. Whereas with basketball, you get a pretty good feel if the ball goes in the hoop or not. With baseball, there's some replay moments where, hey, was it fair or foul? Did it go over the fence or not? And they can determine that. But in general, you can see everything much more clearly. And that's how I've always felt is, it's a goal based on the reaction of the players, not because it was a goal. I don't know if that's even a good theory or not, but it's something I've always kind of espoused.
It's tougher to watch on TV than the other sports. There's no question about it. Even though there's HD TV, it's still not the easiest to always track the puck. You're still trying to figure out. I mean, heck, sometimes in person you can't always track the puck. So it is different in that sense. But I think it's regional and similar to how baseball is. I think a lot of people care about their teams. We just talked about it. Like the Capitals get knocked out, we're done. I think there is a little bit more of that to hockey, even though it's an 82-game season compared to like a basketball where that's more of a national sport. People care. I mean, people are tuning in to watch the Knicks and the Spurs. I'm not a Knicks fan or a Spurs fan. I'm going to watch the game tonight, though, versus, you have the Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Finals tomorrow. I don't really care about Vegas. I just hope they win because I hate Carolina. But I think there is still some of that regionality to it as well. And I think people get involved in their team because you look at how people do for the Capitals and for Team USA. I mean, the Olympics was a major draw. So I think it's growing, but it's one of those things that also you only have so much time to give. And when you're dialed into the NBA, when you're dialed into the NFL, for people that are dialed into baseball, which is a growing sport now, it feels like, again, you only have so much time, and I don't know that on another night, especially if you're married and have kids or something. I wouldn't know, but if you are married and have
You've
kids,
heard of these things,
yeah. Like I can't say, hey, I got the Stanley Cup Finals to watch tonight. That might be the night where I'm like, you know what, we can do something tonight.
So my TV viewing last night, again, it's we're swamped. I am one of those married with kids type guys. There's so many dudes running around my house of varying ages. I got one that's sick, and it's everything's complicated. So I had probably 30 minutes to watch some sports last night. I watched Texas Tech Women's College World Series. I get steamed up every year for Women's College World Series softball. I don't know why. I like it, but I do. I enjoy it. So that's what I ended up watching. Texas Tech just choked it away. They were up 1-0 in the best of 3. Ground ball to short. Tough play. Throws it wide to third. 2-run score. Floodgates. That's your ball game. But so I guess congrats to the Longhorns. It's great that the underdog won.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, the $1 trillion program. But anyway, let's get to the NBA Finals tonight. Spurs Knicks. Last I saw, Spurs were 6.5-point favorites on the old Fanatics Sportsbook. Shout out Fanatics. I said this yesterday, or maybe it was 2 days ago, I can't remember. And Grant kind of was taken aback. I think this is a Spurs blowout win tonight. Now, you're going, wait a minute, based on what? The Knicks have, what are they, 12 straight wins at this point? They've been awesome. They were awesome in game number 1. They're going to play 2. This just feels to me like one of the things that happens in series every now and again, especially with the advent and the mainstreaming of the three-point shot as an offensive strategy, that a few more of those go down. Some of those in-rhythm threes from Vassell and Castle and even Wemby and De'Aaron Fox won't be as bad, you wouldn't think, in this game. And I think more Dylan Harper. It just feels like there's going to be a deluge. The Knicks get out of there 1-1, which was the goal all along. It feels like a punchback. Oh, that's right. We're the bleeping Spurs, and you're not.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, if you go back and watch game 1, there were so many open shots that the Spurs just missed.
Countless, right?
It's one thing if you're getting contested, but, De'Aaron Fox gets into the middle of the paint, pulls up for an easy jumper, and misses it off the back iron. And the Spurs shot 36% in game 1, 26% from 3. You would think that that's going to even out a little bit.
And that's with a 5-for-6 stretch from Champagny.
Yeah. So you would think that at some point they're going to get this going. It almost felt like the Knicks did a really good job of understanding they were the rested team coming in. Mm-hmm. They pushed everything early in that game. Every time they grabbed a board, go, go, go. And it felt like by the end of the game, New York was fresher and the Spurs kind of ran out of gas. So it feels like, okay, you both get, game under yourselves. You're into the game, into the series. Maybe the Spurs are a little bit better. And it's not to say that the Knicks won't be able to do what they did, because I do think what they did in game 1 is sustainable. But it's just one of those things where I think San Antonio comes back to more of what we saw in the Western Conference Finals.
This is not an anti-Knicks thing. The Knicks are good. This has been the point. I've certainly beat this drum. I know Grant has, and you have too, Tobes, when you've been on. The Knicks are here. They are not. It's not a fluke. They're not just here to get walked over. They showed you in game 1, that is a really good basketball team deserving of the spot in the finals. Again, I still think they're the 3rd best team in the NBA, but that ain't too bad, right? Yeah. That's not too shabby. They're built to give San Antonio a tough time. Not that was the design when they're being assembled, but the way their lineup, the way you can deploy different people, if Towns is going to be that good defensively, my God, they can beat anybody. And they showed you again in game number 1. This, to me, is the Knicks deserve credit. They punched San Antonio in the mouth. I think if I'm Mitch Johnson, I'm going, here's a cut up. Look, here are all these open shots. Here you go, Stephon. Here you go, Devin. Here you go, Julian. Here you go, Victor. Look at all these looks. We got what we wanted, guys.
Yeah.
We got open look after open look after open look. We are one of the best transition three-point shooting teams in basketball. Our defense was pretty good in this game. It was. Now, when it's tight and everybody kind of was, oh my God, so tense, you give Jalen Brunson credit. He's an assassin. He is here to take out your leader and leave no traces. That guy's awesome. All right. We're pretty awesome too. We're fine. We will punch back tonight. It just feels like a double-digit win to me. I don't know if that's, again, I'm a terrible gambler. Everyone knows that. I'm literally terrible at this. I don't think I'm the mush that the guy that sits in this chair, Johnny Cakes Allville, is, but I'm bad. But I am going to play Spurs minus 6.5 tonight.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things, too, that they've got to have a better game plan for this one. There were too many times. Victor Wembanyama is a freak. He is one of one in terms of players like that in NBA history, in my mind. But they've got to stop giving him isolation one-on-one looks against Cat at the top of the key. They've got to get him the ball in better spots.
Do you think that was by design in game 1? They go, we think we can get away, or we can do this? Or did that just happen?
I think it kind of just happened.
That's my thought, too.
I don't think Mitch Johnson's going, you know what, let's get another Wemby, ISO, and Cat. Because if there is a guy that can guard him in that scenario, if it's somebody else that can't move, like he can probably take Mitchell Robinson off the bounce.
He definitely can, yeah.
I don't think he can take Cat because Cat can move his feet. And Wemby is so tall, and his handle is good for someone his height, obviously, but it's not the tightest handle because he's 7'4".
Well, you give a really quick set of help defenders.
Exactly.
The 3 or maybe 4 wings at a time that they're going to play, a chance to see it coming, to help accordingly, to jab and retreat, to still get in the face of shooters if you kick it out. Everything with Wemby, again, he is incredible. This is not an anti-Wemby thing, but you said it. He's 7'5". It takes a moment for everything to kind of get going. It's not Russell Westbrook in the open court. It's not John Wall off a pick, right? It's a more labored action. That's why I'm with you. I would end that nonsense.
Yeah.
We're doing mid-post. We're getting him on the wing. We're going to try to put Jalen Brunson in way more actions. Whoever he's covering, he's going to have to play some defense for me. We're going to do some things. And I think it was Brian Geltzeiler was on with us yesterday, one of my favorite basketball analysts. I think he was dead on with this one. Dylan Harper's going to be tired at the end of this game for me. I am not saving that bullet for some other occasion. This is early. This is often. As soon as I get the sense that De'Aaron Fox and himself, and I don't think he is, hey, Dylan, come on, buddy. I'll even use timeouts to make sure he's still fresh, to keep him on the court for as long as possible. Because I think they can't guard him, because I don't think anybody can.
Yeah, I don't think you saw enough of what they did in the series against the Thunder down the stretch, where they would have Wemby as the screener on a screen and roll, and he would hard roll to the bucket, and it would just open up everything.
It forces 4 people to collapse.
So either you're giving it to Wemby and he's going to slam it, or Champagne's open in the corner, Vassell's open in the corner. They've got so many good shooters. They've got good ball handlers that can work off of that. So I think if they get to that, that's going to unlock a lot for them. And it just felt like New York was the fresher team. You wondered if it was rest versus rust. In that case, they were not as rusty. They were rested, so they were able to come through. I think now that you're into the series, San Antonio is one of those teams that's very inexperienced. Now that they've gone through a game, I don't think you have to worry about maybe you get to game 7 or something like that. Maybe some of the nerves creep in, but now they're in it, man.
Yeah.
Like
now you're in a fight.
Yeah, let's go. You got to win game 2, so I think you're going to see a much better effort.
Yeah, that's my view of tonight. We'll talk plenty more about that with Matt Moore. The Action Network, we'll do that at 3. Plus, we've got our own preview we'll do a little bit later on the 6 o'clock hour. I'm going to set up this topic here. So this was spawned by a group of soccer dads hanging out the other day at soccer practice. This was not – there's by no way an indictment of any of the coaches. It's a great program that our kids are involved in. It's awesome. But just for fun, just kind of throwing the ball around. And one of them asked, if you could change one thing about the lineup, or change one thing about positions, either for fun or for effectiveness, what would you change? And we're sitting there going, well, do you move Timmy to striker? Do you have Marvin play goalie? Whatever you're going to do. And it was kind of a fun little debate. Again, it wasn't, you know what I mean? We're not sitting there going, this dumb coach don't know what he's doing. No one's doing that at all.
Just conversation.
It was conversation. It was fun. And it got me to thinking, let's say in a summer hypothetical, you are the czar. You are the grand poobah. You are in charge of one of the 4 major DC sports teams for a day, and you get to make one move. One change. You're benching somebody. You're starting somebody. You are cutting somebody. You're trading for somebody. You are signing someone in free agency, wherever you happen to be. And they got to do it. And that's the move you get, and then you leave the office. You get one move as the DC sports czar of one of the 4 teams. Okay? You get one. So if you pick a Nationals one, mine would be, for example, if I'm doing the Nationals, I don't see Jorbit Vivas getting in at bat when it matters anymore. I don't know what I have to do, if I'm calling somebody up, if I'm just saying you're DFA'd, whatever. I don't want, that's my Nationals one. For the Capitals, it's, you have to tell me today. For the Wizards, it's draft the Bonsa or whatever. Yeah. For the Local 53, it can be whatever. You got to make one move, and that's all you get, and they have to do it. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Pick one of the 4 major sports. You get one move, and they got to do it because you're in charge for a day. Toby will give you his answer. Strober will. Darius will. I will. And you will. At 800-636-1067. G&D here on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by the Pentagon Memorial Fund and the 184 Tribute Golf Classic on June 15th. In hockey last night, a overtime Game 2 thriller between the Hurricanes and the Golden Knights. Carolina winning 4-3. That series now tied at a game apiece. Game 3 going to be tomorrow. NBA Finals Game 2 tonight. Knicks and Spurs in San Antonio. The Knicks lead the series 1-0. That'll tip off tonight just after 8 o'clock. And in baseball, Nationals and D-backs in Arizona. First of 3 in Arizona for the Nats. 9:40 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Foster Griffin, the lefty, takes the hill for the Nationals. He is 6-2 with a 3.76 ERA. He'll take on Merrill Kelly, who is 5-3 with a 5.06 ERA. Nats and D-backs right here on the Fan. 9:40 this evening. Join the Pentagon Memorial Fund for the inaugural 184 Tribute Golf Classic at TPC Potomac on June 15th. Proceeds support the future 9/11 Pentagon Memorial Visitor Education Center. Learn more and register today at pentagonmemorial.org. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
G&D here on the Fan. Sobes hanging out for GP for the duration. Matt Moore, Action Network, joins us at 3. Talk a little NBA Finals. Got a chance for you guys to win some tickets to Hardy, the Country Tour. We'll do that at 4. And I would like to give you some free fan cash money. I'm a Fanatics guy. I love them. They are awesome. And they want you to have $100 in fan cash. Why? Because they're nice. We'll do that at 5. What a friendly thing. Hey, download the Fanatics app. Get some fan cash. I'm not kidding you. This isn't part of any advertising or anything. Every Friday, I play a fan cash drop on the app. I won $5 today. I have $5 in fan cash. I hit the thing. It says play. The little buttons drop. Buttons, I'm sure. The little balls drop, and they go into the different points. If you get enough points, you get some fan cash.
Boom.
I won $5 today.
Boom.
That's fun. I have a couple other games that I play on there, too. Yes, Dares.
You can use fan cash on Fanatics' actual shop, too, right?
Yes.
Isn't that cool?
Yes.
Wow.
I think so. So anyway, we're going to give that to you. We'll do a bit at 5 o'clock. The bit right now at 800-636-1067. You're the DC Sports Czar. You're in charge of a team, okay? Call in the Caps, the Nats, the Wiz, Local 53. You get one move and they got to do it. What's your move? Tobes, I'm calling you first.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of some different moves, and there are a couple that I would go for around the teams, but I think the one that is most pressing for me and something that would help this team immediately is I would go out and sign Stephon Diggs for the Washington Commanders. I would sign him yesterday, and it does two things for me, Danny. Number one, it helps out the receiving core, which we'll get back to in just a second. Number two, it means I'm not signing Brandon Ayuk. Please, no on that. No.
Yes?
No.
Well, okay, hold on. Let me.
Okay.
Maybe?
No.
Ooh. Yeah.
No.
Damn it.
Like, I am glad that Jaden and him are friends.
It's cool to be friends
That's
with people.
awesome.
Yeah.
Don't come play football here, please.
I see.
Do not let that happen. So I get that Stephon Diggs brings his own baggage. It's not like he is blameless, but at the same point, it seems like all that stuff has gotten put in the past. I've seen him play football, Danny. You've brought this up plenty of times, and I think it's a great point with the Ayuk thing. I haven't seen him play football in almost 2 years, so I don't know what he is as a football player, and I'm getting all the extra stuff. I've seen Stephon Diggs play football last year and go for 1,000 yards. Bring me that guy, because I do not like the weapons behind Terry McLaurin. I do not like the options behind him. If anything happens to Terry, I think you're in dire straits, but I just think that you need help for your rookie contract quarterback to be able to get this done. So help him out. Bring in Stephon Diggs.
800-636-1067 is the number. That's Toby's answer. Sign Stephon Diggs. Pretty easy one. What is yours? DC Sports Czar for a day. You get one move and they got to do it. Let's go to Jay in Lake Ridge on line 1. Jay, what's your sports move?
What's up, Jay?
My sports move would be to move James Wood into first base, providing a terrific target and a much longer reach to getting guys out. We've already got sufficient outfielders.
Jay, appreciate
without
you.
him out there.
Yeah, thank you, buddy. Phone was breaking up there for a second. I'm an advocate of this. And my co-host on this radio program, Grant Harrison Paulson, is not. He is out on that. He's like, you don't do that. I'm going, I do. I would 100% do that. I would have done it in spring training. I would look, and for a couple different reasons. I understand you want to be deferential to your superstar.
Yeah.
And that's who he is. He is their best player. He's their most important player, etc. Here is I think it's a selling point. I go, let's save all those jogs out to the outfield. Let's save crashing into the wall. Let's save all the different things and put you at first base. You could he's such a good athlete. He could learn it in an hour. Forget about Ron Washington going, it's incredibly hard. It's not. I'll tell you that right now. That's where they stick you. And his hands are so good. He's such a good athlete. He would be just fine over there, if not even plus eventually. Again, I think he'd be very, very good. I have a glut of outfielders. I have a giant vacancy over there at first base. You could be a slugging first baseman. What's the beef there? What's the problem? And it's not as if he was a Gold Glove caliber outfielder. If he was Jacob Young, I go, we can't move him out of the outfield. Sure you can. Very easy to move him out of the outfield. I would have done it in spring training. I would have already done it.
Yeah.
Now, the other part is, well, does that piss him off? Who knows? And I have to talk to the player, and you obviously have to get some buy-in there. I get the feeling that not much does piss him off. I also know that the sands of the hourglass are already overturned. And this isn't a 15-year Washington National, respectfully. You know what I mean? I'm not saying you don't enjoy the time that he's here, because I will. I will enjoy it. I got 4 years left, basically, of James Wood doing James Wood things. I will cherish it every moment I get. But I would cherish him as a first baseman.
Yeah, I think it could work. I mean, you're right. He's so athletic. He's someone that's really, really good. And by the way, I think it's a really good point about him not having to run around out there. New York right now is dealing with their superstar, an outfielder who is massive. He ran into the wall a couple of weeks ago, and now he's on the shelf for 4 to 6 weeks with a rib injury. I don't know for sure if that is the case, but Aaron Judge has not been the same player. They pointed out this catch. Before it, he was hitting .256, had 12 homers, OPS over 1,000. The last 26 games since he ran into the wall on a catch, .237, 5 homers, 791 OPS. Still a really good player, but not the same Aaron Judge. And now he's on the shelf for probably going to the 60-day IL. So that is something that you have to consider.
Vinny, Seat Pleasant, what's your move as sports czar?
What's going on, guys? How y'all feeling today? Now, this might be a little ridiculous, but Danny, we know how you love ridiculousness.
That's true.
So I'm gonna go ahead and go with this here. I think we should tell the learners, because I normally would go with the Commanders. I'm a shifter. I think we should go ahead and tell the learners do whatever they can. Throw the book, throw the house, throw their underwear at Shohei Ohtani and get him here to win some of these games for my Washington Nationals, man. Like, we got to do something. I don't care if they built him a private island on a deserted part of the ocean. Just get that man over here to win some of these games for my Nationals. That's my pickup right there.
Vinny, appreciate you. I respect you. And you did the assignment. I don't, I'm trying to do like a little gentle letdown, because I've been broken up with so many times. So many girls have told me that it was not them, it was me, or something.
Yeah.
It's not me, it was them, or something, whatever it is. I don't know if that one's realistic. Right? That's a nice way to say it.
Yeah, it's not, but I appreciate the idea.
Yeah, yes. And that's what we're doing here. There are no bad ideas.
Yeah.
Maybe except that one, Vinny. But I love you. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just being serious. Because the Dodgers have him on the most affordable current contract in human history.
Yeah.
It's all deferred money down the line. He's making like $18 to win the Cy Young and maybe hit like an MVP. Again, he's so unbelievably special. You would have to basically say, any player you want for the next 20 years, we'll give you.
Yeah.
And anytime you go, oh, we like that guy, we'd have to just give him to you. And they'd still say no. Like, there is no offer that Washington could make, realistically, that would pry Shohei Ohtani away from the Dodgers, right?
He's probably the most untouchable player in all of sports.
I think so.
Like, good luck. By the way, you don't want to trade for that contract. That means when he's done playing for you, you have to pay him $68 million a year.
Be a small price to pay.
I mean, it would.
And it's on someone else's money, but
it would, but I mean, unreal.
800-636-1067. Darius, what is your sports czar DC move for a day?
Imagine that I am Darius Winger.
Darius Winger.
Or Darius Dawkins. I think Darius Dawkins is better.
Darius Dawkins.
What a silly name.
Sounds like a badass.
Yeah.
Right? That dude dunked on heads and now is running front offices.
Yes.
Darius Dawkins could play, bro.
Yeah, I'm Darius Dawkins. I am figuring out as soon as possible what the hell this Anthony Davis situation is. Do you want to be here? Do you not want to be here? If you don't want to be here, you're out the door tomorrow. I can't have this linger all summer long. I can't have my potential number one pick thinking he's going to play with Anthony Davis, but Anthony Davis doesn't want to play with him. I'm hammering this situation out as soon as possible. If I have to trade you, so be it. If it's for pennies, so be it. I acquired you for pennies. I can get pennies back. Why not?
Are you willing to take a loss?
I'm willing to take a loss.
Like, in other words, the trade balance sheet, it's worse?
I'm willing to take a loss for the sake of I need the stability. I need to know what my stability is going into the season. Going into me drafting the number one overall pick, presumably AJ DeBonsta, could be someone else.
Mm-hmm.
I need the stability and I need the consistency. And if that is wavering at all because of Anthony Davis not knowing if he wants to play here or not, so be it. You're gone. I'll take my loss. Let's move on.
There is a section of the fan base, I don't know how big it is. Strobes might know. We'll call on him in a second. That is over this.
Yeah.
And he hasn't played, there's been no basketball. And they're over whatever this is. A new podcast every third week. Cryptic comments. I'm in, I'm out, I'm out, and I'm not out. Rich Paul behind the scenes, pulling strings like a puppeteer. How much of what you're saying is because of that? Because you're fed up already.
I am. It's 90% of that. There's 10% of me that thinks, hey, there's a possibility he could stay here, play well, rebuild his basketball character.
Right.
And, whether he stays here beyond that or not, it's fine. Whether I get trade assets for him because he rebuilt himself, that's fine too.
Right.
But the rest of me is just like, why?
Enough of this.
Enough of the drama. I'm trying to rebuild what this franchise is. I'm trying to make sure that people don't view this franchise as a joke anymore because we're not run by Tommy Shepard and Ernie Grunfeld anymore. We're now run by a new regime. And we need people to realize that and recognize that and respect the organization for that. And Anthony Davis is not helping that with whatever this drama is.
So of this group of four here, Grant is in the same boat as me. I've got kids. And I can't tell you the number of times I've said, bleep it, fine. For whatever it is.
Yeah.
I want this, I want that, or I don't want this, and I just throw my hands. It's not a good quality, but kids will do that to you. They have the Konami code. They have the passcode to wear you down, to steal your will, and deflate you. And I think that's where Darius is right now.
Yeah, 100%.
This stretch. Strobes, your mic on?
Yeah, this kind of piggybacks on what Darius has been talking about. I'm preparing for the future without Anthony Davis. Not saying that's happening now because I think he's going to play here. I think he's going to win Washington some basketball games, recoup his value. It's going to be all good and fun, but it's not going to be a long-term thing. I think everybody here understands that's probably the plan, and that's probably the smart plan at that. So what I'm looking at is free agency options for the Wizards because I think they do need a backup big right now, but potentially also finding a solution for somebody to play along Sarr in the meantime after Davis is not around, whether or not they trade back into the first round to do that. I'm going to look at free agency right here because the Wizards have $15 million they can spend in the mid-level taxpayer exemption this summer. There's good options, I think, for backup potential bigs. Robert Williams from Portland, who's making $12 million right now. That's a guy I'm looking at. He's been in the league for 7 years. Isaiah Hartenstein, maybe I'm checking in on him because he has a club option in OKC, but he'd probably be a little bit too expensive. I think they should look for another option to play as a backup big because I don't know if Tristan Vukcevic can give you enough defensively for what they're trying to do next year.
Well, I know he can't.
Yeah, I've got a pretty good feel for that, Strobes. That's a good chime in as always. Let's go to Mike and Sterling. DC Sports Czar for a day. What are you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
Look, I'm taking Sonny Skiles, and I'm making him my starting safety, a la Sean Taylor. I think he'll have a bigger impact being that far away from the line. He won't get blocked as much.
Interesting. Converted safety.
Yeah.
He'd be the biggest safety in human history. But he's not like your Jeremiah Trotter style fireplug linebacker, but he'd be one of the biggest body safeties we've seen.
He's not as fluid as Sean Taylor, and not many people are for someone that size. So I don't know that he would be as effective as safety. I just disagree with the point of moving him further away from the football. I think in this defense, they're going to use him in a lot of different ways where they could have him mugged up to the line of scrimmage. They could have him off the ball. They could have him off the edge. I think using him in that way could be a little more valuable. But I do think that, to his point, he's going to be good in coverage for this team.
800-636-1067. One more set of calls on this. Matt Moore, Action Network, joins us at 3. You're made DC Sports Czar for a day. You get one move, and they can't undo it. They can't take it back. What's the move you're making to help one of the four major DC sports teams? Grant and Danny here on The Fan. What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. So I've been telling you about Reynolds and Power Home Team for years. Don't take it from me. Take it from Hannah. So she was ready to sell her home. She heard about my friends, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Home Team with Keller Williams on her station, and she made the call. She was hoping for a smooth process and a fair price, and what she got was something better than even she expected. For most sellers, the fear isn't just about the money, it's about the unknown. Will the home sell fast? Will buyers show up? Will negotiations go sideways? Will the deal fall apart at the last minute? The anxiety is real. Hannah wanted a team that could take all of that uncertainty and replace it with a proven system she could trust. From the first call, Reynolds and Power Home Team had a strategy in place. They prepared Hannah's home, created a pre-launch buyer push, launched with precision, and promoted her home across more than 1,200 marketing channels to get her home the exposure it deserved. And the result? Home sold quickly for top dollar. But here's what Hannah said that mattered the most, and I quote, "My experience with the Reynolds and Power Home Team felt smooth, seamless, and worry-free," end quote. Look, if you've been sitting on the fence because the whole selling process feels too daunting, Hannah's story is why you need to hear about the Reynolds and Power Home Team. The numbers speak for themselves. More than $30,000 plus more at the closing table. Why settle for less? We can have that kind of peace in mind. Do what we did. Call Reynolds and Power Home Team now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or Debbie has thebuyers.com. G&D here on The Fan, brought to you as always by the law firm of Condor and Morad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Shout out to the YouTube chat. Tay asked a very important question. He plays pickleball now, Darius, and he won his first pickleball league match last night, which is a huge deal. He asked a very important question before we get back to the topic of if you were DC Sports Czar for a day, what's the one move you would make? He said, and this is something you've been wondering about, and I know Strober has too. Tobes, hang out for a second. What's the difference between a carbon fiber and fiberglass when it comes to pickleball paddles? I thought this was an important question. A lot of people have asked me. I'm happy to answer that. If you care more about pop off the paddle, more power, you're going fiberglass. Because what you're having is a longer time on the paddle with a little bit more flex. Think a trampoline effect. So you land on the trampoline, it goes down, pushes you back up, that rebound effect, a little bit more power there. You want some control, you want some spin, you want some more precision. What are you going with? You know the answer. That's your carbon fiber, Tobes, right? We've been talking about this. Mm-hmm. So carbon doesn't mean you got no power. You got to supply it, though, a little bit. Your hands battles, you might suffer a little bit, but you can place that ball, dinking, drop shots, more advanced stuff. You get up to the higher levels, you're going to want your carbon fiber. But it's about playing style. It's about finding out who you are on the pickleball court. So I hope that answers your question, Tane. If you have any other questions about pickleball, you let me know. Ever understand that? That goes for all of you out there. I had a policy years ago when I was doing overtime, Tobes, when I first got my beginning. My policy was, no matter what I'm talking about, if you wanted to talk about the Nationals, you could call me and we would do it. That was a bit I did. So people would never did, but like one guy one time would be like, "Yeah, I know you're talking about football, but I want to talk about the Nats." And we stopped and I talked about the Nats. My new rule. I'm not going to have many opportunities to do this because Grant will shut it down. But if you want to talk about pickleball, you'll get through. You ask me a question, I'm going to answer it. Go ahead.
I kind of love that Nats policy. I'm going to have to try that on overtime.
Dude, it was a bit. I was trying to like ingratiate myself to Nats fans, and of course it didn't work. They hate you anyway. They decided you're the worst no matter what, so I stopped trying. But yeah,
I kind of love that policy. I don't know if I love it as much for the pickleball stuff, but regardless.
You love it for the pickleball stuff. 800-636-1067. Your DC Sports Czar for a day, one of the four major teams. You make one move, they got to do it. What are you doing? Ellis in Uptown. What's up, man?
What's going on? Man, I'm trading OD line. Deron Payne, you got to go. I'm trading Deron Payne maybe to Cleveland, give back Jerry Jeudy. I'm trading.
Oh, he broke up. Here's what he was saying. Deron Payne for Jerry Jeudy. Ellis.
Mm-hmm.
Ellis.
I like that.
Ellis gets me, okay? If you see Ellis ootin' a boot, you high-five Ellis right now. Ellis gets it. He is smelling what I am stepping in.
I love it.
Let's go to Steve in Manassas. Steve, DC Sports Czar for a day. What are you doing?
What's up, Steve?
Hey, I'm putting B. Mitch in the Hall of Fame tomorrow.
Oh, well, yeah.
I like that.
I do, too. I love that, in fact. But this is more like personnel move that you would do. But if I could touch a button, I would touch that button. That's one of the first buttons I would touch, is the B. Mitch Hall of Fame button.
Yeah, fantastic. That'd be great, obviously, for us here at the station, but great for B. Mitch. And one thing that's curious, we were talking about this out at practice the other day. Do you think that not having numbers like retired or people just getting given Joe Jacoby's number like to Matt Golban this year, do you think that hurts his Hall of Fame case a little bit? Like, do you think other dudes...
I never thought of that, but that's not crazy.
Do you think other dudes just casually wearing 30 around? Like, I think Austin Eckler's a really good football player, but do you think that everyone else just wearing 30 as if it's a regular number takes away from his Hall of Fame case at all?
That's not crazy. That's not crazy. Here's what I know. It took everything under the sun, lobbying efforts for decades to get Art Monk into the Hall of Fame. The all-time receiver when he left the sport from one of the great dynasties the sport has ever seen. Washington, for whatever reason, because it wasn't glamour like San Francisco, that was they were the team of the 80s. Washington was the 2 seed. I'm not disrespecting them at all. They rightly got a bunch of guys in. The Giants, with one Super Bowl there in the 80s, got a bunch of guys in from one of the best defenses ever assembled. Again, a lot of those guys deserve it. Some of the guys are Carl Banks. But anyway, I digress. Washington, for whatever reason, never got the credit. Gibbs obviously did, but it was, they kind of waved it away. That offensive line, every one of those guys that had a uniform on and put on those cleats should be standing side by side in the hall, as far as I'm concerned, because that's what they were. that group. And then you start adding up guys like Brian Mitchell, to your point, took forever to get Monk. But the whole process, for whatever reason, nobody ever appreciates them. And now it's far enough back where it's like you got to do this revisionist history. Maybe when you look it up, to your point, and you go, oh, that's a retired number. It's up there with Green. It's up there with with Sean Taylor and Sammy Baugh and some of the greats of all time. There's something to that, Topes.
Yeah, and I mean, just being careful. Like, Joe Jacoby shouldn't be, if Laramie Tunsil came in and said, give me 66, that's something. Matt Golban, I like Golban. I think he could be a helpful center.
I like him.
With
fine.
all due respect, he's not even guaranteed roster spots.
Yeah, he ain't Jake.
Let's
go to Dan in Rockville. Dan, Sports Czar for a day. What do you got?
I think I do not offer Alex Ovechkin a contract this year. I think his presence has become a distraction. I know I'm in the minority, but it's a strong minority saying we need to focus on the team as a whole. And it'll be another year of distraction. How many goals is he going to get? Is he playing enough? Is he on the power play? Is he hurting one line? Are the other lines big enough, et cetera? But I probably don't offer him a contract.
Thank you, Dan. You know that gif where someone's afraid to say anything? I'm doing that. Appreciate the call, Dan. I will tell you, you know someone, Toby. I know someone. Darius knows him, and Strobes knows him. An influential person around these parts who feels the exact same way and has bent the ear of anybody that's willing to listen. I will not out him, but I just want you to know that you're not alone, Dan. There are people that feel that way. One more. Tom, Silver Spring. Oh, Tom, what's up, dude? What do you want to know?
Hey, I'm the best pickleball coach in the country. The racket really doesn't matter. The racket is 10% of your game. Your skill is 90%. Do you use a Western grip for your topspin forehand? Do you use a continental grip at the net? Are you always at the kitchen line or the baseline?
You asking me?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what you should be doing.
I do those things.
Is your stroke, you never go further back than your hip? Do you always keep your head down before you look up?
So that's my big weakness. And Tom, I thought you had a pickleball question. That's a good call. I appreciate it. That he touched on my big weakness is that I look to see where it goes before I finish hitting it. He touched on that. Maybe he's seen me play. Maybe he knows. So Tom, you can't. What am I looking for here? You're good. You obviously know what you're talking about. Don't rain on my parade. When a golf guy gets a new club, yeah, a better player is going to be better with that club, dude. Like, I'm not sitting here telling you that I'm Ben Johns because I got the new Yola Perseus 5. I ain't. I'm a 46-year-old washed up.
You're not Ben Johns?
No, with plantar fascia, a jumper's knee, a bad back, and fat gut. Okay? I understand I'm not world class. Let me feel special because I got a new paddle, bro. And Tom, you're right, but come on.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to go buy a new driver. I'm still going to shank it. I'm still going to slice it, but I'm going to feel better, I think.
I want Matt Moore to make us feel better. Terrible transition. I apologize about that, Darius. I'll talk to you during the break. Matt Moore, Action Network, preview the finals. We'll do that next.
Welcome back to G&D here on The Fan. Thanks for checking out the program. Tobes is in for GP. If you're hanging out in the greater Richmond area, you can hear us now. Appreciate you guys, as always, down in the capital of the Commonwealth. Listen all around the world with the old Odyssey app. We are brought to you, as always, by the law firm of Condori & Morad, exclusive sponsor of our show. The law firm of Condori & Morad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Jump now to the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Our guy, Matt Moore from the Action Network, talking some NBA Finals with Danny and Toby. Matt, good afternoon, man. Thanks for the time.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Always a pleasure, my friend. So I said this earlier. I want to get your view. This game the night feels to me like the Spurs will bounce back and win by double digits. No disrespect to the Knicks, but this was the Spurs shot 11 for $1 million from three. That's including, I think, a 5 for 6 stretch out of Julian Champagny. It just feels like they'll go, oh, that's right, we were in this and we shot terribly. We're going to win this game tonight by a wide margin. Is that crazy?
No, I think that's usually what happens, right? Like, typically this is what happens. Now, teams that are in the Spurs position, there's only been 4 NBA Finals where teams have been favorites at home and then lost game 1. But those teams in game 2 are 4-0. They've won all these games, and they win them by pretty comfortably. And you see that pretty consistently throughout the playoffs, where the better overall team that has home court loses game 1 and then blows out the opponent in game 2. Now, I think the Knicks are really tough, but the Spurs are going to have to do a lot, I think, to settle themselves down. Because that, to me, was what happened is they spent so much time in transition in that game, trying to get downhill, trying to attack. And there's a very fine line you have to walk between being aggressive, getting downhill, and taking advantage of a defense that isn't set and just rushing into shots. One pass, quick look, firing up threes. There's a balance here. And San Antonio really got away from that. They were scattered offensively. So even though they missed a lot of shots, and those will probably fall more, the Knicks are going to be able to, the Knicks can say, we had bad shot variance too. Jalen Brunson took over in the fourth quarter, but he had 30 points on 31 shots. They shot 5 of 38 as a team on pull-up jumpers in that game. So both teams have a lot of regression. I think that's due tonight, but I do agree with you. I think this feels like San Antonio gets the win.
On the flip side, for the New York Knicks, I mean, they've won 12 in a row. They've been absolutely spectacular. Is there a case to be made that, there's maybe the Spurs are the better team and they've got the superstar in Victor Wembanyama, but they're just playing too well that maybe they can come out and win this one? And, the Spurs had, like you said, a little bit of variance there, not playing to their best, but the Knicks aren't going to beat themselves. Is there something to be said for them just coming out and playing well again and finding a way to beat them once again today?
Yeah, I mean, kind of, it's an interesting point of, you don't have to be the better team on the season in this series. You got to be the better team in 4 out of 7 games, and that's it. We see that a lot in NBA history of teams that weren't better on the large part, the big sample, but they were better in that series because they were able to, 1, match up, and 2, out execute. And that, I think, is the Knicks have a real path for doing that. And if San Antonio is again, kind of flustered, I thought they made some real tactical errors, like starting with having Victor Wembanyama guarding Karl Anthony Towns. It sounds like it's not disrespectful. It sounds like, you're putting your best defender, Victor Wembanyama, on Cat. That's like a testament to how good Cat is. No, because what you're doing then is you're saying, we're not worried about Cat. He can't beat Victor. He's fine. We don't have to worry about protecting the rim. And they killed him with that. Towns got right by him and really was a better player in that game. So I think the Knicks, with their experience, with how they've been able to play, they have more poise consistently. And the question I think will be interesting is if they go down, they were down 14 in game 1. If they go down 14, what's your response in this game? Because a lot of times in this game, when you're up, when you've gotten the split, that team goes like, it's fine. Like we'll take the split and go home with 1-1. Do they go for that, or do they try and pull off another miracle comeback because they've been playing so well? I think we'll learn a lot about the Knicks if that's what happens tonight.
Matt Moore, Action Network, with us here on G&D. Tobes in for GP. So I think the Spurs have a De'Aaron Fox problem. I know he's banged up, but the game is actually on in our studio right now. I'm watching him brick some open looks and just sort of look tentative. Just does not look right. He's a guy I've long admired. How do they kind of, either get him right or get him off the court or get him out of the way? That's, to me, kind of an obstacle here for the Spurs.
Yeah, I've got kind of a different feel on it. I think Fox missed shots. right? He missed shots that he needs to knock down. He had 15 potential assists in that game and only 5 actual. So he created, like, his job on this team is to kind of be the floor general.
Yeah.
He's the one that's supposed to calm everybody down and get everybody set and generate good looks. And there's 2 things that kind of went in coordination with that. When he did that, guys missed everything. He missed all of his open looks. And then on the flip side, when they could have had more opportunities, you got Stephon Castle and Dylan Harper, I think, rushing things and trying to get so hard, like I said, in transition to attack downhill. They were hyped like young guys tend to do. And so Dylan Harper, finishing is amazing, all these type of things. But if you kind of get into the details of how things function, both offensively and defensively, you kind of walk away being like, oh, Harper's is a rookie. He just made a lot of really tough layups, which is great. He could do that. He was definitely more of a positive than Fox. But I think there are things that Fox can definitely help with in game 2 that maybe just didn't go his way in game 1.
How can the Spurs get Wemby in a better spot offensively in this one?
Yeah, so, well, not to go too far into the weeds, I think that a lot of it is about where their spacing is. So the Knicks are going to play 2 at level in pick and roll situations. They're going to put 2 on the ball handler and try and, force that ball out of there. And the problem is to beat that, a common thing is to reject it, but they were rejecting that screen into a side with multiple help defenders. So you got to clear out the spacing. First of all, you have to clear out the spacing for the guard and for Victor Wembanyama, running more empty side stuff to get him the ability to kind of get there. The other thing I think is that he's going to have to be, I think, a lot more selective with his shots. He was firing up some that for him, it's like he can make them, but I'm not sure that those are the shots that you want to go at. So being more patient, getting more, structure into the offense, those are the ways I think that'll help Victor the most. I'm expecting a monster game from Wembanyama tonight.
So go into a little bit more, if you would, some of the adjustments. I said this earlier, that if I'm Mitch Johnson, I'm going to just do a cut-up of all the open looks that we didn't make, right? As we shot 11 for a trillion and go, we make a couple of these, we win the game by double digits. We're fine. Relax and be the Spurs. But what adjustments do you think they might make in addition to kind of what you're talking about there to get Wemby some better looks? What else do you think he might do different?
Yeah, so the Spurs run a lot of double screen pick and roll, Spain pick and roll, 45 action, and those are really hard sets for anybody to guard. Knicks did a really good job with them, but they also didn't run a lot of that in game 1. And so they run more of that. This is like an interesting question of, I've talked so much about how I felt they were rushed and they really blew a lot of transition chances. Do you look at that and go, that's our identity, we just need to execute better? Because you average like 1.2 points per possession in transition. They scored 0.85. They missed, they shot below 45% in transition. That's nuts, because those are all layup opportunities or open corner threes. So do you go, okay, we just need to make those shots and execute better? Or do you go, hey, maybe let's slow it down and get more of our structured offense and try and beat them this way? It's an interesting question because I think the Knicks are so good in both sets. The Spurs also had more offensive rebounds, but fewer points off of second chance points. Convert your offensive rebounds. Julian Champagnie grabs the rebound, they kick it out, they miss a 3. Those little margin plays are going to be huge. If you can't convert on those, you're not going to beat the Knicks.
Talking with Matt Moore of the Action Network here on Grant and Danny. Toby Altizer sitting in for Grant today. On the opposite side for the Knicks, 31 shots for Brunson to get 30. He was impressive in the fourth quarter. Do you think they maybe found something in the fourth that they can go to, or was it just a case of, Brunson being Brunson and being clutch down the stretch? And is there a way that they can get him going a little bit earlier and being a little more efficient?
Yeah, I'm really curious what the Spurs do here, because here's the reality. He struggled against everybody who wasn't Julian Champagnie or rookie Carter Bryant. And I have no idea why Carter Bryant is in this rotation. Going to be a good player. Do not put a rookie on the floor versus Jalen Brunson in game 1 of the finals. That was insane. And so if you're the Spurs, you're kind of like, look, if we can avoid those types of setups or trap him more efficiently, we're probably okay. I think you actually, if you're the Spurs, you're kind of like, we just got to send more doubles, because Cat had a phenomenal game. Cat was better than Victor and was awesome, and they were still down 14 with that. It took Brunson getting going, beating those isolation switches. So I think a lot of this is just like, hey, don't give him these switches versus Julian Champagnie. Don't give him these switches versus Carter Bryant. Play tougher, deny the switch, double if you have to, but don't give him easy matchups. The Spurs are still beatable one-on-one versus Brunson. So don't allow him to get to those things. I think it'll be big for the Knicks. If you're the Knicks, you're just kind of looking at this and saying, hey, let's run the same kind of stuff. Let's get everybody going. We don't want to get too far away from our game plan. And if we need to in the fourth quarter, we know Brunson can take over.
And that's where I was going to go. Matt Moore, Action Network, with us here on G&D. That seems to be the game plan. I don't want to say hang around because that kind of belittles what they do, but that's sort of the deal, right? We know we have the ultimate closer. We got Mariano Rivera over there in the form of this 6-foot lefty and Jalen Brunson. If we're close, we trust ourselves down the stretch, and game one kind of proved that. Is that kind of New York's MO in your view?
I think you're the second person that's made the Mariano Rivera comparison to me this week, and I think it's so accurate, right? I do think that when you look at the rest of the game, I actually probably think if you're the Knicks, you're like, hey, we maybe have gotten a little too heavy on Brunson. He struggled in that game, and Cat was really good, but you didn't get enough shots for Mikal Bridges. You didn't get enough shots for OG Anunoby. If you're like, but Brunson's awesome. Yes, but Brunson isolation is inherently going to be less efficient than what got you here, which is everybody eating. That's how the Knicks went on this run. That's how the Knicks have won 12 straight. Everybody eats. So you have to get, I think, kind of back to that, get everybody involved. And then if you need to, you go to Brunson because he's one of the best clutch players alive. I actually think kind of the model here is less Brunson early and then just as much Brunson late.
One of the interesting parts and one of the fun parts about watching NBA playoff series is seeing how they evolve and the adjustments and different things that have been made. You've laid out some that you would make. I'm curious, though, in this series, which of these two coaches do you trust more to make the necessary adjustments as the series goes on?
It's a great question. I think both these coaches have made great adjustments as the playoffs have gone on. Mitch Johnson with what he did versus Shea as that series went on was so great. Like, he just figured out the exact right angles to bring help on. But I give the edge to Mike Brown a little bit. And it's because of some of the stuff that we talked about in game one. Mitch Johnson, I think, is still young. And I think there's a certain amount of, it's not bad. It's just, there's a certain amount of arrogance with the Spurs where they're just kind of like, we just kind of win. That's just like what we do. I'm like, yeah, we're not scared of the Thunder. Why would we be? We're down 2-1. No big deal. And it just keeps working out for them. And it felt like, oh yeah, we'll just outrun you because we're younger. Like, we're just younger and more athletic. Versus, I think a lot of coaches would have been like, guys, settle down. And I think Mitch Johnson did a very good job of that. I mentioned the Carter Bryant stuff. Don't think he belongs in the rotation. I think Mitch will get there and make adjustments that are good as the series goes along. But I think Mike Brown's been pushing the right buttons consistently for about 3 months now.
So you referenced this earlier, Matt. I think it's a smart point. You don't have to be better for 82 games. You got to be better, 4 out of 7 to win these finals. But if you were doing a power rankings when the playoffs started, or even right now with all the data we have, how far down would you get to before you got to the Knicks? In other words, if you view maybe the Spurs as the 1 seed, maybe you still think Oklahoma City is, how far down with some of the Western Conference teams, Eastern Conference, et cetera, would you go before you get to where the Knicks are?
I would go to still third. I still think that they were probably third because I like their offensive floor going into the playoffs. I didn't like it 12 wins in a row. Good, but I liked it a lot. I would have gone Oklahoma City, San Antonio, and then the Knicks. I like them better than the Celtics. I like them better than the Cavs, who kind of showed all the stuff that showed up in that series versus New York. The Nuggets, I think, had enough flaws defensively to not put them in that conversation. The Lakers, not just even healthy. I don't think the Lakers were at that level. So I would have had the Knicks comfortably pretty third, I think, in that kind of hierarchy. Boston was a favorite in the Eastern Conference, and I kept going, they had a really great regular season. I'm not sure this team with the inexperience and a different kind of model has proven enough to me versus I know what I'm going to get out of the Knicks. So I would have had the Knicks third.
Big story coming into this series was Mitchell Robinson dealing with that broken hand and coming in able to play in game one. What'd you see from him? Do you see him getting more of a role going forward, or is maybe this not the series for him?
Yeah, he hit that hand a couple times. I'm just like wincing, going, God, that's going to hurt so bad. Yeah. That's going to hurt so bad. It's crazy what kind of hand injuries guys play through. I remember John Wall playing through a broken wrist in the finals. That was insane. He was so great in that series. I think Mitch was pretty good. I wouldn't say that he was great. Their offensive rebound advantage wasn't as high as you kind of would hope it would be. We haven't gotten the hack of Mitch yet. We'll see if the Spurs go to that. I do think it's going to be interesting to see if Mike Brown goes to a too big look. Like if you go to Cat and Mitchell Robinson on the floor together, what does that look like? Versus, especially if you can get it versus the Cornet minutes, you might just smash them. And so I'm kind of waiting to see if Mike Brown goes to that at any point.
Matt, great to catch up with you, buddy. Really appreciate it. Enjoy tonight and the rest of the finals.
Anytime, guys. Take care.
Thank you, buddy. There he goes. Matt Moore, Action Network. Appreciate his insight there. So, just takeaways from Matt Tobes in general, like the chess match is one of my favorite things about hoops and how it goes. And, it's all faders, right? You push something up, it means something else has to go down. Some of those adjustments, what stands out to you?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those things where if Mitch Johnson can settle into the series, the guys in San Antonio can settle into the series. I think they're the better team. So it's just getting them to settle down, and you would think that they're going to even out a little bit. They're not going to shoot that poorly this game, I wouldn't think. And if that's the case, then you're right back in it at 1-1. But if you're New York, you're looking on the flip side saying, man, Jalen Brunson was inefficient as heck until the fourth quarter, and we still won the game. So they feel like they can find a way. So that's the fun part about it. And I think having Mike Brown, someone that's experienced, been with multiple organizations, and someone that's going to be able to calm his guys down, and also a more veteran-laden team, obviously, that's going to play really gritty basketball, they're looking at it as like, yeah, they might shoot a little bit better, but we're going to shoot a little bit better. And when we get to the end, you mentioned that closer, they feel like if they're within 8 points, they're going to still win the game in the final 4 minutes of the game.
So this is obviously not NBA basketball, what I'm about to talk about here, okay? It's not. When I was 12 or 13, I can't remember which year, I was on an AAU team before it became the ubiquitous thing with Keith Bogans, who played in the NBA, went to Kentucky and was really, really good. So we weren't challenged very much. We used to kick everybody's butt. Well, the couple times we played close games and things didn't go like they normally did for us, we would just kind of like, I became unsure. We could see it happen. These other guys that were way better players than me, I was just the shooter. But we just kind of gave it to Keith. And Keith will do it. And we lost one game when Keith didn't do it. But for the most part, Keith did it. The guy that went to Kentucky and played in the NBA. We had other really good players too. But the point is, that's what that reminded me of in game one was this isn't going great. I'm not hitting shots. You're not hitting shots. Nobody's hitting shots. Wemby, you go. You do it. And that was panic to me. That was inexperience to me. That was forget our sets, forget what got us here, forget all the ball movement, forget the weak side cuts, dive into the basket to impugn the defense, to make them make a really tough choice. Forget some of the action. Crap, you do it. And there's a little reliance there. I think they're too good to fall into that trap again. So to me, it's all connected, the thing we're talking about. They shot poorly. The thing that you noticed on our text thread right away, what are these sets? What are we doing? 4 guys standing around watching Wemby at the top of the key with easy help. Nobody's moving, no action. They're not doing that again.
Yes, I think that they're going to put themselves in a better spot, and you just got to find ways to get Wembanyama rolling to the bucket. I think they did a good job of that down the final couple of games in the Western Conference Finals, and it just draws so much attention because if you don't send an extra guy or two to stop that pass into the paint, he's going to slam it every single time. And then they've got good enough shooters on the outside, and I like their guards. So I think that they're the better team, but you just look at where New York is, and if it's gritty, guys like Josh Hart, that's where they thrive. Guys like OG Anunoby, that's where they thrive, and that's what that game turned into. So it's going to be fun to watch tonight, and that's one of the fun parts about the NBA when you get into these series, 7-game series, is just to see the adjustments made game to game. And, I know some people are going to talk about it as like a must-win. It's not a must-win. I've seen teams come back from 2 all the time, although you don't want to lose both in your home floor. But I think that this is going to be a fun one tonight, and I think the Spurs do end up winning it.
It was fun for a lot of Ovechkin's career here in town. It was really, really cool watching him hoist the Stanley Cup. Really, really cool watching him break the goals record. He's not telling the Caps what he's doing until July. I thought for a long time that it was just kind of it was known, and it was wink, wink, nudge, nudge kind of agreement. This is really they're in the dark on what the best player in franchise history is planning on doing next year. We'll get into that next. Plus, we've got a winning off the field at 3:45, chance to win Hardy tickets at 4. But next, I want to have an Ovi conversation. Is everybody cool with this? How this is going down? I know we got to be deferential to the superstar, but are we sure this is okay? We'll do that next.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Game 2 of the NBA Finals tonight, Knicks and Spurs in San Antonio. New York took Game 1. That'll tip off tonight at 8:30. In hockey, thriller last night, Game 2 between the Hurricanes and the Golden Knights in the Stanley Cup Final. The Hurricanes winning in overtime 4-3 to tie the series at a game apiece. Game 3 going to be tomorrow in Vegas. In baseball, the Nationals begin a 3-game series in Arizona tonight. 9:40 first pitch. Nats and D-backs can hear the game right here on the Fan. Foster Griffin starts for the Nationals. He is 6-2 with a 3.76 ERA. He'll take on Merrill Kelly, the righty, who is 5-3 with a 5.06 ERA. Nats and D-backs tonight right here on the Fan. 9:40 first pitch. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
I like to let that guitar lick go a little bit longer and then pause right before the drum hits, Tubbs.
Yeah,
so you
good.
have to give it one more second. Here it comes. There. Boom. Welcome back. G&D here on the Fan. Tubbs in for GP. Look. Look. I get it. This is a little bit sensitive. Okay? It's a little awkward. It's a little uncomfortable for a lot of people, and it's easy for me to say. Very much outside. Just a fan. Just a fan. That's all I am. I can imagine it being tougher if I was in the Capitals organization, Tobes, if I was the GM, if I was the team prez, if I was the owner, if I was any of the people whose key card works, because of Alex Ovechkin. I'm just asking the question. And I think a lot of times when you ask a question, it sounds like you've got an axe to grind. And I understand that it's going to kind of sound like this.
Sure.
So bear with your pal, if you would. We're just sort of doing this, yep, he'll tell us in July, thing for Ovechkin. I don't like it. It's got nothing to do with what he's done. That's all in the good database, right? I got a great bank account because all the deposits of Ovechkin. It's collecting interest, and my money's earning money. The Ovi deposits will never be outweighed by anything he does, as far as I'm concerned. Now, next paragraph. Capitals going forward need to know how much, need to know what role, need to know his level of buy-in, need to know, nope, we have to do the same thing that we've done, which is 2 minutes of power play time, no defensive zone face-offs, kind of cater everything towards the Ovi part of the operation. Or is he willing to be a third-line Thranduil? That's a Lord of the Rings reference. Is he willing to be a guy that is just kind of part of the furniture? That means it's not 30 goals anymore. Probably 20. We're not setting you up at the expense of the team just to give you all the cushy stuff. And for people to go, he led the team in goals last year. Yes, he did. However, the slightest bit of study will tell you that this is what you do for a 50-goal scorer. You treat him like this. And he was 50-goal scorer, by the way. He did that a bunch of times. Look at that Pro Hockey Reference page, okay? But yes, that's the guy you play on the power play for 2 minutes. That's the guy you put in nothing but offensive zone face-off. That's the guy you set up because that's your best chance to score. When you're doing that, when he's on the ice, the rare times you've got more goals than the other team, everybody's geared towards getting him the empty netter. It's about him. Nothing wrong with that when he's trying to set the goals record. Now we've done that. Are the Capitals best served stopping what they're doing and kind of putting him in that spot anymore? I think the answer is a very clear no. It doesn't mean he can't help you. He can. Again, there's value in a 20-goal scorer who doesn't play much defense. Not as much value, by the way, as there is for the old Ovechkin. That's why he should make less. What are we doing? And that's kind of my question that I keep going back to. It sounds very anti-Ovechkin. It sounds very axe to grind-y, if that's even a thing. But Tobes, I turn it over to you. This is where I'm at here. I'm kind of going, whatever you're going to do, they need to know and then I need to know so I can figure out what the hell's going on and how we're supposed to build.
Yeah, whatever you're going to do it quick and do it now, please. Right? Like that sort of idea. And my thing is with Ovechkin, we had Barry Svrluga on a couple of weeks ago. I was sitting in for you, and he brought up that it wasn't about money with the new contract. And if that's the case and he's willing to take a little bit less money, would he also be willing to take a little bit less of a role? Then if those things happen, then I think you'd welcome him back with open arms.
Totally.
And it's one of those things where if that is going to be the case, I would like to know now. I don't have to know until Ovi knows. And I also think, Danny, when it comes to all-time greats like Alex Ovechkin, I understand that this team is in a window where they could win a Stanley Cup if they were to make the couple of right moves and put themselves in a really good spot going into next year. I understand that. I think those sorts of players, not just a good player, but an all-time great player, you get 1 year. You can make an argument they even deserve more, but you get 1 year where it's like, all right, this is 1 year past your welcome, but because of all the good that you've done for us, you get one more year where you get to go around, you get to play, and you get to get all the adoration, and everybody gives you your love and your flowers. You get 1 year of that. I think some people look at last year as that for Ovi. I don't think Ovi looked at that as his last year of doing that, right? I think this year counts as that. So for me, this year, I would love to know now, Ovi can take as long as he needs. Now you go into next offseason and we're doing the same thing, then it's like, all right, man, you've gone your course. You've got your victory lap. You've got your celebratory tour. I don't think that it falls under that just yet, or this year does. I don't think last year fell under that. So if that's the case, and by the way, it does sound like he's willing to make some concessions in terms of his contract, which would make me think that he would make some concessions in terms of his play. And I know that he's a professional athlete, and professional athletes always are going to be very big on what they can do for the team. They're going to think very highly of what they're going to be able to do for the team. But I also don't think he's naive. I think he understands a lot of what you're saying, and there are some drawbacks to what he can do now compared to what he used to be able to do. And I don't think Ovi's coming back just to play a year of hockey just for the fun of it. Because if Ovi were to come back and play for a year just for the fun of it, we've all assumed he'd play a couple of years in Russia, right? That's for the fun of it. That's your rec league hockey. I'm wrapping up my career. Let's play a couple of more times. Kids can enjoy coming to the games, and we're done. That's more along those lines. If he's coming back to play for the Washington Capitals and in the NHL, I think he wants to win a Stanley Cup. And I think he understands I can't be the top dog. I can't be always on the top line, playing 2 minutes in every power play. I think he would understand some of those things.
That's the key thing. So there are, I don't know how to quantify this exactly. I'm doing my best here on the fly. You're too young for choose your own adventure books, right? Where you would go, if you want to open the trap door, go to page 46. Or if you want to jump out the window, go to page 29. And you'd always try to read it, manipulate, figure out which way to get to the fun part of the adventure. But that's kind of what I'm doing here. On scenario 1, we'll call it, you just treat Ovechkin like Ovechkin. You do what you've done, however many years you want to do it. You've given us so much. You're the star. Maximum contract, maximum catering. We're just spinning our tires again. We're doing this, which is maybe you're in the playoffs, maybe you're not. And if you are, you're going out in the first round, which they've done 5 of the 6 years since they won the Stanley Cup or whatever it is. 6 to 7 years, 5 to 7 years. Where either they don't make the playoffs or get bounced in the first round. 1 playoff series win since they won the Cup. And I have no interest in that, which sounds really harsh, which sounds really, really, really ungrateful, disrespectful even. I don't want to do that. I will. I'll enjoy it. I'll watch the Caps like I always do.
Sure.
I'll cheer for Ovi because he's given me so much, but I don't want that. Scenario 2, he retires. Yay, he did it. What a great career. Thank you for everything. Love you. Awesome. You know, when the Caps training camp breaks, let's go watch some hockey. Scenario 3, what you're talking about. Scenario 3 is very appealing to me. I don't know what the dollars look like. There's going to be hey, you've been doing this a long time here. Tax. It'll be above quote-unquote market for a guy that is going to be a third-line player. If just for the sake of, put that in quotes, a 15-minute time on ice guy, a la what Ryan Leonard was this year. We'll do that. And it's not 2 minutes on the power play. It's a reduced role, but there's still a role. There's still some value in it for a guy that's that good of a shooter. No problem. If we're doing that, not only am I interested, I'm excited. And my lack of excitement previously was based on I just didn't see that. I saw an organization, I'm not faulting them at all. I understand this, that said, yeah, winning hockey games is nice. But this record, this is bigger than all of it. No one's going to remember how many points we had in that calendar year when he broke the record in New York. No one's going to remember it at all. They're going to remember that goal. They're going to remember him diving on the ice. They're going to remember the all-timer where he's over 900 now in terms of goals scored, and he remembers he did it in the Capitals jersey, etc. That's forever. How many points we had in 2025 is not.
Mm-hmm.
How many points we missed the playoffs? You had more than Vegas. Oh, you had more than Vegas? You had more than Vegas? No one's going to care. No one's going to remember that. They'll remember Ovi forever. That's bigger than anything. So I get why they did it. But I felt like we were in that catering to Ovi mode. And I don't want to speak for Grant, but I think he kind of has a similar feeling where I'm kind of looking at my watch going, yes, but how much longer? How much longer do we do this? And there's no way to have it's much easier for shouty old Randy Douye on the radio than it is for Brian McClellan, than it is for Chris Patrick to have these kinds of conversations because it's awkward. Thanks for all the great years and all the memories and making everything awesome. Could you leave? No, right? I understand how hard it is. But if you have that sense, and I don't necessarily, I think I probably read what you read or heard what you've heard. I don't know where we're at on that. And again, I don't know that they know either because it's not July yet.
Yeah, it's tough because I'm hoping that I'm correct, and we're working off the same sort of premise. I don't know anything that you don't know,
right.
So we're kind of working off the same things here. But it was enlightening that the article that Barry put out a couple of weeks ago, and we talked to him about it, that Ovi might be willing to take a little bit less, shows you that maybe he realizes some of the stuff that I was talking about, and if that's the case, then that's a guy that is coming back to win a cup, and he's quizzing the Capitals front office as much as they're talking to him about it, just saying like, hey, what's the plan here? How can we get there? And I think that is something, too, that you hope that dialogue is open, which it sounds like it is. And if it's something like you guys were talking about Dylan Larkin yesterday being a potential option, if it's something where, Chris Patrick and the guys in the front office, McClellan, are talking about, hey, we want to go try to get Dylan Larkin, we're trying to figure out the salary cap, Ovi, what's your plan here? And that's holding them back. That is frustrating. But I would think that there's some sort of dialogue, too, of, all right, we're going to try to do this. Is that more enticing? Or there's an open dialogue there where it's not hindering them. Because that's the thing that I think a lot of people are thinking here is Ovechkin holding them back because of his indecision or the fact that he hasn't made a decision yet. And I don't know that they feel that way in the front office. Maybe if you put truth here, maybe they would say that they are. But I don't feel like they think that they're as hamstrung as maybe we may think that they are.
You're right. They're smart. They know what they're about, and they've got a plan A, a plan B, a plan C, and everything down. They'll be fine, but it's still the not knowing.
Yeah,
and because again, what could happen? Think of this. Think of how much of a distraction Terry McLaurin, that whole saga was last year for the football team, right? These ostensibly are good people involved. Terry McLaurin, pretty damn good dude. Adam Peters, by all accounts, pretty damn good dude, and you got everyone from Lance Newmark and on down, rave reviews for these guys. Josh Harrison Company, good dudes. This is a good organization, good player. And yet, it became a thing. Imagine potential discontent with if he feels disrespected. Now it's a saga. I mean, and you'll have a section of the fan base that goes, you just disrespected Alex Ovechkin. Oh, my God. They're walking this delicate tightrope here. And I'm trying to be appreciative of that while at the same time saying what's best for the team is to no longer just throw roses on the ground like he's the Prince of Zamunda. I didn't even ask for calls on this, but people want to chime in. Let's go to Kevin in Arlington on it. Kevin, what's up, buddy?
What's up, Kevin?
Hey, Danny, Toby. Yeah, this one's really been a bit troubling to me. And if you allow me, let's go back to the playoffs. If you go back to the playoffs a year ago, after we had that great year, and by the way, we were running out of gas as we were heading
100%.
into the playoffs. A lot of it, too, in my opinion, was, you mentioned it, we were catering to Ovi. We were almost more concerned with feeding him and getting the record than we were winning at the end of that season. And, man, we got boat raced by Carolina. And you know who played really poorly in that series? 3 men, Ovi, Carlson, and Strome. Okay? And, if we're going to get in the playoffs, I don't want another first-round exit. I want to build a team capable of hanging with the Canes, who we cannot beat right now. So, personally, I'm fine with Obi. If he wants to come back for 1 year, I would prefer that there be dialogue, and we don't need as fans to know, but I sure as heck hope that there is dialogue so that, hey, Obi, we're looking at Larkin possibility or whatever it is they have planned.
Yeah.
They've said they've been keeping quiet, leaving him alone, giving him his space, letting him figure things out, but his decision impacts what they can and cannot do, so I'm a little uncomfortable with it. One other thing I just want to throw out there, it's interesting to me, is you think Ovi is looking to see what it is that Patrick and McClellan do, who we actually do add before he says, okay, I'm going to put myself through hell and come back one more year, because with those additions, I think we could really compete pretty easy.
Kevin, it's a good call. We're up against it, buddy. I really appreciate it as always. That's kind of turning it around on its head, thinking the other way, the other direction is interesting. I don't know. Maybe they could say, hey, here's our plan. Here's who we're going to try to go get. But we don't know exactly who we can get because we don't know how much we're paying you.
Well, and maybe it's something, too, if you're Ovechkin saying, hey, I'll take less, go get this guy.
Could be.
Get this thing done, and fine, I'll take the lesser role. But if we're just going to run it back the same as last year, then give me my same sort of thing. So I think there is a running dialogue between both sides
I hope
that
so.
You hope we can get solved here pretty soon.
800-636-1067. We're going to change topics of the moment. We do this every Friday. It's not for me. It's not for Toby. It's not for Grant. Not for Darius. Not even for Stropes, to be honest with you. Even though Stropes could use it. We're not doing it for Stropes. We're going off the field. What teeny, tiny, insignificant bit of minutia went right for you? You call us and tell us at 800-636-1067. We blitz at 4, your chance to win Hardy tickets. I got $100 in fan cash for you at 5. We're busy little bees here. We got a lot of activity going on. Win off the field next. Well, then what's going to happen after that? Oh, they remain in place. That's DJ Khaled, everybody with you. Grant Danny here on the Fan. Tobes in for Jeeps. We went off the field. We'll do it every Friday. But here's how it goes if you're new. First of all, welcome. Second of all, where you been? Third of all, you get something small, something insignificant that went your way. Could be today, could be this week, could be this month. So when someone's like, I got a promotion at work, bully for you, big cat. Not here.
Winning on the field.
Not up in here. Bruce has it. Bruce is on it today. Look, first of all, yeah, Bruce. All right? Shaking the tail when you walk, bro. I didn't even call for it. Bruce chimed in and told you what
Bruce
it was about.
Bruce is ready.
You know, the culture
yeah.
is actually damn good.
Around here it is, Bruce. You damn right.
Virginia's doing great.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Where was that, Bruce? Oh, yeah. So those are on-field things, and those are awesome things.
Yeah.
Coach, don't. Come on, Coach. So those are on-field things, and those are great things.
Yeah.
The whole point of this segment is you take the insignificant, the tiny, the immaterial, okay, and you focus on those, and we bring light to those. Because Bruce Allen, in his infinite wisdom, stood in front of the assembled masses and explained to the people that we're not winning football games, so what were we doing instead, Bruce? What were we doing?
We're winning off the field.
That's what we were doing.
But we got to start winning on the field.
That is the huge deal. That's what it is. So, Tubbs, I can give an example to get things moving.
Sure.
Okay? Again, 800-636-1067. You want to call us and tell us about how you're winning off the field. I'm in a phase right now where I need something after dinner. I just need something. Dinner happens, and I'm feeling for something, whether it's a sweet. So the thing that I've been doing lately to try to be less fat and disgusting and gross, and then hereby punishing you when we do our workouts on Wednesday.
Yep.
I've been eating popcorn.
Oh.
I love popcorn. And we get popcorn in the big old bags, and I get myself a little thing of popcorn. I kind of get my fix rather, just so I have something I can, pop in and watch Nats game, finals, whatever's on. No problem. And I've been doing that. So I got my popcorn last night post-dinner. So far, so good. I had one of those half kernels, okay? It dropped. I knew it dropped. And I was like, damn it. Because now I'm not in a place where I'll be able to easily find the kernel. It's a white couch. I've been lectured about this before. I know what I'm supposed to be doing and not supposed to be doing. I'm not careful enough.
Have you dropped before?
Yeah, there's been some droppage. And so it's a white kernel, white couch, light carpet, low light. I got no chance. So as I'm starting to go, oh no, it's a panic. I don't want to lose the white kernel. I don't want to lose the kernel. I look down and it somehow had landed on the very left edge of my short.
Yes.
Not my shorts, my short. And it was hanging on in a way that physically, quite frankly, is impossible. There's no way it should have been hanging on, but it was. I get a hand free. I extricate myself from holding the bowl with two hands. I switch hands in a maneuver. I go underneath the kernel. I scoop it, and it doesn't fall off my hand. Not only do I retrieve it, but I'm able to put it in my mouth and eat it.
Incredible.
Therefore, I was
winning off the field.
Go.
So I have a pretty busy schedule. When the Nationals are on the road, I actually finally get a weekend off.
Yep.
The Nationals are on the road this weekend, Danny.
Mm-hmm.
I've got nothing going on this weekend, nothing to see. I watched the movie that I needed to see. I watched that last night with Grant.
Yeah.
I've got a brand new MLB The Show season starting, and at the end of it is a James Wood card waiting for my lineup. Cannot wait to add him. Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
You get how the game is played. Chad Winchester, how are you, What sir?
Oh, I love you guys. First of all, Danny, I'm winning off the field here. I'm excited to comment because I have lost 85 pounds in the last year, according to my doctors, getting ready to go on a 10-day cruise with all you can eat. And I'm going to break your weight gain over vacation. Therefore, I am
winning off the field.
Chad, you go get it. You paid for it.
Yes.
You eat it, bro. All right? Don't let anybody, don't let his eyes or judgment slow you down. You make that extra trip to the buffet. Eat until you are uncomfortable. Remember, I'm not a medical professional.
It's a lot of work.
By the way, Chad in Winchester, right? Chad in Oxon Hill. Whatever, man. Only Chads.
Only Chads.
Hey, Chad, what's up? I wouldn't subscribe to that, by the way. Chad, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Danny. So I've got a kid going off to college in the fall, and they want to go out of state. And we told them a long time ago that we weren't paying for out-of-state tuition.
Mm-hmm.
So they went ahead and earned a full-ride academic scholarship worth about $250,000 that we don't have to worry about anymore. Therefore, I am
Winning off the field,
Chad, that's awesome.
winning on the field.
It is. Yeah, it is. Now, again, I'm not knocking that. I'm thinking about that sort of thing myself.
Yeah.
Even though my oldest is only about to turn 13. But that bill is not cheap, and
By
it's
the
coming.
way, that is just ridiculous.
Yes, it is, by the way.
Winning on the field.
You're damn right. But that's what it is, if I'm being honest. Bruce had it. Brian in Colorado. Oh, hey, Brian. What's up, buddy? You're on the fan.
Hey, yeah, so Danny, you got kids, you might be able to appreciate this. Another couple that my wife and I are friends with, we all have toddlers, and for months we've been trying to get out together, just the four of us with no kids. And every time we're like, yes, it's happening, awesome, can't wait. And then one kid's sick or something happens, a babysitter's friend died or something, and finally we're all healthy and it's all happening tonight and we get to go out with no kids. I can't wait. Therefore, I am
Winning off the field.
That's right, Brian. That's right. By the way, pretty morbid that the teenage babysitter's friend had to pass for the winning off the field.
Yeah, that's
I know
tough.
he's just trying to figure a speech there,
Yeah.
but yes, that's so relatable. So I cannot tell you how relatable that is. It's trying to get together with my sister, trying to get together with a million friends. It's always something, and at the end of it, you're just kind of like, can we just not? I'll text you. I'll see you later. Here's a meme I saw on Instagram. Yeah. Appreciate the phone calls. That, my friends, is how we win off the field. We come back. Two things are going to happen. The Beltway Blitz, that's where we let you know what's happening in the world of sport. And second, we're going to give you a chance to win Hardy tickets. Got to be listening. We'll give you the cue to call. That's all in about 5 minutes here on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Surfside, iced tea and lemonade with vodka. In basketball, NBA Finals Game 2 tonight, Knicks and Spurs in San Antonio. Going to tip off just after 8:30. New York took Game 1 of the series and lead the series 1-0. Hockey playoffs, Stanley Cup Finals. Last night, Game 2 between the Hurricanes and the Golden Knights. Carolina winning 4-3 in overtime to tie the series at a game apiece. The series will shift to Vegas coming up tomorrow night. In baseball, the Nationals are on the West Coast. They start a 6-game West Coast road trip with a game tonight in Arizona for the first of 3 against the Diamondbacks. 9:40 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Lefty Foster Griffin starts for the Nationals. Righty Merrill Kelly starts for the Diamondbacks. Surfside lemonade and vodka, smooth, refreshing, and your game day must-have. Made with real vodka and zero bubbles. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21 plus. Please drink responsibly. From DeCrop Metcalf, 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
I'm going to need caller 10, right? Wait. Now, 800-636-1067. You'll have won. Pair of tickets to Hardy, the Country Tour at Merriweather. Tickets, let me see, the Country Tour. Thursday, June 11th at Merriweather Post Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation. I want everyone to know that I started because I started reading the wrong promo that has nothing to do with the tickets that we were giving away. I could read just fine. I'm an okay reader. I do it as part of the job. But sometimes you read the wrong thing and get confused. And I'm like, Fanatics Fan Cash Fridays. That's got nothing to do with Hardy's Country Tour. Okay? That's what happened.
But it is a Fan Cash Friday.
It is a Fan Cash Friday. We're doing that at 5. This is 4. It is 4, not 5. Okay? Everyone's got it straight. So good luck. You are going to hopefully win those tickets. All right? To Hardy, the Country Tour. There we are. It's time for the Beltway Blitz. And what we do for the Beltway Blitz is we spin you around the Beltway, where we are, give you an idea what's going on with local sports. We're going to start on the diamond with the Nats, please. Our guy Andrew Golden, Baltimore Banner, talking about those Nats. Andrew, 3-game schneid there to the Marlins. Ugly at times in that one. Marlins with a better team kind of throughout. Is that kind of a beginning maybe of a regression, or is it a weird blip against a team that seems to have their number?
Yeah, I think it's a matter of wait and see. I want to see what they look like in the Diamondback series. Like, they had 3 straight series where they beat 3 really good teams in the Braves and the Guardians and in the Padres, and they look pretty good. And so I would say I want to see how this goes. Like, sometimes there are just those little blips in the season. But we know typically the Nationals have had a lot of success in the first 2 months of the season, and then once June comes around, it's always a little bit of an awkward time, especially last year what happened in June. And so I'm interested to see how they work through this. But I don't want to write them off yet. But I think it's interesting to see how they'll respond to this.
Andrew, they've got a couple of bats that are playing really, really well in AAA, and they've got some bats that are faltering at the major league level, but maybe they don't match up righty or lefty. Do you think that there's a chance that we could see some moves here soon, or are we going to ride it out with Bibas and Tena and the guys for a little bit longer?
I think it depends. I think ultimately, if you're going to get those bats up to the major leagues, you want those guys to play every day, and a lot of the guys that you would be opting or moving out would be guys who aren't playing as much and are on the bench anyway. And so it's kind of a complicated thing of like, do you want to call a guy up who is? I mean, Yo-Yo Morales, for example, like he's crushing the baseball and it's kind of proven every day he's need to prove, but also like at the same time, like you could have made the same case about Brady House last year. They called him up, a little bit too early, and maybe he wasn't prepared for it. And so I think if those guys continue to struggle, then I think that you have to at least think about it. But I think the complicated thing is that a lot of those guys are bench players, and that's kind of what you would probably expect from Yorba Vivas and, Nasim Nunez and some of those guys as in general.
Speaking of House, he got sent down. Haven't heard much since. What were kind of his marching orders? What assignments did they give him? I mean, to me, I obviously didn't play in the major leagues, Andrew, but I don't understand how anybody's supposed to be able to hit really good right-handed pitching when your foot is in the air and the ball's 85% of the way to home plate and you're trying to make good swing decisions and command the zone. Just seems to be incongruous. But what did they give him to work on? What are kind of his marching orders?
Yeah, I think it's just about approach. I mean, obviously, if I knew the approach, then I wouldn't be talking to you on the phone. Like,
I know, we'd be doing different stuff, buddy.
As you mentioned. Yeah, we'd be making a lot more money, right? Yeah, but I think the key is just like, getting him to have a better approach of what types of pitches he's looking for and where is he looking for those pitches, and just knowing what he can have success against. And I think if he just has a better sense of what pitches he can do damage with against righties, then I think they'll help him have some more success as opposed to going up there and just swinging at anything. Like having just a better plan and a better approach. And I think it's better to do that while you're in AAA versus being in the big leagues.
Maybe the timing of this isn't right because there were some bad pitching performances out of the bullpen in this last series against the Marlins, but this team did see a significant jump in their pitching ability in the month of May. What do you attribute that to? Do you think that the pitchers are starting to get more comfortable with what they're being taught? I mean, it's something that we saw immediately with the new staff that the hitters were able to take off and hit the ground running, but didn't feel like that from the pitching side. Do you feel like they're making some growth there, or maybe do you think it's going to come back down to earth and it's going to be a kind of a roller coaster throughout the season?
Yeah, I think the pitching staff kind of is what it is, and I think that they aren't as. I think there are limits to how good they can be in terms of looking at like the lefties that they have in their bullpen. Like I think when you look at the moves that Blake Buter is making, I think in a lot of cases he's making the right and necessary moves. Maybe the talent isn't fully there in some of those locations, in some of those positions, and so I think what you're seeing is them having some more success. I do think it's a matter of just getting more consistent. I think Kate Cavalli's had a strong stretch. I know Foster Griffin had a couple of blips in there, but I know he's been really effective too. And so I think you're seeing some guys make adjustments, but I also think this staff, there are some limits in terms of in terms of what talent's available. And so I think you kind of have to balance both of those things out. But I think they're going to perform better than they did in April, but I don't know, how what the ceiling is and how high that ceiling is.
If you told me before the season, Andrew, that Keibert Ruiz would be fifth among position players in WAR, I'd say they're probably 3-50 at this point. But this renaissance, I hate to jinx it, it seems real. The defensive metrics are out of this world for him, a guy that's just turned his career around. Offensively, he's not doing the thing where a 2-0 pitch, he swings at a ball that's basically rolling like someone's bowling. You know what I mean? Like he's not swinging the pitches over his eyes. It seems like this is Major League Baseball player Keibert Ruiz now. Do we buy this renaissance?
Yeah, I think so. Like I think obviously he's made some adjustments in terms of his approach and the way that they want him to swing and the way they want him to approach things, in a way that I think makes him really, really effective, has a chance to be successful. Now, can he continue over a full season? Like obviously, like there are hot stretches, there are not so hot stretches throughout the season for sure. But I think that. But I think that this is something that he can replicate and do. I think definitely defensively, I think that's been more impressive to me than the hitting. Like the hitting's been good, but like the defense going from a below average catcher, one of the worst in baseball, to being an above average catcher, like that's significant to me at least. And so I think that's something that can continue. It just shows obviously it's just mechanics and tweaks that they made, but I think he can do it consistently for a full season for sure.
Andrew, appreciate the time. Have a great weekend.
All right, thanks guys, appreciate it.
Let's talk a little bit of NFL. Mike Jones from The Athletic set to join us to talk about the NFL. Mike, is it going to be the Indiana Bears? Is that going to be the thing? I mean, it's nice to be in stadium talk, and it's not about us here in D.C.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly looks like it based on the statement that the Bears ownership put out today. All this time I was thinking that they were just using this as leverage against Chicago and Illinois, but it definitely sounds like this is where they're planning on moving forward. Indiana really wants them, and Chicago, Illinois was unable to come up with a spot, and also, didn't want to take on that cost. So it's crazy, but it does look like that's where it's going to be headed.
We already knew about the incident in question for Brandon Ayuk, him speeding and videoing it in the whole 9 yards. But now there's some law enforcement involved with that. Does that change any part of the picture? Just that maybe it's an extra hassle or headache, or just what does that mean?
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak for Washington, but I know that if it was me, I kind of would have reservations. I mean, just kind of wonder, okay, where's this guy's focus? Where's his maturity level? And then even more than that, I mean, we've seen recent pictures of him where he looks like he's like 30 pounds overweight. If you were gearing up for hoping for an opportunity somewhere else, a fresh start, and want to play at a high level, wouldn't you be in shape? I don't know what his focus level is be like. And then if you got all this baggage and different, things off the field, I don't know that it's worth it, because he's going to come back in training camp working, trying to get in shape. And if he's out of shape, he's probably going to get hurt. And, then you don't know if there's going to be, legal discipline, and if you're going to be out without him for a while. I just don't know that it's really worth it.
Beginning of the week, you had Myles Garrett and A.J. Brown getting traded. Do you envision that there's going to be any other big moves that could happen in the coming weeks?
It doesn't sound like there's anything, no shoes of that magnitude seem like they're about to drop. I guess you never say never, but it doesn't seem like there's anything bubbling, for some big name trade or something like that.
In terms of, actually, I want to ask you about Jonathan Cooper. What do we know?
Jonathan Cooper.
The arrest details that have emerged.
Oh, I haven't actually been following that very closely because I wasn't on my beat. So I'm sorry, I can't really help you.
No sweat.
So Packers signed Christian Watson to a new deal, $110.5 million. Does that seem a little steep for someone that has been injury plagued and is a good receiver when he's on the field, but that's a big if? And I mean, they're kind of running it back with the guys that they have on offense. Is that a little bit of a surprise?
Yeah, it is a little bit surprising to me just because, like you said, has he really firmly proved that he can stay on the field? And then also because normally they're kind of conservative, but obviously we've seen them be aggressive, going after Micah Parsons and then taking care of guys. And they felt like this is a guy they really need to have. They don't want to let get away. Yes, he has had some bright spots, and if he can be on the field, he's really an impact guy that you want to have around Jordan Love. And I guess they didn't want to risk getting into a situation where they have to visit franchise tag or risk losing him.
I think the Bucs are going to be really good. And I don't think anybody is sort of looking at the NFC South as they have any legitimate contenders. It's like, well, maybe Atlanta and Carolina was the playoff team last year. What are they really? I feel like the Bucs might be one of the sneaky threats in the NFC, Mike. Where are you at?
Yeah, I mean, I think that if the Bucs had been healthy last year, they would have definitely repeated as divisional champs, and I thought they maybe could have done something. We saw them, they had a stretch of the season where they really were looking formidable. Then they had the injury bug at so many different positions, and that really diminished things. If they're able to stay healthy, I do think that they can win their division, that they can be a team that gives a lot of teams fits. They got a good defense. They've got explosive players on offense. It's going to be weird not seeing Mike Evans there now. But, they still have weapons. And Baker Mayfield, another change at the offensive coordinator position, but it's a guy that he's familiar with, and another, similar, from the Shanahan-McVay tree. So that should be good for them for continuity's sake. And, I just feel like if they're healthy, I like them better than Carolina. I definitely like them better in Atlanta and New Orleans. So they'd be my pick to win that division.
Hey, Mike, real quick, here we've talked about the secondary options behind Terry McLaurin. Now you see up in Philadelphia, they trade away A.J. Brown. Do they feel pretty good about their weapons for Jalen Hurts in that offense with the new OC and Devontae Smith stepping into that number one role?
Yeah, and they also drafted Lemon out of USC, and so they do feel good about what they have there. I think they felt like, look, we had a talented guy, but there was just so much, with A.J. Brown that it got to the point where he wasn't happy, and, I mean, it kind of just wasn't even worth it. There were times, I remember being in the locker room, where they'd lose games and he'd have 2 catches and he's sulking, or they'd win games and he had 10 catches and he's up and everybody's down. So when you have that, they feel like the addition by subtraction, they still have talented weapons around him. I think that they feel like this offense is also going to, put them in positions where they're going to be under center more. They'll be a take advantage of the play action more, and get their run game going again. And they feel like they can still contend, because when you look at everybody else in the division, they all have questions about them. And they, yes, it's another change at offensive coordinator. Yes, you're losing, a really productive wide receiver, but they really like what they have as far as the core of their team and those weapons.
Mike, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great weekend.
All right, see you guys. Thanks.
There he goes. That is Mike Jones. I want to talk about the Local 53, please. That's Michael Phillips. That's his music, 910 The Fan, and the Richmonder joins us to discuss the Local 53. Laremy Tunsil wasn't at this week's OTAs, but he was last week. What do you feel like?
I feel like it's great that he came to some portion of them, really, and maybe there's just a case of reduced expectations, but he historically has not attended a lot of optional workouts with any of his teams. Didn't come to him last year here either, so I took it as a good sign. David Blough's here, new offensive coordinator, going to be running some new schemes, hopefully some of those complex, exotic schemes we love talking about on the radio. He showed up. He got the playbook. He did some walkthroughs. Maybe I'm grading on a curve here, but the curve says he beat previous standards for himself.
David Blau, he's someone that I wasn't super high on that hire. I think a lot of people were, so I was kind of in the minority on that. But the more I listen to this guy talk and being out at OTAs and the collaborative process he's always talking about kind of sells me on him. How confident are you in him in year one and being able to hit the ground running with the difficult start to the year?
Yeah, what a fascinating gamble here, right? But also that's the glass half full, glass half empty thing. The half full is you got a guy who's known for trick plays, innovation, new things. He's going to get, hopefully, a healthy Jaden Daniels out of the gate and some games where he gets a chance to surprise some good teams. And if they make noise in those games, obviously we're going to be, reevaluating everything we think about what this season could be. The half empty, you just toss the keys to a guy who's going to be 31 when the season starts, said, hey, this is one of the most important seasons we've had in recent memory. Go do your thing. That is always a gamble and always a risk. I think it's fascinating theater. I can't wait to see how it turns out.
So 2024, I think they were 10th ultimately in yards per play, but 5th in points. Last year, way worse than that. Defensively, we all know how terrible the story was in both years. I think 18th in points allowed in 24 and towards the bottom in last season. What's a reasonable expectation for rankings on offense and defense with these new coordinators in this important season, in your view?
Yeah, it was tough. I think it's tougher for Blau because it's all about Jaden staying healthy. It really is. And he controls some things, and certainly he's got some levers he can pull, and I'm excited to see what he does. But if Jaden stays healthy, plays 15 games this season, 16, 17 games this season, they're going to be very good because Jaden's very good. He lifted a team that on paper is worse than this team to the NFC title game 2 years ago. If he's hurt, I don't want to pin David Blau with like, hey, you got to be a top 15 offense without Jaden Daniels. That's a tough ask there. So he's the tougher one to set the standard for. Defense is easy because they were so bad. You got to be better. If you could be somewhere between 16 and 22 even, you give the offense a chance to do what it needs to do. If you could be middle of the pack or slightly below average, like you and me in school, if you can just be slightly below average, get that degree, you're going to let Jaden be a star, do what he needs to do to win.
Out wide, which of the position groups do you feel better about, wide receiver or corner?
Yeah, probably wide receiver just because they got, there's guys you can talk yourself into there. I can tell you, hey, McCaffrey looked good last year before he went out. Hey, Treylon Burks had that one catch in Denver. Hey, they're going to bring somebody in. There's guys out there on the market that they can bring in, even outside of Ayuk, and this thing could work. At corner, I can talk myself into Sanderstill and Amos if they're healthy. They're just not deep at all. They do not have the depth you need. They do not have the ability to withstand the rigors of a 17-game season, and I don't see guys out there on the market. I don't see the potential for reinforcements to come, and I'm not sold on some of these young guys there at that position. That one's a big question mark for me.
Michael, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great weekend.
Y'all have a great weekend.
We will see you later. There he goes. That is Michael Phillips. That's how we Beltway Blitz. Appreciate you guys checking us out. So this is in honor, what we're going to do next, of our guy Bob Carpenter.
Carp.
Old Carp, right? Called Nats games forever. I remember him calling Cardinals games forever ago. I mean, when McGuire was hitting 70 bombs, Bob Carpenter was on the call. A longtime broadcaster, friend of the show, great dude. In retirement, he did something pretty cool, and he posted about it. We'll share that with you guys next. And it got us to thinking about a sports conversation that is very similar. We'll do that next here on The Fan. What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. And the playoffs are here, too. Every game matters, and Fanatic Sportsbook is there for every moment. So here's the deal. You guys have heard me talk about FanCash. And remember, every time you bet with FanCash, every time you bet with Fanatic Sportsbook, you're earning up to 10% FanCash. That's win or lose. So even if your bet misses, you are still stacking FanCash. And FanCash unlocks value you cannot get in other sportsbooks, like more bets, unlimited profit boosts for your favorite player props, authentic NBA gear, game tickets, and access to exclusive Fanatics events like Fanatics Fest in New York City. But that's not the only play. The good times roll on with Fanatics Fair Play, an injury protection policy that turns losses into wins. That's right. If you love player props, your legs are protected across the entire first half of every game if an injury takes place. If your guy goes down, you're getting your money back or your parlay plays on. Making the switch to the sports book that gives you more to play with, winning hits different here.
Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. MD Visit. MDGamblingHelp.org.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? NBA Finals Game 2 tonight. Knicks and Spurs in San Antonio. 8:30 tip-off for that one. New York took Game 1 by 10 points. Spurs will look to get back on their home floor tonight at 8:30. Hockey playoffs. Stanley Cup Final last night. Game 2 of that series. Hurricanes getting the win 4-3 in overtime. They tie the series at a game apiece. The series now shifts to Vegas, Game 3 tomorrow. In baseball, the Nationals begin a 6-game West Coast road trip taking on the Diamondbacks for 3 starting tonight. 9:40 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Lefty Foster Griffin starts for the Nationals. Righty Merrill Kelly starts for the Diamondbacks. Celebrating her birthday, discover the stunning collection of Tacori fine jewelry at Mervis Diamond Importers. From engagement rings and anniversary bands to necklaces and bracelets. At Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of fine quality diamonds and Tacori jewelry in D.C. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Are you doing a multi Guns N' Roses on Friday bit on purpose? I mean, I don't hate it, but it just happened. Random? Okay. Fine by me. Welcome back. G&D on the Fan. Tobes in for Jeeps. As a quick reminder, going to give you guys $100 in fan cash at 5. That's $100 in fan cash at 5 just for listening and calling us on the phone. That's at 5. Don't do it now. I don't want it now. We're going to do it at 5 p.m., so stay tuned for that. So our guy, Bob Carpenter, longtime voice of the Nats, you know him, you love him, just kicked something off his bucket list. Really, really cool. He visited all 50 states, his final 2. Now, a lot of that, it's easier, I would say, as a big league broadcaster. Yeah. You're going to a whole bunch of states as it is. But he finished the last 2 items on the list, North and South Dakota. And so he posted to that effect, something he'd always wanted to do, and he did it. So, what's on yours, et cetera, et cetera. Top of your head, Tobes, how many states do you think you visited?
18 to 20.
That low?
Maybe 23. Under half, I think.
Really?
I have an app with the tracker on that. I'll have to see how many I've actually visited.
So I did the count at one point, and it's like 38 or 39 for me.
Wow, really?
Yeah, so no Alaska, no Utah, nothing in that kind of, not quite Northwest, but the, whatever you call it, mountain range. No Idaho, Wyoming, Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota. But I've been everywhere else pretty much.
All right, I think I sold myself short. I think I'm at 35.
Yeah, that's way different than half of that, which is what you said.
Yeah, 35. So I have been to North and South Dakota. Nothing spectacular. Nothing there? Nothing really going on there.
What are the cliff notes? What'd you see?
Nothing. Literally nothing.
Back to you. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, so I would say I haven't been to Pacific Northwest. I haven't gotten to go down towards Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, New Mexico. I'm missing Utah. So I've been kind of all up and down the East Coast, obviously, most of the Midwest, but haven't hit a lot of the Pacific Northwest and a little bit down there near New Orleans area.
There's a couple sneaky ones that I've missed. Like I've gone everywhere else. Like, for example, I've been to New Mexico, Colorado, Kansas, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, Texas. Every state that borders Oklahoma. Never been to Oklahoma. You know what I mean? Like that kind of thing. Where I've been to Nevada, Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona, but not Utah. You know what I mean? Like a lot of those. So it's like when would I have cause to go there? I maybe should have just driven.
Which the one you want to get to most that you haven't been to?
I want to do a Montana bet.
Oh,
I want to do a Joe Montana bet. Now you're going to follow up and ask, is that because of Yellowstone? Yes, is the answer.
Yeah.
Yellowstone basically is a love letter to Montana.
Yes.
I want to do that. And I know that I'll be resented by the locals, and that's fine. I don't want to go skiing or whatever. I just want to go see.
Yeah, you're one of the guys that people in Yellowstone hated.
Yeah, I'd be the enemy in Yellowstone. I'd be not the villain because I don't have like a master plan to turn it into an airport or a ski lodge or something. Why are you shaking your head at me, Strobes? What are you agitating for over there?
I think that's overblown.
What?
The locals don't really hate people that come to Montana as much.
Oh, I forgot this is Montana Strobes.
Yeah.
You went fly fishing in Montana.
I'm an expert on Joe.
Tell me about Joe.
So when you go to Montana, things are different because there's polarizing influences here, like a push-pull effect because it's gotten really expensive to live there, but they understand like the business side of it. There's been people that have been moving there from California. So they're more mad about the people that come to Montana and try to take it over, make it more expensive. And I was like, isn't it good for business and all that stuff? And they're like, we don't care about that. We want people that are 4th, 5th generation to be able to afford living here, to experience what we did.
Mm-hmm.
And these are very small rural parts of the state. So if you're someone that comes to visit Montana just to appreciate nature, go fly fishing, hiking, or whatever, they're cool with you. They're good with that. If you want to come and open a business and make it too expensive to live there, no, they don't like that.
Interesting. So that would be my plan, is to open up a very boutique, unaffordable business that no one could know. You know what everybody sleeps on, by the way? And this is so boring to so many people. I'm warning all of you. This detail is going to turn a lot of you off. All 3 of you guys sleep on the fact that it's the Missouri River that goes through Montana, goes through North Dakota, goes through South Dakota, goes through Nebraska, Iowa, Missouri, and down through Kentucky and Tennessee. It's the same one. It's the Missouri River.
Wow.
See, I told you it was boring. Didn't I tell you? I prefaced it. Did I preface it appropriately?
Can I tell you about this river called the Mississippi?
Right? Fine. Topping people over there. Opie Toppin. That's you. So it got us to thinking. Your life bucket list thing that's cool too, I suppose.
Yeah.
But we're doing a sports show. So, like, for example, I really want to visit Japan. I know that's very random, but, like, that's a life bucket list thing. I've always had such admiration for both, like, the Cliff Notes, kind of natural beauty that's there in Japan with some gorgeous scenery, and then, like, the most modern city we got in Tokyo.
Yeah.
Like, I've always wanted to go to Japan.
Food's
always been
great.
fascinated. Yeah, great food, great everything. You get, like, the best vending machine food in human history. Anytime there's a Food Network thing or something where they go to Japan, it's like, yeah, because they're so, like, culturally, the details matter so much there that they've, like, some local Japanese chef has mastered the pancake. And the best pancakes you'll ever have is it this guy in Japan who makes pancakes with chopsticks. And it's the most incredible thing I've ever seen. They're light and fluffy and they almost float.
Yeah.
They look so good.
Yeah.
Whatever that is, I've always wanted to go. But that's not that interesting for the sports show. Sports bucket list items. Sports bucket list items. Now, easiest thing to say is my team winning a championship. We're out of control on that.
Yeah.
So we're not looking for that. I'll give you an example. When the Cardinals, or as Ben Revy would call them, the Cardinals, got to the World Series in 2004. No one really remembers them because they played a Red Sox team that was pretty famous that came back from 3-0 to beat the Yankees and then run roughshod through the World Series. But the Cardinals made it. So their series was great in the NLCS. No one remembers because of what happened with the Red Sox. Well, a good friend of ours at the time was working for the Cardinals. And from the celebration, it's a celebration, he calls from the clubhouse as they're spraying champagne. And it wasn't Miller beer, I would add. It was Budweiser beer. And Anheuser-Busch is right there local.
Yeah, of course.
So there's a bit of a rivalry there. But they're spraying Anheuser-Busch everywhere. And he said, and I quote, "Who wants to go to the World Series?" I said, hold on. I said, hey, everybody shut up. Because we're all my buddies hanging out together watching the game. There were, I think, 10 of us in the room. I said, who wants World Series tickets? And 9 of the guys raised their hands. One guy's like, I can't. So I said, 9 tickets. He goes, games 1 and 2? I said, games 1 and 2? Everybody said yes. He said, done. We got World Series tickets to go to Boston. We booked our flights the next day. We flew to Boston. Now we had to be in the Cardinals' little subsection at stupid Fenway Park, and we returned sideways. Like, in other words, it wasn't facing home plate. We weren't facing the field. We were facing home. I mean, the whole thing was cocky.
Yeah.
The seats are too small for men of a certain stature. It was built in like the 1800s or whatever.
Yeah.
And, it wasn't that great, to be honest with you. The stadium itself is so overrated, but it's iconic and it's historical. That would have been a bucket list thing. Going to Wrigley Field to watch the Nets lose in the playoffs. Sammy Solis, everybody. The entire stadium cheers when Max Scherzer's leaving the field and Sammy Solis comes in. The Cubs dugout was celebrating when Sammy Solis came into the game, Dusty. Anyway, I saw that. So up into what used to be called Pac Bell, AT&T, whatever it's called now, Darius in San Francisco. That's
Oracle.
Oracle, thank you. I'll never catch up to all the names. Sponsor away, whatever. That's a bucket list place because it's so perfect. PNC in Pittsburgh's great. So I've done a lot of my sports bucket list items. But that's what I want to ask you guys. 800-636-1067. In honor of Carp, who saw all 50 states, but make it sports. Carp, but make it sports. Sports bucket list item, Tobias.
So I want to hit all 30 MLB ballparks. That's pretty simple. A lot of people like that one. So that's something that I've never been to PNC in Pittsburgh. I've never been to Fenway.
So great, dude.
So like some of the ones you're mentioning, never had a chance to go to. I got a chance to go to Wrigley. That was awesome. But I think for me, I'm trying to think of some of the other ones, but honestly, it's timely with what's going to happen tonight. I would love to go watch a Knicks game at Madison Square Garden. I think that atmosphere is fantastic.
Does that be a playoff game or regular season?
Just any game.
Yeah.
Just watching the Knicks play at MSG and what it means. I mean, ideally, you get a great opponent coming into MSG because you always get these iconic moments from opposing players coming into MSG and giving some of their best performances. But just growing up, always watching games there and the atmosphere and the Oregon and everything that adds to it. New York's such a basketball city. I would love to watch a Knicks game at MSG. That's one of the top bucket list items.
So I did that. Not a playoff game because they didn't make the playoffs all that much. For a number of years, they were just very pedestrian. But I did that. And you got to do it. Even if you're not that big of a hoops fan. I did both a Rangers game, and I despise the Rangers. I want that on record. I couldn't get Rangers Capitals tickets for a million reasons. But I went to a Rangers game and I went to a Knicks game when I was living in New York. It's just so great. It's so great. You get it. And it's annoying. And this is one of the things I want to talk about today. We have too much stuff going on, so we're not going to end up doing it. But, I actually view the Knicks winning a championship as terrible. I like this team individually. I like all the players. I like all the pieces.
Yeah, Villanova.
The Knicks have been the epicenter of basketball despite zero achievement for decades.
Mm-hmm.
There was a segment years ago on one of the Shouty shows. I can't remember which one. And I'm actually not a tremendous fan of this person, but I thought she made an unbelievable point. The topic was the Knicks didn't make the playoffs that year. It was before they did play-in stuff. It was like they were the 9 seed. And the Eastern Conference was terrible. And the topic was, should the Knicks be kicking themselves because the Eastern Conference is not that good? And Sarah Spain, when it was her turn, she goes, what are we doing? What are we talking about? A terrible team that couldn't make it in a terrible conference didn't make the postseason. They should be kicking themselves, not because they didn't make it, or not because of this, but because they were awful.
Because they're terrible.
Why are we talking about them? There are 8 teams in the postseason. There are 16 teams. The Western. There's so many great teams. What are we doing? And I was like, you know what? A little slow clap for you. Right? Big fan of what you're doing right there. They've been the epicenter for so long, and now there's finally some achievement. And if they win, it's going to stink. It's basically another 100 years of solitude.
Yeah.
Anyway, but it's worth it. It's awesome. Go to a game up there. That's a heavy bow recommendation on that. I'll give you mine next. 800-636-1067. Remember, we're going to give you $100 in fan cash at 5 p.m. So be listening to win that. But next, I want your sports bucket list items in honor of our guy Bob Carpenter crossing all 50 states off his list. Do Bob Carpenter, but make it sports. Next on The Fan. This year radio program is the Grant and Danny Show on 106.7 The Fan. Toby is in for GP. Taking you into a weekend here on a Friday afternoon. 800-636-1067 is the number. I don't know why I keep doing that voice, by the way. For some reason, it's in my head to do the pukey radio guy voice.
Yeah.
I probably, that's what, like 3 or 4 times today I've done that?
It's at least 3.
Yeah. I get a kick out of it. I get in these ruts where I do characters and voices some.
It's good.
I've been doing, thank you. I've been doing that one a lot for my kids, even though they don't really enjoy it either. Which is like my 8-year-old likes to come up with like funny stuff where it's like, what if I walk like this? Or what if I talk this way? So like, James, what if I did this is my son. He likes to play flag football. He really enjoys hanging out with his friends and going to the pool and does cannonballs. Like, what if I was like that all the time?
Yeah.
You know? So I've been doing that a lot lately. I don't really have a good...
It's carrying over into the radio show.
And it's carrying over into the radio program.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's a bit. We're doing bits. 800-636-1067. In honor of our guy, Bob Carpenter. Scorebook Bob, shout out all 50 states. He's been to all 50. Just checked North and South Dakota off his bucket list. Congrats to Bob Carpenter. Seriously, that's really cool. If that's something you want to do and you do it, that's really neat. Seeing all 50 of these United States, that'd be awesome.
Enjoying retirement.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Doing exactly what he should be doing after a great career in broadcasting. So we're doing Bob Carpenter, but making it sports. What's your sports bucket list item? Tobes, you said?
Go and watch a Knicks game at MSG, Madison Square Garden.
That's a great one. Alex in Vienna has mine. Alex, what do you got, buddy?
Well, I got a couple. I'd like to go to an SEC tailgate before a football game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't actually care about the game, but I've heard the tailgates are legendary, especially like at Oxford or Alabama, like where there's, just like to see that.
Yep.
Michigan, Ohio State. Self-explanatory. And then I'd like to go over to Scotland and watch an old firm match between Celtic and Rangers where they hate each other for reasons that have nothing to do with sports.
I love that one. That's awesome. A version of that on our Scotland tour. So we didn't see that one's Celtic versus Rangers, but we saw each of those teams play kind of tune-up games, which was really, really cool as part of that Scotland trip. And it's like they were telling us a part of our tour. We're just dumb Americans. These guys from Manchester are like leading us around. The Scottish tour guide's like, lads, if you're coming to the game tonight, you're not permitted to wear blue. And we're like, oh, he goes, I'm actually quite serious about it. If they catch you wearing blue, they'll probably murder you. And I'm like, oh, no, it's not a joke. Seriously. If you've got blue socks, blue undergarments, if you've got blue jewelry, take it off. It's out. It's right out. It's a crime potentially waiting to happen. We're like, oh my God, this is serious. And it's true. It's such a different level. My big complaint going to Nubbs Field, for example, the reason I'll never go back is in my section that time in 2009 for tickets that I paid for. I didn't have any money and I paid for those tickets. It was Cowboys fans the whole row behind me, Cowboys fans the whole row in front of me, Cowboys fans to my left, Cowboys fans to my right. Clowns to the left of me, Jokers to the right. Here I am stuck in the middle with you.
Mm-hmm.
And it was 30-2 or whatever the numbers are, however they work out. And it's the most miserable experience I ever had. That would never happen there. You cannot get in. You can't get to the section the way they do it over there because these teams and people hate each other so much that there's a empty space, policemen at all times with thumper sticks and riot shields separating you in case a big play breaks out or in case there's a yellow card. You literally cannot cross into the section.
So it's funny because even in less tension than that, El Clasico, we all know, Real Madrid, Barcelona. So
say it again.
Barcelona. Real Madrid,
yes.
Barcelona.
And Barcelona.
Anyway, so I went to, obviously, the Bernabeu because that's where the Commanders played last year.
Is that one in Barcelona?
It's in Madrid.
Oh, it's in Madrid. Not in Barcelona.
Yes. So you have to go into the designated entrances because the whole concourse doesn't connect.
Right.
There are visiting sections. Like if you go to Nats Park and you're walking around the 200s, you can walk around basically the whole, the 100 concourse. You can walk around the entire stadium. You cannot do that in soccer stadiums in Europe because it's so contentious.
It is it's a separate gate, one person at a time. It's
incredible.
It is incredible. Darius, sports bucket list, go.
So I've done Thanksgiving football here in Landover. It was a few, I don't know, maybe like 6 years ago when we hosted the New York Giants on Sunday night, or I guess it would be a nighttime football on Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it has the same pageantry as going to Thanksgiving football in Detroit or Dallas. So a bucket list item of mine would be catching the Washington football team, Commanders, Redskins, whatever you want to call them.
Yep.
Playing at either Detroit or Dallas, preferably Dallas. I've never been to either stadium, but I think it'd be cooler to catch Dallas versus Washington on Thanksgiving in Dallas, national stage, all the pageantry that comes with playing on Thanksgiving. I think that'd be awesome.
Here is my kind of follow-up to that. The downside, though, is that you're spending Thanksgiving in Detroit, potentially.
Right.
With all due respect to Detroit.
Yeah. That part's tough. But I think it's about the experience itself of...
Yeah, the game itself is neat.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then you're like, this is where 8 Mile happened, you know?
Then you got to get out of there.
Then you got to leave.
That's why Dallas is preferable.
But
I'd settle for Detroit.
That's a good one. I forgot to follow up on it, but our previous caller had mine. I want to go to Michigan, Ohio State. Not going to a college with big-time college football is, if I could do it over again, I would try to find a way to do that.
Which home stadium?
Doesn't matter to me. Honestly, big house or the Horseshoe, whatever is more convenient, wherever it happens to be that year. Going to that University of Texas game, they played Texas Tech when we went. I saw a lot of Chuba Hubbard, by the way. Texas Tech just kept giving the ball to Chuba Hubbard and kept getting stuffed. I'm like, give it to somebody else. Do something. They're sitting on Chuba Hubbard, for God's sakes. I know he's good.
Try anything.
But throw it to somebody. Golly. Anyway, it was awesome. Just awesome. 105,000 people wearing the same orange. And everyone ignoring Brian Orakpo before the game. It was great. The game. Not the ignoring Brian Orakpo part. He was at a booth. I told you the story before, right? He's at a booth. It's like, today's legend of the game. It's Brian Orakpo. And you could swing by and talk to him. And nobody was. I felt a little bad. A little bit. Then I remembered he was so rude to me that time when I said, you had such a great rookie year. You know, what do you want to do better this coming year? What do you want to improve upon? He goes, what do you think I need to improve upon? I was like, I don't know, man. I'm just a dude trying to ask a question on the radio.
Asking you, man.
And he was like, I was like, okay. Someone else go now. So I didn't feel that bad anymore. But I want to go to Michigan, Ohio State. One of my best buddies lives in Birmingham, so I'd love to maybe do an Alabama situation, to his point about an SEC tailgate.
Yeah.
The food stuff sounds pretty good. Like you go to a Florida game and they're like roasting gator. You're going to Louisiana game, LSU game rather. Who knows what num-nums are going on there? It's probably something pretty spectacular.
Oh, yeah.
But any SEC tailgate's probably next level. But give me that Michigan, Ohio State situation. That's what I would do.
Another Big Ten school that I think would be epic, Penn State whiteout.
Well, speaking of that, Pete in D.C., what would you do, bud? What's your sports bucket list?
Hey, good transition there. I actually have a recommendation and an item. My recommendation, which I didn't even realize was a bucket list item, was 2 weeks ago. I had the opportunity to go to a Japanese Major League Baseball game.
Oh, yeah.
I saw the Yomiuri Giants, and let me tell you, folks, put that on your list. It is a complete show in a good way. It's like a more serious version of the Savannah Bananas. And it's just a lot of fun, really cool cultural experience, and good baseball.
I love that one. So you went to a full-fledged Nippon professional baseball game.
Yeah.
I did. I sure did.
That is really neat. Though people go nuts.
Yes.
And the league itself is super. I think it's only 8 teams, right? If I've got that right.
Yeah.
So it's everybody plays everybody a lot. It's like playing Legion Ball in Northern Virginia, except it's obviously a little bit better. But you played the same group.
Yeah, and it's good baseball. I mean,
Yeah, it's really
outside
good.
of Major League Baseball, that's probably the number 2. The South Korea League is also pretty good as well.
It's definitely the number 2 league,
Yeah,
right?
so yeah, I mean, you get obviously great players coming over from there quite often. You had a couple of guys with the Dodgers, or 3 pitchers: Shohei, Sasaki, Yamamoto, all coming over from over there, and guys that are struggling here. I mean, Foster Griffin just came back from over there, so guys that struggle here go play over there and then can rehab their careers. And so it's good baseball. The atmosphere is always electric. Like it's like a soccer environment where there's constant noise, chanting, instruments going, and so you don't need the walk-up music in between batter.
Yeah,
you don't need it. There's
no
always a
lull.
soundtrack.
That's exactly what I was going to say. There's always something going on that's attention worthy. Good calls on that. And again, congrats to our guy Bob Carpenter. Well earned, my friend. Start knocking countries off your bucket list now while you're traveling.
Yeah.
That's really, really cool, Carby. Seen all 50 states. Inspired a nice little conversation there. We're going to give you $100 in fan cash in 5 minutes. Plus, a guy that I really like, who I think is really smart,
weighed in on Terry McLaurin and a potential bounce back here. We will do that in 5 minutes. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. NBA Finals Game 2 tonight, Knicks and Spurs in San Antonio. The Knicks lead the series 1-0 after winning by 10 2 nights ago. 8:30 tip-off for Game 2 tonight in San Antonio. Hockey playoffs, Stanley Cup Final Game 2 last night. Hurricanes tied the series at a game apiece, winning in overtime over the Golden Knights 4-3. Game 3 going to be tomorrow, shifting the series back to Vegas. And in baseball, the Nationals begin a 6-game West Coast road trip with a 3-game series in Arizona. 9:40 first pitch tonight. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. Foster Griffin starts for the Nationals. Merrill Kelly goes to the hill for the Diamondbacks. Strong teams need spaces that keep up. PVI Office Furniture helps businesses create better workspaces with expert guidance, new and used options, fast delivery, and installation by PVI's own team. Visit PVI's massive Frederick showroom or go to PVI.com. Come experience the PVI difference today. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back. Great and Danny here on The Fan. Sobes in for GP. Caller 10 at 800-636-1067. It's Fanatics Fan Cash Fridays every Friday through December. Fan Cash Fridays are powered by Fanatics Sportsbook, America's fastest growing sportsbook. Be the 10th caller at 800-636-1067 for your chance to win $100 in Fan Cash from Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Get dialing and good luck to you. Want to have this conversation here, Tobes. I know that a lot of people, whenever they hear fantasy sports or fantasy football, they just kind of roll their eyes and don't want to hear about it. I always like, A, I'm a big fan of fantasy football, but B, I like when fantasy football mirrors or matches or helps us get into a different perspective on regular football, right? So, in other words, a player like Terry McLaurin, who's instrumental in this offense, what's the view of him league-wide? What's the view of him for people who are going to win or lose money based on this, right? I mean, that's what you're doing is you're gambling with fantasy, you're gambling with odds, you're making bets, et cetera. And these guys that do this for a living are analyzing this and figuring out what kind of season we think he's going to have. I think it's instructive to listen to.
Yeah, I mean, it's useful for offensive players, obviously. That's what their focus wholly is. And it's something where sometimes the narratives around it are annoying. It's like, hey, why don't they throw this guy the ball more? And some of those things can get a little bit annoying. But when it's breaking down, hey, I think this guy could have a massive season, I do think with them breaking down offense all day long, basically all the time, it can be useful to know who do you think that maybe we're not thinking about as a whole football, just thinking about in general. Like fantasy, they're going to know their offensive players.
Yeah, so listen, Logan Paulson knows more about the ins and outs of football, A, than I ever will, but B, than my guy, Matt Harmon. I'm a Matt Harmon fan who has basically made it his business to understand receiving.
Yeah.
And he founded Perception and has been on the front lines of this for years, and he's someone that I have read and digested his stuff. I'm a big fan of his. I like him an awful lot. So, but Logan Paulson will tell you about the nuance of where a block should land and your target spot and the mastery of progressions and different parts of route trees. He knows more because he played football, coaches football, lives this, but there's room at the table for everybody, if that makes any kind of sense. So I always, some people just dismiss anything fantasy related. I don't. I think it's welcome, but I'm not giving it more weight than, say, somebody who breaks down the film and tells me yay or nay on a player.
Yeah, it's just useful in certain scenarios. It's not useful in every scenario, but in certain scenarios where they're breaking down these sorts of things, it can be incredibly useful and helps you maybe find some guys that you missed out on or weren't thinking of usually.
And that's kind of the idea. So we got that audio from Matt Harmon on his show talking about Terry McLaurin. We'll have that for you in a second. But just in general, Tobes, I get the sense, I don't know about you, but I think people are just going, I mean, among Washington fans, yep, last year aberration. Yeah. Both for Daniels and McLaurin. Right? Yeah, it's weird. That's it. You know, the holdout, and they're just kind of waving their hand at it, and they're assuming we just get right back on the train track. That we just go right back to doing his 75 to 82 catches, his 1,000 to 1,100 yards, his 5, 6, or 7 touchdowns.
Yeah.
And that's that. Is that the sense you have?
I think so, and I think Terry's going to be back on track. So I can understand that to an extent. It's more so, I don't know that you just get a new offense and start clicking right away. So that is something that I'm interested to see how that plays out.
Okay, we got a winner. Our Fanatics Fan Cash winner this week is Greg in Ashburn. Greg, what's up, man? You're on the Fan.
Hey, guys.
How's it going, dude? What did Darius tell you? That you won?
He said I was a 10th caller, and I won, yeah.
That is awesome, my friend. Congratulations. I'm not going to ask you what you're going to do with it because it's none of my business, but it's really cool that you won $100 just for listening to the radio.
Yeah, congrats, Greg.
Well, I can tell you that I've never done it. Like, I've never bet anything before, so it'll be a first for me.
It's a good way to kickstart it.
Yeah,
appreciate you, dude. I'm a Fanatics guy. We will do that every Friday. So congrats, Greg. Really appreciate you checking out the program and winning $100 for it. If we could give all of you guys money, we would.
We'd love to.
I promise. But we don't have that much of it. So thank you, Fanatics, for making that possible. So we'll get you that audio here in a moment, Tobes. But you have that same sense, right? That the fan base is, we'll be back to normal. And I'm the fly in the ointment. I'm the annoying guy at the party. That's in general, but also on this one. I'm kind of raising my hand going, but are we sure? How positive are we that this is just now seamless? My hope is that David Blau isn't full of it and we're doing this 13 targets a game thing, that we're doing a feed him until he's too tired and then he takes a break and then they feed him again.
Yeah.
And he's having a career year at age 31 because the team, if they thought he was going to be the guy that he and his agent thought he was, would not have gone through the negotiation they did last year. I think that's a safe bet, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that I have a track record with Terry. So I believe that he's going to be back to being Terry McLaurin. And I have a track record and I've seen enough of Jaden Daniels to believe that Jaden is going to be a special quarterback. So I think that connection is going to be there. Assuming that it's just going to, start the year that way, you certainly hope so. There's no guarantees when you're putting in a whole new offense. I'm more so worried about some of the secondary options behind them. But, he was injured a majority of last season. Terry McLaurin was banged up and different things happening. Obviously, Jaden as well, but specifically with Terry, you hope that that's something because that was part of the reason that you don't love to sign a guy that's inching up on 30 or is already past that 30-year-old plateau. So you certainly hope that it's something that's been put in the past. I'm hoping with him being a part of the offseason program, being there with the guys, you can see his leadership already being a massive part of this offseason for the team once again. So you hope that it's just a blip in the radar what happened last season, but there's also no guarantee because he is getting older. And you don't know how many years he has left of 1,000-yard production in him.
All right, so this is Matt Harmon along with Justin Boone, another smart fantasy guy, from the Yahoo Fantasy Forecast Show, talking about Terry McLaurin's prognosis for this year.
I get the concern about him and why his ADP might be a little lower than what we saw a couple years ago. It's his age 31 season. He's coming off the lowest output of his career. It was just a bad year. And recency bias, that's what's in people's minds. But it was really just a bad year across the board for the Commanders, right? Jaden Daniels was hurt a bunch of the year. McLaurin had the contract issue that he goes out, he misses 7 games. It just was all around bad. But everything's looking up in my mind now, right? He doesn't have a ton of target competition there. I really like Antonio Williams. I really like Chigo Okonkwo. These guys are more like sleepers for redraft. These aren't proven commodities. We have Deebo Samuel. He's out of the picture now. We have Zach Ertz. He's out of the picture now. We have a new offense there that I think is going to be really exciting. David Blau talking about moving Terry McLaurin around the formation. I know a lot of new coaches come in and say that sort of thing, and it doesn't happen. But we've also seen this happen on a bunch of teams now. And we know the NFL is a copycat league. I think there's no reason why they wouldn't do this. Makes complete sense to me. And if you look back, we're just 1 year removed from 87 catches, over 1,100 yards, and 4 scores. He was the wide receiver 14 in fantasy points per game in that first year with Jaden Daniels when Daniels broke onto the scene as a rookie. So I think we have a lot of things pointing in the right direction here, Harmon, for McLaurin to go from being drafted as a fringe low-end wide receiver 2 to potentially putting himself back in the conversation as a wide receiver 1. And I think that fits the mold. Aside from going to a completely new team, which is what Pickens did, I think the situation is really setting up for him to have a better scenario, a better environment, and a much, much better fantasy season, and something that's going to resemble that 2024 campaign and not the terrible year we saw from him last year.
So a bunch of things to pull out of there. Again, really smart, good, thoughtful analysis, stuff I like. The two sides of the same coin. One is, sets up great. David Blau, moving around the formation, understanding that he's their best option, so he gets the looks. It's not wondering where the hell Terry McLaurin was, running cardio for 3 quarters and no targets in the first half against Philadelphia, or whatever the number was in 24. And finally, some slight adjustments, but still nowhere near enough. Last year, we all know the story, how he was derailed, the season was derailed, everything sucked. That's side one. Side two is, there's not much competition for targets. There's no one else that's really be getting the football. That's kind of a team-limiting thing. But again, they're looking at it from a fantasy perspective. We like that too, but we're also talking about it from a football perspective. So your thoughts and takeaways there.
So there's 2 things off that, because I don't like their options behind Terry McLaurin, and you've said that as much as well. Like, you've made it pretty clear that you think that they should have gone out and gotten a receiver. So I think we're both in lockstep there, and I feel like when you look at the guys behind him, to Adam Peters' credit, you could sell me, hey, this guy could have a career year this year. I really like what he's got. Hey, this guy could be really good this year. But then you look at the guys behind him, and their career high in yardage is like 444 yards for a season by Treylon Burks. That's not good enough at wide receiver 2, in my opinion. But maybe a bunch of guys have their best season. Regardless, there is still a way, too, that you could build an offense similar to what Seattle did last year, where generally when you think of elite offenses or offenses that are going far in the playoffs, you're going to need at least a couple of guys that you're going to. Jackson Smith and Jigba, and I'm not saying Terry is JSN. I'm not. But they built their offense around him in the passing game. He went for just under 1,800 yards. Their number 2 receiver, Danny, was Cooper Kupp, under 600 yards. And then it was A.J. Barner at 519 yards, and then everybody else had under 300 yards receiving. So it was basically JSN, occasionally we'll throw to Cooper Kupp, occasionally we'll go to the tight end, and then it's everybody else.
Just enough so you don't sit on it.
And there is a way that if you're David Blau, assuming they don't go get a Stephon Diggs, assuming they don't get a Brandon Ayuk and he comes in and shows that he could be a wide receiver 2 again, there is a way that they could build this where, okay, Terry does get his 10 targets a game that we're a little skeptical that he's actually going to get, that David Blau mentioned. Maybe you do build it that way. Chigga goes for 600 yards and a career high in a season, and you get Rachaad White the ball out of the backfield a couple of times, and then 1 or 2 receivers has 300 or 400 yards, and that's kind of your offense. And that's how you make it work. It's Terry and Jaden Centric, and then everybody else gets in where they fit in. You could do something like that. I don't know that I feel great about that, because then what happens if 17 goes down for a game or 2? But there is a world in which that could be an effective offense, because Seattle won a Super Bowl doing it last year. Now, again, that's JSN. Terry's not quite on that level, but he's still a really good receiver.
Now, I don't... Because that sounds funny to say. I'm going, I don't want the Seattle model. You mean the Super Bowl team? The team that just won it all? But I go, I'm trying to figure out the right way to say what I'm trying to say here. If I have a JSN, yep, that's what we're doing. It always sounds like I'm beating up on Terry McLaurin. I don't, though. I've got Terry McLaurin.
Yeah.
I've got a guy that's good. Ain't nothing wrong with good. That is a good football player. I'm glad he's here. Glad he'll, potential Ring of Honor player one day here in Washington. If he ends up staying here a couple more years, he'll be towards the top of a lot of lists in terms of receptions. I like Terry McLaurin a lot. He's not Jamar Chase. That's not an insult, by the way. A lot of people ain't Jamar Chase. I'm a dude. I ain't Chris Hemsworth. You know what I mean? That's okay. I bring something to the table. Not that much. But he's good, but I don't know he'd be the number 1 for 15 teams, top of my head. But he's our number 1, certainly the best we got. Then there's 1,000 feet. Then we're hoping a couple third rounders, a 4th round project here, a 3rd round project there. Maybe this is Luke McCaffrey's year, yada, yada, yada. I don't know that I'm best served doing that, right? Now, if I had a guy that was so good, say Justin Jefferson in Minnesota, that's how I'm building it. Kevin O'Connell kind of did that, right? Now, they have more options there than we do here, but you see the idea.
Yeah.
The Seattle model, when Cooper Kupp was the alpha and omega for the Rams, he set every record, and that's what he did. They ran his career into the ground because they were like, you're getting all the targets.
Yeah.
They're doing it for Puka Nacua now, right? But we've got other options in LA. So I'm digressing a little bit. I don't know if that makes the offense the best, right? You think of the Knicks. We're talking a lot about the finals. They've got a lot of guys that were number 1 options in their career. Mikal Bridges was a number 1 option, or 1A, maybe a 2, you call it, in Brooklyn.
One of the top guys.
But Cat certainly was. Mm-hmm. He was the first guy on the call sheet when it came to the Timberwolves. OG Anunoby's never been, but a lot of guys that had, Josh Hart could get buckets in this league.
Yeah.
He has no interest. He's not even looking at the basket. He's there to rebound and make a couple passes and screen away. Guys are sacrificing. What's best for this team right now is probably give Terry McLaurin a bunch of targets. But I think that ceiling is lower than if you gave Justin Jefferson the same targets, or Jamar Chase the same targets, or JSN the same targets, or Puka Nacua the same targets. And you can go down the list for a little while before you get to Terry. So I think a bounce-back year, if he's healthy, is in store to some degree. I just don't know how productive it's going to be if there's not anybody else to take the attention off. Seattle, it was just enough. Cooper Kupp, just enough, as you mentioned, Barner or Kenneth Walker in the run game. And even if it didn't work, that defense is awesome.
Yeah.
This defense will be okay. We don't see awesome, do we?
No, and one thing that offense did a good job of for Seattle, even though it wasn't always effective, they always ran the football. I mean, you look at their attempts, it was 4.1 yards per carry. It's not like they were overly effective, but they ran it over 500 times. They were going to run the ball so that way they could help out Darnold and in turn help out JSN, who was their only real receiving threat. And so that's the tough part about this, Danny, is I just don't think that your plan, if you're Adam Peters and Dan Quinn and building this thing out, I don't think your plan at receiver behind Terry McLaurin can be 3 guys having career years. I mean, maybe one guy does, maybe 2 guys do.
That's a great way to put it.
But I just don't think that can be the plan. And right now, that's essentially how you're going to have to make this work, assuming Terry doesn't go for like 1,400 yards. Otherwise, I just don't see a way that you're really helping out. And again, there are 2 things that can really help this out. Mm-hmm. 1, Jaden Daniels, and this is not a slight on Jaden at all. I just would like them to help him out. 2, David Blau could build the greatest offense of all time, and maybe it just gets guys open. I just think at some point, similar to how we talk about the Nationals with pitchers and stuff, at some point you got to go out there and pitch to Ronald Acuna. At some point you got to go out there and pitch to Matt Olson. At some point you got to beat a corner. At some point you got to win one-on-one, man-to-man. And I'm not sure that there's a lot of guys that can do that on this team outside of Terry.
And now listen, we do a lot of Ben Johnson shtick on this radio program. Ben Johnson's a great offensive mind. I'm not saying he's not. A lot of guys would be pretty good offensive minds with Amon-Ra St. Brown, Sam Laporta, Jameson Williams taking the top off, the best offensive line in the sport, a really smart quarterback that I think is a praying mantis that can't make plays on his own. But if you program the robot, the GolfBot 2000, to throw to the spot, he'll do that. Add in Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery, there's a pretty good chance that offense is going to be good. You can draw up whatever the hell you want. Jameson Williams will make you right. So will St. Brown. So will Laporta. So will Jahmyr Gibbs, etc. So, yeah, he's really smart. He did it in Chicago, too, where they've got weaponry. But I guess my point is, yes, I think David Blau can be a genius, and you could draw up whatever you want, but if you're drawing it up for Luke McCaffrey, it's not going to be as effective as if you're drawing it up for JSN or Jamar Chase. And not everybody can be that guy. I understand that. But I do think you need to raise the tide a little bit, and they haven't. And I keep coming back to that. I know it's annoying to people because I'm a one-note piano, just going, C. But that's where it ends up.
Yeah.
But let's get to the McLaurin conversation. 800-636-1067. On a Friday afternoon, very simple question for you. Do you anticipate a huge bounce back like they're talking about? Fantasy guys on Fantasy Forecast, Justin Boone and Matt Harmon. Do you anticipate the major bounce back plus the David Blau 10-target-a-game renaissance? That adds up to 170 targets, by the way. Would be one of the league leaders if that happens.
Which, by the way, you do that over his career, it's like a 1,500-yard season.
Yeah.
Of what he's averaged.
He's never sniffed that amount as a true, honest-to-goodness number one. If you treat him that way, that's what you're talking about. Are you buying the renaissance year, bounce back year, whatever you want to call it for Terry McLaurin, or was last year maybe a harbinger of the future? Was last year maybe, I don't want to say beginning of the end, but beginning of the decline that maybe the team foresaw, which is why they weren't all that excited to pay him the value that he thought he was worth. If you remember the contract negotiation last year, that dominated the airwaves. 800-636-1067. Talking Terry McLaurin season next on The Fan. What up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. The playoffs, they're here in the association. Every game matters. And Fanatics Sportsbook is there for every single moment. So here's the deal. You guys have heard me talk about Fan Cash. And remember, every time you bet with Fanatics Sportsbook, you're earning up to 10% Fan Cash. That's win or lose. So even if your bet misses, you're still stacking Fan Cash. And Fan Cash unlocks value you cannot get at other sportsbooks, like more bets, unlimited profit boost for your favorite player props, authentic NBA gear, game tickets, and access to exclusive Fanatics events like Fanatics Fest in New York City. But that's not their only play. The good times roll on with Fanatics Fair Play, an injury protection policy that turns losses into wins. In my view, it's the best thing going in sports betting. If you love player props, your legs are protected across the entire first half of every game if an injury takes place. If your guy goes down, you're getting your money back or your parlay plays on. Make the switch to the sportsbook that gives you more to play with. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
This update is built by PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. NBA Finals Game 2 tonight, Knicks and Spurs. The Knicks take in Game 1, Game 2 tonight at 8:30 in San Antonio. Last night on the ice, Stanley Cup Finals Game 2, the Hurricanes beat the Golden Knights 4-3 in overtime to tie the series at a game apiece. The series now shifts to Vegas, Game 3 tomorrow. In baseball, the Nationals begin a 6-game West Coast road trip, starting with a 3-game series in Arizona. 9:40 first pitch tonight between the Nationals and the D-backs. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Foster Griffin starts for the Nationals. He is 6-2 with a 3.76 ERA. He'll take on Merrill Kelly, who is 5-3 with a 5.06 ERA. Nats and Diamondbacks 9:40 right here on the Fan. This month, score $125 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $600 off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
I think we have a lot of things pointing in the right direction here, Harmon, for McLaurin to go from being drafted as a fringe low-end wide receiver 2 to potentially putting himself back in the conversation as a wide receiver 1. And I think that fits the mold. Aside from going to a completely new team, which is what Pickens did, I think the situation is really setting up for him to have a better scenario, a better environment, and a much, much better fantasy season, and something that's going to resemble that 2024 campaign and not the terrible year we saw from him last year.
All right, one more radio voice guy. Ready?
Okay, here we go.
Little Friday afternoon tunes voice of Rick Astley to take you home. On your commute to this D.C. area, if you're stuck in traffic, turn up a little Rick Astley. Let him take you on home on this Friday at 106.7 The Family Gator. That's at every... You go to Jacksonville.
It's so good.
It's the guy that's talking to you like this. Hey, reminder to come by the Cantina on Thursday. You take your top off, get a free Coors Light, courtesy of our friends at Toby's Tire and Auto. Toby's Tire and Auto. If you can't spin it, get it out of here. Coming up after this hour, I've got some Peebo Bryson. Anyway, 800-636-1067. I got plenty of good topics and discussions left. But you're coming in. That's Justin Boone and Matt Harmon from the Fantasy Forecast Show talking to Terry McLaurin. They are in on a big season, a rebound, a bounce back, a renaissance here if you're buying all of it. The confluence of events, the perfect storm, Tobes, would be you buy what Blau is selling about all the targets to Terry.
Yep.
Not much competition for targets. That's the alpha, the guy that's got to eat. When he's done eating, everyone else gets to eat. Kind of the king, seat at the head of the table. And an offense that's pretty good. If all that happens, I could see some of this bouncing back. Confidence level that we get a, maybe not best ever Terry McLaurin season, but a really good one.
8 out of 10?
8.
I'm pretty confident that he's going to be good. I mean, shocker coming from the Terry McLaurin guy. He thinks Terry's going to be good. But I am pretty confident that he's going to be bouncing back this year. I mean, if you gave me the option, Danny, I mean, you can tell me if this total's a little bit crazy, but he's never had a 1,200-yard season.
Nope.
I'd say he's more likely to go for 1,200 yards than less than 800.
That's fair. I mean, is 800 include injury?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Like I would say that I just feel like there's more chance that he has maybe his best season in Washington than there is a chance that he has another clunker.
800-636-1067. Let's go to our guy Vic in Accokeek. Vic, you buying this Terry McLaurin bounce back renaissance season?
I definitely am buying this bounce back. I think the bad taste in our mouth is the contract issue and the saga of it and how it felt immediately when the season got started, then he got injured.
Yep.
What limited the ability for the offense to be as prolific as it was David's rookie year, we got to take this in real consideration, guys. Like, I take nothing away from anybody that didn't play the game. I played the game. When you don't have an offensive line that can protect your signal caller, that puts the ball in your best athlete's hands, that hurts. When you don't have an offensive line that can help extend drives or sustain the running game to where all defenses have to respect it, that hurts. And that through the timing of Jaden's development and growth off, it also added to his injuries, and it affects the confidence and the continuity and the synergy of your offense to feel like we can be dominant, we can take risks, we can make plays that stretch the field. And we now have an offensive coordinator. You can hear it, and now he talks. He has a certain expectation for the timing, the precision, and the execution of the offense. That's why we're seeing what we saw in the minicamp. So with putting Terry McLaurin, De'Ami Brown being back, with Chig joining us, having athletes that can beat their man on their own and then beat a man in the offense where they're isolated with plays that give them opportunities to be in space. I'm very excited to see what that will become when we finally have an offensive coordinator, I believe, at least from what I've seen at this point, that demands excellence. We have not had an offensive coordinator that says, you're going to pee me off if you're not doing this.
Vic, I love it. Appreciate the phone call as always, my friend. Now, that to me, again, and obviously Vic knows ball, that to me is the optimistic viewpoint, is that kind of it's a different paradigm, which it is. It's under center. We know some of those differences that regular folks like me, cosmetically, will be able to see differently. But I'm hoping that there is a bit more, a higher ceiling in this offense, which sounds crazy for a group that was top 5 in 2024. But that to me was a Jayden, put your cape on offense. And I want him to have that in his back pocket, but I don't want to major in it. You guys remember that stretch? They majored in it. I think that's dangerous. And I've gone on record. You don't want to tell Superman not to fly, but you can't only fly. There's a difficult balance there, and it's hard because I want to protect it, but I also want him to be prolific.
Yeah, I mean, you want to make sure that when there are times that you can take some stuff off his plate, take the stuff off of his plate. And that's a big thing that I'm hoping David Blau can do, is make it a little bit easier on Jayden. And you wonder, we talked about this a little bit earlier with some of the secondary receivers and saying at some point, you can put them in optimal spots, but you have to go out there and execute it and be able to actually win one-on-ones and do those sorts of things. If David Blau is able to do that and the focus is Terry McLaurin, you could see a really standout season because he's never had a quarterback like this when he was in systems that were not like Cliff Kingsbury's. And I did enjoy what Cliff was able to do with this offense because everything that we talk about is almost like a slight at Cliff. I thought that they did a pretty good job with what they had the last couple of years, especially in 2024. But there were times where it felt like it was a players elevating the scheme versus scheme elevating the players type of an offense. And now if you get a scheme that is elevating its players and you get a really good player in Terry McLaurin getting elevated by it and getting into more optimal situations where he can win one-on-ones, then maybe you could see him have a career year. So I think the big thing is health for Jayden and for Terry. I think if they stay healthy, I'm buying a lot of what David Blau is selling. Maybe not 10 targets a game, so to speak, but 8 targets a game. And we've never really seen Terry get that sort of consistent production. And if he does, I think he's going to be the same Terry, but getting the ball more and in turn a career year.
Well, yeah, that's been time in memoriam where you're like, how many times have we gone, can you please get him the ball? We remember some of those weeks where the targets were too light, and this is over history. And it's like, I understand, if your offense is awesome, I don't care who's got it. If your offense is, I didn't complain. I complained. That's not true. I complained a lot. Everyone knows I
Did you complain?
I complained. All right, I lied to you. I still complained, but I didn't complain as much in 2024. Now, when they were struggling, I raised my hand and said, please motion. Please don't just put Terry on Quinyon Mitchell and hope for the best. And you don't look his way for 3 quarters at a time against a division rival and a guy to have a game on a Thursday night that we were at because of our friends Condori and Murad. Okay? I need more than that.
Yeah.
But in general, when your offense is good, I don't give a damn how you do it. I mean that. If you run it 50 times a game, you're running at 5 yards a carry, run it. Be Nebraska in the 90s. Let's run the option with Tommy Frazier and company. If you're Baltimore with Lamar and Derrick Henry, run it.
Yeah.
Put it downhill, shove it down people's throats. If you're not that, do what's effective. I don't care how you get the offense done. I don't gripe about targets when it's good. When it's bad, my low hand goes up. Ooh, call me. You didn't move the ball, and your best player didn't get it. Now, if you don't move the ball and your best player did get targets, what are you going to do? The other team's better than you probably. And let's enjoy our top 10 draft pick. But that's the thing that always drove me crazy. And I love Jay Gruden to death. Comes on this show. It used to drive me nuts when he was coaching here. And even a little bit afterwards. There were games where I'm going, I can't stomach this. If I was the coach and I'm going down and I cannot get first downs, I can't get points, and I don't give my best player a bunch of looks while that's happening, I would just not be able to sleep that night. Just how I'm wired. Elijah in D.C. 800-636-1067. Are you buying this Terry McLaurin Renaissance bounce back season, whatever you want to call it? What's up, buddy?
What's going on? Thanks for taking my call.
Got it.
I am buying this. I think the point of this offense is to freeze the defense for a second, just to get your skill position players an opportunity. Think of Robert Griffin's first touchdown pass off of play action. When you have a guy like Terry who has that type of ability, it's more about the other player's ability to block. You have to remember there wasn't a threat in the backfield enough to make defenses, and I know the last callers will rock with this, they were doubling him because they didn't feel that there was anybody in the backfield to challenge them. There wasn't enough challenges across the board schematically for defenses to believe what was going on. So also when I'm looking at how we were blocking at the skill position last year, guys was just going one-on-one. I think the blocking is going to be way different at the skill position. That's going to be very key also for Terry. Rachaad White and his familiarity with Jaden Daniels and the check down. You have to understand, think of that ball that Terry caught in Cincinnati. Great play, but Jaden kind of took a hit right there.
Yep.
That is a second that I think Rachaad White is going to be able to be – he's going to be helpful there. I think a guy like Katron Allen, when we talk about not having Debo getting us 30 yards, I don't know if we 100% trust in Bill early. Maybe you put Katron back there until you can get the look you need. And I think that's going to help defenses. They're going to have to respect the box differently. They can't if guys are in a box a certain type of way and Jaden is still holding that ball, a defender, he's going to have to hold his position because his coach is like, we got to respect the mesh point first.
Yeah, we've got to deal with everything. And that's what I want. I want the music to my ears. The best thing you can do on offense at the end of the day, what all the motion, the fakes, the ball fakes, the pump fakes, the misdirection, the whole point is to give your guy a running start and make the defender flat-footed, slow to react. That's it. That's what offense is at the end of the day, right? Because it's still the same type of game where you're trying to someone's holding the oblong pigskin and they're moving it down the football field and the defense is trying to stop them. The hardest way to stop somebody is if your feet are flat and the other guy's moving. That's it. That's what you want. You want your guy in space, your guy to win one-on-one matchups, to get an advantage, right? The defense is trying to take as many things away as possible by anticipating and guessing. They're looking for tells. They're looking for ways to come downhill and play fast at you. You hear that all the time. Defenses want to play fast. Offenses want to slow defenses down. I want you to not know what's coming for a 1-1000, a 2-1000 into a given play. I want people to have to wait. And that's kind of Elijah's point there to me. That's what marrying play action, that's what marrying runs to passes looks like. That's what's missing here for a little bit. Doesn't mean you can't have a good offense a different way. You saw Cliff Kingsbury's offense be top 5. They were top 10 in yards per play, 5th in points. That ain't too shabby with Zach Ertz as your second most reliable receiver. Not Zach Ertz that used to catch 15 balls per game against Washington, but the old Zach Ertz, the guy that looks like me, right?
Yeah.
No, thank you. So I'm with that. And that's kind of the golden vision, potentially the future of this offense this year if everything clicks.
I'm excited to see Terry in this style of offense because he's grown so much as a receiver throughout his career. And the last 2 years, even though I like Cliff's offense, again, everything I say sounds like I'm disparaging Cliff, and I probably wouldn't have moved off of him this offseason, although clearly, there was a disconnect in the building there. But I think when you look at what this offense is going to ask, Terry even talked about this at OTAs this week, saying that there are stems that are all the same, and I can go in, I can go out, I can keep going, I can stop, and it gives guys that get to this point in their career where Terry's still got elite speed, but he's also got an elite knowledge of the game now, and he's able to set guys up and give corners different looks throughout the game. I'm excited to see that type of offense with Terry in it now and allowing Terry to play that style of football and having him be a part of these OTAs, training camp, mini camp, all that stuff leading up to the season to work with Jaden so they can build that chemistry again with the new offense. I think you could see him have his best season yet in Washington. Now, who knows? Maybe this is his last season in Washington. Maybe, they move off of him. But regardless, it's something where I think that he's going to have It's more likely than not, in my opinion, that he has a really, really good season and maybe one of his best versus another dud like we saw last year because of injuries.
We've got a good final segment of the show for you in the 6 o'clock hour. We'll preview the Nats tonight. We'll talk about the finals game this weekend, give you some picks, maybe talk about a couple of bets here, there, and everywhere, and a few other good items. Next, I'm old, and I got to get something off my chest.
Uh-oh.
I'm a little bit, I got something that's grinding my gears down. I'll tell you what it is in 5 minutes.